Okay, so Spider-Man Homecoming comes out in July. And after finishing The Incredible Hulk, a lot of people really seem to enjoy the idea of like long series, like picking a character, a team or something like that, and just doing like an entire run, just covering like when one writer takes over the title and just does like a whole run. You know, Greg Pak's Incredible Hulk is a really good example. It's also the reason why, I think I'm gonna go ahead and dive into it, but it's also the reason why we're gonna do Jeff Johns' Green Lantern because it was so good. That's gonna take like a year and a half to finish. It's insane how long it is. But that's also why we're doing Injustice, is because, you know, they're really popular runs, people really enjoy them. I really enjoy them, and so I figured I'd go ahead and cover them. But with Spider-Man Homecoming coming out in July, I intended to do all new, all different amazing Spider-Man, you know, when Spider-Man Homecoming came out. But after, you know, the idea of people loving the Incredible Hulk so much, I sat down and I said, okay, well, the issue with Spider-Man, all new, all different amazing Spider-Man is the fact that it's basically just a continuation of Dan Slott's run from when he first took over the title. It's all just one great, big, huge, giant story. And so because of that, I kind of figured, well, I mean, why not go back and do Dan Slott's run? Because it really starts with Spider-Man big time, you know, taking Peter Parker back to his roots the way he should be in the eyes of Dan Slott and really in the eyes of a lot of fans. And then basically moving forward all the way through the events of Spider Island, all the way through the events of Superior Spider-Man, Spider-Verse, all that kind of stuff. And then basically ending with all new, or really kind of picking up with all new, all different amazing Spider-Man by the time the movie comes out. That's what I'm shooting for here. And the way I have it scheduled, it should work out. You know, I mean, coming out every Monday, it would just be a Spider-Man video running up until all new, all different amazing Spider-Man in July. But a couple things that I want to run over here as we get into this is really J. Michael Straczynski's run. I don't want to go super in-depth into it, but there are a few things that we need to highlight. First and foremost was One More Day. One More Day is one of the most divisive stories among Spider-Man fans. I mean, there are a lot of people that just hate it. They hate it. Usually it's because, you know, people who picked up Spider-Man before the events of One More Day. So they were reading about the marriage and the struggles and trials and tribulations between Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson. They came to identify with him. They loved the marriage between the two of them. I mean, Peter and Mary Jane Watson were never like Superman and Lois Lane level couple, but they were the most popular couple in Marvel Comics. They were kind of like Marvel's power couple in a lot of different ways. There were a few people who just hopped on the bandwagon. They just hated One More Day because it was the popular thing to do. But if you were one of those people who, you know, went back and read Spider-Man before the events of One More Day and then went through One More Day and picked up after, a lot of people hated it. But after the events of One More Day, there was Brand New Day. And Brand New Day basically said, here's the new starting point for Peter Parker. And people hated that just as much as they hated One More Day, because it basically said now, you know, Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson are no longer married. They basically ended their marriage by selling it off more or less to Mephisto in order to make sure that Aunt May lived. Because of the fact that she was dying at the time, it was granting Aunt May a new lease on life. Now, with Brand New Day going forward, Straczynski made a lot of changes. One of the first things he did is he took the character of Aunt May and said, okay, she's been single and alone long enough. You know, ever since, you know, Peter Parker was first introduced, Uncle Ben had died and she's basically been alone for the last 40 some odd years. Let's give her someone. And so what he did is he basically he paired her up with J. Jonah Jameson Sr., the father of J. Jonah Jameson, the head of Daily Bugle that hates Peter Parker. And so because of this, the two of them basically paired off. Fans, you know, there were fans who loved it, fans who hated it. It was kind of a mixed reaction. But then J. Michael Straczynski also got rid of the Daily Bugle. And the way he did this was by interjecting stories of J. Jonah Jameson having heart attacks, different things like that. But it was basically the idea that the Daily Bugle had been struggling. And so what happened was a financier, a guy by the name of Daniel Bennett, I think it was, came along and basically bought it. Now, it was done against the will of J. Jonah Jameson, and in fact, he was hospitalized at the time that it actually happened. Instead, it was really J. Jonah Jameson's wife, Marla, who engineered the selling of the Daily Bugle. But essentially, this more or less led to everybody being sent off. I mean, it was really people just not really being tied into the Daily Bugle. And so because of that, it was removed from the landscape in a lot of ways. But then we also had Peter Parker. Now, Peter Parker and J. Jonah Jameson, one of the cool things that Straczynski focused on was this notion that the two of them had this kind of respect. You know, J. Jonah Jameson always looked at Peter Parker as not really a surrogate son, but somebody that he had a lot of respect for. The issue with this was that when Peter Parker revealed his identity during the events of Civil War, J. Jonah Jameson flipped. He hit the roof. And what it did is it shattered the trust that he had in Peter Parker, and it more or less, you know, created a vendetta stronger than it had ever been between J. Jonah Jameson, Peter Parker, and Spider-Man. And so what happened is eventually Spider-Man basically saves the life of J. Jonah Jameson during an encounter with the Vulture, but a security guard had sacrificed his life in the process to, you know, try to protect Jameson. And while Jameson looked at the death to the security guard and said that was honorable, that was a great thing that he did, Peter Parker doctored a photo to make it look like Jameson had fought off the Vulture. And so what happened is Jameson took this as an affront and said, basically, you're insulting the identity of the security guard, you're insulting the memory of the security guard who basically saved my life. And so Peter Parker was essentially ousted from the Daily Bugle. And so that's why he's currently unemployed when it comes to this. Now, there were a couple things that were introduced here and there, and we'll cross that bridge when we get to. But with regards to Spider-Man Big Time, this is really, again, Dan Slott making Peter Parker his own. Now, keep in mind, this is all after the events of Civil War, so on and so forth. You know, Steve Rogers has already returned to the landscape. And so what this does is it gives us the Avengers, really the Mighty Avengers as it exists right now, with Thor, Jessica Drew, Spider-Woman, you know, Iron Man, Wolverine, Captain America, Hawkeye, so on and so forth. And they're basically responding to the robots of Dr. Octopus wreaking havoc in New York. Now, this is really Dan Slott leading up to the events of Superior Spider-Man when Otto Octavius took over the body of Peter Parker. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people loved the early run of Dan Slott, because there were so many plot threads that started in Big Time and extended out into everything. And it took, you know, 4 or 5 years in order for it to all come to fruition. But when it did, it felt rewarding. It felt like this great, big, huge, incredible experience. And so really with the various superheroes going through and fighting against, you know, these guys, we pick up with J. Jonah Jameson and again with Morlun. Now, of course, because of the trials and tribulations they'd experienced, they were going through couples counseling, different things like that. But again, it's really just Dan Slott saying, hey, here's where we reside. We have J. Jonah Jameson as mayor right now. We have him and Marla dealing with family issues, you know, dealing with couple issues. It's again, you know, taking the stories very much back to the grounded level of traditional superheroes and traditional characters as we knew them, albeit in some slightly different roles. But what we do at this point is we pick up with Captain America. Now, within this story, this is really just kind of a not really a side plot, but kind of a side thing, but it really ties into Dr. Octopus. But this is a small version of what I'm talking about when I talk about, you know, instances where Dan Slott's building into bigger things, because this is not actually Steve Rogers. Instead, what happens is Steve Rogers tells this guy who's standing guard with regards to this Vertex shuttle to basically go away, you know, to say, hey, look, you're relieved of guard duty. You know, I'm going to go ahead and take over here just because of the fact that this is one of the most important artifacts that we have right now. Not anyone can just keep an eye on it. Now, of course, the other cool thing here is Dan Slott builds on the legacy of Captain America. And that's one of the interesting things here is in Marvel Comics, you have characters that are interchangeable and you have characters that are concrete, characters that do not change. Some characters that are interchangeable might be like Moon Knight, for example. Different writers can take a different view of the character, write him differently, bring in characters, remove characters, things like that. Steve Rogers is not that way. He's a concrete character and he's always the guy who's like, freedom above all else. He always fights for freedom. He never fights for anything other than freedom. That's the biggest reason why the change of Steve Rogers becoming a Hydra agent during All New, All Different Marvel was so controversial, is because there were a lot of people who were clinging on to these old stories and didn't want to see the Steve Rogers concept move forward, didn't really want to see it change. They wanted him to stay Captain America, and rightfully so, because people latch on to different aspects of different characters as time goes on, and the one that they love the most is the one that they don't want to see change. And so it's natural to have that kind of response. But again, picking back up with Peter Parker, we basically joined with the arrival of Felicia Hardy. Now, she doesn't get a whole lot of screen time here in the opening salvo for Big Time. She actually becomes important later on down the line. But again, you know, she's just one of the funny members, one of the members of the Spider family, so to speak. But there's also a little banter back in here. And again, this is really just Dan Slott saying, hey, Felicia Hardy, she's one of the characters that you all know and love. She's definitely going to play a major role in the story. It's always kind of fun to see. But the other funny thing here is she arrives on the scene to help Peter Parker, you know, bail him out of an otherwise dangerous situation. And she's like, yeah, so what's the chances of me becoming an Avenger? And Peter Parker, of course, is like, none. There's no chance of you becoming an Avenger. There's not a single solitary chance. Sorry about your luck. But again, from here, the cool thing, and one of the things that I love the most about Dan Slott's writing when it came to this opening, you know, this opening thing was really the idea of how Peter Parker sees himself. Because what he does is he sits down and he says, hey, look, you know, I basically have a new life going on now. You know, I'm with my new girlfriend, you know, Carly Cooper. I'm not with Mary Jane Watson anymore. You know, he talks about the idea of Aunt May being in a relationship with J. Jonah Jameson Sr., but he also addresses himself in relation to other superheroes. You know, he says he's not a heavy hitter like Thor. You know, he's not one of the big time geniuses like Reed Richards or Tony Stark. But that's the irony of this, is that he very much is. You know, Peter Parker is extremely smart. He's one of the smartest men out there. And it's really this sort of humble nature that people like, you know, where he doesn't sit down and say, yeah, I'm one of the smartest people out there. You know, it's always the idea that in his mind, there's always someone smarter. There's always someone out there that's capable of more. But we as the reader know that that's not really the case, that Spider-Man is one of the smartest people out there. Now, at this point, we pick back up again with Andrew Air Force Base. And again, this is basically the chameleon who is masquerading as Steve Rogers. And the reason why is because they're basically carrying out a mission on behalf of Dr. Octopus. Now again, this is Dr. Octopus setting the stage for some much grander plans later on down the line. He's basically implementing his own scheme on the side. This entire conflict here is essentially designed to be a distraction. Not only that, Dr. Octopus actually has a lot of respect for Peter Parker. And this is why I say this is Dan Slott setting the stage for Dr. Octopus taking over the mind of Peter Parker during Superior Spider-Man. Because what he says is, at this moment right now, Peter Parker is really, really smart. But Dr. Octopus also recognizes that a time will come, or at least in this almost immediate moment, that Peter Parker is going to find a way to basically deactivate all these different bombs that he has planted inside these devices around New York. And this is why I say that Peter Parker is just as smart as Reed Richards and Tony Stark, because what he does is he sits down and says, oh my God, I figured out what's going on, because in their mind, in the mind of Reed Richards and Stark and so on, this countdown's going. And when it reaches 0, all these bombs are going to go off and New York is going to vanish off the face of the earth. But what Peter Parker realizes is that it's the first day of November, that it's basically daylight savings time. And so, Dr. Octavius or Dr. Octopus had taken this into account, that when Peter Parker figured out what was going on, that he would be able to set the timer back and give them an extra hour. Now, this of course allows Peter Parker and the various members of the Avengers to get these bombs out of here. But again, this was all just designed to be a ruse. It was designed to keep them focused on this one thing so that Dr. Octopus could implement his own plans. And what we'll find out with those plans will be later on. But from here, we transition to Frontline. Now, again, this is all part of the post-Civil War landscape. Remember, Frontline came to prominence with Ben Urich and Sally Floyd during Civil War, and it got a lot of popularity because it was basically covering the events of Civil War from the perspective of reporters, from non-superheroes, basically. And because of that, Ben Urich and Sally Floyd eventually left the Daily Bugle where they originally started out. They took the Frontline concept with them, basically this online posting source, and they launched their own publication house called Frontline. And that's what's happening with a lot of people here. A lot of folks like Robbie Robertson, they are all taking up residence as part of Frontline in place of the Daily Bugle. And so because of that, we again pick back up with Peter Parker. And the funny thing about this is, again, during Dan Slott's run, there was a girl named Michelle, and she had essentially become Peter Parker's roommate to a degree. And they really had a relationship, although it was more of a physical one, really, than an actual, we love each other on a solid scale. But this just came by way of Michelle's brother, being convicted of a crime, and her keeping an eye on her brother's place while he was gone. Peter Parker, of course, having been roommates with her brother before he was incarcerated. But this is, again, Dan Slott wrapping all these things up and axing all these things, removing them from the landscape. Because what happens is Peter comes home and Michelle's like, yeah, I'm going back to Chicago now because my brother's out. And so, that's pretty much it. And so Peter Parker is more or less just kind of left to call around to different people and see if he can find a roommate, see if he can find a place to take up residence. Now, that's the cool thing here, is because this is Peter Parker just struggling with everyday things. He's like, well, my roommate's gone, so I got to find a new place. And he's got to do it quick, fast, and in a hurry. Of course, he goes to Carly, but their relationship is still pretty new. And so she's like, look, we more or less just started dating not too long ago. I'm not really comfortable with moving in. And so she basically says no, which is kind of messed up. Of course, he goes to Flash Thompson, and Flash Thompson's like, no, that's not going to happen, man. Like, you're not going to live with me. And he even goes to Mary Jane Watson. And the funny thing about this is Dan Slott, it was really kind of a funny moment, because it was like Dan Slott was toying with fans. It's like he was trolling Mary Jane Watson fans. Like, hey, you know how you guys really, really want to see Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson get back together? And fans are like, yeah. And he's like, well, that's not going to happen. And so like that, he ends up having to leave. He ends up walking away, when the two of them agree not to be roommates together. And so ultimately he goes to Aunt May. Now, the cool thing about this is that Aunt May was already spending time, or at least already hanging out with the son of J. Jonah Jameson, along with J. Jonah Jameson Sr., the two of them, spending time with one another, hanging out, as well as a woman by the name of Dr. Madison Jameson. Now, the reason why Madison Jameson matters here is because Aunt May was telling her about Peter Parker, saying, hey, Peter Parker's a genius. He's one of the smartest people on the face of the planet. And so by the time Peter Parker arrives, starts knocking on the door of Aunt May and says, hey, would it be possible for me to crash here? Dr. Madison says, actually, your Aunt May has basically said that you're a genius. And I know of a guy who's very good at dealing with geniuses. And so what happens is Peter Parker is taken to Horizon Labs. Now, for those of you guys who were reading All New, All Different Amazing Spider-Man, and the first story arc saw the marriage of Max Modell and his significant other, what this was a continuation of this whole Horizon Labs story. This is where all this starts, is this whole Horizon Labs thing. It's the introduction of this. We kind of get the kicker, and that's why I really wanted to cover this. It's really exciting. You guys will basically get everything that led to All New, All Different Amazing Spider-Man from the ground up. Like, you guys get it from the very beginning, which is why it's so cool. But Horizon Labs, as it's led by Max Modell, is like Peter Parker's playground. That's the best way to describe it. Max Modell, according to Peter Parker, was really his idol in a lot of different ways. I mean, Peter looked to Reed Richards, he looked to Tony Stark. Yeah, they're really smart, they're capable of great things, but in his mind, Max Modell was the guy to aspire to. Not only that, we get the introduction of a really cool guy named Grady Scraps, and I love Grady Scraps. But the gist of this is that Horizon Labs is essentially a think tank for some of the smartest people in the Marvel Universe. That's really all it is it's a think tank for all these geniuses. And so it's a chance for them to just kind of run free and do whatever they want to. Now, what Max Modell says is that the way this is done, or the way Horizon Labs functions, is different than like Reed Richards' Future Foundation. It's different than like Tony Stark's whole initiative. The idea isn't to necessarily say, all right, guys, your assignment is to focus on this one thing and then go from there. It's basically, hey, do whatever you want to do. Like, just create whatever you want to create. Just get carried away, let your imagination run wild, because creativity only really comes when there is no constraint here, when there's no, confinement here. And so what ends up happening is we basically pick up with a woman named Sajani Joffrey, who's basically trying to create an artificial version of vibranium. Now, the reason why she's doing this is because this story takes place after an event called Doom War. And Doom War was a story where Dr. Doom invaded Wakanda for the purpose of capturing its vibranium. Now, while, Wakanda, its citizens are basically placed under control, they were dominated, that kind of thing, Black Panther and his sister Shuri were the only ones who remained out of the influence of this sphere of control. And so in the end, it was, they were successful in casting out Dr. Doom. But in the process, Black Panther basically rendered all the vibranium across the world inert. And so this had two effects. The first is that all vibranium everywhere, which had the mystical property of absorbing kinetic energy, it basically rendered all that obsolete. And so now vibranium was essentially worthless. The other effect was that because vibranium was basically worthless, Wakanda had no real value anymore. And so what's happening is people are basically scrambling to try to find vibranium, trying to find a way to duplicate it. And that's really what's happening here. The issue is that Sajani's created something called reverbium. Instead of absorbing sound, instead of absorbing energy, it reflects it and it amplifies it. And so essentially it's like turning the whole thing into a tuning fork. And that's really what happens here. As soon as it's activated, it's just like infinite amplification of sound to the point that it threatens to bring the entire building crashing down around it. Now, of course, Peter Parker is able to shut the system down. And so what happens is he's kind of given this pop quiz by Max Modell. The funny thing about this is that when they ask him questions like, well, we've developed an anti-gravity harness, what do we use for a braking system? When he's asked questions like, how do you contain a 3D object or a 2D object in a 3D space? When they're talking about how do, we've discovered some alien fungus, how do you slow its growth? He references his own experiences here. When he's dealing with Vulture, when he's dealing with Venom, he's referencing his own experience and going against these various villains and how he was able to defeat them. And so really it's him bringing his own experience to the table. And this is Dan Slott saying, no, Peter Parker's a genius. He's one of the smartest people out there. And so from here, it's really Spider-Man hitting the big time. It's the idea that he's finally experiencing success. He's finally having things go his way. And so as this little bit begins to wrap up, we're basically brought back, or at least we're reintroduced to the character of Roderick Kingsley, also known as the Hobgoblin. Now, the cool thing about the Hobgoblin is that he was actually created by Roger Stern to basically be a replacement for the Green Goblin. The way it worked out is in 1971, Jerry Conway had written a story called The Night Gwen Stacy Died, and that was the death of Gwen Stacy. It was one of the most landmark stories in the history of Peter Parker. But basically, it ended with the death of the Green Goblin. The issue was that Green Goblin was so popular by that point, or at least the idea of, Gwen Stacy dying because of either the actions of the Green Goblin or Spider-Man was such a controversial topic that's still being debated to this day, that Marvel wanted to bring the Green Goblin back. But at the time, with Roger Stern writing Amazing Spider-Man, his idea was, I do not want to bring the Green Goblin back from the dead. Instead, I'm going to create somebody else and enter the Hobgoblin. Now, there have been different people who have played the role of Hobgoblin, and they've all had different aspects of the character that made them all unique. But for the character of Kingsley, and really for Hobgoblin as a whole, while he has come into contact with Peter Parker on several occasions, he always really seemed more like a mercenary than anything else, kind of like a soldier of fortune, in the sense that he would just take contracts, he would implement those contracts, and that would be it. Now, with regards to the Hobgoblin as he exists right now, he's been contracted by Kingpin, and the reason for this is because Kingpin, has sources on the inside. There's guys on the inside of Horizon Labs, and Kingpin comes to the realization that, Joffrey's basically working on reverbium, and Kingpin basically says, hey, look, if this is a metal that can amplify sound, then what we're going to do is we're going to steal it, and we're literally going to weaponize it and then sell it to any government that wants to buy it. Again, it's really just, it's just pure money grubbing here when it comes to Kingpin. That's really all this aspect of the story is. But what happens is Kingsley travels to what used to be the domain of Norman Osborn, because keep in mind, you know, this is after the events of Dark Reign, this is after the events of Siege, and so Norman Osborn is no longer a main character. Instead, he's very much just gone from the public eye. And so because of that, you know, when Kingsley actually gets into Norman Osborn's lab and starts going through his personal things, he's met by Phil Urich. Now, Phil Urich is one of the people who was associated with the Daily Bugle, and his whole idea is that he's basically the nephew of the now famous Ben Urich, who did so much reporting during the events of Civil War. But what happens is Phil Urich, while he's being attacked by a Hobgoblin, essentially just freaks. Now with Phil Urich, the funny thing about him is that he was a goblin at one point in time. In fact, he was the Green Goblin during the events of the Onslaught saga. So it's not like he's brand new to all this. He's not a creation by Dan Slott. Instead, for the character of Phil Urich, this is a return to familiarity in a lot of different ways, except now he's taking on the role of Hobgoblin. Now, as far as I'm aware, the only goblin role that Phil Urich played up to this point was the Green Goblin. I may be wrong, although I don't think I am, but if I am, feel free to correct me down there. But as far as I'm aware, he was only ever the Green Goblin. But taking over the role of Hobgoblin, what's really interesting about this is that it really shines into effect the nature of the Kingpin, in the sense that Kingpin doesn't really care who it is that fulfills a contract, as long as what he's trying to acquire is brought in. You know, as long as what it is that he's looking for is brought to him. Now, at this point, we basically pick up in City Hall. And again, this is really kind of funny here because J. Jonah Jameson still hates the idea of Spider-Man. I mean, he's always going to hate Spider-Man. And what's kind of cool is Captain America shows up and says, hey, look, I really want Spider-Man to receive, like, you're doing the whole honorary thing of the key to the city. I really think Spider-Man should be the one to get this. Now, this immediately strikes, you know, this immediately strikes J. Jonah Jameson as, no, that's not going to happen. I absolutely hate Spider-Man. I'm not going to give it to him. I'm going to give it to my son. Now, the funny thing about this is that his son shows up, you know, and he says, hey, you know, I would love to have the key to the city, but I really do think it needs to go to Spider-Man because he's done so many great deeds. So it's not the most significant thing in the world. It's just kind of funny to see J. Jonah Jameson being put in such a strange situation. But again, picking back up again with Horizon Labs, this is when we really start to get this full explanation from Max Modell, in the sense that we're introduced to a few other characters here and there, you know, a few more members, which is part of the Elite Seven, or the not really like the Secret Seven, but it's part of like the top 7 people who were there, the ones that can come and go as they please, work on whatever it is that they want to. And Peter Parker is basically given his own lab. He's given the ability to work on whatever it is that he wants to work on. The issue with this is that while he's in the middle of studying, while he's in the middle of reading what he needs to read and try to get things in order, the entire Horizon Labs facility is immediately attacked by the Hobgoblin. Now, this is actually kind of cool because Dan Slott was messing around with us a little bit. I mean, we would sit here and we would think, well, these are some of the smartest people on the face of the planet. And so if Peter Parker's suddenly not there and Spider-Man is there, then it would seem like the easiest thing to figure out, or the easiest thing to understand, or to, you know, come to the conclusion of, is that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Not only that, remember, Phil Urich has his, you know, goblin scream, so to speak, which basically, you know, it wreaks all kinds of havoc, in the sense that it's basically a sonic scream. And so because of this, it incapacitates Peter Parker, you know, it causes physical reactions in the sense that he's bleeding out of his eyes, you know. And so what happens is, in the middle of this conflict, Peter Parker is able to make his escape by the skin of his pants. Max Modell yanks the fire alarm, and what it does is it kind of balances things out a bit, in the sense that it more or less sends, you know, the Hobgoblin off, just kind of running for the middle of nowhere. Spider-Man, of course, chases after him, and it's kind of this cat and mouse game. And the sense that Spider-Man's trying to figure out why Hobgoblins come back. He's trying to figure out while he's there, but in the end, it doesn't really matter, because Hobgoblin's able to make off with this reverbium as it's been created by Sajani Joffrey. And so one of the funny moments here, this is why I love this so much, is at this point, you know, once it's all said and done, we have Captain Watanabe of the New York Police Department that shows up. And of course, Peter Parker, changing out of his Spider-Man uniform, has to come up with an excuse for why it is that he wasn't out there, when one of the people was like, hey, I took a head count and Peter Parker's not here. When they go into his lab, he's wearing headphones and he's naked. And his response is that, well, this is how I function. Like, I put headphones on, I listen to music, you know, I study when I'm naked. You know, it was the only excuse that he could come up with, spur of the moment. And this is why so many fans loved Peter Parker, because it was just small moments like this that were absolutely hilarious. It was small moments like this that were amazing. But at this point, we pick up with Hobgoblin joining Wilson Fisk. And this is why I say Wilson Fisk doesn't really care what goes on with a contract. Instead, he says, where's Roderick Kingsley? Like, where's Kingsley at? And the response of you know, Phil Urich Hobgoblin is, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't matter at all. I mean, he's gone, he's dead, you know, but the contract's been fulfilled. And Kingpin says, cool beans. Now, the funny thing is, he doesn't really trust Kingsley that much. He's not really sure how he feels about him, but he did uphold the contract. He did fulfill what it was that Kingpin was looking for, and that's all he ever really cares about. Now, at this point, we rejoin Black Cat, and that's why I say she was going to have more of a significant role later on in the story, and I love what Dan Slott does with this. Historically speaking, there's always been this sort of cat and mouse game, not to make a pun, but there's always been this sort of cat and mouse game between between Peter Parker and Black Cat, in the sense that it was always this sort of will they, won't they kind of thing, you know, like, are they ever going to get together? Are they ever going to actually have any real measure of an ongoing relationship? And that's really what Dan Slott does here. He toys with the notion. There's a lot of sexual tension between the two of them and a lot of jokes that go on between the two of them. But at the end of the day, it's always Peter Parker saying, hey, this is why we don't date. This is why we don't get together. But what Black Cat also says is that by way of her sources, she's come to the realization, or she's been informed, that the buyer of the reverbium that was stolen from Horizon Labs is Kingpin. And so this really brings Spider-Man back into contact with Wilson Fisk again. Now, at this point, you know, he says, of course, you know, meet me at this location. The two of them end up getting together, and a box just lands behind Black Cat. When she opens it up, there's glasses, there's an earpiece, the glasses say put this on, or the goggles say put this on. You know, when she does, she realizes that Peter Parker has a new suit, that he basically has a stealth suit. And what he says is this suit is designed to eliminate sound and eliminate people being able to see him, in the sense that it minimalizes all of it. And so, or I guess minimizes all of it. And so it's really his own stealth variation of what Tony Stark had done before, where he had made a stealth suit. And so this basically allows them to infiltrate Kingpin's base of operations in Shadowland and attempt to try to retrieve the reverbium. Now, something else to keep in mind here is that at this point, again, you know, Phil Urich as Hobgoblin is very much in the employ of Kingpin, not to mention that Kingpin himself also has, you know, members of the Hand. Now, something that I want to point out here is that the Hand is this really clandestine organization of ninjas based out of Japan that go back quite some time. But overall, the gist is twofold when it comes to the Hand. The first is to infiltrate various, you know, governmental agencies, subvert them from the inside out, operate from the shadows, that kind of thing. But they're basically also for hire, in the sense that if you have enough money, you can pay members of the Hand to carry out assassinations. Woe betide you if you don't pay them, but you can you can hire them for the purpose of making assassinations, being bodyguards, things like that. And that's kind of the interesting thing, is because the Hand are some of the best assassins in the entirety of the Marvel Universe. And so if you have them as bodyguards, you're almost guaranteed to stay safe, only with the exception of a few people here and there who can basically subvert them. Wolverine is a good example, Elektra is a good example, different things like that. But in the midst of all this, with Hobgoblin, you know, basically responding to what seems to be a break-in with, you know, Peter Parker arriving here along with Black Cat actually leaves Peter hanging. She kind of bails out in the middle of it and says, hey, like, you know, I was here to help you get this, but I'm literally a cat burglar and I know a losing game when I see one, so you're on your own. And she says, all I'm gonna do is go to, you know, Wilson Fisk's personal office, steal some of his private collection, and then sell it. Of course, Wilson Fisk's head of security, so to speak, figures out what's going on with Black Cat. You know, he's able to subdue her. And when she's in the clutches of Kingpin, the funny thing about this is that, you know, Peter Parker's suit is designed to block out all methods of communication. Not only that, Hobgoblin had basically used his sonic scream in order to overpower the stealth suit, or the stealth aspect of Peter Parker's suit, which he responds in kind by, again, basically blocking out all sound in order to keep the Hobgoblin sonic scream from affecting him. But the issue here is that he's oblivious to what's going on with regards to Felicia Hardy. He has no idea what's happening with regards to her being taken by the Kingpin. And so in the end, what really ends up happening here is just a matter of circumstance that leads to Felicia Hardy, you know, getting free, Spider-Man being able to make his escape, in the sense that the sonic scream of Hobgoblin reflects off the reverbium and literally begins to start bringing the building crashing down around him. And so, of course, Peter's able to jump in. He's able to save Felicia. He goes against the Kingpin for a little while, but that's really about it. I mean, he really just kind of whisks out of there and he calls it a day. And so in response, we basically wrap this section up with Dan Slott kind of, you know, leaving us a bit of a taste for what comes next when we have Phil Urich meeting with everybody at the Daily Bugle. You know, Robbie Robertson and all these guys back in the Daily Bugle again, as well as him being, you know, basically being the inside man, in the sense that he essentially knows everything that's going on when it comes to the Daily Bugle. He knows what Peter Parker's individual actions are, despite not knowing that Peter and Spider-Man are one and the same. It's really always him just kind of operating from the shadows. And what Dan Slott's basically doing is drawing a parallel between Peter Parker and Hobgoblin Phil Urich, in the sense of saying that, you know, in a lot of ways, Phil Urich is this sort of Peter Parker antithesis, in the sense that Peter Parker was working as a Daily Bugle with a dual identity. He was Peter Parker, he was Spider-Man. He was selling photos to the Daily Bugle to show what it was that he was doing, or at least to show what Spider-Man was doing. That's how he was making his money. Hobgoblin is doing much the same thing, except instead of making money, he's using it to bolster his reputation. Meanwhile, Peter Parker has basically moved on from the Daily Bugle, and he's taking up residence in Horizon Labs, where he's basically making his money now, and he's making a lot of it. But this really kind of ends with the idea of, you know, basically Peter Parker's all new apartment. It's essentially Dan Slott saying, here's where we are now. Peter Parker's got his own place. He's got his own girlfriend that's not Mary Jane Watson, that for him, all is right with the world, and it lives up to the title Spider-Man Big Time in the sense that Peter Parker has finally hit the big time. He's finally stepped into what he considers to be a successful career, that he's no longer scrounging by selling photographs to the Daily Bugle. Instead, he's got a legitimate career path. His intelligence is being used adequately. He really considers himself to have finally arrived. Okay, so I was originally going to do Dan Slott's Amazing Spider-Man Volume 2, but what I decided to do was kind of wind the clock back a little bit. Instead, we're going to do a video on the origin of anti-venom. Now, the reason why we're doing this, and it's actually kind of like a fish out of water, you know, doing the story, but the reason why we're doing this is because of the fact that there's like the third volume, I think, of Dan Slott's Amazing Spider-Man called The Return of Anti-Venom. And what I didn't want to do was try to cram the origin in with the return of anti-venom, because it's like, hey guys, here's the return of a character that you don't know anything about. And so it's just kind of like, well, that's a problem. So I figured we'd go ahead and just kind of like do the origin. But the cool thing about this is that this really deals in a lot of ways with the reshuffling of Eddie Brock and even the Spider-Man mythos to a degree. It's really more about Eddie Brock than Spider-Man than Peter Parker, but the two kind of go hand in hand in terms of why it was done. And what I mean is following the events of One More Day, when Joe Quesada sat down and said, you know, we need to basically take away everything that dates Peter Parker. That is to say, everything that makes him anything other than just like a kid trying to find his way in the world. Fans freaked, and they freaked for the same reason that, you know, the pre-New 52 Wally West disappeared, things like that. You know, when fans latch on to a character, they don't really like to see them change. But more so than that, a lot of people grew up with like the Peter Parker, Mary Jane Watson relationship. And to suddenly see all that just tossed away because Peter Parker sold his soul to the devil so Aunt May could live for another 10 years really seemed just weird. And people just didn't like that at all. It was one of the most really reviled Spider-Man stories in the history of his character's publication history, if not in the history of comics in general. And so the result was that Spider-Man fans and the media, so on and so forth, everybody just kind of ran J. Michael Straczynski off the title. And the result was that the Spider-Man publications were basically run by a team of people. It was like Joe Quesada, you know, kind of throwing his hands in the air and saying, who wants to write Spider-Man? And everybody was like, well, I do. And so he was like, then all of you guys come over here and we'll all just write stories. And this is where Dan Slott initially kind of got to start. It's really not until Big Time that Dan Slott officially took over the Spider-Man title on his own. But the fact remains here that with this whole reshuffling of the Peter Parker mythos, there were a lot of things that were being introduced, a lot of things that were being done. And that's kind of the beauty, the benefit of this story is, yeah, it is in the middle of everything, but it's in the middle of everything before anything's fleshed out. And so a lot of the characters that we're going to see popping up here haven't really had their origin stories explained yet. That didn't come, you know, for another 10, 15, 20 issues after this particular publication. But the fact remains here that with Peter Parker, you know, picking up with him, the cool thing is that we kind of get this, you know, reminder of everything that's going on. That's what I wanted to touch on for a second. So, you know, the whole origin of Peter Parker's timeless. You know, a kid who's a science geek, bitten by a radioactive spider, gets the proportional strength of a spider, he has spider sense, so on and so forth. Spider-Man is born, becomes a hero after the death of Uncle Ben, all that kind of good stuff. But the idea is that there are also some characters that are being introduced. You know, you have like Menace, for example. You have Mr. Negative, one half of a split personality between a guy named Martin Lee and, well, really a guy posing as Martin Lee and Mr. Negative. You have a few characters who are being introduced here and there. Of course, you've got your regular cast, so you have like Harry Osborn, so on and so forth. But what this does is it initially picks up with a conflict between Menace and Spider-Man. Now, this is one of the things that I was talking about where we're kind of in the middle of things, but none of this has really been fleshed out. Menace is a character who popped up before this story happened, but the origin of Menace had never really been explored. That didn't happen until Amazing Spider-Man 586, I think. And it turns out to be somebody that we're quite familiar with. But the idea here is that Menace is in a lot of ways kind of this reimagining of the Green Goblin, right? I mean, you know, Norman Osborn is like an intrinsic villain of Spider-Man. You know, Marvel Cinematic Universe is giving us Vulture. That's cool. We know it's only a matter of time before the Green Goblin shows up. You couldn't have Spider-Man in any film and not feature the Green Goblin somewhere along the line. That's just people kind of want to break from all the disastrous versions of the Green Goblin that we've gotten from Sony so far. But the idea here is that Menace is really seems to be acting more like a vigilante, you know, in the sense that Menace doesn't really have an adherence to like one particular person. It's just Menace kind of pops up and says, here are the things that I'm about, you know, I'm about taking out Spider-Man, so on and so forth. But it's kind of this reminder where things stand. At the same time, there are also a lot of refugees who seem to have been brought into the United States for reasons that we're not really sure about. And they're just kind of escaping, taking up residence. They'll actually kind of wrap back around towards the end of the story. But again, this is just kind of a reminder of the direction that things are going in terms of Peter Parker, where he stands, what he's about. But this is when we start to get into the idea of frontline. Now, prior to this, a guy by the name of Dexter Bennett had basically purchased the Daily Bugle. The problem with this is that instead of upholding the traditions of J. Jonah Jameson by keeping the Daily Bugle as a reputable news source, albeit a reputable news source that's slanted against Spider-Man, the fact remains that Dexter Bennett basically turned it into a tabloid magazine. It was like the National Enquirer, the Weekly weekly world news. It was the lowest of any form of publication. And because of that, Peter Parker effectively left. Now, it was really more like, I guess, a firing than him actually leaving. And the reason why was because of the fact that under, the leadership of Dexter Bennett, Peter Parker was basically transformed into a member of the paparazzi. But his actions in taking photographs of people, albeit not really wanting to do so, led to the deaths of one of the people that he was photographing. And so following that, realizing that his action was leading to the death of people, he basically vacated. Now, prior to this, Robbie Robertson had left, Sally Floyd, Ben Urich, they had all taken off to form Frontline. Now, of course, Frontline is a name you guys are probably familiar with regards to Civil War. Initially started out as a blog, but it was transformed into a wholesale news company following the conclusion of Civil War. And what's also going on here is that Frontline itself, kind of picking up where J. Jonah Jameson's Daily Bugle left off after it was bought by Dexter Bennett, by considering itself to be a reputable news source. It's not focusing on the glitz and glamour tabloid stuff and focusing on actual important stories. Frontline is focusing on a guy by the name of Randall Crown. Now, the reason why they're focusing on Randall Crown is because he's a mayoral candidate. But the idea here is that he is involved in these individuals, that Spider-Man was dealing with, those individuals who were running off in the fight, all of whom appear to have been trafficked into the United States. And so the idea is that Randall Crown is working with some third party, we don't really know what it is, but he's working with some individual to traffic humans into the US for whatever the reason happens to be. But what we end up doing is we basically pick up with Norman Osborn's Thunderbolts. Now, this is when we start to get into the aftermath of Civil War. I mean, we've done Secret Invasion, right? Like, we talked about the Secret Invasion event. You can find that down in the description of this video. But Secret Invasion basically dealt with the aftermath, following the death of Captain America, following the main Civil War event itself. It was kind of Marvel bringing to a close this whole idea of the Superhuman Registration Act, and Secret Invasion concluded with Tony Stark being ousted as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Norman Osborn taking his place. And so because Norman Osborn took his place, Norman Osborn disbanded S.H.I.E.L.D., put Hammer in its place, and basically used the Thunderbolts as a way for him to begin going through and carrying out his own individual campaigns. Now, I know a lot of you guys are probably asking about Eddie Brock. A lot of you guys want to know what's going on with Eddie Brock. And so what we do is we transition to a place called Feast. And Feast is basically, it really stands for the idea of a food emergency aid, shelter, and training. It's run by this guy named Mr. Lee for the purpose of grabbing individuals who are homeless, who have been displaced, whatever the case may be, and giving them the tools they need to get back on their feet and to find success. And so what happens is, I guess we basically find out that Aunt May is volunteering at this facility, but the entire basis behind this introduction comes by way of Betty Brant. Now, of course, the cool thing about Betty Brant is she's a longtime member of the Spider-Man mythos. I mean, she goes back, a long time. And in fact, she was the first romantic interest of Peter Parker before Gwen Stacy. I don't think it was really short-lived. It was really more of, Marvel kind of toying around with the idea before Gwen Stacy and Peter got together. But she's here because of the fact that Dexter Bennett basically says, look, I'm a supporter of Randall Crown. All right, this newspaper is basically going to serve as the media arm of Randall Crown. We're going to do everything we can to get him elected. If there's a publication out there that's posting information that basically contradicts the idea that Randall Crown is the best candidate, then your job, Betty Brant, is to go find information to discredit those individuals. In this instance, Bill Hollister. Bill Hollister is a guy who's basically running against Randall Crown, and what Dexter Bennett says is, go find a guy named Martin Lee. He's basically helping to fund the campaign of Bill Hollister. Your job is to report on him and to find dirt on that guy so we can use that to discredit Bill Hollister. We can say, well, Bill Hollister is being funded by a criminal, he's being funded by a guy who's involved in trafficking, whatever the case may be. Find information so that we can use it to discredit Hollister. And so with Betty Brant showing up here at the Feast facility, this is when we pick up with Eddie Brock. Now, the reason why I kind of waited until this point to talk about this, because I know a lot of you guys are kind of like, there was a lot going on with Eddie Brock. Yes, there was. Sal at Comic Pop and myself actually had this really cool conversation. I called him and asked him some questions about Eddie Brock because there were a few things that I was curious about, because I didn't really know how we got from A to B. I mean, I knew Eddie Brock was Venom. He was one of Spider-Man's most formidable villains. They were on again, off again allies. Eddie Brock had his own moral code, but I didn't know how we got from Eddie Brock being Venom to Eddie Brock basically being a cancer patient. And so when I was talking to Sal at Comic Pop, he had a really good statement where he basically said that following the events of One More Day, Marvel looked at Eddie Brock as like this holdover from the 1990s that just wasn't really relevant anymore. So what Marvel wanted to do was reshuffle the Venom concept around and see if they could shop it around to different characters and then finally find one that they could set on. So what they did is they basically passed the Venom symbiote from Eddie Brock to Matt Gargan, also known as Scorpion. And that's the reason why, if you guys see Venom as part of Thunderbolts, which you will see here, that's Scorpion. That's not actually Eddie Brock. That's why you're seeing, really Eddie and Venom in two different locations. But the idea here is that for the character of Eddie, Marvel did a lot of changing with regards to his origin, with regards to his backstory, and him suffering from cancer was the way in which they transitioned things. What Marvel did is with, I think it was Spectacular Spider-Man Volume 2, the first 5 issues composed a story called The Hunger. And what it basically said is where the original introduction of Venom established that Eddie Brock was a guy whose career was basically ruined by Peter Parker or by Spider-Man, and he bonded with the Venom symbiote for retribution. What Marvel does is they came back and said, no, that's not really the case. Instead, what happened was Eddie Brock had cancer, and the Venom symbiote bonded itself to Eddie Brock just for the simple fact that Eddie Brock's body was just pumping out chemicals like crazy, and it would keep the Venom symbiote going. And so in response to that, every time Eddie Brock went after Spider-Man, every time the two of them got into a conflict, Eddie Brock was acting on the defensive. He was terrified that if Spider-Man took the Venom symbiote away from him, it would result in him dying. Now, eventually what Marvel did is they came back between 2004 and 2007, and they started launching all these small little stories about Eddie Brock. There were about 2 or 3 of them. And what happened is Eddie Brock basically cast off the symbiote itself. He came to terms with the idea that he was going to die, and this basically picked up with him succumbing to his cancer, or at least appearing to succumb to his cancer, and falling into the process of dying. Now again, this ties into the idea that Marvel was moving the Venom symbiote away from Eddie and putting it on Scorpion. But what happens is Eddie Brock basically travels to the Feast facility. He meets with Mr. Lee, and Mr. Lee basically cures him. Now, this is the other half of the Mr. Negative persona. It's one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to wait to this point to cover that. But the whole Mr. Negative, Mr. Lee dichotomy is kind of strange. That's fleshed out in a different origin. We don't really know too much about him, not for this story anyway. The only thing we really need to know is that Mr. Lee, the actual person that we're seeing here, is a guy that can heal people by touching them. When it comes to Mr. Negative, he's the other side of the coin. It's like this dichotomy between good and evil. Bruce Banner, the Incredible Hulk, that kind of thing. You know, it's this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde sort of situation. The face that we see here with Mr. Lee is the good side. But at this point, the way that Marvel's played this out, he doesn't know about the Mr. Negative persona. He just kind of switches over to it, and then Mr. Negative basically operates as a crime boss in Chinatown. But what happens is that where Mr. Lee had essentially touched Eddie Brock and cured him of his cancer, in this instance when Mr. Lee's talking to Betty Brant, and he's basically talking about how this place is considered to be a place of miracles, but how it's really, you know, God curing people, so on and so forth. When he touches Eddie Brock a second time, it reactivates the latent symbiote, Venom symbiote in his body. Now, what this does is this basically sets the stage for the introduction of anti-venom, for the idea of Eddie Brock going from normal Eddie Brock to becoming anti-venom. And the way this is done is actually really, really cool. It's one of these interesting things where it's like a million different things all going on at the same time. But with Peter Parker heading back, you know, going back to his residence, he's encountered by Norman Osborn. Now, the reason why is because at this moment right now, Spider-Man's essentially a fugitive. And the reason why Spider-Man's a fugitive is because Norman Osborn, with all his power, all his ability, has been trying to find a way to bring Spider-Man down. The problem with this is that Spider-Man is an Avenger. Spider-Man is one of the world's most celebrated heroes. The other thing you have to keep in mind here is that following the events of One More Day, and I think during the events of Brand New Day, I'm not going to swear to that, Peter Parker went to Doctor Strange and had Doctor Strange wipe the world's mind that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. Of course, he revealed his identity during Civil War. That's why no one knows who he is, because Doctor Strange took care of that for him. And so the result is that Norman Osborn, all he really knows is that Peter Parker gets pictures of Spider-Man, the two of them seem to work together, and he wants to know where Spider-Man is. That's why Spider-Man's being framed, because Norman Osborn basically wants to make Spider-Man look like a murderer by going around killing people and then putting spider tracker devices on these dead bodies, so that anybody who covers a story, any forensic, scientist, whoever it is that analyzes these bodies, will come to the conclusion that Spider-Man killed them. Now, of course, we know Spider-Man didn't, but what this does is it allows Norman Osborn to kind of, show up in New York, show up in Manhattan, and begin the process of trying to find Peter Parker. Now, with Norman Osborn basically being forced to vacate the apartment because of the fact that, the roommate of Peter Parker, who at the time was a cop, was basically showing up, because of the fact that Norman Osborn didn't want to be seen as somebody who was caught abusing his power, because likely it would lead to him being removed as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What ended up happening here is he basically takes off, and then Peter Parker as Spider-Man goes to see him in his base of operations, more or less to question him, to interrogate him, to find out what it is that he's doing. Because keep in mind, while Norman Osborn doesn't know that Peter Parker's Spider-Man, Peter Parker knows that Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin. And where Norman Osborn is putting on the front that he's a legit guy, where he's putting on the front to the world that he's a capable director of S.H.I.E.L.D., or I guess the director of Hammer at this point, Peter Parker knows it's only a matter of time before his, nefarious deeds come to light. And so Peter Parker's half waiting it out, half looking for information to verify that Norman Osborn's a bad guy, because of course, we know that he is. But what Norman Osborn had also done is, in response to the idea that he had to leave Peter Parker's apartment early, he sent the rest of his Thunderbolts out, Songbird, Venom, so on and so forth, sent them all out and basically said, go find Spider-Man. Do whatever you need to do, but go find Spider-Man. Of course, not realizing that Spider-Man was going to show up on his doorstep. But what happened is the Venom symbiote was basically tracking down its previous host, tracking down the last host that it had. The issue with this is that one thing to keep in mind, the Venom symbiote has a mind of its own. It in a lot of ways. Not only that, you know, Matt Gargan doesn't really know how to use it effectively. He's still relatively new to the whole Venom concept, and so he's not nearly as adept or as used to Venom as Eddie Brock is. And the result is that the Venom symbiote is actually tracking down, or at least it seems like it's tracking down, Eddie Brock. And the reason why is because what it does is it smashes into the Feast facility and encounters Eddie Brock with the intention of re-merging with him. The issue with this is that when the Venom symbiote accesses his body, it jumpstarts this latent, you know, symbiote, these symbiote cells inside the body of Eddie Brock. And what he does is he emerges as anti-Venom. Now, with regards to Marvel creating this this standard, they had to find a way to differentiate the two, right? I mean, all the symbiotes have some aspect of them that make them unique, whether it's Toxin, basically the child of Carnage, whether it is, you know, Venom itself, whether it is Carnage itself, whatever the case may be. A lot of the symbiotes have things that make them different, that make them unique. They share a lot of common traits, the immunity to Spider-Man's spider sense, you know, the same sort of abilities that Spider-Man has, wall crawling, shooting webs, so on and so forth. For anti-Venom, he's basically a guy, or at least the powers that anti-Venom has are almost like a healing touch, so to speak, in the sense that, you know, the abilities of Martin Lee were absorbed to some capacity or in some form or fashion. But what anti-Venom has the ability to do is to basically touch the bodies of other people and cleanse them of impurities. And what this does is it gives Venom a weakness to anti-Venom in the form that whenever Eddie Brock touches the Venom symbiote will start to recoil. It'll start to sort of go away because of the fact that it's literally being burned. It's like putting fire to your skin. And so what happens is Spider-Man, of course, shows up on the scene, realizing that that Venom's basically shown up at the Feast facility where Aunt May works. And it's just like this three-way battle between the two. And it's actually really kind of cool to see. It's like Spider-Man versus anti-Venom versus Venom. And it's awesome. I love things like this. I love the way these events, you know, kind of coalesce, the way these little stories coalesce and begin to come together. But in the midst of this whole conflict, in the midst of all this madness, we suddenly have the Menace arriving. Now, of course, with the Menace showing up here, it's really for the purpose of grabbing Bill Hollister, carrying out its own goals, carrying out its own means. And so what we do is, while, you know, Menace basically takes off with Bill Hollister, or at least it seems like Menace is taking off with Bill Hollister, we have Spider-Man, you know, Peter Parker, of course, planting his camera for the purpose of taking pictures so he can give them to Frontline, and then engaging in the conflict. The funny thing about this is it's kind of like a mistake of identity, right? I mean, Peter Parker comes to realize that anti-Venom is Eddie Brock, but in his mind, Eddie Brock is a bad guy. You know, if Eddie Brock is wearing a symbiote, then it means Eddie Brock's gonna go do bad stuff. And this is a huge deal because, yeah, Cletus Cassidy was dangerous, you know, but Eddie Brock knows how to fight Spider-Man in a way Carnage may never know. Now, of course, they're both equally dangerous, and in truth, I would go as far as to say that if we're talking about a direct fight, it's Peter Parker going against Carnage, Peter Parker going against Venom, it might be kind of a tough sell to tell me that Venom might get the upper hand, that in the end, Carnage would probably be the one to come out on top. But the idea here is that Peter Parker basically says, look, you know, if you're Eddie Brock, then you must be a bad guy, but you're fighting Venom. So are you a bad guy? Is Peter Parker trying to get his bearings, trying to understand what's going on, but while this is happening, kind of staying out of the way at the same time? And so a really funny moment ends up happening here, you know, when Peter Parker takes this philosophy, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, when he tells, you know, anti-Venom, he's like, hey, you hate Venom, right? And anti-Venom's like, yeah. And he's like, well, I hate him too. Let's team up. And then they basically team up against Venom and start taking him out. And it's really cool to see. It's really fun to see. But the issue with this is that, you know, when Matt Gargan is basically cured, or at least it seems like he's cured of this Venom symbiote, where it's basically removed from his body, anti-Venom basically turns his sights to Peter Parker. Now, the funny thing about this is he says, look, I can sense that you have issues, that your blood is not as pure as it needs to be. Part of this is because of the fact that at some point along the line, you were exposed to radioactive, man. So you've got a little bit of radiation in your blood. But then he also realizes, oh, you've got a lot of radiation in your blood. Now, we know that that's how Peter Parker's powers function. You know, Peter Parker has his abilities because his blood is irradiated. And so if anti-Venom were to be able to go through with what it is that he's doing right now, which is basically purging the radiation from the blood of Peter Parker, he would lose all of his spider powers. And so it's kind of cool seeing this whole thing go on. The problem with this is that while all these events are unfolding, of course, when the cops had shown up, when Menace was trying to take Bill Hollister, and Menace was forced to leave Bill Hollister behind, that Menace comes across Norman Osborn. Now, this is cool because this is kind of this return to familiarity with Norman Osborn, right? Like, there are moments in his character's publication history that are iconic. For example, the death of the Green Goblin, when Harry, I almost said when Harry Potter, when Norman Osborn and Peter Parker fought following the night Gwen Stacy died, that it resulted in in Norman Osborn falling on his own sword, you know, being impaled by his own glider. In a lot of ways, this bears some hallmarks to that particular fight, in the sense that Menace is using the various devices of Norman Norman Osborn. Menace is, facing off against him, and the fight's very similar to the conflict between the two, and even Menace, Menace itself references the instance where Norman Osborn basically died against Peter Parker and says, hey, look, you were impaled on your own glider before. Let's see if we can do it again. Now, in the middle of this whole conflict with, between Peter Parker and Anti-Venom, the forces of the Thunderbolts arrive on the scene. And the reason why is because of the fact that Norman Osborn is like, look, guys, we gotta go. We gotta bail. The authorities are moving in here. We're making too much of a scene. We're supposed to be operating behind the scenes. No one's supposed to know that my hand is here. No one's supposed to catch my hand in the cookie jar. So he says, in order to keep that from happening, we gotta bail out. So he says, grab Matt Gargan. We'll get him out of here. And of course, the idea is grab Peter Parker or grab Spider-Man if he can as well. Of course, they're not able to. And Peter Parker essentially makes his escape. At the same time, it's Marvel setting the stage for the whole events, the whole situation with the future of Anti-Venom, in the sense that Anti-Venom kind of sits down for a second and says, okay, Spider-Man took off, I can go after Spider-Man or I can go after Venom. What Anti-Venom says is, I'm going to pursue Venom. My goal is going to be to take him out and remove the last vestiges of the Venom symbiote, those little cells or what have you, from the body of Scorpion, basically removing his ability to become Venom. And so because of this, with everything kind of wrapping up, Peter Parker travels back, checks on his Aunt May, makes sure that everything's all right. But then we also have Norman Osborn speaking directly to Randall Crown. And what we find out is that Norman Osborn and Randall Crown were essentially working together, in the sense that Randall Crown was trafficking people into the US by way of the various, cargo ships and so on and so forth that belonged to Norman Osborn. Of course, this was really, kind of a big deal. It was a very hush-hush thing for Osborn, just because of the fact that if it came to light that he was complicit in the trafficking of humans, it would bring down everything that he's worked so hard for. Because remember, what Norman Osborn's trying to do is basically take over the United States. We've talked about that before. We haven't really covered Dark Reign directly, but that was the whole basis of Dark Reign, was him trying to take over the United States, the Dark Avengers, the Dark X-Men, so on and so forth. It was him trying to conquer everything. And so what he does is he grabs the camera that Peter Parker had basically left behind, forgetting that it was there, and he starts showing the photos to the members of the Thunderbolts, and he says, there's a weakness here. There's a weakness here that we can exploit. And what he does is he says, whenever this camera's posted up, it's basically whoever Spider-Man is getting pictures for himself. And what he says is that inside the suit on the spider is basically a tracking device, and the camera follows the spider suit, which is how it is that it's always able to get these perfect shots. That's why the camera is just not taking shots of an empty road. It's actually following his physical body, and that's why he's always got his chest or his suit turned out to the camera so it can take pictures of him while he's moving. But what Norman Osborn says is, what we can do is we can basically tap into the frequency that this camera uses to follow the device in his chest, and we can in turn find a way to basically infiltrate Spider-Man's spider sense, to basically deceive it so he doesn't know that we're there. We can use that, to our own advantage, and then we can take him out from close quarters, from a distance. We can shoot him while he's going from building to building, and his spider sense will not alert him to what it is that's about to happen. Now, from here we find out that among the various soldiers that exist as part of Norman Osborn's regime is actually Anti-Venom. It's Eddie Brock, and this is when we learn that his suit basically allows him to shapeshift. It allows him to take on virtually any form that he wants to, and the result is that he's essentially infiltrating this. So the cool thing is that, again, Eddie Brock as Anti-Venom, is kind of like it's trying to be a hero. He's trying to be a good guy, and that's one of the things that makes him so unique. The problem with this is that after this story, I don't think he shows up again until the return of Anti-Venom. So it's kind of sad to see him only show up for a handful of comics. But the idea here is that he's essentially keeping tabs on everything that's going on, monitoring everything that's taking place. Now, with regards to Matt Gargan, with regards to Scorpion basically losing his ability to become Venom, it's not like the Venom symbiote is gone from his body in its entirety. It's still there. The issue is that it's basically been damaged to the point that it almost seems to be beyond repair. And so what happens is Radioactive Man basically begins to expose the body of Matt Gargan to radioactivity. And the reason why is because the goal is to basically take a blood sample and see if there's a way to essentially remove the antibodies basically that Anti-Venom puts out, to remove those from the body of Matt Gargan. And so what happens is Norman Osborn actually takes these chemicals and uses them on a guy named Freak. Now, Freak was originally introduced as a drug addict in the Amazing Spider-Man stories. That's really all he was. He's a character that was created as a means to an end. And what I mean by that is he appeared in a couple stories here and there, but this is by far the most notable role he played. Freak was basically a guy who grabbed just a random syringe, injected himself with the chemicals from Kirk Connors from the Lizard's lab, and then suddenly he developed the ability to basically adapt to any situation. He's not, he's not like a mutant or anything, and it's not an instantaneous thing. Instead, what happens is, he'll be burned alive, for example, and then his body will enter a chrysalis stage, and he'll come out immune to fire. And that's the way his body functions. It gets to the point where he just basically is immortal, like he can't be killed. And that's what Norman Osborn's banking on here. What he does is he takes the anti-venom compound, he injects it into the body of Freak with the intention of creating this super venom. And the purpose of having this super venom will basically be to kind of lay waste to things. You know, I mean, that's the danger of it, is that a few drops will ultimately end up killing people. And so what happens is Norman Osborn basically goes back to his lab for the purpose of using this chemical to engineer it, modify it a bit, and then jumpstart the powers of Matt Gargan, allowing him to become Venom again. The funny thing about this, though, is this is kind of like this resurgence of the Green Goblin. Not perfectly, not in the sense that like the Green Goblin has been gone forever. The Green Goblin's been around, but this is just another instance where he shows up. It's another instance of this sort of split situation in the mind and in the body of Norman Osborn. Now, from here, it's also, you know, again, Bullseye and the various members of the Thunderbolts carrying out the mission of Norman Osborn, basically finding Peter Parker, because, or at least finding Spider-Man, because again, they're basically using the frequency that the camera uses to access his device in his chest to tap into his location, to basically use it like a homing device. And that's exactly what they do. You have Bullseye, you have a handful of soldiers that locate Spider-Man and track him down. The problem with this is that in the midst of their efforts to take out Spider-Man, the entire group is suddenly met with the arrival of Anti-Venom. And this is cool because Anti-Venom basically takes all these guys out. And it's interesting to see these two guys pair up because it turns into an actual team up, but it starts as like a weird situation that Spider-Man just doesn't really know how to work his mind around. I mean, he's used to Eddie Brock being a bad guy. He's used to Eddie Brock only working alongside him in certain situations. For example, the emergence of Carnage. And so because of that, the two of them actually working alongside, you know, working side by side as heroes. The idea of Anti-Venom saying, hey, look, you left your camera behind, they took it, and that's how they found you, you know, it's interesting. It's sort of a weird situation for Peter Parker. And so ultimately what happens is Anti-Venom and Parker are able to basically take out these various soldiers, knock out Bullseye, and then just bail out. Now, of course, we also have Matt Gargan being injected with the serum. The issue is that it's not an instantaneous thing. It'll take time for the Venom symbiote to come back, and the reason why is because the purpose of the serum is to basically burn out the anti-venom antibodies and allow the Venom symbiote to begin re-emerging. And so while it's in the process of doing that, Scorpion's basically given an updated Scorpion suit. And so again, this is Marvel kind of toying. This is Marvel going back and forth saying, hey guys, you know, you're getting the best of both. You're basically getting a side-by-side comparison. Here's a story where you see the Scorpion and you see the Scorpion as Venom in the exact same situations, the exact same conflicts. Which one do you like more? Is really kind of what was going on here. And so the result is that we really get to kind of choose which one we enjoy, which one we don't enjoy. And so picking up with Spider-Man and picking up with Anti-Venom, the idea here is Anti-Venom basically says, hey, look, Norman Osborn, the Thunderbolts, the guys you're looking for, they all went back to the Osborn lab. They're all back there. You need to go to the Osborn Research Group if you want to track them down. And so it's kind of cool seeing these two guys work together, but we also see some really cool bit of ingenuity. The reason why this works so well and the reason why team-ups between Venom and Spider-Man have always worked is because it's like they're two sides of the same coin. You've got Spider-Man with his spider sense, you know, with his capabilities, his agility, strength, so on and so forth. And you've got Eddie Brock with his experience as part of Venom, you know, with the Venom symbiote. And so because of that, we basically have, you know, what looks like Spider-Man infiltrating the facility and being attacked by the Thunderbolts, only for us to find out that's not Spider-Man, that's actually Anti-Venom shapeshifted as Spider-Man. And so it's cool to see these things go against each other. It's cool to see them function. And so what happens is, of course, you know, Green Goblin makes his presence known. He and Spider-Man fight for a little while. It's kind of wrapping these things up by giving us a bit of fan service in terms of the characters, you know, fighting against one another. But we also find out that a lot of these people that have been brought in, a lot of these humans that have been trafficked, that have been kidnapped, were being experimented on. And so the question is, okay, you know, where's this road going to lead? Now, we're actually not going to find that out. We're not going to find out here where this road leads. Instead, what we do is we basically pick up with Scorpion, you know, again, continuing to fight against Anti-Venom, and then actually injecting him with a barb that basically seems to take away Eddie Brock's ability to be Venom. Instead, following this, we have Matt Gargan just re-invoking this Venom symbiote after it's finally healed and re-emerging, sort of going forward with the assumption that Anti-Venom is basically defeated, that he can't come back from this. And so during the entirety of this conflict, Norman Osborn had essentially activated a self-destruct in the building with the idea that the entire building was going to come crashing down, that everybody was going to be killed. Spider-Man was going to die, you know, of course, Freak still in that building was going to die. We know they made it out. But in the end, it's this idea that we're kind of left with a few unanswered questions in the sense of these individuals who are being experimented on, so on and so forth. But we're also left with the idea of Anti-Venom, you know, kind of focusing on Eddie Brock himself. In the end, he just sort of says, hey, look, you know, life gave me a second chance. Life gave me the opportunity to go forward and be a hero. The question is, what am I going to do with this heroic role? What am I going to do with this situation? And so what he does, he basically, you know, his suit reactivates. He starts walking around shape-shifting. And then we don't really find out too much about what happens with him. I think he does, you know, a couple things here and there. But aside from that, as far as I'm aware, he doesn't really come back until the Return of Venom storyline as part of Dan Slott's Amazing Spider-Man. Okay, so picking up with the Amazing Spider-Man, again, picking up with like the main Amazing Spider-Man now that we've kind of done the origin of Anti-Venom, this is really kind of cool. I mean, again, you know, in the last video, we had talked about how after the events of One More Day, that the Spider-Man title just kind of turned into like a committee-based publication in the sense that it was like a group of people writing it. And we had also talked about how there were a few changes that were being fleshed out here and there in terms of when Dan Slott officially took over as the sole writer of the title with Spider-Man Big Time. But we were talking about how Dan Slott was basically getting rid of a lot of the things that he didn't like, you know, about the whole committee writing everything, how he basically wanted to kind of clear the landscape and make the Spider-Man title all his own. And that's usually what happens. You know, when it comes to a writer taking over a publication, they'll go about it in different ways. Some writers will just kind of build on what's already there. Other writers will wipe the slate clean and start over again. A really good example is like Black Panther, you know, for example. When it came to the mythos of the character as he was created, Christopher Priest had like the landmark run in Volume 3 that basically introduced all kinds of new concepts, expanded on the Black Panther mythos. Instead of wiping all that clean, during the events of Avengers and New Avengers, Jonathan Hickman built on that and then added something called the Necropolis, which is where Black Panther communicates with the dead, with the Black Panthers of the past, those individuals that have held the title before him and died of old age or just died in combat or whatever the case may be. And then right now with Ta-Nehisi, who's writing the story of Black Panther, he's building on top of all of that and adding his own stuff into it. So different writers take things different ways. But with Dan Slott, he looked around at the Spider-Man mythos and he said, okay, so here's where we stand. Following the events of One More Day, Marvel had basically come along. They had Flash Thompson as part of the US Army. He basically fell into a coma due to some injuries. When he woke up, he had basically forgotten a lot of the conflict and a lot of the strife that he had put Peter Parker through when they were in high school. So it was kind of a way to reinvigorate the character of Flash Thompson, and they went forward as friends. This allowed for Marvel to basically spin Flash Thompson out, so he would eventually become Agent Venom. With I think that first story arc began in the Amazing Spider-Man in this volume actually, and as a backup feature in this particular story with Amazing Spider-Man 653 or 654 or something like that. And then they turned around and they said, okay, so Mary Jane Watson, prior to One More Day, Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson have been married for years. After One More Day, they basically retconned it so the two of them never got married, that when they were supposed to get married, Peter Parker's adventures as Spider-Man resulted in him missing his wedding date. And so while Mary Jane Watson, as part of Spider-Man Big Time right now, still knows his identity, instead of ever having been married, they dated, very passionately for a while, and they're just friends at this point in time. It was adding in things like Aunt May getting married to J. Jonah Jameson's father, the introduction of Carly Cooper as the girlfriend of Peter Parker. It was just kind of structuring things, shifting things, moving things around in a way that Dan Slott could kind of look at this landscape and say, okay, what do we want to keep and what do we want to get rid of? And so that's what a lot of this does. Spider-Man Big Time, for the first, few volumes, really going up to like Spider Island, began the process of getting rid of a lot of the things that Dan Slott didn't like, but it was also the idea of building up to Superior Spider-Man, the idea that Dr. Octopus would take over the body of Peter Parker. Now, what this does, that's kind of a long, exposition in terms of getting into the story, but what this does, and the reason why I wanted to go ahead and make those points, is because we really kind of pick up with Peter Parker in his off time, and this is why a lot of Spider-Man fans loved Peter Parker as Spider-Man. That's why they loved his stories, because you would see just as many, volumes, just as many story arcs that dealt with him being Spider-Man, fighting bad guys, teaming up with the Avengers, Fantastic Four, and so on, as you would Peter Parker in his off time, what he's doing when he's not Spider-Man. It was this well-rounded, well-fleshed out life of Peter Parker within Marvel Comics, which is why he's like this timeless character. Peter Parker will never go away. He's like Batman, he's like Superman. He'll be known from now until humanity collapses in its entirety. But the cool thing about this is this does kind of harken back to the idea of Mary Jane. And that's why I wanted to throw that in there, because of course with Peter Parker cheering on Carly Cooper, telling her, yeah, you're doing a great job as she's, doing her roller derby thing, Mary Jane kind of makes these comments about how, Peter Parker really got his life together. He was able to balance his life as Peter Parker and his life as Spider-Man, but he did it without Mary Jane. Now again, this is Dan Slott kind of reaffirming to the reader that the two of them are not together and they've never been married. Because remember, when Spider-Man Big Time was announced, when Marvel came along and they were like, hey guys, Spider-Man Big Time, it was like all new, all different Marvel for Amazing Spider-Man, in the sense that it was like, hey guys, like this is the place to start. If you guys really want to get into Spider-Man, start now with Spider-Man Big Time. And even a lot of people who are Spider-Man fans, you go on the Marvel subreddit, or I don't really go there anymore, but if you go to like the Spider-Man subreddit, there'll be a lot of people who will say like Spider-Man Big Time is a good place to jump off from if you want to get started. They, tell you to read Wikipedia articles or something like that, or watch my videos if you want a good idea of what to know if you're going to jump into it. But this is kind of, designed to be a great jumping off point for the Amazing Spider-Man. So this is the reason why, because it's Dan Slott kind of showing us, where things are, where they stand. Now at this point, we transition over to Andrews Air Force Base. And the reason why is because the son of J. Jonah Jameson is actually getting ready to go on a mission into space. The issue with this is that this segment sees the return of Alistair Smythe. At least I think it's Smythe, or it might be Smith. I don't know how you want to pronounce it. But Alistair Smythe is the son of Spencer Smythe. And Spencer Smythe was a longtime villain of Spider-Man, really even J. Jonah Jameson. But the issue was he was defeated at almost every turn. Eventually, this led to his death, and the result was that Alistair Smythe basically picked up the mantle of Spider Slayer. But much like his father, Alistair basically uses cybernetic enhancements to his advantage in the form of robots that are made or people who have existing cybernetic enhancements by improving them and then rallying them to his cause. So it's kind of like this reimagining of the Sinister Six to a degree that's not led by Dr. Octopus. Not the exact same, but that's about the closest I can get in terms of offering a comparison. But Alistair Smith, his entire campaign here is really to just bring down everything that J. Jonah Jameson cares about. And the reason why is because he blames J. Jonah Jameson for the death of his father. Now, the issue here is that, of course, with Spider-Man being here, we also have Max Modell. Now, Max Modell doesn't seem like he would be an important thing, but it's huge. And the reason why is because he's one of the smartest people in the Marvel Universe. And the way that Dan Slott's going to do this is actually really cool, the way that he pulls this off. But again, this is really them just kind of analyzing the vessel, going over the ship, so on and so forth, looking at everything. And we basically have Dan Slott really telling us how it's all supposed to function. Horizon Labs is behind this project, is some of the best engineers in the world, so on and so forth. It's expected to go off without a hitch. But transitioning back to Peter Parker, this is kind of the cool thing here, because when he's hanging out with Carly Cooper, keep in mind, Carly does not know that he's Spider-Man. She just knows that he's Peter Parker. Mary Jane Watson, again, does know that he's Spider-Man. And so the funny thing is that when Peter's hanging out with Carly Cooper, he has to put on this show that he doesn't know how to roller skate. He doesn't know how to do any of that stuff. And it's a great bonding chance. I mean, that's really all it is. It's a great bonding experience for the two of them. The two of them just really kind of having fun, that sort of thing. But of course, once she goes to get changed in order to, for them to hang out, Peter Parker's like, I'm amazing when it comes to roller skating. Of course, his enhanced agility, his balance, so on and so forth, makes him exceptional at this. But the other cool thing is that Dan Slott kind of begins to wrap up this loose end, or not really a loose end, but begins to kind of wrap things up with Mary Jane Watson, not in the sense that she's going to be out of the picture forever, but in the sense of telling us as the reader, here's how the two view each other. Of course, there's a conversation between the two of them. Mary Jane kind of saying, look, you really care. It looks like you really care about Carly Cooper. Are you going to tell her your secret? That kind of thing. And the reason why Mary Jane Watson is doing this is because, again, according to the new history between Peter and Mary, she just didn't really like the idea of him functioning as the Amazing Spider-Man and Peter Parker at the same time. The reason being because if they actually ended up getting married, because they toyed with that for a while, with the idea that they would actually go on to get married where, they had missed their first wedding date. If the two of them actually did get married, his actions as Spider-Man would put their child in jeopardy. Now, this is one of the reasons why Spider-Man Renew Your Vows was written during Secret Wars, because it was basically Marvel coming back and saying, well, what if in this particular story arc, Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker didn't take that route? What if instead they actually got married and they had a child? What if one more day never took place? What would that universe look like? What would that world look like? Now, of course, we saw how all that unfolded, and we're actually seeing it now with regards to the relaunch of Renew Your Vows. This is going to be kind of focusing on this Mary Jane Watson, Peter Parker, sort of situation. But the idea here is that as they sort of leave, Peter's left with this idea of, hey, maybe I should tell her, maybe I should, let her in on the secret that I have in terms of my identity. The kicker to all this, and here's the problem with all this, is that Peter Parker is basically recalled to the Air Force Base. And the reason why is because, it's Peter Parker, one of the smartest people that's working at Horizon Labs. Not only that, because of his intelligence, because some of the things that he had achieved when we talked about, or I guess in the last video when we had talked about Horizon Labs, he's kind of drawn the special eye of Max Modell, in the sense that Max Modell doesn't really look at him as like a cut above the rest, but sees a lot of potential in Peter Parker, as Peter Parker being one of the smartest people that will ever exist in the Marvel Universe. Now, that doesn't mean Max Modell is like, yeah, man, Peter Parker's the next Reed Richards, but he's certainly wildly capable in terms of his knowledge. And so because of that, he's kind of brought on in an advisory capacity to make sure that all the T's have been crossed, all the I's have been dotted, and that kind of thing. But the problem with this is that his spider sense kicks in and he basically has to race off, leaving Max Modell on his own. Now, of course, this is when we learn that Alistair Smith has a much larger plan here, in the sense that where he brings in his various villains, of course, within this Andrews Air Force Base, in the control tower, he has all his own minions, so on and so forth. He has a multitude of these little small bugs and different things like that, but it's designed for the purpose of wreaking absolute havoc. And so where these different forces jump in, it's really kind of like Peter Parker facing off against all these guys as best they can. The problem with this is that J. Jonah Jameson says, hey, look, man, you cannot face off against all these villains on your own. One, because there's just too many of them, and two, because my son's on that ship, and that ship may crash, it may blow up, who knows what's going to happen with it. And so ultimately, Peter Parker says that needs to be the main emphasis, that needs to be the main focus, going to that vessel to make sure that nothing erroneous takes place here. The problem is that once he gets on board, he's met with Matt Gargan. Now, I was holding off until this part of the story to basically get into this idea of Venom, but I imagine a lot of you guys watching this, the video on Anti-Venom might have had some questions about what happens to the actual Venom symbiote when it comes to the character of Scorpion, because right now he doesn't have the Venom symbiote. So here was the deal. Between the time that Joe Quesada took over Marvel, or I guess took over the position of editor-in-chief in Marvel, really leading up to the time that he left, which I think was around 2011, 2012, again, it was really Marvel just trying everything, because remember, they were coming out of the comic bust of the 90s, so it was just like, write it, print it, if it sticks, we'll keep it, if it doesn't, we'll cancel it. And that was really the way they function in a lot of different ways, but it was also Quesada looking at the Marvel landscape and saying, let's change things up, let's look at things that historically haven't worked, and let's get rid of those. Let's reduce the mutant population because there's just too many of them right now. Let's focus on a core group of mutants. Let's do great storytelling instead of just having one-offs where some mutant shows up with some powers and they're never seen or heard from again. It was a lot of small things like that. And so this sort of reinvigoration project, again, stretched over the course of a decade, and it was just something being tried, and then if it didn't work, an event would come along that would basically wipe that away. With the character of Matt Gargan and the Venom symbiote, that all really seemed to take place during Siege. And what I mean here is that Matt Gargan, the Scorpion, couldn't be Venom forever. It was literally Marvel just throwing the Venom symbiote on different people. In fact, during the events of Siege, there's a section where Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, becomes Venom for a really short amount of time. But the idea was to basically look around and to say, where can we move this to? Now, of course, Flash Thompson had been really popular for quite some time, and that was the reason why Marvel basically went in the direction of taking the concept of the Venom symbiote and applying it to Flash Thompson, sending him forward as Agent Venom. It was basically the US military taking the symbiote away from Scorpion and throwing it on Flash. That's why we're at this point right now where Scorpion is not Venom. Now, transitioning back to the story, there's actually a pretty funny moment when Spider-Man is again on this ship fighting against Scorpion at the same time. You have Alistair Smith and his various minions chasing after J. Jonah Jameson trying to take him out, and Spider-Man actually calls Avengers Mansion. The problem is that the person that he gets is Squirrel Girl, and it's hilarious because he was like, hey, put someone else, anyone else on. I don't care who it is, just not you. But it's kind of funny because like Squirrel Girl's never lost a fight. She's defeated everybody. She made Galactus a friend, but she defeated Thanos. She's defeated everybody that she's fought against. She defeated Doctor Doom. She's really kind of like the one person you would want on your side. And that's sort of the irony about this, right? It's the one character that's defeated everyone, but that no one takes seriously. And so it was kind of cool, to see this little bit of a thing tapped in there. Plus it's this little banter back and forth between the two of them, where Spider-Man's freaking out, he was like, I'm literally on a ship fighting, like I'm gonna run out of oxygen soon if you do not help me out. And he just kind of cuts her off and she's like, there's always time for manners and that sort of thing. But in the end, he basically just kind of hangs up in the middle of the call and basically walks away. Now from here, we transition over to Dr. Octopus. And again, this is where Dan Slott was building everything up, because in all these stories, we didn't really know what the grand plan of Dr. Octopus was. We didn't really know where this was going. All we knew was that Dr. Octopus would just show up periodically and have some plan. And that's why the whole Superior Spider-Man worked so well, because instead of it being, suddenly Dr. Octopus is in a comic and then 3 issues later he's Peter Parker, like it wasn't like that. Instead, it was like this gradual build over the course of some, 20 volumes or 15 volumes that led up to this moment where he becomes Superior Spider-Man. So it was a really cool, slow build. And in my mind, those are always the best ones, the ones that build up slowly, that lead to this really, really cool situation that allows us to kind of go forward with the status quo being changed. But the issue here is, of course, for the most part, Dr. Octopus looks at this and says, I need Horizon Labs' mission to be successful for whatever my grand plan happens to be. But with Alistair Smythe, his forces had essentially screwed up the control systems of the shuttle. And so Dr. Octopus basically fixes them. It allows the shuttle to basically just kind of take off the way that it's supposed to. And with Spider-Man in freefall, he's rescued by Carol Danvers. Now, this is when we have the introduction of the rest of the new Avengers alongside a few members of the Fantastic Four. I think it's really only Ben Grimm now that I think about it, but it's kind of cool to see this team up, because for a story like this, Dan Slott played it pretty smart. I mean, something like Spider Slayer, Alistair Smith, we don't need like the full contingent of the Avengers and the full contingent of the Fantastic Four and the X-Men. We don't need that. That'd be overkill in the extreme. It's always cool to see them team up, but there has to be some measure of practicality when you're writing a story, especially when it comes to Spider-Man, because in a lot of ways, as capable as he is, he's very much a street level hero in the sense that he'll go off and save the world, but 9 times out of 10, his own personal stories see him dealing with things on the ground level. There aren't very many, at least not right now anyway. I wouldn't say there are very many Spider-Man stories where he's off like fighting in space, different things like that. You see those from time to time in big crossovers, but his stories are usually pretty street level. So to grab a lot of these street level characters, to grab Luke Cage, to grab Jessica Jones, to grab Iron Fist, Carol Danvers and Ben Grimm being really the only 2 major powerhouses here, works out pretty well. It really kind of gives you the idea of the balance of the new Avengers landscape itself. But from here, this is when we start to get into Dan Slott kind of thinning the herd in terms of the roster of the Amazing Spider-Man title, in the sense that we basically have Marla Jameson and we have Aunt May spending, you know, kind of a spa weekend together. Now, for those of you guys who are reading Clone Conspiracy, for J. Jonah Jameson seeing the return of Marla, this is the story where she dies. This is the story where she basically perishes, and that's why it was so huge. But I hope that with this video, you guys are kind of starting to see how, you know, all the Amazing Spider-Man stuff just spins out of Dan Slott's run, and it's just one great big giant cohesive story. It's not like it's a whole bunch of disconnected one-shots or volumes. Like it tells one great big cohesive adventure, and that's why I really love Dan Slott's run, to be honest. Like I really enjoy his Spider-Man writing, especially what's going on right now. But, you know, with Alistair Smythe's forces, you know, breaking into the spa facility, we basically have, you know, Aunt May and Marla, you know, hiding out as best they can, trying to keep from getting caught up in the conflict. And that's really just the nature of this battle, right? I mean, I wouldn't say it's a battle that stretches across the entire city, but it is a battle that is that's stretching into some heavily populated areas. Now, at the same time, Spider-Man also comes to the realization that the communications systems between Alistair Smythe and his forces, that they're not actually beings. Instead, they're basically cybernetic organisms in a lot of ways. There are characters like, you know, like Scorpion, that are actual people who have cybernetic modifications given to them by Alistair Smythe. But for the most part, it's basically a communication system that has to be taken down. And so what he does is he races back to Horizon Labs for the purpose of constructing a device. The problem with this is that when he arrives, Max Modell is there. And Max Modell says, look, I want to talk to you about Spider-Man, and I want to talk to you about Peter Parker. Now, the way that Dan Slott does this is actually kind of cool. He sort of messes with us a little bit in the sense that it's like Max Modell knows that Peter Parker's Spider-Man, but it's like he pretends not to know. Now, Dan Slott doesn't tell us that. That's just kind of how I interpreted this. And the reason why is because Max Modell says, look, you know, I know about you and Spider-Man. And, you know, because of the fact that you disappear every time Spider-Man shows up, it leads me to only one logical conclusion, that you basically Spider-Man hires you to build his weaponry and gadgets. Now, this seems almost like one of those things, like one of those situations where somebody, basically like Max Modell's covering for Peter Parker. He's like, hey man, like I know about you and Spider-Man. And Peter Parker's like, well, what do you mean? He's like, well, I know, as smart as I am, I know that Spider-Man hires you to do his weaponry, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's the kind of, that's the way it seems to come across. So it's like the official story is that he hires you to do his weaponry. Now, again, whether or not Max Modell actually knows at this point right now is kind of left ambiguous. Instead, you know, Max Modell basically rolls with the punches and says, hey, look, if what Spider-Man's looking to do is to have a device that will disrupt the communication systems, the biomagnetic communication systems between Alistair Smythe and his cybernetic creations, then, you know, I can help you achieve that. The problem with this is that it's literally going to disrupt the bioelectric field. And so what that means is that anybody caught in the blast, if they have any kind of enhanced abilities, you know, anything like that, they're going to lose those abilities. It's basically Max Modell saying, if Spider-Man is caught in the blast, you know, he'll lose some of his spider abilities. Now, how much he'll lose or whether or not he'll lose everything is unknown, but it will physically impact him. And so because of that, we basically have, you know, Spider-Man returning to the conflict, facing off against, you know, all these different forces of Alistair Smith, sort of, you know, leading everybody away. And that's really the case. It's everybody kind of making a mad dash, trying to get away as best they can. You know, you have Robbie Robertson, who's talking with Jessica Jones and Carol Danvers and says, hey, look, you know, these things are here for me because they're going after J. Jonah Jameson. Get me out of here, and everybody else around here will be safe. And of course, they whisk him away. At the same time, with J. Jonah Jameson being mayor, his motorcade is getting him out of New York and getting him to New Jersey, but he's still being followed. And so because of this, Peter Parker, in his conflict against the Scorpion, basically activates this bioelectric EMP, more or less. And when he does, it seems to scramble the brain of Peter Parker, not in the sense that like he loses his memories and everything, but in the sense that it impacts him in some form or fashion, but he doesn't quite know how. At the same time, it also impacts Scorpion. And the issue is that, you know, in the aftermath of all this, that really Peter Parker's forced to kind of face off directly against Alistair Smith as the Spider Slayer. And this is when we learn the impact that it has, that Spider-Man has basically lost his spider sense. He's not alerted to when a threat is coming. Now, on the surface, it's just kind of like, well, he's still, you know, that's not a huge deal. He's still got super strength and he's got super speed and so on and so forth. But the spider sense is what made Spider-Man unique. That's why, you know, if you look at anybody who says, hey, give me like the 10 most powerful heroes, the 10, you know, most capable superheroes in Marvel Comics, a lot of people will always put Spider-Man up there. And it's not because of the fact that he has strength, different things like that. I mean, even if he wasn't pulling his punches, he's not as strong as like the Sentry. He's not as strong as like Hyperion. He's not as fast as either. You know, he basically has your run-of-the-mill superpowers. The spider sense is what made him so capable, because that's what allowed him to dodge attacks. That's what allowed him to, you know, have some measure of knowing what the enemy was going to do before they did it. It didn't mean he could read minds, but it means he could react before they even laid a hit in the first place. It always kept him one step ahead. But if he doesn't have that, then he's just like a guy with super strength and super speed, and he can climb walls, and that's it. But the cool thing about this, or at least what seems to happen here anyway, is that in the middle of this fight, Alistair Smith kind of makes this last-ditch effort to try to take out J. Jonah Jameson, but Marla jumps in the way. Now, Peter Parker is able to use the distraction to basically pummel Alistair Smith, but the problem is that with Marla basically killed, J. Jonah Jameson, or at least the final words that she says to him is, don't blame other people. You know, don't spend your life being angry, don't spend your life being hateful, don't blame Spider-Man, you know, just blame Alistair Smith. He's the one that did this. But in the end, J. Jonah Jameson doesn't do that. Instead, J. Jonah Jameson says that it's not Spider-Man's fault, it's not Alistair Smith's fault or Smythe's fault, it is J. Jonah Jameson's fault. It's his own fault for putting her in harm's way like this, because it's J. Jonah Jameson looking at his past actions and basically saying they're all coming back to haunt him. All the tabloids, all the articles that he published in the Daily Bugle, all the things that he said about all these villains and so on and so forth, it was only a matter of time before they came back to haunt him, and when they did, it was going to end up taking away something that he valued a lot, and it ultimately ended up being his wife, Marla. All right, so picking up with the return of Anti-Venom, or I guess really, you know, the Amazing Spider-Man is really what we're doing. Again, this is all part of Dan Slott's run. And this is the cool thing, is because Dan Slott, again, you know, used the early aspects of his run to clean out a lot of the stuff that he didn't really care for with regards to this whole committee-ran Amazing Spider-Man series. And so because of that, you know, the return of Anti-Venom is designed to really just deal with Martin Lee. Now, again, we had talked, you know, before about how Martin Lee was one side of the same coin. You know, you had the Martin Lee personality and you had the Mr. Negative personality. Mr. Negative knew about Martin Lee, but Martin Lee didn't know about Mr. Negative. Of course, Martin Lee being a legitimate guy, a guy that basically ran a charity center, but Mr. Negative was this, you know, Mr. Hyde persona kind of thing, where he basically used the charity center as a front for drug running, money laundering, all these criminal schemes that he could basically run out of New York. Now, this also deals a lot with Anti-Venom in the sense that Eddie Brock is looking to basically eliminate Martin Lee because he considers Martin Lee to be a cancer on the society itself. Now, a lot of this really just, or at least the way the story initially picks up, is the whole idea that Anti-Venom just kind of busts in the middle of a drug bust, or I'm sorry, of a drug deal by Martin Lee's guys, and starts to take them all out. The problem is that partway through this, we're actually met by the arrival of the Wraith. Now, this is kind of a weird situation here, because the Wraith was a character that predates Dan Slott, you know, really like one more day, predates that by maybe 20 years or something like that. The Wraith that, you know, Brian DeWolf originally appeared in like 1985. I want to say it was Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man or something like that. He appeared quite some time ago. He was a Sal Buscema creation and maybe a Bill Mantlo creation, but basically he was just kind of one of these aspects of bolstering the Spider-Man mythos, adding new characters in. He was a vigilante with psionic powers, and there's a whole weird origin story that goes into him, but he was kind of like this on-again, off-again ally. At the same time, the Brian DeWolf persona that we knew was basically killed off in The Punisher, and so the idea here is, what in the heck is going on? Who is this version of the Wraith, which is kind of crazy. Now, of course, Dan Slott teases us a little bit when one of the people asks, like, who are you? You know, one of these guys asks, who are you? What are you doing here? And this person says, well, I'll reveal my identity, but we never find out what it is. Instead, we just kind of switch over to Anti-Venom as he takes out the last of these guys, finally tracks down where it is the Wraith is gone, only to discover that this is Jean DeWolf. Now, this being Jean DeWolf should technically be impossible because Jean DeWolf is dead. Like, she was shot. Of course, she was the sister of Brian DeWolf, the original Wraith. She was a detective that worked alongside Peter Parker as Spider-Man for quite some time. She was an ally to a lot of the superhero community. She was almost like this Misty Knight-esque character, except where Misty Knight was kind of like an information broker for, you know, street level heroes and so on and so forth. Jean DeWolf kind of operated by passing information from within the police precinct itself to keep superheroes on the up and up, to let them always know what the police are doing, what they're trying to track down, so that superheroes could go track down these crimes, you know, and deal with people if they didn't think the police could pull it off on their own. The problem is that with Jean DeWolf being dead and most everybody knowing that she's dead, the question is, who is this chick? Who is this girl? Now, from here again, we jump back to Peter Parker. This is always kind of a cool thing because, again, you know, Dan Slott tells us, hey, look, Carly Cooper does not know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. She has no idea about this. Instead, she's just like, yeah, Peter Parker, like, congratulations on your big day. Now, we don't know what the big day is. Something big is apparently happening at Horizon Labs, and it's kind of cool because Dan Slott toys with this. Peter Parker goes and meets with Max Modell. You know, he shows Max Modell an experiment, or I guess an object he's been working on, a helmet that can withstand virtually any kind of collision without damage to it. It's just like a lot of these these things that are sort of going on with his own individual character. But then we find out that the big day is that Peter Parker was published in American Science Journal. And what this does is it gives a lot of legitimacy to Peter Parker. He's like, yeah, I've hit it big time. Like, it's really funny because it's like Peter Parker's getting all the things that he hoped for. And instead of just being this kid who's selling photographs to the Daily Bugle, playing it day by day, trying to be a superhero, being broke all the time, trying to balance, romance and so on and so forth, that he's actually hitting it big time. He's actually achieving all the goals that he set out to achieve. Now, the funny thing here too is that he talks to Aunt May, and Aunt May is like, oh, you're an American Science Journal? It's like, well, that's nice. It's like the grandma's response to being, to you being happy about something that they don't understand. But then we find out that she understands perfectly, that she actually printed off a ton of copies or ordered a ton of copies, and she's been handing it out to everybody in the feast shelter. She's like, yeah, like my nephew was an American Science Journal. Like it's so cool and it's so exciting. But of course, again, because of the fact that Anti-Venom knows that the whole Martin Lee Mr. Negative persona is operating out of the feast shelter because he's using it as a way to basically run drugs, to engage in human trafficking, different things like that. He's basically operating in this location, albeit in a disguise, in order to figure out what's going on to make a move here. Now, of course, with regards to Martin Lee being guarded by his inner demons, Martin Lee actually goes to visit, or at least goes out to shake the hand of Aunt May to thank her for all of her work. But then this is when we get a really cool situation. Somewhere along the line, Aunt May had witnessed Martin Lee killing one of his henchmen, and her reaction was, oh my God, I've got to tell somebody about this. But then Martin Lee had basically touched her and wiped her mind so that she didn't recall the incident. Now, of course, this causes Aunt May to pass out. And what this does is this puts a bit of a panic in the situation, right? I mean, it puts kind of a kink in the wheel because now Peter Parker's responding to, the whole incident with Aunt May while at the same time trying to be a superhero. And that's really how things go when it comes to the character. With every, single Spider-Man story, I wouldn't go as far as to say that it's like, oh, Aunt May's been injured again. We gotta get her off to the hospital and Peter Parker's gotta respond. It's not always that situation. But with every Spider-Man story, there's always a scenario that's injected where it kind of puts a bit of panic into the situation, like, will Peter Parker make it there in time? That's one of the reasons why a lot of fans still love Spider-Man stories so much, or at least loved it in the early days when Dan Slott started writing it, is because it maintained a lot of the older themes of Spider-Man, from the era when his character was so popular and remained so popular, because it was this idea that it's like, will Spider-Man get there in time, with this whole situation. But during this, it's also Dan Slott showing us, again, where Eddie Brock stands. That's the cool thing, whether it was Zeb Wells, who was writing, the whole Anti-Venom Punisher team up, whether it is Dan Slott when he originally introduced Anti-Venom to the Spider-Man mythos, it was Eddie Brock trying to be a good guy. And what he does is he kind of chastises himself for not acting sooner. He's like, I should have done something sooner. I should have acted sooner. Otherwise, Aunt May would never have been in danger. And that's kind of the kicker here, is because with Aunt May being as old as she is, this could result in her dying. Like this could result in her death because she's old, she's fragile, she's almost done with all her living as it is. Something like this could result in her being killed. And so, of course, Anti-Venom kind of jumps into the whole situation, right? And again, this is Dan Slott saying, hey guys, let's just kind of engineer a situation where Spider-Man and Anti-Venom fight one another. Because again, Spider-Man and Anti-Venom teaming up to a degree was only situational, in the sense that it was Spider-Man not really knowing what Anti-Venom was about, just knowing that Eddie Brock was claiming to try to be a good guy. But in this moment, when Spider-Man arrives on the scene and Anti-Venom is tearing open the roof of a car with Martin Lee inside, Spider-Man's reaction is Martin Lee's a good guy. Martin Lee is the head of the feast shelter. That guy's not a criminal, that guy's a legitimate dude. And so in his mind, Eddie Brock's reverted back to being a criminal again. And so of course, this just kind of dissolves down into a fight between the two, and they just sort of start going at it. And it's actually kind of cool to see them, going against one another, because remember, with Anti-Venom, whenever he's in the vicinity of Peter Parker, he sends his powers all into cattywampus. So they just kind of start going crazy. And so because of that, Peter starts losing a lot of his abilities, being unable to tap into them, being unable to be as efficient as he normally is. And it's just a way for Dan Slott to basically introduce Anti-Venom in a fashion that gives him kind of an upper hand on Peter Parker. And that's why it's cool, is because Anti-Venom keeps saying the entire time, like, I'm trying to be a good guy, I'm trying to be a good guy. Just listen, stop fighting me and just listen, And so finally he gets the upper hand on Peter Parker, right? I mean, Martin Lee makes his escape, his guys get away. Finally, he gets his hands on Peter Parker and he basically takes him captive. The problem is that Eddie Brock takes him to what used to be a meth lab. And it's kind of messed up because Peter Parker's like, dude, it smells funny in here. He's like, well, the people that ran this before, they were running a meth lab and I ran them all out, but I'm putting you here now to just basically keep you out of the way. Of course, again, because of the fact that Anti-Venom's webbing is filled with the antibodies that his body houses in order to give him his powers, Spider-Man can't just break out. He can't just escape by normal means. So the cool thing about this is Eddie Brock talks to him and says, look, man, Martin Lee is Mr. Negative. Like, you know who Mr. Negative is. You've never been able to catch him, but you know who Mr. Negative is. He's this warlord of Chinatown, this running all these drugs and people and money laundering and all this kind of stuff. The reason why you've never caught him is because he's Martin Lee. Because when you've seen him a million times, you just didn't know it was him. Now, of course, Peter Parker's response is, well, this is ridiculous. Like, there's no way that that's the case. But the other thing to remember here is that Peter Parker doesn't have a spider sense. Remember, he lost that. And so it wasn't like he, came across Mr. Lee and his spider sense activated. He didn't have any way to know. He just kind of has to take Eddie Brock at his word. And that's why Peter losing his spider sense is kind of cool here, because if it turned out that he did have a spider sense and he came across Martin Lee, it would have almost immediately kicked off. Because remember, Martin Lee in this part of the story is Mr. Negative, just posing as Martin Lee. And so he's still a bad guy. And Peter Parker's spider sense would have immediately tipped him off to that and been like, oh, well, Mr. Negative's here, And so it really creates this cool situation where Spider-Man just kind of has to trust Eddie Brock. Now, of course, Eddie Brock doesn't do anything to benefit himself in this situation. He leaves Peter Parker tied up to a pole in what used to be a meth lab and then races off to try to find Martin Lee. The funny thing, and this is why I love the Spider-Man comics so much, the way Dan Slott wrote them. The funny thing about this is that Peter Parker's trying to make his escape, right? Like, he has to grab acetone and he basically just kind of has to burn himself, as he's trying to get himself out of this spider suit. The problem is that by the time he does, by the time he burns himself and gets himself out of the suit, Anti-Venom shows up and puts the, starts covering him in webbing again. And so he's like, really? Like, I just went through all this only to turn around and be covered in this goo yet again. And it's just it's that Parker luck. It's just one of those inconvenient moments, I guess. But from here, we pick up with Carly Cooper, because again, Carly Cooper is just kind of watching all these events unfold. She's kind of, trying to figure out what's going on with regards to all these sightings of the Wraith, these rumors that Jean DeWolf is alive again. Now, this is cool because it gives us this other part of the story that we wouldn't normally see. But what happens is Carly Cooper, being as smart as she is, says, look, ghosts don't have body heat. They just don't have body heat. That's not the way it works. And so when she's witnessing the Wraith, who's basically, kind of tormenting a guy for the purpose of trying to gain information on what it is that Mr. Negative is doing next, Carly Cooper's watching all the events unfold and she says, that's an actual person. There's no way that's Jean DeWolf. And if it is, then how did she come back from the dead? And so it's just like, that's got to be somebody posing as Jean DeWolf. I want to know who that person is. Now, following this whole trail of what's going on with regards to the Wraith, we kind of follow Carly Cooper as she goes through this whole, process of trying to figure out what's going on with Jean DeWolf. And that's one of the reasons why this is kind of cool, is because it's like this little intricate goodie of a side story and with regards to this whole telling. And what we find out is Carly Cooper goes to a place called the Special Crimes Evidence Storage. And what this is basically a location where they store things, like the glider of Green Goblin, bombs and, Mysterio's tech and so on and so forth. Just supervillains whose gears and gadgets have been confiscated by the police after their arrest. The problem with this is that Carly Cooper is basically told by the officer on the scene that evidence from that place doesn't go missing. Instead, that it was destroyed, that there was a pumpkin bomb that had went off and all the evidence was completely obliterated. But as Carly Cooper's going through and looking at all this, she comes to the realization that there was only one person who was around that evidence room at the time of the accident, and that was Captain Yuri Watanabe. And so the idea here is that a member of the police force in New York is masquerading as the Wraith, which is actually kind of cool. It's actually kind of an interesting concept here. It's not wildly important. It's not the most important thing by any stretch of the imagination. It's just kind of interesting. But from here, we switch back to the Metropolitan Museum of Art with Peter Parker and Anti-Venom. Of course, Anti-Venom says, hey, look, this is where they're doing their whole meeting. This is where they're doing their next drug meeting. I'm putting you here at a site because I want you to see this. I want you to see that Martin Lee is Mr. Negative. Now, the funny thing about this is that Mr. Negative has a Muramasa blade, which is designed for the purpose of disrupting people's healing factors, healing abilities. And it disrupts healing abilities regardless of where those abilities come from. Because remember, when it comes to healing factors in Marvel Comics, whether it's Wolverine, Deadpool, Daken, X-23, the symbiotes, it doesn't matter. All the healing happens on a cellular level. And so what the Muramasa blade does is it basically just blocks people, blocks their cells from being able to regenerate. And so because of this, with Martin Lee showing up here with, with a mystic blade attacking Anti-Venom, as long as the blade's in his body, he's not going to be able to heal from his attacks. The kicker to all this is that while Peter Parker is being held here by Anti-Venom, well, then suddenly we have Wraith showing up. And that's kind of the funny thing is Peter Parker, Spider-Man hadn't really been investigating the whole Wraith thing, didn't really even know it was going on. Instead, Wraith is just here. And the whole idea is that he basically says, look, lady, like you're telling me you're a ghost, that's fine. I've met spirits of vengeance. All right, I've met Ghost Rider. I've seen people come back from the dead. I know what ghosts are. I know the difference. You're not a ghost. You're using technology from Mysterio is what you're doing. And that's a funny thing because the Wraith is like, oh, ooh, I'm the Wraith. I'm spooky. And she's being all like mysterious, cloak and dagger. And he's like, yeah, you're using Mysterio's tech, right? And like a couple other gadgets, some stuff like that. And then Wraith is just kind of like, yeah. And And it's just a funny situation because it's like the Wraith is using all the technology that Peter Parker's seen before when he's fought his various villains. So it's nothing new to him. You know, it's just kind of like, you're just using stuff that I've seen before, it's just somebody else doing it. Now, of course, the alliance is short-lived. I mean, only insofar that it lasts long enough for Peter Parker and Wraith to join forces with Anti-Venom and take out, you know, Mr. Negative's guys, which they, you know, for the most part succeed in doing, you know, taking him out pretty easily. The issue with this is that, of course, you know, he ends up throwing his death gas, you know, a poison gas that will basically take most people out. But in response to this, of course, you have Peter Parker, who basically gets the upper hand in this major conflict, and where Mr. Negative seems to make his escape and he seems to get away, Wraith ends up using the technology in her suit to basically analyze the face of Mr. Negative, do a side-by-side comparison with a 97% accuracy match to verify that Anti-Venom was telling the truth, that Mr. Negative is Martin Lee. And so because of that, Spider-Man's basically just kind of forced to trust Anti-Venom. Like, well, I guess he was right. You know, I mean, I guess he was right when he said that, like, Mr. Negative was Martin Lee. And the result is that he ends up going forward having to not really trust Eddie Brock, so to speak, but give him a little more credence than he originally gave him. In addition to this, the face of Martin Lee and Mr. Negative is just kind of plastered all over the place. I mean, it's sent out to Frontline, it's sent out to the Daily Bugle, it's put on the national news, the whole 9 yards. And so everybody knows that Martin Lee and Mr. Negative are the same person, that they're basically criminals. And so because of that, it's more or less everything that Mr. Negative has worked for has essentially just come crashing down around him. And so because of that, you know, where Mr. Negative makes his escape, you know, where he's able to get away, this results in, again, this kind of mini alliance, so to speak. But it's also Carly Cooper tracking down Yuri Watanabe and saying, why did you decide to don the mask of Wraith? Why did you decide to go on and be this, you know, vigilante character? Well, of course, Watanabe says, we were both friends of Jean DeWolf. We both know who she was. We were both friends of hers. She was shot in cold blood. It was a senseless murder. I wanted to basically carry on the mantle of the Wraith. I wanted people to believe that she was back. I wanted to inspire fear in the hearts and minds of individuals, which is actually kind of a cool concept. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's kind of a cool situation to see the Wraith return to a degree, but it doesn't have like any major bearing on events that go on. It's really just kind of part of this mini story in the background in order to kind of beef things up a bit, you know, in order to give it a little bit more than just, hey, Peter Parker doesn't know if he can trust Anti-Venom, and now Anti-Venom's gonna prove him wrong. You know, it's just kind of adding a little bit of information. But at the end of the day, things just kind of wind down with Peter Parker talking to Carly Cooper and this idea that he may reveal his identity to her, but instead he doesn't. You know, where she keeps asking questions, where she keeps, you know, kind of poking and prodding about his relationship with Spider-Man, he basically offers the exact same explanation that he gave Max Modell when he's like, well, I'm not Spider-Man. You know, he says, I basically just build Spider-Man's gadgets for him. And Carly Cooper takes it as gospel truth. She's like, I knew it. I knew that you were somehow involved with Spider-Man. This is kind of Dan Slott teasing that things may end up becoming a little more interesting with regards to the relationship between the two. But again, at this point, we don't really know how that's going to flesh out. Okay, so Spider-Verse is, not Spider-Verse, Spider-Verse is later. Spider Island is right around the corner. And in truth, the Spider Island actually has a couple of like preludes. For those of you guys who don't know, whenever it comes to crossover events, whether it's line-wide, which means it's like everybody, it goes through Avengers, X-Men, Inhumans, the whole 9 yards, or if it's just like a standalone story that pertains to a character or a group of people, there's usually always like a lead-in. For example, with Civil War II, there was the road to Civil War II. With Civil War I, there was the road to Civil War I. They usually always have those, the road to Secret Invasion. There's always preludes that lead into it. Sometimes it's just like a whole bunch of stories. For example, the lead into Dark Reign was House of M, Avengers Disassembled, Civil War, Secret Invasion. I mean, it was everything leading up to Dark Reign. There were a lot of things going on. Siege was a really good story that tied into Dark Reign. But with regards to Spider Island, the best prelude I think that's offered is a story called Infested. And the reason why is because what this does is it tells us how it all starts. The prologue, so to speak, that is to say like Amazing Spider-Man number 665, I think it is, it kind of goes into it, but it's not nearly as important, I don't think, as the Infested story. So what this does is this picks up with Miles Warren. And the reason why is because it's the most logical person to choose. When it comes to the history of Marvel Comics and really in the Spider-Man mythos, Miles Warren, really his most significant role prior to this was Clone Saga. Despite the fact that that story was hated. I mean, it was panned. People hated that story because it was basically Marvel introducing the notion of replacing Peter Parker with a clone Ben Reilly. What was supposed to be a story that would basically simplify the Spider-Man mythos turned out to be anything but. You go read any interview from anybody who was part of that project and they were like, the story was supposed to be short. And before we knew it, the whole damn thing just spiraled out of control to the point that it was basically insane and people hated it. But Miles Warren was the guy who was behind the cloning of Peter Parker. He knew Peter Parker's identity. He basically created Kane. He eventually created Ben Reilly. And so the idea was that if Dan Slott's going to come back and he's going to have someone give everybody in Manhattan Manhattan spider powers, Miles Warren is the most logical person to choose. Now, what Miles Warren does is he basically goes through and begins adding or begins modifying the DNA of bed bugs with spider DNA, or basically giving people the ability to have spider powers by way of being bitten by these bed bugs. And again, that makes sense because bed bugs are small. They're not something that you normally look for. At least if you basically engage in any measure of cleanliness, you don't expect to look for bed bugs. And so because of this, they basically just kind of pour into the city of Manhattan. Now, what this does is it gives us like a series of these little 2 or 3 issue stories, and we'll cover them all here, but it gives us a series of these little 2 or 3 issue stories that follow each individual person when they're granted these spider powers and how they respond. And it's actually really, really cool. One of the first people that we pick up with is a guy by the name of Richard Davies. Now, it's kind of ironic here because Richard Davies is, for all intents and purposes, Flash Thompson. I mean, the way that his character is portrayed here, he is basically the jock or something like that. He's picking on the guy who's basically the nerd. It creates an interesting situation here. And the reason why Dan Slott did this is because when it comes to the Spider-Man mythos, it's timeless, right? I mean, Spider-Man is timeless. A kid who basically was bitten by a radioactive spider, you know, he learned that with great power comes great responsibility. That lesson was learned at the expense of his uncle's life. You know, it's a beautifully crafted story, and it's the most recognizable. Thank God they're not going over that origin story again in Spider-Man Homecoming. That was like everybody's biggest fear. They were going to go over it again, but it's a timeless story. And so to kind of see it rehashed a little bit is interesting. Even then, Dan Slott says, if you ever want to see real life, if you want to see what people are really like, go to the schoolyard. Now, this is kind of an archaic stance that Dan Slott's taking, right? It's an older ideology. This was the 1980s, you know, maybe even the early 1990s. I'd say, Dan Slott, you're probably right. This is the 2000s. This is the late 2000s. So if you're talking about people in their most basic form, if you're talking about people in their most fundamental form, that's the internet. When there's anonymity, people don't have to worry about being held accountable for the things they say and do. And so it's people in their most basic form. But the idea here is that this kid, there's a particular person that's being picked on. Richard Davies basically, you know, gains these spider powers by way of a bite from one of these bed bugs. And then his spider sense goes off when he realizes that the guy he's picking on has a gun and he intends to shoot Richard Davies. Now, of course, Richard Davies is able to counter. He uses his super strength and he attacks this guy and kills him in the process. And this is really, really cool because what this is Dan Slott drawing on the lessons learned from Ultimate Spider-Man. Remember, in the first arc, which Comicstorian's covering right now, you know, in the very beginning of Ultimate Spider-Man, one of the first lessons Peter Parker had to learn was that he basically has to pull his punches. That if he didn't pull his punches, he would kill people. And so because of that, he basically had to come to this realization that he can't just go full in when it comes to fighting various supervillains. That he has to fight supervillains with you know, being cognizant of what he's capable of. Richard Davies wasn't raised with that lesson. He wasn't taught how to use his powers. It's just suddenly he has the spider sense. He just kind of snaps into action. He reflexes and he kills this kid in the process. And the response is that Richard Davies is basically on the run. He's a fugitive hiding from the police and he's wanted for murder. Now at this point, we switch over to another guy, and the person that we join is Walter Coleman. Now, Walter Coleman is kind of like this predecessor to Renew Your Vows. And that was a really interesting thing here, because remember, in the world of comics, everything has happened before and it'll all happen again. It's basically the same thing. Stories just get recycled. Every story that can be told has been told. There's a reason why we're seeing Superman with a son for the first time now, because in his 70-some-odd year history, we've never seen that before. It's new, it's fresh, but after a while, that story will have been told. Where do you go from there? And so what we do here is with Walter Coleman, he takes this kind of Renew Your Vows stance. The reason why I say that is because during the events of Secret Wars, Marvel released the story, you know, Spider-Man Renew Your Vows. And what it was kind of like this throwback to fans who really wanted to see Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson get back together, and they wanted to see how that life would function. With Renew Your Vows, it was basically Peter Parker walking away from being a superhero. A new villain named the Regent had shown up on the scene. He was basically kidnapping superheroes. He was using them, keeping them prisoner in the process. And the result was that during this massive battle between what was left of the Avengers and Regent himself, Peter Parker had to choose between Mary Jane and his family, or fighting alongside the Avengers. He chose Mary Jane, he left the Avengers behind, and he basically had to hide. He had to basically pretend that he wasn't a superhero. His family had to follow the exact same pattern. This very much takes the same approach, and we get these really cool juxtapositions between characters, between Spider-Man and between Walter Coleman, where Spider-Man is basically saving people from burning buildings, so on and so forth. Walter Coleman is basically had to watch his neighbors burn to death. And the reason why is because he said, look, I got these powers, I have these abilities. Yes, I could have saved their lives, but I'm a family man. I've got a family to protect. You know, I'm sorry about their luck. That's their problem. You know, I take care of my family first. And that makes sense. You know, I mean, if you're a person and your family's struggling financially, you know, and your kids are hungry, you don't fix a sandwich for the family across the street. You fix a sandwich for your kids. You keep your house in order, you take care of your house, and then you worry about those guys across the street. And if they don't make it, that's their problem, not yours. And so the whole idea here is that it gives us this really, really cool situation. It gives us this very real world, how people should normally function type of situation, and it comes out kind of cool. But in the end, this is just another instance where a person just uses their powers or really doesn't use their powers and takes it in a completely different direction. But at this point, we switch over to a guy named Mighty Avengers, I think is how you pronounce his last name. But again, this is a guy who basically is just, supplying drugs. He's basically a drug dealer. That's really it, just a drug runner here. And he's fighting Cloak and Dagger. There's no real huge story here. It's basically just that Cloak and Dagger are beginning to realize that people are popping up on the scene that have the powers of Spider-Man. And it creates a really interesting situation because for them, they don't quite know how to handle this. Remember, when it comes to Peter Parker, facing off against him is a very dangerous situation because, right now he doesn't have a spider sense. Of course, we saw that with Spider-Man big time. He lost his spider sense. But for those individuals that do have it, the spider sense is what keeps Spider-Man on top. If you take Spider-Man's spider sense away, well, then he's just got the same power that everybody else has. He's got super strength, super speed, durability. He can crawl on walls, which is kind of cool, and he can shoot webbing, but that's it. Without a spider sense, he can't be alerted to danger. So all it would take is the Punisher sitting on top of a roof 100 yards away, and Peter Parker's not with us anymore. That's all it really takes. We saw that during Original Sin, right? During the whole Original Sin story, when Nick Fury was established as being the man on the wall, where he was basically taking care of threats within the Earth and beyond the Earth, when Peter Parker first popped up, Nick Fury was going to kill him. In that time period between when Peter Parker first became Spider-Man, before his spider sense fully developed and he began to understand how it works, Nick Fury came across him, was sitting on a rooftop, took aim, and planned to kill him. But then Nick Fury said, well, no, I think this is a good guy, and Peter Parker lived. It was one of those really cool retcons where it was like, Peter Parker was a trigger pull away from being killed, and so it was a really cool situation. But again, from here, we switch over to Shang-Chi. There we go. And Shang-Chi is basically like Bruce Lee in the Marvel Universe. I have a hard time finding anybody who would refute that claim. That's basically what he is. It's cool. I love Shang-Chi. He's a really cool character, but he's basically Bruce Lee in the Marvel Universe. But the issue here is that, remember, because Peter Parker doesn't have his spider sense, he has to essentially rely on other means to begin getting around his guys the way he normally would. Because, with Peter Parker, I wouldn't say his spider sense was a crutch so much as I would say his spider sense was an intrinsic part of who he was. It was an arm, it was a leg, it was a foot, it was a fist. It was very much an intrinsic part of what his character was. He relied on his spider sense as much as he relied on his agility, his webbing, all that kind of good stuff. To have it taken away means that now he has to be able to compensate. And this is cool because what he does is he develops his own martial arts style called the Way of the Spider. The sad thing is that he uses it twice in Spider Island, and I don't think we ever see it again. That's the saddest thing about this, because he basically gets his spider sense back and he's like, well, I don't really need that anymore, and that's it. And it kind of sucks, But the cool thing is that, with regards to this whole training sequence, he's really learning from one of the greatest martial artists in the entirety of the Marvel Universe. But what we do is we pick up, again, this is really, really fast. We pick up with a few days after this training session, or I guess over the course of these training sessions with Spider-Man leaving, and we find out that all of this is being watched by the new Madam Web, Julia Carpenter. Now, the concept of Madam Web is interesting in the realm of Spider-Man. Remember, when Dan Slott took over the title, everything really, I guess the role of Spider Island was kind of grabbing all these different stories that were leading up to it, grabbing all these things in the Spider-Man mythos and saying, here's what I want to keep, here's what I don't want to keep. And Spider Island served the purpose of just getting rid of everything that Dan Slott didn't want to keep, getting rid of all that stuff. We'll cross that bridge when we get to Spider Island. But Madam Web was kind of like this holdover from an earlier time in Spider-Man comics. But Madam Web is tied intrinsically into the web of life and destiny, or destiny and life, whatever you call it. And that's where people seem to get confused in Marvel comics and the Spider-Man mythos. That was a huge point in Spider-Verse. A lot of people were thrown off by the web of destiny and life. So let's talk about this for a second, because this is more important than Madam Web. Madam Web is just like an oracle. All right, she can just see the future. That's all she can do. It's cool, whatever. She's a plot device in Spider Island. So the web of life and destiny is this really cool thing, because in Marvel comics, every group, every subgroup of superheroes has its own kind of access to the multiverse. And it's not like Marvel engineered it to be that way. It's not like in 1962 with Fantastic Four or whatever it was, that Marvel, the Stan Lee and Jack Kirby sat down and said, okay guys, over the course of the next 50 years, we're going to lay out multiversal access for these different individual teams. It just kind of progressed that way. It just kind of turned out to be that way. It's cool, but it turned out to be that way. For example, the British superhero team Excalibur has what's called the Lighthouse. And the Lighthouse is basically a portal, more or less. You go into it, you can access the Captain Britain Corps. That's what, Brian Braddock does. He goes into the Lighthouse, he accesses the Omniversal Development Corps, I think is what it's called, and the Captain Britain Corps, this multiversal group of Captain Britons from across the multiverse. In the mutant landscape, you have what's called the M'Kron Crystal. If you imagine the multiverse to be a hallway of doors, each door going to a different universe, the M'Kron Crystal is that door. Each universe has its own M'Kron Crystal. That's why if you were to destroy the M'Kron Crystal in any given universe, it would be tantamount to blowing the door off the hinge, in which case all the energies of the multiverse would just come pouring in, and it would lead to the destruction of that universe itself, and then eventually the multiverse would just condense in on itself and the multiverse would be destroyed. So it creates kind of a weird situation. And in the realm of traditional superheroes, the Fantastic Four, the Avengers, so on and so forth, we have the negative zone. You know, in all the multiverse, there's only one negative zone, and any universe can access it. The Ultimate Universe can access it, the main Marvel Universe can access it. They all have access to the negative zone. The web of life and destiny is the exact same way. The difference here is that individuals who can tap into the web of life and destiny, or whatever you want to call it, can see the future. And that's the huge difference when it comes to all the other aspects of multiversal access, the lighthouse, the negative zone, the Mcron crystal. Those individuals cannot see the future. The only exception to that, I think, is maybe the White Phoenix of the Crown, Jean Grey, but even then I'm not going to swear to that. People who can basically access that can end up seeing the future. So it creates kind of a really cool situation with regards to the Spider-Man mythos. But yeah, I mean, the whole infested thing is really just designed to serve the purpose of saying, hey guys, here are the events that are leading up to it. You know, Madam Web is basically looking into the future and saying the spiders are coming. You know, there's going to be this great big huge conflict, this massive, you know, calamity, really, you know, of catastrophic proportions in New York, which we know is going to be Spider Island. But if you guys are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you guys hit the sub button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like and let me know down in the comments section if that explanation of the web of life and destiny, if that made sense to you. If it didn't, I'm going to try to clear it up and make a little more sense here. Okay, so getting into Spider Island, what I wanted to do was just go ahead and throw this prologue in here anyway in this video. And the reason why is just because of the fact that there are a few things here in this prologue that will be important with regards to the story. Not insane, not anything that we could like go without talking about. I mean, we could just cover it in the rest of the video, but I wanted to go ahead and just throw it in here anyway because it can't hurt. It beefs up the video and it's never a bad thing. But the cool thing is that for the most part, when it comes to Spider-Man in this prologue, it's really just kind of like his goings on. It's really just like, here's what Spider-Man does when he does things. But it's also kind of Dan Slott saying, hey guys, there are some things going on in the background that at first don't seem relevant, but become relevant later on. Specifically, some guys who have committed some robberies. Now, the reason these guys committing these robberies is because they've become more brazen. With these Spider-Man powers, while they don't necessarily manifest right off the bat, they are becoming a little more adventurous. They are becoming a little more dangerous than they normally would be, because for them, they kind of feel like they're indestructible, you know, just because of the fact that they basically have the same abilities as Spider-Man. Now, these criminals are wrapped up by Peter Parker pretty fast. And of course, he just kind of races off just because of this New York. There's always a crime going on somewhere. And so for Peter Parker, he can't just linger around. It's just kind of like, okay, these guys are wrapped up. You know, the cops are here. We'll call it a day. I got to bail out. Now, the cool thing about this is we also pick up with J. Jonah Jameson. Now, keep in mind, Jameson's currently mayor of New York. The issue with this is that his approval ratings are at an all-time low. And the reason why is because he hates Spider-Man, and he makes no bones about the fact that he hates Spider-Man. Now, under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be a problem, but everybody in the city loves Spider-Man, and so they hate the mayor because he hates Spider-Man. It's just one of these funny little situations, but it's also J. Jonah Jameson on the other side of the coin, you know, on the other side of the line, in the sense that when he was running the Daily Bugle, he was going through and just lambasting Spider-Man all the time. You know, Spider-Man sucks, Spider-Man's a menace, so on and so forth. It's one of the things that we loved about his character. Well, now the Daily Bugle is running these campaigns against J. Jonah Jameson, and so now he's like, well, I don't like being on the other side. It's not fair. You know, the Daily Bugle is wrong. It's just one of these things where it's like, be damned with the facts. My opinion's right. But again, you know, a lot of this is just kind of Peter doing his own thing. It's him just kind of, you know, being a hero and doing whatever it is that he does in his normal time. But one of these funny little moments that we get is in Horizon Labs. And that's why I really like Dan Slott's writing, because it's just the funny little moments that make the story so interesting. With an experiment that he's basically, you know, showing to Max Modell and the rest of the guys at Horizon Labs, Max Modell makes the comment that you can't tack the number 2000 to the end of something and it becomes cooler, which I beg to differ. Like, imagine Comics Explained 2000, like explaining comics to you in the voice of Morgan Freeman. Like, it'd be pretty funny. It'd be kind of cool. But it's just one of those funny little moments. I mean, nothing too major. But with regards to the whole lead-up, with regards to this being like a tried and true prologue to the whole element of Spider Island, this is when we start to see people manifesting abilities. This comes in a couple different forms. The first is through Carly Cooper. The whole idea with Carly is that while she's currently on the scene of this crime, remember, she's a forensic scientist, she watches a couple of these criminals break free of their webbing. This is something that should normally never be allowed to happen. The webbing is designed to easily keep a normal human being contained, the only individuals that can break out of Peter Parker's webbing are people with super strength. And so this is Dan Slott saying their spider powers are starting to emerge. They're basically gaining the abilities of Spider-Man. Now, in response to this, Carly Cooper immediately takes out one of these guys. And this is Dan Slott telling us Carly Cooper now has super strength. And that's the way this really begins to unfold, is that these small little glimpses, these small little drops here and there of people gaining all these different abilities. Now, from here, we pick up with the Jackal, and we pick up with the Jackal's henchman. Now, again, at this point, we don't really know who this henchman is. All we know is that he's just a guy that's there with the Jackal. And what Jackal does is he presents a card to one of these people, one of these individuals who have developed spider powers, and says, be at this location tomorrow. And so the idea is that there's a kind of gathering of sorts. What the Jackal will do with that, we don't quite know yet. But again, switching over to the Future Foundation, keep in mind, all of this comes after Hickman's Fantastic Four. So because of that, Peter Parker is still part of the Future Foundation. That's still very much a role that he plays, this kind of scientific community. And it works out for his character because with Peter Parker as part of Future Foundation and as part of Horizon Labs, it means he has access to all the science concepts that the Future Foundation is coming up with under Reed Richards, the smartest man in the Marvel Universe, and he can extend those to Horizon Labs. So while I wouldn't say that he's a double agent, it does allow him to cheat a little bit. It does allow him to basically grab ideas that may not necessarily be his own, that he's helped to contribute to, and then roll them over into Horizon Labs. But the issue with this is that while all this is happening, individuals from around New York are manifesting spider powers. They're manifesting spider abilities. Now, the effects of this are wide and ranging. I mean, some people are only developing a spider sense and the powers come, the strength and speed come later. Some people are developing strength and speed and the spider sense comes later. But they're all having these kind of physical reactions. And so to the doctors of New York, there's some kind of virus that's going around that's infecting the city on a massive scale, and no one quite knows how to handle it. Now, at this point, we pick up with the Jackal again, and we have him back in his laboratory, of course, where he's continuing to experiment. And we basically have this woman who's in shadow. Now, we'll find out who she is, and it's actually going to be Dan Slott returning and then killing off an old character from from Spider-Man's, really like the holdover of old Spider-Man stories. But what we find out is that someone's basically been kidnapped by the Jackal, and this person is being experimented on for the purpose of serving, some kind of role, some kind of, I guess maybe being a powerhouse member of Jackal's group. But we also find out this unknown henchman of Jackal is Kane. Now, this is really, really interesting because when it came to the character of Kane in Marvel Comics, Kane Parker, he made his debut in Web of Spider-Man number 119, I think, and he was basically part of Clone Saga, the story everybody hates. But the idea is that Kane was kind of like this holdover from Clone Saga that Marvel just never really knew how to get rid of. It was like Marvel's dirty little secret. Like, what do you do with a character like Kane? I mean, after Clone Saga, like, there was nothing for him. He was just kind of tumbling down the rabbit hole of stories and popping up every once in a while and just becoming increasingly irrelevant as time went on. And so by the time it got around to Spider Island, this is probably the most significant role that he plays, leading into him becoming the second Scarlet Spider with Scarlet Spider Volume 2. That story is amazing, by the way. I love Scarlet Spider with Kane Parker. I don't know how other people feel about it, but I always thought it was really, really enjoyable. But we basically have this giant spider guy kind of manifesting, but we also find out that this unknown woman's able to basically seize control of this spider guy. Whoever this giant, monster is, she's able to seize control of it and bend it to her will. And so from here, we basically pick up with this revelation that everybody in New York is developing spider powers. They're able to shoot webbing. They have super strength. They have super speed. They can crawl on walls. They basically have all the abilities of Spider-Man. But for the life of Peter Parker, for his own individual goings on, Carly Cooper reveals the fact that she has Spider-Man's powers. Now, this is crazy. This is really, really interesting because what she does is she kind of tries to corner him a little bit, right? And say, hey, look, like, you're friends with Spider-Man, like, you make all his gear, because remember, that's kind of been the ongoing lie that Peter Parker's been telling everybody that begins to get close to the idea that he's that he's Spider-Man. He basically says, well, no, I'm not Spider-Man. It's just I helped to develop Spider-Man's gear, all his different gadgets and all that kind of good stuff. I help him build that. And so that's the lie that Carly Cooper's been told, and it's the lie that she believes. And so in response, her idea is, hey, look, like, help me out, like, have me, let me meet with Spider-Man so that we can start working together and he can teach me how to be a superhero. And that seems to be a lot of people's response to this. A lot of people seem to have this idea that they all want to be superheroes. Not only that, we end up meeting up with Miles Warren. We end up meeting up with the Jackal, where he basically passed this note on to this guy, as well as a multitude of other people show up at this location at a certain time. And the idea of Miles Warren is to cause absolute chaos, cause absolute pandemonium in Bryant Park in New York by giving everyone who's there some some variation of the Spider-Man costume. And all these costumes range from the earliest costumes that Peter Parker wore when he was Spider-Man to just, you know, costumes you can buy off the shelves, all the way up to his future Foundation costume. And so it's again, no one really knows who Spider-Man is, which Spider-Man is the right Spider-Man. Now, of course, we have, remember, you have Aunt May, you have J. Jonah Jameson Sr. They're heading out to Boston, or at least they're sitting in an airport. They're not in New York right now. Remember, we had talked about that with regards to the whole Prelude thing, it was the idea of basically ushering them out, removing them from the landscape and sort of shifting them away. That was the whole basis behind this. And so because of that, with all these different folks unfolding, all these different folks popping up with these, you know, Spider-Man powers, the Avengers, the new Avengers, the Mighty Avengers, everybody in New York begins to respond. Now, of course, this begs the question, where's like Excalibur at from Britain? I guess we're just kind of like, well, that ain't our problem. That's New York. We don't care. I have no idea. But the cool thing is that when Peter Parker gets here, it's exactly what we would expect. I mean, you've got guys who are wearing the Iron Spider armor from Civil War, people who are wearing like the Spider-Man Back in Black suit. You know, you have people who are wearing the Spider-Man suit with the wings, you know, people who are wearing the, you know, again, the earliest versions. Every single costume that Spider-Man's ever worn exists in some form or fashion in all these people who have his outfits, so that when the real Peter Parker shows up, no one knows it's him. No one believes it's him. And that's kind of the crazy thing here. That's what made Spider Island so interesting in the beginning, was because Peter Parker's blessing turned out to be his curse. Remember, in Amazing Spider-Man number 641, following the events of Civil War, that Doctor Strange, or at least it had been revealed that Doctor Strange had cast a spell at the request of Peter Parker that removed knowledge of his identity from the world when he unmasked himself during Civil War in order to lend credence to Tony Stark's claim that if superheroes came forward, they registered, that their secret identities would be safe, that their families would be safe, that following the Civil War event, Marvel had to find some way to put the genie back in the bottle again. And so that's exactly what happened. Doctor Strange said, okay, everybody, no one knows the identity of Peter Parker. The only way they can find out is if Peter Parker basically reveals it to them directly. That's the only way, or if they just happen to see him without his mask or something along those lines. But the issue is that when he shows up, the Avengers, the Mighty Avengers, the whole 9 yards, they all start attacking him because in their mind, this isn't Peter Parker, this is just somebody with the powers of Spider-Man masquerading as Spider-Man. And so the fight goes exactly as we would expect it to, in the sense of the Avengers and everybody is like, hey man, you gotta go. You gotta get out of here. If you really are Spider-Man, you need to leave, because all you're doing right now is you're getting in the way. Now, what also ends up happening here is that with Carly Cooper fighting on the front lines and going against, you know, some of these criminals, fighting the small time guys, not really facing off against villains, Peter Parker ends up running into Mary Jane Watson. Now, the cool thing about this is, remember, Mary Jane Watson knows that he's Spider-Man. She's one of the few people that know his identity. And her response is, you have to get out there and you have to do something. Well, in the mind of Peter Parker, he's like, well, all the superheroes don't know that I'm Spider-Man. I can't just walk out and unmask myself. But he says, what I can do is I can rally the citizens of New York. Now, this is extremely important. And the reason why is because Peter Parker goes on camera, broadcasts to the internet and says, hey, if you guys are watching this, I have spider powers. I have a spider sense. I have all these different things. The New York that people believe they know is not the New York that it actually is. People think that everybody in New York are dicks. That's not true. You know, there are people in New York who are hard workers, who believe in truth and fairness and justice in the American way. If you're one of those people, fight alongside me, be a superhero. And he basically rallies a whole ton of New Yorkers to his side. Now, this is actually kind of a cool revelation, because this will be extremely important once we get back to the end of this video. But following this, you know, where Peter Parker is able to rally these guys to his cause, the next step is, okay, how do we cure this virus? How do we basically eliminate this entire, you know, this pathogen that's giving everybody superpowers? Now, the cool thing is that there are 3 individuals who are working diligently on this. Max Modell, the head of Horizon Labs, Reed Richards, and some unknown guy in cell number 6. We don't know who that person is, but the cool idea is that with Reed Richards and Max Modell here, if anybody can find a solution, they can. Now, that's kind of the ironic thing about this, is because what Dan Slott does is he says, hey, look, you've got 2 of the smartest men in the world, like Max Modell and Reed Richards, working on a solution. Surely they're going to find a way to cure this, right? And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, I assume they are. You know, that's something that would make sense. Well, then we shift over to anti-venom. Anti-venom is a ready-made cure. Remember, anti-venom is basically a venom symbiote with antibodies. He can cure anyone of anything. And so he begins going through and basically chasing down all these individuals who have spider powers, whether they're villains or whether they're good guys, and starts stripping their abilities away from them, starts taking their abilities away from each and every one of these guys. And it creates kind of a funny situation, because in our mind, it would be like, well, I mean, why don't they just go to anti-venom? If he's the cure, why don't they just go to anti-venom? And so at this point, we end up joining Peter Parker when he and Carly Cooper end up traveling again to the police precinct. Because remember, that's one of the reasons why we covered a lot of these stories with Amazing Spider-Man. A lot of them seemed almost totally irrelevant, and most of them were. But there were little moments here and there that would make sense. When we talked about the return of Wraith, we had talked about how, you know, this one particular police officer was basically breaking into the evidence room and stealing gadgets and equipment that belonged to villains. Well, that's the same room that Carly Cooper and Peter Parker go to. And what Peter Parker does is he says, hey, look, here are a lot of the things that you can use. Because remember, the webbing that Carly Cooper is using is organic webbing. But what she needs is she needs fluids and she needs starchier foods. But she doesn't know this. Peter Parker's just like, hey, here's everything you need in order to get your webbing back. But until that webbing begins to get back to its full supply, here's some artificial, you know, web shooters that will serve the purpose. Not only that, we end up picking up with Project Rebirth in the Catskill Mountains. Now, for those of you guys who are following Comicstorian's channel, this is the whole Agent Venom aspect of Spider Island. I imagine Benny probably covered that in its videos. I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to watch them yet. I never watch Comicstorian's videos, but but it creates kind of a funny thing, because again, this shows how large everything goes, in the sense that Spider King, you know, this giant spider monster that had popped up earlier in the story, was basically sent on a mission to Project Rebirth. Now, of course, running into Agent Venom, what it does is it bolsters things out a little bit. It basically increases this entire landscape, because this adds to the possibility of this infection spreading beyond the borders of New York. And so that's what happens. Mayor J. Jonah Jameson begins to realize that things are becoming more dangerous, that if this infection escapes the island, that these millions of people in Manhattan who all have spider powers will turn into hundreds of millions of people across the United States, and eventually billions across the globe, if they do not keep it contained. And so in conjunction, you know, with these mandroid suits, basically these mech suits that are used by the NYPD, along with a handful of the Avengers, Luke Cage, and so on, they basically begin the process of blocking off access to New York. They literally start shutting it all down. They start shutting down bridges, shutting down tunnels, the whole 9 yards. They quite literally quarantine the entirety of New York. Hence the reason why it's called Spider Island, because everybody on the island of Manhattan has spider powers. And so at this point, it's the question of, how do they bring this down? How do they bring this to an end? Well, of course, the first step is to basically synthesize a cure, which of course Reed Richards and Max Modell are successfully able to do. The issue is, who do they give it to? And so what they had to do is they had to develop a device. And the reason why is because there's only a limited amount of the vaccine. Considering the fact that it had to be made quick, fast, and in a hurry, they need a limited quantity so they can test it. If it works, they can mass produce it. What they end up doing is they end up intending to basically analyze different individuals to test them for this strain, to see whether or not they have this Spider Island virus. And it turns out that J. Jonah Jameson has it. J. Jonah Jameson basically becomes Spider-Man. And so what we get are all these different situations that kind of roll on top of one another, in the sense that we end up having Anti-Venom, who's going through, just running through Manhattan, curing everybody of this Spider Island virus that he comes across. But we also have the Avengers, the Mighty Avengers, all these individuals putting these sonic pulses around the city of New York that would operate as these kind of psychic fences, so to speak, so that individuals can't leave. They basically can't walk out. It'll end up messing with them. It'll operate as a fence of sorts, and they'll basically end up kind of staying corralled in New York proper. And so what we end up doing is we join with Spider-Man, and we join with Carly Cooper when they arrive at a bank robbery. And that's kind of the cool thing here. That's one of the reasons why I like this, is because it's kind of Dan Slott showing us all these different things that all happen at the same time, right? I mean, you have like the Avengers, you have the Mighty Avengers, you have New Avengers, the whole 9 yards, all these different superhero teams, you know, trying to corral this massive infection. You've got Reed Richards, you got Max Modell, the Future Foundation, all working on a cure. And then you've got Spider-Man doing what he's always done, trying to keep things at bay. And stories like major crossover events that involve Spider-Man usually always work this way, unless we're talking about an event that takes, you know, that goes off into space or something like that, or threatens the entirety of the earth at one time, which is to say, like a villain shows up and it's just a threat to the world instead of starting out small like the city of Manhattan and working their way out. Spider-Man usually always plays a smaller role. During the Onslaught saga, for example, Spider-Man wasn't really facing off against Onslaught per se. Spider-Man was facing off against a lot of the Sentinels that Onslaught was using to keep Manhattan in a state of prison. He was fighting off against various villains that were using the chaos as a chance to implement a whole bunch of their own schemes and crimes. And so it was really cool to see a lot of these things take place yet again in the realm of Spider-Man, which is one of the reasons why a lot of fans love him, because Spider-Man is basically Marvel's way of reminding us that the small guy still has issues of their own, and Spider-Man is still looking out for the small guy. This little bit becomes particularly important when we deal with the arrival of the Shocker. And the reason why is because the Shocker, as he exists here, basically has 6 arms. And our question is, what in the hell happened? Why does the Shocker have 6 arms? Well, this is when we start getting into the idea of a second phase of this infection, in the sense that individuals who were exposed to the first phase develop Spider-Man powers. When it gets to the second phase, they start physically mutating. And that's what happened with Shocker. When he was infected, his body began to physically mutate. It gave him 6 arms. It began to mutate him into an actual spider. Now, what Dan Slott's doing here is he's drawing on the Spider-Man element of Infinity War. For those of you guys who don't know, during the Infinity War story arc, when Adam Warlock Sherlock's evil persona Magus was trying to attain the Infinity Gauntlet by grabbing all the different cosmic cubes from different universes. What Magus ended up doing was creating doppelgangers for the Earth's heroes in order to keep them out of the way. And so where you had like a Wolverine doppelganger, you had a Reed Richards doppelganger, a Hulk doppelganger, so on and so forth, Spider-Man had his doppelganger, which had 6 arms. The issue is that that doppelganger became so popular that Marvel kind of had to roll him over into after the events of Infinity War were done, because people loved that idea. The issue is that nobody could write him very well, so eventually they got rid of him. But what we end up doing is we basically start picking up with all these different mutations. And this is when we learn who this individual is. This is when we learn who this unknown woman is, that she's basically someone called the Queen. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, the Queen is a woman named Adriana Soria, I think it is. And she first appeared in Spectacular Spider-Man Volume 2, number 15, I think. She was a character that was created for the purpose of kind of stepping into this new era of Peter Parker, where Marvel was trying to kind of switch things around, move things around, make them a little more interesting. It was that whole hodgepodge of events leading into One More Day. But it was this idea that she was basically someone who had the ability or had telepathy and basically had what was called the insect gene. And what that meant was that she was able to tap into and control individuals and insects, but the only individuals she could control were people who had insect genes. The problem with this was that her being able to control them was contingent on her knowing that they were people with insect genes. And so the reason behind this whole thing, this entire Spider Island event, was for her to basically engineer her own kingdom. Now, it's not the first time she's tried this. During that whole weird era of Spider-Man, there was a point where Peter Parker actually turned into a giant spider. It was weird as hell. But the whole notion was that she had tried to kind of create a hive for herself, in the sense that she had tried to take over New York. Ultimately, she was defeated. But in the instance where Peter Parker turned into a giant spider and then eventually was transformed back, she had taken a husk, a little form, a little piece of this gene from Peter. She had taken it to Miles Warren, to the Jackal, and that's what Jackal used to synthesize, or I guess to create this virus planted in these bedbugs and turn the citizens of New York into individuals with the powers of Spider-Man. And so what this would allow the Queen to do is then turn around and control those individuals, because now they all have an insect gene. And so because of this, what her intention is to literally just kind of create her own army. And that's exactly what's happening with these secondary mutations. All these people who are beginning to mutate are turning into giant spiders. That's literally what they are. They're just turning into massive spiders. But this is going to allow the Queen to basically begin the process of engineering her own kingdom, to basically create her own place of rule. Now, the other cool thing about this is that we actually end up joining Anti-Venom. And this is kind of the funny situation here, because there's a mishmash of things at work here. There's a mishmash of plays going on all at the same time, in the sense that with Spider-King having been, gone against Agent Venom, that when Spider-King returns to the Queen, as well as Miles Warren, this is not actually Spider-King. Instead, this is Agent Venom posing as Spider-King. And that's why this is one of those cool things, is because it's the ability of Agent Venom to use the Venom symbiote to kind of shapeshift, to adjust himself. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people love Agent Venom, because it was taking the Venom symbiote and using it in a way that hadn't really been used before. But in addition to all of this, these individuals who are beginning to physically manifest, who are beginning to physically mutate, actually end up going to Our Lady of Saints Church and grabbing Anti-Venom. And the reason why is because word has reached their ears that Anti-Venom has the ability to cure people of their infection. Now, this is why we did the whole thing of of Anti-Venom and the Punisher team up, the Amazing Spider-Man and Anti-Venom team up, the origin of Anti-Venom, because this was Dan Slott bringing this redemption of Eddie Brock into full view, basically bringing it all the way back around again. It was Dan Slott saying, hey, look, this is why Eddie Brock is basically a good guy. It's him trying to do the right thing, because he looks at all these individuals and he says, you poor cast-off souls, come to Papa Anti-Venom. I have the cure to what ails you. And it's basically him curing people. It's him saying, look, I'm a good guy. I'm curing every last one of these individuals. I'm literally saving New York. Now, that'll become a lot more important than it seems right now, but it's a really, really interesting set of events, because for Peter Parker, for Spider-Man himself, it's absolute pandemonium and it's chaos, because among all these giant spiders are Carly Cooper. Now, while he's trying to track her down, while he's trying to stop these giant spiders that are attacking individuals, one of them basically begins to lay waste to the vehicle, or to the motorcade of J. Jonah Jameson. And this is kind of cool, because what happens is Jameson refuses to be saved by Peter Parker yet again. Keep in mind, Jameson has always housed a hatred for Peter Parker, but in Jameson's mind, the death of his wife Marla is tied into Peter Parker's actions. And of course, Marla told him in her final moments, do not succumb to hate. Do not blame Spider-Man. Do not blame Alistair Smythe Spider-Slater. Do not blame any of those. Just accept the fact that sometimes things like this happen and there's nothing we can really do to stop it. And so what ends up happening here is that in the midst of all this, J. Jonah Jameson reveals the fact that he has spider powers. He grabs Peter Parker and he says, we're going back to the emergency command center. We're going to find a way to get over this. I think I have an ace in the hole. Now, this is kind of cool, because this is an uneasy alliance between J. Jonah Jameson and Spider-Man. If it was Jameson's way, he'd just throw Spider-Man in jail and call it a day. But he needs Spider-Man. He needs Spider-Man here because he's basically the only individual present in New York that has spider powers that can use them effectively. Everybody else that has spider powers are turning into giant spider monsters. And so what we do is we pick up with J. Jonah Jameson basically interrogating Alistair Smith. And Smith is a little cryptic here because first of all, he says, look, man, like the whole reason why I'm Spider Slayer is because you and your stupid tabloid led to the death of my father. They led to the destruction of my career. They led to me becoming a bad guy. All I want is revenge on you. But then it's also Alistair Smith saying, hey, I got my revenge, because this is when he realizes the only reason J. Jonah Jameson would come to him after Smith killed Jameson's wife is because Jameson himself is infected. And so it's like Alistair Smith getting the revenge that he always wanted. Now, this comes to bear, this little bit of hubris on Smith's behalf comes to bear when the Queen begins to use her telepathy and start talking to J. Jonah Jameson, begins to infiltrate his mind, and she basically appears as the wife of J. Jonah Jameson and says, remember how I told you not to blame yourself, how I told you not to blame Spider-Man, don't blame Alistair Smith? I lied. Kill them all. And so it's so cool because then J. Jonah Jameson starts to lose his mind. Now, again, we get a little bit more of this kind of a montage, this little bit of a hodgepodge where we have Black Cat and we have a few of the ground level heroes really trying to protect some of these sonic devices for the purpose of keeping everybody corralled in New York. We have Agent Venom going against Anti-Venom, which is actually pretty amazing. Like it's pretty badass. We also end up having Mary Jane Watson develop spider powers on her own. And so because of this, we ultimately pick up with Agent Venom having defeated Anti-Venom. As far as I'm aware, we don't see it, but it may end up being that that's part of the Venom tie-in. I'll have to double check on that, but Anti-Venom is essentially defeated here. Now, the irony of all this is that Agent Venom didn't ask any questions. He just showed up and started attacking Anti-Venom, and it was just like, you're coming with me. And it's kind of funny because when Eddie Brock is talking to Reed Richards, you know, he's like, hey, look, I would have come willingly. All you had to do was tell me what it is that you wanted. If what you wanted was to basically use me as a way to synthesize a cure, then I would have been fine with that. And Reed Richards says, well, I'm glad you're on board, man, because we're literally taking the entire Anti-Venom symbiote. And Eddie Brock's response is like, what? And he's like, yeah, man, you're not going to be able to be Anti-Venom anymore. Now, keep in mind, this is Dan Slott kind of wrapping this up. This is Dan Slott saying, hey guys, look, for the time being, at least as far as I'm aware, for the time being, this is the beginning and the end of Anti-Venom. It's kind of wrapping these things up, sort of bringing things to a close. Because remember, the entire Anti-Venom arc was designed for the sole purpose of redeeming Eddie Brock in the eyes of comic book fans, in the eyes of really, you know, the superhero landscape within Marvel Comics itself. Now, of course, with J. Jonah Jameson, you know, mutating, freaking out under the influence of the Queen, he immediately attacks Alistair Smythe. And in his last couple seconds, you know, with the last few seconds of life that he has left, Alistair Smythe says, you have everything you need to defeat these giant spiders. You already have your army. All you have to do is figure out a way to tap into it and use it for your own ends. All right, so picking up with Spider Island Part 2. I know a lot of people are probably gonna be like, no, cliffhangers. Well, the good thing is that this video came out within hours of the last video. So don't be giving me no hard times about cliffhangers. Don't be giving me a hard time about no cliffhangers. So what we end up doing, here is we basically pick up, kind of continuing where we left off. We join Mary Jane Watson facing off against some of these guys, but also using her own webbing, her own spider abilities. But the cool thing about this is that, you know, within Our Lady of Saints Church, where these individuals were hanging out, again, they were just kind of left there when Agent Venom was able to succeed in defeating Anti-Venom. Mary Jane Watson begins to gain a better understanding of what it means to be Spider-Man. And that's one of the interesting things about this, is because this never really seemed to be a concept that was explored, just because of the fact that I'm not aware of Mary Jane Watson ever having spider powers on this level. Instead, before the events of One More Day, and even after the events of One More Day, where she still knew the identity of Peter Parker, the only real exposure she had to what it meant to be Spider-Man was basically the toll that it would take on Peter Parker, having to walk the knife's edge of keeping his identity secret while simultaneously trying to make sure that he could be an effective hero. And so because of this, she's coming to it from the other side of the coin. She's seeing what it means, having to pull her punches, you know, facing off against a lot of these giant spiders, recognizing that they're people at the same time and they could possibly be cured. And so it's her realizing that she basically has to stop these spiders from killing those humans that haven't mutated, while simultaneously not killing the spiders. And so again, it's this very interesting situation because she has to kind of be a savior and not a killer at the same time, if that makes any sense. But again, we also end up joining with the Queen. And the reason why is because of the fact that Reed Richards is using this cure on son Johnny. Remember, so Johnny is basically a member of Horizon Labs, one of the people who is infected, but almost immediately after this cure begins to develop, almost immediately after it's derived, the Queen begins to start going through all these individuals who have this insect gene by way of this Spider Island virus, and eventually is able to tap into Sajani once she realizes Sajani is in Horizon Labs, and Reed Richards and his team team has synthesized a cure. And so using Sajani, she basically kind of forces the physical mutation, and the result is that Sajani kind of gets out of control for a second, but is almost immediately subdued by a combination of Jessica Drew's Spider-Woman and Reed Richards himself. Now, with regards to the injection of this cure, this is when the Queen starts to realize that this cure is legitimate, and that if it's mass-produced, if it's turned into like an aerosol, if it goes airborne, it'll literally take away everything the Queen's been working for. All of her power will basically be gone. And so what happens is Jackal sends Kane on a mission to Horizon Labs for the purpose of basically contaminating this cure, making sure that it can never go into full-blown use. Now, at this point, what we also do is we basically join the man in the 6th room. We only get a glimpse here, but we join the man in the 6th room, this unknown third individual who was helpful in basically creating a cure by way of Reed Richards and Max Modell. And what we end up finding out is that this third man is Michael Morbius. Now, Michael Morbius being rolled into this story is not an accident. Remember, prior to Michael Morbius, gaining his infection, becoming a living vampire, he was a Nobel-winning biochemist. And so he's really like one of the best people that you would want. He's really one of the top minds when it comes to biochemistry, when it comes to biological contaminants, when it comes to creating a cure for virtually anything. The other half of this is that Michael Morbius has always tried to find a way to cure himself. And so it creates a really interesting situation because it's kind of Michael Morbius offering some measure of atonement. In addition to this, Michael Morbius is just a fan favorite. So why not have him in the story? Hell, like it just works. It's really cool to see him there. I'm sure a lot of fans are just like, yeah, Michael Morbius, we don't get to see a lot of him, but we get to see enough of him here. Now, of course, the other funny thing is that we also end up joining Madam Web, Julia Carpenter, who like appears to Reed Richards and is like, you've put these psychic inhibitors around the city of New York, take them down. And then she leaves, and that's it. she just like shows up, she's like, fix it now, and then just leaves. And it's kind of funny. It's just like this quick little pop-up situation here. But what this does is it allows Dan Slott to begin segueing into the final act of this story. And what I mean here is that where these psychic blocks were put in place for the purpose of basically removing people's ability to leave the city of New York, what ends up happening is that with this psychic inhibitor, Horizon Labs kind of has to play this balancing act where they have to sit down and they have to say, okay, fine, look, we cannot take down the psychic inhibitors in their entirety, because if we do, this infection will spread. We have a cure, but if they just scatter to the four corners of the world, well, suddenly we're stretched too thin and then there's no stopping this contagion. But if we keep it here in New York, then it's easier to control, it's easier to cure. And so what happens is Horizon Labs uses some of the knowledge of Peter Parker that he had given them over the course of his experience, and they basically kind of modify the signal to send it out in a way that basically restores Peter Parker's spider sense. Now, with regards to the restoration of Peter Parker's spider sense, this coincides with his conflict with Kane. And the reason why is because the Jackal had sent Kane to Horizon Labs for the purpose of contaminating this cure. And so when Peter Parker had traveled back to Horizon Labs, he was basically forced to face off against Kane. Now, again, this is mutated, this is Kane all kinds of screwed up, the full fruition of where his character was going to be because of his unstable genes. And so because of this, during the conflict, when Peter Parker's, when his spider sense is restored to him, the result is that he's able to basically outwit and outmaneuver Kane in virtually every feasible sense. And this is one of the reasons why it works, is because Kane has, he's stronger, he's faster, he's more durable than Spider-Man, but Spider-Man basically is able to use his way of the spider kung fu in conjunction with his spider sense and make himself virtually untouchable. Now, none of this really matters just because of the fact Peter Parker basically sends Kane flying into the vat of anti-venom, and essentially just kind of cures him and returns him to his normal appearance. But what Dan Slott was doing with this was basically saying this whole nonsense about Kane being like a weird physical spider thing, this has gone far enough. Like we need to either like, well, pardon my language, we need to poo or we need to get off the pot. Like we got to do something with it. And so Dan Slott's like, we're just going to basically send him off. Like what we're going to do is we're just going to send him off to the cornfields. He's going to be Scarlet Spider. But in order for us to pull that off, what we need to do is cure him. We need to basically make his body physically perfect. So that instead of having these corrupted genes the way he did, as part of Clone Saga, that instead what he's going to do is he's going to have basically perfected genes is basically what's going to happen here. Now, what we end up doing is we end up finding out that because of the fact that this signal's been modified, that has restored the spider sense of Peter Parker, Dan Slott begins to draw on the Web of Life and Destiny. Because keep in mind, when the Web of Life and Destiny was introduced in Marvel Comics, it was modifying Spider-Man's mythos. Prior to that point, it was always believed that Spider-Man's powers, his strength, agility, speed, spider sense, so on and so forth, all of those just came from just the radiation in his blood. The Web of Life and Destiny said, no, that's not the case. Peter Parker is basically an avatar. He more or less is a character that reflects kind of a representation of these totems. He's basically I guess a herald of the Web and Life and Destiny, if that makes any sense. All it really means is that he derives his powers directly from the Web of Life and Destiny. Well, so does the Queen, and so does Madam Web. And so by giving Peter Parker his spider sense back, the Queen now has full access to her abilities, and Madam Web has full access to her abilities. What we also find out is that this giant, weird spider monster that appeared at the beginning of the story was Steve Rogers, that Steve Rogers had been taken by Jackal, he had been mutated and turned into a servant of the Queen. Now, of course, he had since been turned back, but the idea here is that he's basically kind of this last man standing, trying to face off against the Queen herself and bring her rule down. The issue with this is that with the Queen having full access to her powers, she goes into her full form, and what she becomes is an Omega level threat. Now, this is something that I want to draw your attention to, because in Marvel Comics, when it comes to the idea of like Omega level mutants, Omega level threats, this is how they're confirmed. For example, we saw in in Uncanny X-Men number 513, I posted about this on Twitter, we saw that Emma Frost was confirmed as an Omega level mutant. In X-Men Volume 2, issue number 70 or something like that, Charles Xavier was confirmed to be an Alpha level mutant. These are how things end up playing out, that there's individuals whose status within the Marvel community is confirmed. Now, when it comes to like Omega level threats, those are basically people that have the power of Omega level mutants, but they're not mutants. That's all that means. That's the only difference. It's just kind of an interchangeable term. But the idea is that we also have Peter Parker trying to maintain this ruse that he and Spider-Man are two distinctly different individuals, because remember, in the mind of Peter Parker, he hasn't revealed his identity to anybody yet. No one knows who he is. And so to the eyes of everybody except for like Reed Richards and a handful of others that don't, that know his secret identity, when they see Kane Parker walking around in the Spider-Man costume while simultaneously seeing him standing alongside Peter Parker, well, then they have no reason to believe that Peter Parker and Spider-Man are one and the same. It's basically Peter's ruse. This is his way of kind of clearing the air when everybody with Horizon Labs is there, and it's him saying, hey, look guys, see, like me and Spider-Man are two distinctly different people. And so because of this, we basically pick up with kind of like this last man battle. I mean, you have really, you have like Kane Parker, you have Peter Parker, you have all these guys that are facing off against, against the Queen Spider. But what ends up happening is Peter Parker begins to draw on what it was that Elsie Smythe said. You have all the resources that you need in order to take down all of these different spiders and the Queen. All you have to do is harness them effectively. And that's when Peter recalls back to the Octobots of Dr. Octopus. The Dr. Octopus would use a helmet to control all these little individual bots. Peter Parker races back to the precinct alongside Mary Jane Watson, puts the helmet on, and begins using all these different Octobots for the purpose of trying to take out the Queen and all these other individuals who are infected with this virus. The problem with this is this Queen is wildly powerful in terms of her abilities. And so what ends up happening here is we basically end up seeing Kane doing what needs to be done, where Peter Parker has this moral code. And Peter Parker says, we do not kill. We need to incapacitate her. We need to take her out and then take her prisoner. Kane says, no. The only way that we can deal with this is to take this woman out, is to eliminate her in her entirety. And that's what Dan Slott's drawing on here with the idea of Kane, because remember, going all the way back to Clone Saga when he first showed up, Kane was designed to be this character who was amoral. He wasn't really a good guy. He wasn't really a bad guy. He had his own moral compass. He would kill if he needed to. He would save people if he needed to. He was willing to go further than Peter Parker was. And so what happens as the story basically comes to a close is that Kane wipes out the Spider Queen, basically eliminates her in her entirety. And so with the entire Spider Island event kind of winding down, the cure is basically synthesized, it's mass distributed to everybody to the point that everybody kind of begins to wind down from their infection. And so what this does is this leads into the epilogue of Spider Island, which begins to wrap up all these loose ends. It's Dan Slott going through and saying, okay, here's where we stand with the Spider-Man mythos going forward after the events of Spider Island. Okay, so picking up with the epilogue to Spider Island, this is actually really kind of cool. The whole basis, from what I could tell anyway, the whole basis behind Spider Island was really kind of like what the early bit of Dan Slott's run was leading up to, in the sense that it was this idea that Dan Slott looked around and said, there's a lot of things in the Spider-Man mythos that I don't really care for, that was done by a committee. Because remember, when Dan Slott first became part of this writing committee after the events of One More Day, it was everybody's going to be part and parcel to this. There's a lot of fingers in this story that's being told. It wasn't just Dan Slott doing what Dan Slott wanted to do, but having the ability to take over the title on his own and do whatever it is that he wanted to do, granted him the opportunity to say, okay, let's just clear out all the stuff that I don't like. Let's get rid of all the things I don't want to have in the Spider-Man mythos. Let's rectify all this stuff. And that's exactly what happens here. But it also sends out some threads for future stories that will come later on down the line, specifically Superior Spider-Man. So what we do is we basically just kind of pick up with the aftermath. I mean, the story's called Naked City, and it's kind of funny here. I mean, it's all these different superheroes in the Marvel universe who were all giant spiders, during the events of Spider Island. And it's kind of funny here, because it's like everybody's kind of recovering and everybody's shocked that they were naked. The only person who doesn't care is Hercules, and Hercules is like, yes, look upon my visage with envious eyes, male superheroes. It's it's really kind of this funny situation. That's one of the things that I love so much about his character, because he's just kind of like, I'm in my natural form, like I am Hercules, I am the god of strength. They don't call me a giant for no reason. And it's In all seriousness, it's just one of these funny little things. Again, it's just kind of, it's really just cleanup. You know, it's cleaning things up, getting things sorted out, getting things back in order. And so the idea here is that we pick up with Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker. And this is one of the things that's kind of cool because Dan Slott sort of takes this moment between the two of them. And it's not really Dan Slott saying, hey, we're going to get them back together again. It's Dan Slott saying, hey, these two share a connection that no one else really shares. And that's true. You know, even within the Spider-Man mythos, that's true. You know, the fact that they dated for so long, she was one of the first people to know about his secret identity, so on and so forth. But outside of the comic, we as the reader look at that and it's like, even if they're only really good friends, for us as the reader, for people who followed Spider-Man, there's a connection between the two of them that no one else has. The stories that have been written about Mary Jane Watson, about Peter Parker have had their ups and downs. They've been married, they broke up, their marriage was nullified by Mephisto. There's all kinds of things that go on with their story. And so a lot of people look at that and say, look at the legacy that was forged between these two. And it's really Dan Slott kind of pointing at that. It's Dan Slott saying, hey, they're sharing a rooftop moment, and it represents everything that they've been through up to this point. The other half of this is that in the middle of the conversation, Peter Parker just basically has to bail out because, you know, Aunt May's grabbing his attention when she and J. Jonah Jameson Sr. are finally making their way off to Boston, officially leaving New York after the events of Spider Island. And this is when we learn that Mary Jane Watson retained her spider powers. And so it's really kind of cool, you know, to ask the question, what kind of stories are we going to see? But again, this whole idea of anti-venom, you know, for example, the idea that Eddie Brock was looking for atonement for his past acts when he was a villain comes to fruition when Reed Richards pops up on TV. Now, again, keep in mind, when it comes to the Marvel landscape, Reed Richards, how he's viewed within Marvel Comics is how he's viewed outside of Marvel Comics. Within the Marvel Comics universe, it's like Reed Richards, one of the smartest men in the world. Everybody respects him. He's an explorer. The superheroes love him. When it comes to us as readers outside of comics, it's like the Fantastic Four, the first family of Marvel. The Fantastic Four set the groundwork for the Avengers, Force Works, all these different teams that would come later on down the line. You know, Guardians of the Galaxy, they were the template behind that, the legacy characters. And so when Reed Richards shows up on TV and says New York was saved because of the actions of Eddie Brock, well, then Eddie Brock's a good guy now, and there's no arguing that point. It's just the way it is. And it's really cool because that's the kind of respect that Reed Richards commands from people in New York, from the superhero community, so on and so forth. But again, it's just kind of wrapping up a few loose ends here, you know, in the sense that J. Jonah Jameson's having a drink with Robbie Robertson. Again, they're kind of on different terms here in terms of, you know, J. Jonah Jameson being mayor of New York, Robbie Robertson running Frontline now. But it's also this idea that J. Jonah Jameson still doesn't seem to want to give up the notion that Peter Parker, that Spider-Man saved the city. He kind of wants to hang on to his anger, hang on to his hatred for all this. And at the end of the day, Robbie Robertson says, dude, you've got to give Spider-Man a break. You know, he was basically the key to saving the city. He's one of the people that helped save the entirety of the city. And so in the end, you know, J. Jonah Jameson's like, fine, I'll give him a break. You know, I'll cut him a break. I'll make a call and we'll see what happens. You know, we have Peter Parker helping some guys on the bridge, you know, get things cleared up, you know, get things cleared out. It's just kind of this cool little moment. The problem is that after Peter's done saying his goodbyes to Aunt May, after she and J. Jonah Jameson leave for Boston, he gets back home to the apartment with Carly Cooper. And this is really where Dan Slott begins to sort of wrap things up between the two because Carly Cooper's breaking up with him. Now, this is when I said it was important that we had to keep in mind the whole idea of Peter Parker going on TV and saying, I'm Spider-Man, you know, during the events of Spider Island, because Carly Cooper has figured out his secret identity. And that was not supposed to happen. Remember, it's almost like those, you know, it's almost like the Harry Potter universe, right? You know, when those wizards and stuff cast those spells, somebody walks up to something they're not supposed to walk up to, and then suddenly they remember they're supposed to go do something else. The spell is much like that Doctor Strange cast, in the sense that unless Peter Parker went to Carly Cooper and said, you know, took off his mask and said, hey, look, I'm Spider-Man, or revealed his identity to who it was, to her individually, or she just walked up on him while he was changing into his Spider-Man costume, she's not supposed to know. No one is supposed to know, but she knows. And what she says is, I'm a forensic scientist. My job is to put the pieces together. And what she says is, when Spider Island happened and I was gaining my spider powers for the first time and everybody in the city was gaining their spider powers for the first time, you were the only one that knew exactly how to use them. You were the only one that slid right into the role and knew it perfect. And she even goes back, if you guys remember, with volume 1 in Big Time, she goes back and says, when we were hanging out and I was showing you how to roller skate and you didn't know how to roller skate and you were trying to figure it out, she was like, that's what you should have done when you were tricking me. And that's the biggest issue for her, is not that Peter Parker's Spider-Man. It's the fact that he lied to her. With Carly Cooper, her family's mired in deceit. Her family's mired in people keeping their own secrets. With her going to Peter Parker when they first started getting together, her whole thing was, you better know what you're doing and you better not lie. And Peter Parker lied to her, duped her about his identity. Now granted, this was done by Peter for the safety of all. I mean, that was something that was established during the events of Civil War. That was the whole crux. When Peter Parker went on stage during the events of Civil War and said, hey everybody, my name is Peter Parker. I'm revealing my identity because I trust Iron Man when he says superheroes who come forward and register with S.H.I.E.L.D. will not have to worry about their families being being put in danger, that was exactly what happened. As soon as Peter Parker revealed his identity, he walked out. People tried to attack him. They tried to attack Aunt May. They tried to attack Mary Jane Watson. And so in response to this, when Civil War was over, when it was all said and done, after the events of One More Day and all that kind of good stuff, when Peter Parker went to Doctor Strange, in the post-Civil War landscape and said, I want to make sure no one knows what my identity is, Doctor Strange cast a spell, and it was done to make sure that if Peter Parker, for some reason, his identity was dumped out, that he wouldn't have to worry about that. He wouldn't have to worry about people figuring out who he is. He wouldn't have to worry about his friends and family being put in danger. The issue with all this is that for Carly Cooper, it doesn't resonate. She just doesn't grasp it. At the end of the day, she's just like, you lied to me. And so ultimately she says, we're done. We're over with. Now, what follows this is actually kind of weak, to be honest. It's actually kind of a weak way to do this. What Doctor Strange, when Peter Parker goes to Doctor Strange and says, why did she know my secret identity? No one was supposed to know. What in the heck happened? Doctor Strange says, when you went on TV and told people, I'm Peter Parker, I have spider powers, you basically told everybody you were Spider-Man. You undid the spell, or at least didn't really undo it, but make it weaker, make it possible for people to know who he was. It's not like he was wearing a Spider-Man mask and went on TV like he did during Civil War, take his mask off and say, I'm Spider-Man, but it was almost the same thing. And because of that, it weakened the spell to a degree, and people can start figuring out his identity. Now, this was basically Dan Slott coming back and saying, okay, let's get things sorted out. Let's make things reasonable. Let's set this for the purpose of making Spider-Man stories a little more dangerous, because that was always kind of an intrinsic value of Peter Parker stories. Someone somewhere may figure out his identity, and if they do, what happens? Like, that was always kind of the basis behind it. So it was basically beefing up the number of people in his rogues gallery who could know who he is, taking it beyond Jackal, getting into all these different individuals and setting the stage for superior Spider-Man. And so what we end up doing is we sort of transition to this last little bit of a send-off with Madam Web. Again, Julia Carpenter, Madam Web being able to see the future and so on. She really just kind of sits down with Peter and she says, look, what you are given here is a chance to basically start over. You were given, or you had this last little vial of the cure from Max Modell. If you take this, it will cure you of your spider powers. You will no longer be Spider-Man. You will be Peter Parker, and you will be able to live a regular life. She says the web of life and destiny chooses avatars for the totems. You're Spider-Man because the web of life and destiny chose you to be Spider-Man. If you walk away, someone else can take your place. It could be Ben Reilly, it could be Kane Parker, it could be any number of people, it could be a random guy off the street. It's her basically saying you have an out, you have a chance to walk away. This is Dan Slott toying with the notion that Peter Parker might not be Spider-Man anymore. But in the end, he says no. He says, I'm going to stay Spider-Man. I'm going to be Spider-Man. Of course, we would have a hard time envisioning a scenario where Peter Parker was never Spider-Man again. I have a hard time imagining a situation where Marvel would release a story where Peter Parker, in the main Marvel universe, where it's like Peter Parker is never going to be Spider-Man again. Like, his is going to be somebody else. Like, they kill off Peter Parker and replace him with Miles Morales. That'll never happen. It's like eliminating Superman and having him gone forever and never bringing him back. In the end, Peter Parker's a legacy character. He's so significant to the success of Marvel Comics and one of their best-selling titles. If that happened, they'd be on the verge of destroying their entire comic book line just because of one individual person. It's a bold statement, but it's a statement that I think is actually pretty accurate here. And so in the end, we pick up with Mary Jane Watson, and this is kind of the cool thing, is because Peter's also learning that Mary Jane still has her powers to a degree, but it's also kind of reconciling these two things. And even then, he sits down and he talks with Mary Jane about how Peter, how he and Carly have basically broken up. Now again, Dan Slott's kind of toying here. He's like, well, maybe will they get together? Won't they get together? And we're really not given an answer here. We're really not given an answer on whether or not the two of them will end up getting back together again. Instead, the conversation kind of deviates towards the idea that Peter Parker feels like, well, his actions will just go unnoticed. That'll just be another instance of Peter saving the city, and no one will really care that much. But Mary Jane Watson says, no, the Empire State Building has been lit up in celebration of you, your colors. It's the city of New York saying thank you. It's the city of New York basically saying thank you, Spider-Man, for saving our city, for keeping us alive. And it's cool. It's a really great way, because what this does is basically wrap up like the first half of Dan Slott's run, the first part of Dan Slott's run. It's him clearing all that stuff out and saying, okay guys, now we basically get to start over again. Now we officially get into what it is that I wanted to do. Now we officially get into everything leading up into Superior Spider-Man, going into Spider-Verse, going into all new, all different, amazing Spider-Man, all that kind of good stuff. Okay, so I'll be honest with you guys. When Dying Wish first came out, I have never, with the exception of One More Day, in terms of like modern Spider-Man history, I've never even heard of a more divisive story than this. People there were people out there who hated Superior Spider-Man. They were just like, no, Peter Parker stays Spider-Man, and that's just what, it's always Peter Parker. It needs to be Peter Parker. Like, they were getting so bent out of shape. But there were other people like me who thought it was amazing, and it was just like, dude, this is awesome. So we're gonna run over this. We will let you guys decide. Now, in terms of like how people title it, like a lot of people say this is the actual prelude to Superior Spider-Man. I consider it part of Superior Spider-Man. I mean, I consider it to be, you know, a part of the main thing, because I think it makes it more cohesive. I think it makes it more of like a cohesive thing. Plus, if you go and buy Superior Spider-Man, you usually kind of get, you know, dying wish thrown in. But I really enjoyed this story because what this does is it initially just kind of picks up with Spider-Man Peter Parker, right? And there were a few stories that took place in between Spider Island and this, but to me, those stories weren't particularly interesting. There were just moments in those stories that were significant, but I found it very difficult to bring myself to run over the entirety of like Ends of the Earth just for like one moment. So it was kind of a weird situation. But of course, you know, this is cool because it almost seems like a back to basics for Spider-Man, right? He's just going around, he's doing a Spider-Man thing, he's saving people. You know, he kind of realizes that he's got a scar on his face from an attack that he had when he was going against the goblins, you know, so on and so forth. But he's kind of going through his messages. This is where things get a little weird because something seems a bit off, right? Like he's getting a few messages, you know, he gets messages from Mary Jane Watson. You know, Mary Jane's like, hey, look, are you coming to the club tonight? He gets messages from Max Modell saying, hey, your review that's coming up, you know, for Horizon Labs. And, you know, he's got time that he has to spend with Aunt May and so on and so forth. So his life is really packed to the brim. And of course, it's kind of cool because he's going through, he's, you know, remaking his spider webbing fluid and so on and so forth. But things start to get a little funny when he encounters Mary Jane at her club. And what he does is he really kind of approaches her and he says like, hey, look, we've been dancing around this long enough. It's time that we get back together. Now, this was crazy because it was Dan Slott kind of toying with the idea that Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker were gonna get back together again. And in fact, this is like one of the things that like the diehard fans wanted so much more. They really wanted Mary Jane Watson and they wanted Peter Parker to get back together again. They really wanted them to be reunited. But in a lot of ways, it was just kind of like Marvel had basically said that's never going to happen. And so the idea was, well, maybe Dan Slott will allow it to happen. Maybe Dan Slott will be the reason why it does happen. Of course, it doesn't really seem to be the case. Instead, you know, it's just kind of like, hey, look, we got to go hang out with your Aunt May, yada, yada, yada. But of course, you know, spending time with Aunt May is also interrupted by the fact that he's getting a request to basically see Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus is calling him by name, Peter Parker. And so, of course, he ends up meeting with the new Avengers, you know, Captain America and Wolverine and so on, and then shows up there. Now, this is where things get crazy because when I was going through this, it was just like, wow. I mean, I remember originally reading this and it's like, what in the world's going on? But it also seemed like Dan Slott was paying an appropriate tribute, right? I mean, Dr. Octopus is basically dying. That's been the gist of his character really ever since the events of Spider-Man Big Time. He's just been in the background and he's been dying. He's been orchestrating plans here and there, but the plans really seem to be just his attempt to kind of, you know, to implement one final successful campaign before he passed on. And this moment seemed to be kind of Dan Slott sitting down and saying, okay, look, Dr. Octopus is dying. He's really Spider-Man's most formidable foe, with the exception of maybe Venom or Carnage. But in terms of long-standing villains, you know, he's one of Spider-Man's oldest and most dangerous foes. It's really just the right thing to do. It's really just the right thing to do a send-off, you know, to have Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man do a send-off to one another. But what ends up happening is we find out that this is not Dr. Octopus, this is Peter Parker. Their minds have been swapped, and Peter Parker, and really Spider-Man's just like, yeah, I have all your memories, all your experiences. Everything that makes you who you are is now me. I look like you. Everyone believes you're me. You are Dr. Octopus. Let me tell you something, Rob Core. When this reveal came out, it was like, what? Like, holy cow. It was mind-blowing because, you know, like Dr. Octopus starts dying because he's only got a few hours left, you know, and he basically, you know, begins the process of dying. You know, they're trying to keep him alive as best they can. But Peter Parker, you know, Spider-Man just kind of leaves and he's like, well, that's that. And he just basically just kind of takes off. And so what we do is we basically pick up with the second half of Dying Wish. And really, I guess the first half is kind of a prelude, but we basically pick up with, you know, Dying Wish proper. And what Dying Wish does is it answers the questions. How in the world did this happen? How did Dr. Octopus manage to swap minds with Peter Parker? Because remember, this just came out of left field. It was just suddenly Peter Parker's mind is in the body of Dr. Octopus and the mind of Dr. Octopus is in the body of Peter Parker. And so it was like, what in the heck happened that went through all this? Well, of course, initially it picks up with Peter Parker worrying about what things may happen, what Dr. Octopus might do. What's ironic about this is that Dr. Octopus doesn't do any of those things. In fact, I would say that Dr. Octopus as Spider-Man, it's probably better than Peter Parker. I like Dr. Octopus as Spider-Man better than I liked Peter Parker as Spider-Man. It was interesting. Had it gone on long enough, the novelty would have worn run off. But for what a superior Spider-Man was, I think he was better than Peter Parker. But of course, his main concern is that Dr. Octopus is basically going to swindle his friends and family. You know, that he's going to force himself onto Mary Jane Watson, that he's going to steal the fortune or steal the money of J. Jonah Jameson Sr. and Aunt May. He's going to kill a lot of his superhero friends because he has access to the Avengers mansion, and they don't know that. They don't know that this is Dr. Octopus. He goes through and starts experiencing the memories of Dr. Octopus, Doc Ock's abusive father, the first time that Dr. Octopus became Dr. Octopus, the time that Doc Ock and Aunt May got together, physically together. But then he also began, this is when we begin to go into the whole idea of how it is that Dr. Octopus is able to pull off the mind swap. And what ended up happening is, of course, Dr. Octopus had a helmet of sorts that was used to basically control these little nanobots that he had that went all the way back to Spider-Man Big Time. And of course, Peter Parker had taken this device to control these nanobots to, you know, basically bring Dr. Octopus's various campaigns to an end. But he had also taken the technology of the device and incorporated it in his own spider armor outfit. And what this did is it gave Dr. Octopus a direct line into the mind of Peter Parker. He literally opened the door for Doc Ock. And that's what's so cool about this story. It shows how smart Dr. Octopus is. He was planning ahead. All these campaigns that he had, once he realized he was dying, was for the sole purpose of basically finding a way to map Peter Parker's mind. And that's exactly what he did. He just started going through and mapping Peter Parker's mind. And when the opportunity came, he basically swapped their bodies and nobody knew what was going on. It took place, you know, off panel. Nobody had any idea that that happened. And so the whole point, the whole concept here is that Peter Parker is now panicking because he has to find a way to get back into his normal body. Well, of course, this also coincides with Curt Connors. And the cool thing about this is Dan Slott's kind of pulling out all the stops. Like, he's really just kind of yanking all these things out. For example, he says that where previously the Lizard was believed to have just been this mindless beast, you know, this Hulk to Doc Connors' Bruce Banner, that in truth, Doc Connors' mind is alive and well in the body of the Lizard. The Lizard is as scientifically intelligent as Doc Connors was. You know, it's not a mindless beast, it's an intelligent being inside an incredible body. Doc Connors just can't go back to the way he was before. But this is cool because this is basically, you know, Connors spilling the beans on who he is and what he's about. And it changes everything for Peter Parker because in his mind, he's like, you should go tell someone. Doc Connors is not the bad guy. The Lizard is the bad guy. Tell someone what's going on. But of course, then the question has to be asked, like, who's going to believe him? Like, who would believe him if he told them that? You know, oh, it's really me, Doc Connors, inside the body of the Lizard. Who's going to believe him that? If, you know, who's going to believe that? I mean, I guess maybe psychics could figure that out, but in truth, it just creates a situation that Doc Connors really can't seem to get out of. And so what ends up happening is Peter Parker begins to sort of put two and two together, going through the memories of Dr. Octopus, of Otto Octavius, going through his mind, reading his memories, you know, learning what he's about. He begins to realize that Doc Ock always had a contingency plan for every situation. If he were ever captured, whatever the case may be, he always had a contingency plan. In this instance, he had a contingency plan to reform the Sinister Six and break himself out of the Raft. Now remember, the Raft is a prison that exists really, you know, out in the middle of nowhere. It's no man's land. People who were taken there are isolated from virtually everyone. It's designed explicitly for the purpose of keeping villains in isolation. But what he does is he basically initiates a protocol that was owned by Dr. Octopus that sets in motion the reactivation of the Sinister Six. And this is when we get Hydro Man. This is when we get, you know, the Scorpion. And when we get all these different guys coming together for the purpose of getting Dr. Octopus out of there. Of course, again, in their mind, they don't know it's Peter Parker. They believe that it's Dr. Octopus. And that's why this works so well, because it's the street crosses both sides. You know, with this scenario, it's where, you know, Dr. Octopus can parade around in the body of Peter Parker, and people believe that Dr. Octopus is Peter Parker. Peter Parker can parade around in the body of Dr. Octopus, such as it is, and lead people to believe that he's actually Dr. Octopus. And that's exactly what happens. With the Sinister Six, or really it's the Sinister Five, more like, you know, showing up here, it's basically Peter Parker saying, look, you guys got to get me out of here. You guys got to get me out of here. You know, we have to go and we have to find Spider-Man. We're going to go and we're going to find and we're going to defeat Spider-Man. So again, it's using the perception of who these characters are in order for them to benefit themselves. So as we get into Superior Spider-Man, again, we're kind of doing this little bit of a prelude here, but really with Suicide Run, it's really necessary. And that's kind of the cool thing about this, is that Suicide Run gives us an idea of what Dr. Octopus is going to do in the body of Peter Parker. And that was really what was necessary about this story, just because of the fact that when, you know, Dan Slott was kind of leading up to this whole Superior Spider-Man thing, that nobody really knew that it was coming. It was just Dan Slott kind of saying what he always does. Oh, this story is going to change things forever, and this story is going to, to change the landscape of the Spider-Man mythos, and nothing's ever going to be the same. And it was cool to see it for what it was. I mean, it was interesting to kind of, see how it all played out. But the very idea here was that we were basically going to see what direction the stories would end up going in. Of course, the idea that Dr. Octopus and Peter Parker have presumably switched bodies forever. And that was really the indication that was left here at the tail end of this story. Now, keep in mind, in the last video, we had talked about how with their bodies switched, the mind of Peter Parker was basically in the body of Dr. Octopus, who was moments away from dying. I mean, he was just right around the corner from death, just knocking on its door. And so really, Doc Ock had just kind of considered himself home free. We're going to go ahead and call him Superior Spider-Man to go ahead and keep it easy to understand. But Superior Spider-Man, he kind of considered himself home free, in the idea that he was like, well, our bodies are swapped. The body of Dr. Octopus is going to die. Peter Parker is going to die inside that body, and that will be it. Not only that, Peter's biggest concern was that Superior Spider-Man would go around and basically start doing things like reforming a relationship with Mary Jane Watson. And that was kind of the crazy thing, because fans thought that was going to happen. And in fact, we get that little bit of a teaser here. One of the first things we see is Superior Spider-Man spending time with Mary Jane, and the idea that the two of them are basically going to get together, or at least it seems like it's going to happen. She says, look, is this a date? The two of us being here together, is this what I think it is? And Peter, Superior Spider-Man's response is, yes, it's exactly what you think it is. We're getting back together. Now, from here, Superior Spider-Man's basically alerted to the fact that Dr. Octopus is broken out of his cell. And that was really the huge thing, because of course, Superior Spider-Man was always on the lookout to see whether or not Peter Parker was able to find a way to escape his confines. And that's exactly what happened. The issue with this is that, the body of Dr. Octopus, again, was moments from dying. And so Peter Parker does exactly what he needs to do and basically just kind of jerks the body awake, basically, kind of bringing it back to life. But in this 3-minute period between the time that he dies and the time that he comes back, he basically ends up visiting his hometown. And what he ends up seeing are a lot of these individuals who had died. We end up seeing people like Gwen Stacy, Captain Stacy, the father of Gwen. We end up seeing these various individuals who have played significant roles in the life of Peter Parker, but all of whom have effectively passed on. No more so than that than Uncle Ben. Now, this is one of the greatest moments in the entirety of the Spider-Man run. I always considered it is. When you look at Uncle Ben is probably the most important character in the life of Peter Parker, despite the fact that he's dead. And the reason why is because when Peter first developed the powers of Spider-Man, when he was first bitten by a radioactive spider, he did what every teenager does. He got carried away, he made some foolish decisions, he kind of let his powers get the better of him, he got revenge on, bullies that were giving him a hard time. He did what any of us would have done. But in this path, he lost sight of the fact that his actions can also lead to inaction. If he doesn't act when he needs to, someone around him could basically lose their life. And that's what happened with Uncle Ben. And for years and years and years and years, Peter Parker was guilt-ridden. He always sat around and said, if only I had done something, Uncle Ben would still have been alive. But because of this gives Peter this kind of last bit to basically say goodbye. This last little instance to more or less just kind of walk away, to be told by his Uncle Ben, I'm as proud of you as I ever could be. You've become every ounce of the hero that I believe that you could be. You've done me proud with your actions as a hero. And that's really what Peter needed. That was the motivation he needed to keep going on. So what the story does is it basically just kind of transitions to, Peter in the body of Dr. Octopus making his escape to an underground hideout. But it's also this idea that they're initially caught up to by Carly. Now remember, Carly is the ex-girlfriend of Peter Parker, but works in the police department. And so the initial idea here for Peter is, hey, Carly knows who I am. Carly can help me solve this problem. Now, the issue with this, and this is where Dan Slott really begins to hit home with the idea of the whole body swapping thing, is that to Carly's eyes, this is Dr. Octopus. She doesn't see Peter Parker, she sees Doc Ock. She sees a bad guy, she sees a villain. Now, where Peter Parker tries to say, hey, look, I can prove that it's me, you and Mary Jane Watson are the only two people who know my identity, Carly just kind of blows it off and says, well, Dr. Octopus has figured out what's going on with Peter Parker, and the fight ensues. Now, of course, she's incapacitated pretty quickly. Remember, Carly is just a regular human being, no extraordinary abilities or anything like that. But in light of this, Superior Spider-Man basically begins rounding up the friends and family of Peter Parker. And that's why this is cool, is because under the guise of Spider-Man operating as Peter Parker, Superior Spider-Man basically says, hey, look, we need to keep you guys safe, right? Dr. Octopus has escaped from the raft. He's got moments left to live. He's one of Spider-Man's most formidable enemies. He knows that you guys associate with me. We need to find a way to keep you safe. And in the guise of keeping them safe, he basically turns them into hostages. And that's kind of the cool thing here, is because now he has lives on his side. And that's one of the biggest weaknesses, or even one of the biggest strengths of Peter Parker, depending on how you look at it, is that he will not kill unless he absolutely has to. That was one of the huge significant moments in the Renew Your Vows story during Secret Wars, when he basically allowed Venom to die. In fact, he really kind of killed Venom by really doing nothing, by just kind of letting the symbiote burn alive, letting Venom essentially die, his inaction just kind of allowed those events to happen. But in Peter Parker's mind, it was what needed to be done. It was basically saving his family. And so what ends up happening here is that when Peter and Superior Spider-Man come face to face, it's kind of a slight bit of an exchange here and there. Of course, Peter's basically in this bunker out in the middle of nowhere, in this huge, trash heap that, of course, belonged to Dr. Octopus. But the idea here is Superior Spider-Man says, look, if you want to play that game, that's the game that we can play. If you want to play this idea of, well, you know me and I know you, so on and so forth, the Superior Spider-Man basically gives the location of Dr. Octopus's hideout, sending them directly to Peter Parker. Now, to be honest with you guys, Superior Spider-Man's really terrified here. And the reason why is because Doc Ock has really had to admit on a multitude of occasions that Peter Parker is extremely intelligent, dare I say, as intelligent, if not more intelligent than Dr. Octopus. And because of this, what ends up happening here is, Superior Spider-Man's terrified of the idea that Peter will come back and reclaim his body. And so he's literally just throwing every single thing he can at him. Especially when you're Spider-Man, you can use the tools of the police on your side. You can use the Avengers on your side. You basically have every single hero at your disposal when you can go to them and say, Dr. Octopus is trying to kill my friends and family, you have to help me. They will go to the ends of the earth in order to make sure that Peter Parker and the ones that he loves are kept safe. Now, from here, this is when we get into Dan Slott really toying with the Spider-Man fan base, when we have Mary Jane Watson going to meet with Superior Spider-Man again. Now, of course, this is really just kind of, a couple of people bumping heads who are both extremely stubborn. Of course, Mary Jane's like, look, I can keep hassling you, or you can just come and answer the door. But when the two of them start talking, what ends up happening is Mary Jane just confesses her love for Peter Parker. She says, look, I absolutely love you. Like, I don't know if we're ever going to be anything. I don't know if this is ever going anywhere. I don't know if we're fooling ourselves. Who cares? But I love you. And what ends up happening is the two of them share a kiss. Now, for those individuals who were reading Spider-Man and who had been around since the events of One More Day, it was almost like, oh my God, is it going to happen? It was that whole will they, won't they thing. Are they going to get together? Are they not going to get together? Is Dan Slott going to finally come around to bringing them back together? Now, of course, we know that's not the case. And in fact, Dan Slott said on Twitter repeatedly, he's never going to allow Mary Jane Watson, or we're never going to see Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker getting back together just strictly by editorial mandate. Marvel editorial does not want that to happen. Marvel does not want those two characters getting together. They want to leave the past in the past. Despite the fact that a lot of people really want to see it take place, apparently that's not going to happen at all. Instead, the closest we're ever going to see to Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker being a couple again is in the ongoing Renew Your Vows story coming out of Marvel right now. But what ends up happening here is Dr. Octopus essentially traces down, Superior Spider-Man. So because of the fact that Superior Spider-Man, when he took the different, friends and family of Peter Parker to keep them safe, he'd basically thrown them in a room in Avengers Mansion. But what ends up happening here is a pretty straightforward fight. I mean, it's really just kind of Dan Slott wrapping up a lot of loose ends. But between Peter Parker and Dr. Octopus, this is an insane fight. It's a fight in the extreme. And the reason why is because Peter's literally fighting for his life. If he ends up, losing this battle, he's going to lose his identity. Dr. Octopus will go forward in the body of Peter Parker, presumably forever, and there will be no way for Peter to regain his life. Everything he's been fighting for will have been lost. Now, the cool thing is that Peter is extremely intelligent, and he always has a backup plan. In this instance, his backup plan was to grab one of those little Octobots that allowed the mind-swapping process in the first place and reverse it on Doc Ock, meaning that, this bot would allow them to switch their bodies back to the way they're supposed to be. The issue here is that, again, Dr. Octopus is also extremely intelligent. And so because of that, he planned for this possible eventuality. And that's one of the reasons why Dr. Octopus is so formidable as a villain when it comes to battling Peter Parker. Dr. Octopus usually always plans 2, 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. And so while I wouldn't go as far as to say that he always defeats Peter Parker, he would present a challenge for most anybody because he's considered so many different variables and taken almost all those variables into account. And so because of this, what ends up happening is that this bot cannot switch the bodies back. Peter Parker is effectively stuck in the body of Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus is in the body of Peter Parker. And this is when the story seriously begins to become something special. What ends up happening here is that Dr. Octopus is sort of forced to relive not only the great moments of Peter Parker's life, but the terrible moments of Peter Parker's life. He begins to really understand what it means to be Spider-Man. It's not just traipsing around, getting the girl, having a great time, fighting on the Avengers. There's a lot of responsibility that goes into it because in Peter Parker's mind, every single time he went out into a battle, every time he went out into a fight, it was always fighting for the people that he cared about. It was fighting for his loved ones. It was fighting for his friends. It was fighting for his family. The responsibility that came along with those things. Dr. Dr. Octopus begins to realize the weight that is now on his shoulders. With Peter Parker effectively dying in the body of Dr. Octopus, Peter says, look, it's your responsibility now. You have that power. If you're going to become me, then you have to fight for the people who deserve help. You have to make sure that the friends and family that I know, you have to make sure that the people that I care about, the people that believe that you're me, that they are safe. And so what this does is it basically steps forward with this idea that, Dr. Octopus in the body of Peter Parker is effectively going to leave his criminal life behind. He's essentially going to become a good guy. And that's what makes this so great, is because this sets the stage for him turning over a new leaf. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people looked at Superior Spider-Man and said, it really is just a genuinely good story. In their minds, Peter Parker will always be Spider-Man. It'll always be Peter Parker. It'll always be a return to that familiarity, a return to that status quo. But when we get these small little stories, we get to see what it looks like when somebody else is in the body of Peter Parker. Is Dr. Octopus legitimately a better Spider-Man than Peter Parker is? Is he more intelligent? Is he more capable? Is he able to do greater things? And we'll see that happen. We'll see the formation of what will become Parker Industries going into all new Otto from Marvel. We will see, the early formation of that company here in Superior Spider-Man. We'll see the introduction of Anna Marconi, an ongoing character, an all new, all different Amazing Spider-Man. We will see her in this story. A lot of the things that you guys are going to come and notice with regards to the whole all new, all different Spider-Man landscape, we're going to see a lot of those things growing here in Superior Spider-Man and then expanding outward from there, going into the main Spider-Man series, as well as the eventual reboot with all new, all different Marvel. But again, this is really just kind of designed to show us what direction things are going to go in. And to be quite honest, I think Superior Spider-Man is probably one of the greatest Spider-Man stories ever told. I love the direction that it goes in. I love the idea of Dr. Octopus trying to be a good guy using his intelligence, as well as the fact that he's just kind of a jerk. Okay, so with Superior Spider-Man, we're going to cheat a little bit. And the reason why I say that is because of the fact that like the first three, really the first story arc is technically 3 issues, but we're going to cover the first 5. Now, the reason being because of the fact that it'll allow us a little bit of leeway later on down the line when it comes to like one-shots and so on and so forth. Something else that I also want to specify here is that it's well known by now, at least by most comic book readers, that the Spider-Verse storyline takes place during Superior Spider-Man. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. If I'm going to simply stop Superior Spider-Man once we get to that point and then cover all the stuff we need going into Spider-Verse, or if I'm just going to cover Superior Spider-Man and then wrap back around and go into Spider-Verse. The only problem with that is that if we were to cover all of Superior Spider-Man and then cover Spider-Verse, towards the end of the Superior Spider-Man event, Dr. Octopus references Spider-Verse. So he'd literally be referencing an event that we haven't covered yet, or at least that I don't think we've covered very well. I did them before, but I didn't really like the way those videos were done before. So I'll get that figured out. I mean, we've got a little while. We've got, 20 some odd issues before we have to worry about that, but I think that, with regards to this little tidbit right here, what Dan Slott does is actually make Superior Spider-Man wildly interesting. And if I'm going to be dangerous, I would say that I think Superior Spider-Man, I think Dr. Octopus is a better Spider-Man than Peter Parker. The reason why is just because really his ingenuity, how he just kind of revamps the spider suit and little things that he does on the side to kind of make his life a little bit easier, stuff that just Spider-Man just never did. And what this does is it actually kind of allows Dan Slott to tinker around with the Spider-Man mythos. It's almost like taking Peter Parker and throwing him into some, pocket universe and then just experimenting with stories. Using Dr. Octopus allows Dan Slott to introduce ideas to the Spider-Man mythos, and then if people like it, he'll just keep it going forward once Peter Parker returns. And so because of this, one of the things that was established in Amazing Spider-Man number 700, really a landmark issue in and of itself, it was a beautifully written story. It established the idea that instead of us as the reader expecting Dr. Octopus to become Spider-Man and just be a bad guy, instead he becomes a good guy. But the way that he does it is a little questionable, and that's one of the reasons why I like it. With regards to this, it's basically a reformed version of the Sinister Six that's composed of a handful of individuals, like Overdrive and, Shocker and so on and so forth, the Living Brain, different things like that. But it's kind of funny because we could kind of look at this and say that it's like a poor man's Sinister Six. Like it's nowhere near as great as, the Sinister Six that we're used to as it's led by Dr. Octopus. And even, Dr. Octopus is Spider-Man, we're just going to call him Spider-Man just for the sake of this. But even Spider-Man comments on that. And, you can almost imagine him saying, back in my day, the Sinister Six was actually a deadly group. You guys are just goofballs. You guys are nonsensical. But the funny thing is that in the middle of fighting them, he actually bails off because for his first major fight as Spider-Man, he's going against a group of 6 people, all of whom have some pretty interesting and unique powers that, range anywhere from, throwing razor-sharp boomerangs all the way up to, the ability to administer massive amounts of electricity in terms of a shock. And so because of this, what ends up happening here is Spider-Man actually kind of dodges for a little bit, bobs and weaves, and they all basically make their escape. But in the process, he actually damages Overdrive with his, some little claws or something that he attached to his fingers. Now, on the surface, it seems like something totally irrelevant, and Dan Slott treats it that way. And in fact, what we end up doing is we actually just kind of switch over to Horizon Labs. And the reason why is because the living brain was basically defeated by, by Spider-Man, by Superior Spider-Man, and then turned around and taken back to Horizon Labs. Now, the reason why this matters is because of the fact that for those of you guys who have been reading All New, All Different, Amazing Spider-Man, you'll notice Dr. Octopus in the body of the living brain. Now, the living brain goes back quite some time in the Spider-Man mythos, but he was always just a small time thing. It was a robot that was created, eventually went awry, and that was it. I mean, that's really all there is to the whole history of the living brain. This is probably the most significant role that its character has ever played in the history of the Spider-Man mythos. But with regards to Superior Spider-Man taking the living brain, this is Dan Slott setting the stage for the return of Dr. Octopus in the body of the living brain with All New, All Different, Amazing Spider-Man. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to say Dan Slott had this all planned out ahead of time, but I would say that it was more of like a fail-safe, that if, his stories took him in a direction where the bodies were switched back and Doc Ock lost his own body or something like that, he could come back in the form of the living brain, basically put his mind inside the robot. But the fact remains here that switching back over to Superior Spider-Man and following him further, what Dan Slott does is he takes all of this in phases. That's really what it is. It's just step by step. Now, initially, and one of the things that we had noticed, Superior Spider-Man had been paying special attention to Mary Jane Watson as anybody would if she were actually real. And because of this, Dan Slott was kind of toying with the idea, maybe Spider-Man and Mary Jane Watson will end up getting back together. Now, in truth, if you're a Peter Parker, Mary Jane Watson fan, Superior Spider-Man and Mary Jane Watson is just not the same. It's not equal. They're not on par. It's like kissing your husband's twin as opposed to your actual husband or wife or whatever the case may be. It's just not the same thing. It looks the same, it feels the same, but it's not. And so because of that, one of the other things that Superior Spider-Man comments on is, of course, the view of Mary Jane Watson, everything between the waist and the neck. So that's the nicest way I know how to put it. But the cool thing about this, and one of the reasons why I really like Superior Spider-Man, is because of what he tells her. During their conversations, when they're kind of going back and forth and they're talking about the Sinister Six and, where Superior Spider-Man's kind of making the moves on Mary Jane Watson, what he says is that where he had slashed at Overdrive, instead of just scratching him, what he had done is he installed a ton of nanobots inside of him so that he'd be able to trace their location and overhear their conversations. And that's why I say this is so cool, because you wouldn't really see this in a Spider-Man story. And so it's just kind of revolutionizing, and it's really like updating Peter Parker for the modern times. And there are a lot of people who will say, well, no, he doesn't need to be updated. He needs to keep living in the 1960s. No, I mean, seeing him updated here, I think is actually pretty stellar. Seeing new tools that are used, new implementations, different things like that are actually pretty interesting in terms of how it unfolds. And so because of this, he knows exactly where the Sinister Six are going to strike. He knows what tactics they're going to use. He knows where they're going to enter the building from, all that kind of good stuff. And so because of this, as soon as he encounters the Sinister Six the second time, he has everything put in place in order to make sure that he can basically win, to make sure that he can take out every single one of them. And that's exactly what he does. I mean, he basically just defeats them all. And so because of that, what ends up happening as a story or as a segment begins to wind up is we actually find out that Peter Parker, as we think of him, is not gone in his entirety. In fact, Peter Parker's still there. He's still in his body. The problem is that he exists in the subconscious. So all he can do is just watch the things and comment on the things that Superior Spider-Man is doing, but he can't actually interact with him. He can't actually talk to him directly. Now, the other half of this is that with regards to Superior Spider-Man conversing, with Mary Jane Watson again, continuing to try to keep the idea of this romance going, he's running into the same problem that Peter Parker always ran into, where he never had any time for his private life because he was always on patrol, because he was always out doing his own thing. And so what happens is Superior Spider-Man says, well, then let's take it a step further. I don't need to be everywhere. I just need to be able to see everywhere. And so what he does is he takes the concept behind his Octobots, which are these little robots that allow him to monitor things that are going around the city and carry out his own schemes. And he basically develops spider bots. These are his eyes and ears. It allows him to see everything going on in the city of New York. And it's amazing the way it unfolds. I mean, to me, that's such a genius idea. Why go everywhere when you can just have these little nanobots, these little robots monitoring the city for you and then respond appropriately? Now, the funny thing about this is that at this point, he actually asks Mary Jane Watson on a date, and he is terrible at going on dates. Like it's disastrous when he takes her on dates. Like he tries the yawn and put the arm around her move. Like he takes her ballroom dancing. I mean, dinner and dancing is always great. Like dinner and dancing is always a great way to go on a date. I mean, you have a great meal, you have your conversation, and then you just have fun by going out and dancing somewhere. The problem with where I live in Kentucky is all there is just bars where you go and drink and just get drunk. So any woman that you can pick up at a bar are, you know, is probably not a girl that you want to take home. But the fact remains here that he's not really one, you know, Superior Spider-Man is not really one for dinner, like for dancing. I mean, he's one for dinner, but not really for dancing. And so it's kind of funny, you know, because what he does is he shifts the mood. And instead of, you know, dancing with Mary Jane Watson, what he does is he actually takes her web slinging. And that's actually a really romantic thing to do. Like, take her web slinging. Remember, she's done this before, but they've never really done it like together in a way like this. The problem is that when he gets her back to her place, he gets shut down in the worst way, because remember, Peter Parker's old girlfriend, Carly Cooper, is friends with Mary Jane Watson, and the two, like, she's basically invited Carly Cooper over to hang out with her when the night is over. And so it's basically like, sorry, Superior Spider-Man, but you got to go home alone tonight. And that's, that sucks. And so the crazy thing about this is that with Peter Parker basically watching the entire event unfold, remember, as a subconscious aspect of his own body, he basically is forced to follow Dr. Octopus, you know, Superior Spider-Man, when Superior Spider-Man says, well, I don't necessarily have to be with Mary Jane Watson. I can just relive all the memories of Peter Parker. And so Peter, as a subconscious thought, has to follow Dr. Octopus as he remembers all the times that Peter and Mary Jane Watson were together, every single intimate moment they ever shared, which is crushing. That's a terrible thing to have to see. But at this point, we kind of switch back over to MJ's, and the reason why is because of the fact that the Vulture has basically sent, you know, some of his henchmen, you know, over towards Mary Jane Watson to more or less ransack the place and wreak all kinds of havoc and things like that. And of course, Mary Jane Watson is taken by, you know, the Vulture's henchmen, and Superior Spider-Man rescues her. But when Superior Spider-Man goes after the Vulture directly, what ends up happening here is the Vulture basically reveals that where he's used different people for his own schemes over the years, that what he's done here is he's actually taken, or he's basically using children. He's using them for his own ends. Now, he's using them in terms of like having them carry out nefarious deeds, you know, rob places and commit crimes and things like that. But he does it by giving them like arcade tokens and stuff, which is kind of funny, but it also strikes a chord in Superior Spider-Man. And the reason why is because of the fact that when he's facing off against the Vulture, that when one of the Vulture's henchmen goes to attack him, he hits the henchman and realizes that it's a child. The reason why this is so significant is because Peter Parker, as a subconscious thought, jumps into a memory of Dr. Octopus, and we learn that Dr. Octopus's father was an abusive man. And so it's like Dr. Octopus basically feels like he's becoming his father, abusing children. And so because of that, it strikes a particular chord in Superior Spider-Man, and he loses it, immediately goes after Toomes, you know, goes after Vulture. The other half of this is also the idea that he's had enough. Now, that's why I say Superior Spider-Man, I think, is more interesting than Peter Parker, because Peter Parker has fought these guys time and time again, but Peter Parker's philosophy is that's just the nature of being a superhero. The nature of being a superhero is you fight bad guys, the bad guys will get free, you have to subdue them, you put them in jail, they get free, and they go and they do the same thing all over again. That's just the nature of being the superhero. That's the price you pay for keeping the streets clean, while also making sure that you do not fall down the path of being a bad guy. For Superior Spider-Man, it's not that way. He is not nearly as tight-knit as Peter Parker is. He's not nearly as clean as Peter Parker is. He's a lot more dirty here. You know, he basically thrashes, he takes Adrian Toomes, he takes Vulture, throws him into this spotlight designed to basically signal, you know, Spider-Man. It was a terrible idea when it was first introduced, when Superior Spider-Man literally chastised J. Jonah Jameson for doing it. He's like, why would you make a spotlight that would tell everybody where you are so they can come and find you and then like kill you or kidnap you and hold you for ransom? Like, that's a stupid idea. Just like, call me if you need me or something like that. It was kind of a funny exchange between the two of them, but he sends Vulture crashing into this thing where he's just kind of cut to ribbons, and Superior Spider-Man does not feel bad about it. You know, with Carly Cooper arriving on the scene, it's him basically saying, this is what I'm about. Like, this is, I've had it up to here with these guys. You know, it's time that they be put away. And so what this does is this transitions over to the next phase, which is really Superior Spider-Man kind of rounding up these loose ends, you know, grabbing these different henchmen of Vulture, rounding them up, having them, you know, thrown to the child services, calling it a day, but also the idea that he's also, you know, dealing with Aunt May. And the reason why is because remember, after Aunt May's injury, she's still learning to walk, you know, still learning how to use her legs properly, but a cane is going to be a necessity. For Superior Spider-Man, this is ridiculous. He's like, why does she need a cane? I'm a genius. You know, I will basically create a device that will hook up to her leg, and then she can control it using her mind, and she can walk just like a normal human being. The issue with this is that Dan Slott does not forget about the idea of villains. Now, the idea of Dan Slott, like, he never really loses track of villains. You know, I mean, for him, it's always like, there has to be a main villain. Now, again, this is not a terrible thing. It's just, for me, I would rather there be a little more emphasis on, you know, Superior Spider-Man, but the great thing is that we're currently 4 issues in. So with 30 33 issues running, there's all kinds of emphasis on Superior Spider-Man, especially when we get to Anna Marconi, which she's a character that I absolutely love. I love Anna Marconi. She's such a great character. But what we end up doing is we basically pick up with the return of a guy named Massacre. Now, Massacre is a guy named Marcus Lyman, and Marcus Lyman is a guy who basically sustained an injury to the brain. His wife was killed, but he essentially lost all connection to humanity. He doesn't value life, so he's basically like the Punisher if the Punisher were a bad guy. Well, the Punisher is kind of a bad guy, but he's like the Punisher if he were a bad guy and carrying out schemes. And we'll find, you guys will see, you know, what kind of things he gets into. But Massacre basically breaks his way out, you know, of Ravencroft Asylum and kind of goes on this campaign, you know, and we'll find out exactly what it is that he does. But the introduction of Anna Marconi comes by way of the fact that Superior Spider-Man is really angry because Peter Parker never got his doctorate. He's not actually a doctor. He's just Mr. Peter Parker. And in the mind of Dr. Octopus, he's like, that's ridiculous. Otto Octavius is like, why shouldn't Peter Parker have his doctorate? So the funny thing is, something that I hope you're noticing here is that like Dr. Octopus is basically making life better for Peter Parker. He's getting his doctorate. He's going to lay the groundwork for Parker Industries, massive worldwide company. He's basically setting the stage for making Peter Parker's life better in some ways. He's making it rough in others, but he's making it in some ways. But, you know, going into his first class, you know, a class with a guy named Professor LeMays, because of the fact that, you know, Superior Spider-Man's kind of mouthing off, the introduction of Anna Marconi comes when she gives Superior Spider-Man a note saying, hey, look, you should come tutor with me and I'll help you get past this class. Now, switching back over to Massacre, what ends up happening here is, of course, Superior Spider-Man's alerted to what's going on with the idea that Massacre had escaped and so on and so forth, but Massacre is actually holding up a place called Burger Town and basically ends up shooting the place up when one of the guys tries to alert the cops. But what Massacre does is he engineers his own escape. Now, this is the cool thing about this, and this is why I say Massacre is a lot like the Punisher. The Punisher can easily be viewed as like just this mindless beast, this guy that just runs around and just shoots stuff up and that's it. That's why I loved Garth Ennis's Punisher Max so much, because it puts so much focus on Punisher as a person. It puts so much focus on him as an individual and what he's capable of. That's one of the reasons why I thought it was so significant. But what ended up happening with the Punisher's character, or what ends up happening with Massacre kind of juxtaposing the two together, is that the Punisher is very, very capable. He's pretty intelligent. I mean, he's not genius level, but he's intelligent in terms of military tactics, conventional warfare, that kind of thing. Massacre's very similar to that in the sense that he basically engineers his own escape by taking a woman hostage, but no one knows that he's taken her hostage. You know, no one knows about her. And so because of this, Superior Spider-Man actually goes to Uatu, not the Watcher, but one of the members of Horizon Labs, and says, look, you develop facial recognition software. I need that so I can install it into my spider bots and have my spider bots scan the city looking for the face of Massacre. Yet another instance where Superior Spider-Man shows to be a lot more resourceful than Peter Parker. And so because of this, what we end up doing is following Massacre when he basically, you know, drops this woman off in the middle of the city and then blends in, you know, when he basically says, look, you go that way, maybe I'll follow you. And if I hear you say anything, if I hear you shout out, I'll kill you, or I'll just blend into the city. So basically just kind of feeding on fear of the idea that this woman may be shot if Massacre's actually listening. And instead he just kind of wanders off and goes away. And so because of this, what we find out is that the journey of Massacre actually takes him to the place, or to the residence of a woman named Miranda Pullman. Now, the reason why this matters is because of the fact that Miranda Pullman is a CEO of a company called Fizzy Cola. And the idea here of Massacre is to basically just make a whole bunch of money by having Miranda pay him $12 million to walk through the streets of New York, murdering people while wearing her competitor's shirt, basically creating bad press for her competitor. And so it is... it's just basic. It's just money is all it is. It all just comes down to something pretty simple. Now, of course, we end up having, you know, Dr. Octopus send his bots out into the city in order to monitor everything. But this is when we get into Anna Marconi. This is why I love her character so much. So Anna Marconi, when Superior Spider-Man first encounters her, she's a diminutive woman. You know, she's a person of a certain size. And so because of this, she basically says, look, you know, I'm here to tutor you on, you know, Professor LeMay's class in order to help you pass. Now, of course, the funny thing about this is that Superior Spider-Man is like, look, I didn't come over here to be tutored. I came over here to stop sending me your texts. And we know this makes sense because we know that he would easily pass LeMay's class. I mean, that's just one of those things where it's like, he would easily make it through there, no questions asked. But what ends up happening here is Anna says, no, you know, you're here for a class, you know, I'll go ahead and tutor you. And every tutor, every session that's 60 minutes, or I'm sorry, that's 1 hour and it's 60 minutes, comes with a home cooked meal. Now, let me tell you something, man. Like, if a tutor was like, hey, I'll cook you dinner and tutor you, I would be like, okay, like, I'm down. Like, even if she's just telling me stuff I already know, you know, I would be like, I'm down for a free home cooked meal. Like, yeah, you know, not only that, like, because of the fact that he shows her how intelligent she is, she then turns around and gives him dessert. So he gets a home cooked meal and dessert, only to find out that the food is incredibly good. So I'm just like, wow, what a catch. Like, I would definitely stick with that chick. That's why I love Anna Marconi, because she's just such a great, interesting, unique character in the realm of what's going on in Superior Spider-Man. You know, she's just cool. And so because of that, we switch over to Massacre, who's just shooting the place up. You know, he's basically just kind of, you know, firing bullets in every direction and so on and so forth. Superior Spider-Man shows up, but this is when he kind of starts to learn the lessons of Peter Parker. And what I mean by this is when Peter Parker first became, you know, really first developed the powers of Spider-Man, the death of Uncle Ben is what led him to become a hero, to make sure that nobody else went through the same experience that he did. The death of Gwen Stacy taught Peter Parker that he can't be reckless, that he has to pay attention to the things that he's doing, that even if he doesn't mean to, people can die by his own actions. And so because of this, Peter Parker, again, as a subconscious thought in the mind of his own body, is basically, you know, trying, you know, screaming to Dr. Octopus, you have to stop this fight. Now, Dr. Octopus gets kind of carried away a little bit, but even then, he begins to learn when other people are being killed while he's still present, he begins to learn what's going on. Now, what he had done is he had basically used his bots and realized that there were individuals who were being held hostage by Massacre. And that was part of Massacre's plan, was to have 5 or 6 individuals in a warehouse covered with incendiary devices, and that if Superior Spider-Man showed up, he would detonate those devices and kill them. Now, because of these bots, Superior Spider-Man was able to deactivate these incendiary devices, free those individuals, and so now Massacre has no backup plan. The other half of this is Superior Spider-Man shoots Massacre, shoots him in the shoulder. And so the idea is like, you know, Peter Parker, you know, is this incorporeal thought, this subconscious thought says, look, that's not how we do things. We don't kill people. That's the price we pay for being a hero. We have to let the bad guys go to prison. We have to let them live. We have to let them serve their debt to society. And if they escape, then we have to go track them down. And it's just a really, really cool exchange here because of the fact that Superior Spider-Man has to come to grips with this. He even addresses this. He even says, look, it would be so easy to just kill this guy. That's what creates an interesting case here because, you know, it's like the idea of repeat offenders. If everybody who committed a crime was killed, people would say, well, but that's not going to deter people from committing crimes. Well, it's not meant to. It's just to eliminate repeat offenders. A person can't commit a crime again if they're dead. And that's the philosophy that Superior Spider-Man takes here. Like, if this guy goes to prison and he gets out, he'll be a repeat offender. But if I kill him, then the number of crimes goes down by that much. So, you know, why let this guy live? But ultimately, he basically sides and says, I can't do it. You know, not only that, Massacre more or less is forced to feel fear. Now, that part of the story is interesting for what it is. I mean, it's not wildly relevant. It's just kind of a way to bring it to a close, but it's basically Superior Spider-Man saying, there's only one way that this can end. There's only one way that this can come to a close, and all we see is a shot being fired. And so the indication that's given to us here is that with this shot being fired, Superior Spider-Man just killed Massacre. And that's what makes this kind of wild, is because Superior Spider-Man's kind of a murderer now. And that's what makes this so unique, so that's so interesting to me. But ultimately, this whole segment wraps up when he has his bots basically travel over to Pullman and say, look, I know what you did. I know about your secret bank account. I know that you paid Massacre to do what he did. You are the hand behind murder. And so, you know, while we don't necessarily see what happens to her, he says either you can go to the police and tell them what you've done, or you can answer to me and I will kill you. And so that's the interesting thing about this, is because it's Superior Spider-Man basically saying, I will kill if it's necessary. If it means preserving the life of other people, then I will kill him. I will kill them. If it means that I can spare countless other individuals, then I will murder a person. So again, it's a road that Peter Parker would never take, but it is a road that does make the stories a little more interesting. Okay. So getting into Superior Spider-Man Volume 2, this again is where Dan Slott kind of goes through this phase of kind of taking things in steps, taking things in small little portions here and there. Really, when Superior Spider-Man first started, almost said Superior Iron Man, which I really want to cover that story at some point. But when Superior Spider-Man first started, there were a lot of thoughts of people saying, well, Spider-Man's going to come back. Peter Parker is going to come back to normal. He's going to come back to being himself. And he is. I mean, you can't do something like Superior Spider-Man and get rid of Peter Parker forever. He's too intrinsic of a superhero. It'd be like killing off Superman and never bringing him back. Because of that, we knew that Spider-Man was going to come back later on down the line. But in the interim, Dan Slott and Marvel were playing this up as though Peter Parker was gone forever. And so while we had this subconscious aspect of Peter Parker in the mind of his own body, despite the fact that Dr. Octopus was basically taking control of Peter's body, in the end, what the story is going to do is basically eliminate that entire idea and bring forward the notion that Peter Parker's gone forever. Now, the way this initially picks up is it actually joins us with a guy named Dr. Elias Wortham, who also goes by the name of Cardiac. Now, Cardiac is a guy who dates all the way back to Amazing Spider-Man number 342 in 1990, but in truth, it was really just like Elias Wortham. He didn't really become Cardiac until like 2 or 3 issues later, something along those lines. But the idea here was that he was basically a vigilante, but not in the traditional sense. And that's one of the things that made his characters interesting. Cardiac was actually a guy who took the law into his own hands for the betterment of society. And so what he was doing is he was basically fighting against criminals. He was fighting against guys like Justin Hammer, different things like that. So he wasn't really like a traditional bad guy or a traditional anti-hero like the Punisher. He was actually doing good things. The idea here, though, is that Elias Wortham is basically taking over the Heart Clinic. Now, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do really, Spider-Man Big Time going forward, because of the fact that a lot of things that were taking place in Superior Spider-Man referenced the events of Big Time, and some of them even referenced some of the events before, but really Big Time is all we needed, since the bulk of the references really come from Dan Slott's first time taking over the series as a solo guy. But the idea here is that Elias Wortham is basically running this sort of underground hospital, and that's kind of cool here, because what we end up finding out from the perspective of Elias Wortham, one of the big issues with modern day hospitals is cost. The idea that people go in, they have, pre-existing conditions, yada, 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 and it's really Dan Slott's way of saying, this is the biggest problem with society at the moment, is that you have people who need legitimate medical attention, but they're basically knocked down on the donors list because they have existing conditions, or because they're just not as high up, somebody registered before them. And it's really just one of these ideas where it is a lot of people need more help than there is help that's actually available. And so because of this, we end up finding out that Elias Wortham has been going through and launching these little attacks where he's basically been stealing supplies from places in order to provide his people with the help that they need. But these supplies that are being stolen are supplies that were confiscated from criminals. So it actually kind of begs an interesting question. Is he really doing the wrong thing, or is he doing the right thing, or is he doing the right thing for all the wrong reasons? I'm sorry, is he doing the wrong thing for all the right reasons? And so because of this, again, it kind of throws us in a moral quandary. And that's one of the things that I love so much about Dan Slott's Superior Spider-Man, is it really brings a lot of moral philosophical ideals into the equation. I mean, we talked about that in the last video when Superior Spider-Man killed Massacre. If you kill one man to save 1,000 people, is it the right thing to do? It's good old-fashioned Jeremy Bentham, John Stuart Mill utilitarianism. The sacrifices, or I guess the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. But the moral implication here is, at what point does that stop? We saw that with like Superman, for example. Topple the governments of the world so the billions of people who exist can live without the oppression of government. So again, there's a point at which you simply just have to stop. And that's when it comes to the whole philosophy of morality and so on and so forth. It's really the line drawing. Now, of course, because of the actions of Elias, because of his actions, as Cardiac breaking into facilities, so on and so forth, stealing the things that he needs, what this does is it basically has, the police for New York investigating, or at least alerting Superior Spider-Man. Now, when he arrives on the scene, right off the bat, he immediately attacks Elias. Now, again, Peter Parker exists as this sort of subconscious thought, and occasionally he can intervene. And what this will actually show us is he can still influence the body and even the mind of Superior Spider-Man. But because of this, Peter Parker's screaming in the background, look, this guy is not a bad guy. He's doing all the right things or all the wrong things for all the right reasons, but he's trying to do good. He's trying to do what he's supposed to. And so because of this, the first indication that we get of Peter Parker being able to influence Superior Spider-Man is when he screams to stop, and it simply just catches the attention of Superior Spider-Man. Now again, these are disembodied voices. In the mind of Superior Spider-Man, he doesn't know what's going on. All he's hearing is just a voice somewhere telling him to stop. We'll also see here in a little while that it'll actually, Peter Parker will start moving his own hand, different things like that. But again, this is basically just I guess an effect of the two of them fighting one another. But when we end up finding out that Elias is here to basically steal something called the neurologic scanner, which is designed to basically map the human brain, Superior Spider-Man realizes that as Dr. Octopus, he made that device. And so in his mind, Cardiac is stealing something that inherently belongs to Dr. Octopus. Now, this is a funny situation, because what this does is it throws into sharp relief the idea that despite the fact that Dr. Octopus took over the body of Peter Parker and is now operating as Spider-Man, he can't quite let his past go. He can't quite let go of the fact that he was a bad guy, the things that he invented. If this was a wholesale relaunch, if this was a wholesale idea of Dr. Octopus walking away from his past, he would simply say, well, you can have it. That's my past life. But the fact that he feels like it still belongs to him means he simply can't let that go. Now, from here, it is the idea of him trying to figure out what's going on inside of his own mind, and the idea that Peter Parker had basically stayed his hand, despite the fact that Superior Spider-Man was going to kill Cardiac. And so at this point, it's basically Superior Spider-Man tagging Cardiac with one of these, little spider trackers so he can track his location, as well as Superior Spider-Man going back and see if he can't figure out what's going on with his own body. Now, what ends up happening here is in the middle of his investigations, he's basically contacted by the Avengers. Now, this is actually kind of a funny situation because it's basically Superior Spider-Man versus the Avengers. And what Dan Slott did with this is he designed this explicitly, or really wrote this explicitly for the purpose to show us how Spider-Man would stack up against the Avengers, because we haven't really had a reason to see a story where he takes on the entirety of the Avengers, because Spider-Man's always been a good guy. He's always been a guy that fought on behalf of the Avengers, but he never really fought against them, at least not as a person who was literally trying to do them harm. And so because of this, the Avengers basically call him in and say, look, we've been watching the things that you've done. You've taken a far heavier hand with villains than you have in the past. You killed Massacre. You almost killed Cardiac. What is going on with you? Now, of course, because of the fact that they basically want to take him and conduct a full scan, a whole battery of tests, the fear of Superior Spider-Man is the Avengers will figure out what's going on with him. They'll actually figure out that Dr. Octopus took over the body of Peter Parker. And so, of course, this leads to a skirmish between these members of the Avengers, Superior Spider-Man himself. Now, keep in mind, this is not like a full contingent of the Avengers, but the ones who are here are nothing to laugh at. I mean, you've got Wolverine with his heightened senses, Captain America with his agility, you have Thor, you have Jessica Drew, Spider-Woman. I mean, you have some pretty formidable guys here. And of course, Black Widow. I don't want to leave Black Widow out. But what ends up happening here is there's basically reference made to the idea that that Superior Spider-Man, I'm so used to saying Peter Parker, that Superior Spider-Man's spider sense makes it almost impossible for the Avengers to take him out. And that's something that I want to kind of talk about here for a second. Really, in my mind, and for the longest time, and Sal over at Comic Pop will tell you this, for the longest time, I always thought Peter Parker was just a stupid character. Like, I never liked Spider-Man. I was like, hey, look, he's popular, people like him, whatever, I don't really care. But, you know, after really analyzing him further and going through these stories, and as well written as a lot of these stories are, one of the reasons why Peter Parker, you know, as Spider-Man, and even, Dr. Octopus as Superior Spider-Man, one of the reasons why, you know, he's such a formidable hero is because of the fact that his spider sense basically alerts him of danger before that danger ever happens. And so he's always a step ahead of the person that he's fighting. One of the best ways to look at this is that the best offense is a good defense. And so because of this, you know, with Superior Spider-Man having the ability to know attacks that are going to happen before they happen, even if he doesn't know exactly what the attacking person is going to do, it keeps him out of harm's way. And so what this means is he can turn around and routinely stay on the offensive so long as his spider sense is working adequately. Now, of course, you know, in a moment of distraction, when Peter Parker is basically distracting Dr. Octopus, what this does is it grants the Avengers a brief moment of reprieve, which of course we're able to use to essentially topple him. But at this point, Dan Slott kind of makes the Avengers look like buffoons, which is not something that I'm really on par with. I mean, I love the Avengers. I mean, the Avengers are one of my favorite teams, but to make them look like buffoons is not something that I'm that I'm too partial with. But basically what happens is after all these different tests, Captain America says, we've confirmed you're not a Skrull, you're not possessed by, you know, some ghost out in space somewhere, no one's taking control of you or anything like that. But in the moment of analyzing these brain patterns, Dr. Octopus realizes that there's brain patterns that should not be there. Now, he doesn't know that it's Peter Parker. All he knows is his brain, the patterns are not where they're supposed to be. And so because of this, you know, while Natasha Romanoff is having this conversation with Superior Spider-Man, talking about the first time she killed and how, you know, the fact that Superior Spider-Man killed Massacre is going to stick with him whether he knows it or not, Peter Parker takes control of Dr. Octopus's hand while he's kind of idle and basically draws out this little diagram indicating that Dr. Octopus stole the body of Peter Parker. Now, the problem with this is that this is a very basic drawing, and Dan Slott plays it up this way. Dan Slott plays it up to us, you know, so that we look at this and we're like, well, how in the heck is she supposed to know that Dr. Octopus took control of Peter Parker's body? You know, but at the very least, it would send off an indication that there's something legitimately wrong with Spider-Man. And so because of this, you know, Natasha Romanoff, who of course would be able to put two and two together eventually, what this will do is kind of set her, or at least it sets the possibility up that she's going to end up on this course where she's going to start investigating what's actually going on with Peter Parker. Now, switching back over to Cardiac, of course, with Dr. Octopus, Superior Spider-Man using the spider tracker and eventually, you know, locating where he's at, the two of them engage in a skirmish once more. But in the middle of this whole fight, basically it leads into this operating room, and this is when Superior Spider-Man begins to realize that the reason why Cardiac is doing this is to save the lives of people. And so the whole crux of this was that despite the fact that he had taken this scanner from, you know, that had previously been built by Dr. Octopus, Cardiac did not know how to use it in its entirety. And so what this does is it basically sets the stage for Dan Slott to continue Superior Spider-Man down the role of being a good guy when he looks at this and says, well, I'm the one who designed this machine. I know how it works better than anybody else. I can literally help fix this girl, and I can turn around and perform the surgery myself. And so, of course, again, because of the fact that this is completed, the little girl is saved, it basically continues this trend of Superior Spider-Man becoming a good guy. And so taking that machine back to his lab and then investigating investigating further, he directly acknowledges Peter Parker. He says, look, I now realize you're the voice inside my head. I now realize that I didn't take over your body in its entirety, that, you know, for some reason or another, your consciousness is still there. Now, after doing a little more investigating after that, what we find out is that this essence of Peter Parker that's talking to Dr. Octopus is basically an amalgamation of his memories, in the sense that as long as Dr. Octopus uses the memories of Peter Parker's essence will always be there. And this is really Dan Slott essentially saying that we as people are effectively just a combination of all our experiences. Everything that makes us who we are the things that we've been through. And so because of that, Peter will always be alive so long as his memories are there. And so Dr. Octopus takes the most logical step and simply says, we have to purge these memories from my mind. Now, this was actually a really cool segment of the story, because this pits Peter Parker and Dr. Octopus against one another in a way that hasn't really been seen before. Routinely speaking, when these guys go against one another, they just kind of fight. I mean, it's really just a fight in the city, and, you know, it goes on for a little while, and then innocents are put in danger. You know, Peter Parker defeats Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus goes away for a little while. He manages to break out, and then it starts all over again. It's pretty par for the course. You can set your watch to the fights between Peter Parker and his rogues gallery. But what this does is it introduces a new dynamic, because what they're doing is they're fighting inside the mind of Peter Parker's body. And so what this does is it creates a pretty even playing field between the two of them. Peter Parker basically draws on all the people who have served significant roles in his life: Uncle Ben, Aunt May, friends and family, different things like that. And while this does allow him to get a little bit of the upper hand, it is Dan Slott saying a little bit, hey, look, the most important thing that we have in life are friends and family. But the other half of this equation is that Dr. Octopus himself is not without his own friends. Now, when I say friends of Dr. Octopus, when I say family of Dr. Octopus, I use that term loosely. These various villains that Ock has fought behind or fought beside over the course of the years, I wouldn't really consider to be like legitimate friends or legitimate family, not by any stretch of the imagination, but they're the closest thing he has. Not only that, all these guys are formidable in their own right. And so in truth, it comes down to a pretty significant battle between the two of them, but in the end, Dr. Octopus ends up winning out. Now, the reason why this is the case is twofold. The first is that it is people with superpowers going against individuals without superpowers. But this is also Dan Slott offering a meta commentary that the people fighting on behalf of Peter Parker are only as strong as Peter Parker is for himself. That is to say, they're a reflection of the faith that Peter Parker has in himself. Only if he's a strong individual, only if he legitimately believes that he should be Spider-Man, do these individuals have any measure of power to combat Dr. Octopus. But in the end, he doesn't think that he deserves to be Spider-Man. And the reason why is because of a conversation between the two of them. As this fight starts to dwindle down and it just turns into Superior Spider-Man versus the Amazing Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus makes an incredibly good point. What happened here was that when Superior Spider-Man was in the process of getting ready to perform the surgery on that young girl, Peter Parker did not want him to do it. He kept making his hand shake. And the reason why was because Peter Parker did not believe that Dr. Octopus would have the skill to save this young girl's life. What Dr. Octopus says here is, you were willing to let this girl die in order to get your body back. You were willing to sacrifice an innocent in order to defeat me. Dr. Octopus making the case that what Peter Parker did was tantamount to Dr. Octopus holding someone hostage and then Peter Parker shooting the hostage in order to kill Dr. Octopus. That's the case that's being made here. And because of that, in face of that, Peter Parker has a total breakdown. He says, oh my God, you're right. I was willing to sacrifice the life of an innocent young girl in order to make sure that you were defeated, that you were stopped. The other half of this was that Dr. Octopus says, look, I was trying to do the right thing. So not only were you willing to put an innocent in danger, you were going to stop me from doing something good. You were going to become a bad guy because you didn't like what it was that I was doing. You didn't trust me. And so because of this, Dr. Octopus basically initiates this mind wipe. Peter Parker has no more defense, really nothing to put up against this. And so all these different memories of Peter Parker start getting wiped away. And what this does is it sets the next stage, the next phase of the story, which is simply Dr. Octopus in the body of Peter Parker without having to worry about his essence or his memories causing any kind of problems for him in the foreseeable future. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and per your request, we are remastering Spider-Verse. At least 70% of you guys said you wanted me to remaster Spider-Verse. More like 75%, because Spider-Man No Way Home is a giant multiversal story, so I guess it makes sense. And so in order to make things easier for you guys, I'm gonna put the reading order down in the description so you guys can basically keep up as you guys buy the comics and read them and so on and so forth. But this picks up with Superior Spider-Man. Now, for those of you guys who don't know what that is, Superior Spider-Man was the story arc where Dr. Octopus took over the body of Peter Parker. And so he basically became the new Spider-Man. It was an amazing story. The entirety of the Spider-Verse event actually happens between 2 issues with Superior Spider-Man. So you don't really see the event play out per se in the Superior Spider-Man comic as it was initially written. Instead, what you get are Superior Spider-Man tie-in stories to the events of Spider-Verse. And so the way this had happened is that there was basically this giant explosion that took place that was a result of a temporal meltdown at Horizon Labs. Now, those of you guys, you may be familiar with it. If you guys saw the Morbius trailer, you saw Horizon, one of the buildings in the background. It was literally the only building with red lighting on it, right? Red wording. So of course, we seem to know that Mobius takes place in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, or at least that seems to be the case. Horizon Labs is really a think tank when it comes to the Marvel Comics universe, right? Just where a bunch of smart people hang out and just think of cool stuff. And so with that explosion taking place, Superior Spider-Man was thrown into the time stream. Now, this happening was actually pretty cool because if you look at this scene where he's thrown into the time stream, in the very top left-hand corner, that's the Earth X Captain America. That's actually the universe that the Eternals film is based off of. Next to him is what looks like the Incredible Hulk, because it is. He's actually called Maestro, and it's basically a future version of the Incredible Hulk, where the world had succumbed to like nuclear war, and he basically led this city called Dystopia. Over on Geek Culture Explained, I still stand by the fact, and I've been making the argument over there, that what Bruce Banner saw in Avengers Age of Ultron was actually himself becoming the Maestro. But you just see these kind of alternate realities, right? Old Man Logan, different things along those lines, but he's just kind of thrown into the time stream until ultimately he arrives in the 2099 universe. Now, the 2099 universe of Marvel Comics is actually a really, really cool universe. It was created by Peter David, and it's been around since the 90s. In fact, it was one of the more popular lines of comics Marvel had in the 90s. Like most of those alternate realities, like the Ultimate Universe, stuff like that, it started with Spider-Man, and then over time just became less interesting. You got stuff like the 2099 Incredible Hulk and like 2099 Punisher and Doctor Doom and different things along those lines, but it's basically the future, right? Now, instead of having like New York, what you have is Nueva York, just kind of like this future, super technologically advanced place. But by and large, the whole area is ran by Alchemax. And this is important because once Superior Spider-Man gets into this place, because he's somewhat familiar with 2099, that of course he's able to make his way through there to a degree. And he's basically set upon by what's referred to as the public eye. Now, the public eye in the 2099 universe, they're basically private police that are actually hired and work for Alchemax, the company that seemingly runs everything, or at least basically all of New York. But when this happens, of course, he's able to get past these guys quite readily, and then he's met by Gabriel O'Hara. Now, Gabriel O'Hara is the brother of Miguel O'Hara, also known as Spider-Man 2099. At the moment, he's not here, he's missing, he's actually out doing his own thing, and we'll follow up with him relatively soon. But the idea of Dr. Octopus, a really Superior Spider-Man, being in this place, of course, he's greeted by Gabriel, and then he's like, I don't need you anymore, right? Like, all I want to do is find my way back home, back to my native universe, and we're gonna call it a day. Now, here's the funny thing about this. When it comes to Dr. Octopus, historically in the movies, his intelligence has been downplayed. Despite how smart you've seen him come off in the movies, he's not nearly as intelligent in the movies as he is in the comics. In the comics, he's light years ahead of everybody. He's like Tony Stark, right? He's a futurist. He's always thinking to the future, always looking to the horizon. And so he's basically given this kind of sentient AI computer system, which is partially self-aware, but still has to follow the programming that's assigned to it, and asks it the best way to achieve interdimensional travel or time travel. Now, as you would expect, time travel is highly regulated in any one particular universe. And a lot of this falls in line with the nature of organizations like the Time Variance Authority itself, as well as the organizational structures of that particular universe. And what I mean by that is the TVA, as most of you guys probably know from the Loki series, albeit that series was a little bit different from the comics, that it is by and large governed by the Timekeepers. And the goal of the Timekeepers is to basically ensure their existence, right? That they come into existence at the end of time, and they want to make sure that like nothing happens across the multiverse that prevents them from existing. And so they closely monitor individuals who travel back and forth through time, making sure they don't disrupt the time stream too much. So there's that kind of regulation that goes into it. At the same time, if you're a massive company like Alchemax and you have all this power, you don't want anybody going back in time and preventing your company from existing. And so that's the kind of regulation you end up seeing. People who aren't meddling with time and like disrupting existing status quos, or possibly even sending the universe on a collision course to a far worse future than the one that currently exists. So there's all kinds of things you can screw up with time, and that's why it's monitored so closely. Fortunately for us, Superior Spider-Man doesn't care. It doesn't matter to him. And in fact, he actually ends up breaking into all these different facilities and stealing all these different things he needs in order to attain the ability to travel through time or to move from one dimension or one universe to the next. Now, with Dr. Octopus, he can get away with that, right? It's like giving Tony Stark the ability to achieve time travel. Just part and parcel of his intelligence is knowing there's some things you just can't do, right? You can't disrupt time too much. You've got to be very, very careful. Another part of this is that as he's been working with this AI, and this is a particularly important point going forward, he actually tells it to start modifying its physical appearance so it looks like Anna Maria Marconi. Now, the reason why that matters is Anna Maria Marconi was a diminutive woman who was also incredibly intelligent and actually challenged Otto Octavius in a lot of different ways. She believed he was Peter Parker. She didn't really know the truth. She found out later on, but she was one of the few people out there that kept pushing him to be better. And so because of the fact that she was not content with mediocrity, she would call him out when he was wrong. She would say like, you're better than what you currently are right now. It wasn't just, I like you as you are, and that's fine, right? She wanted to see him become better to live up to his full potential, that he actually developed a huge amount of respect for and then started falling in love with her. And so he basically misses her. And that all ties into the nature of Superior Spider-Man, right? Dr. Octopus basically reforming, becoming a hero instead of a villain, forming Parker Industries, which actually became like this worldwide multi-billion-dollar philanthropy-based organization. He created all these little pieces of technology that made Peter Parker's life better as Spider-Man. It was really, really cool in terms of how all that stuff worked. But once the actual system is set up and he's ready to travel, one of the things that he had done is created a snapback protocol so that if he ends up jumping into an alternate universe and like it's in the middle of a meteor crashing into it and everyone's dying, he can snap back. Because wouldn't it suck if he traveled to a new universe and a meteor was about to crash into it, he had like 10 seconds to live, and that was that, right? Like it would really blow balls. And so once he ends up passing through, because of the nature of traveling through the multiverse is not as simple as simply just jumping back to a period in time, trying to travel through space and time, the fact that the multiverse actually moves the way the Earth orbits around the sun, that is a very, very precise system. And so he ultimately ends up missing where it is that he's supposed to be. Instead, he shows up in an alternate reality where Spider-Man had joined the Fantastic Four, and this version of Spider-Man's been killed. Not only that, he snaps back and ends up in an alternate reality, the House of M universe. Most of you guys have heard of that, the universe where the Scarlet Witch had basically rewrote reality to give everybody everything they subconsciously desired. Spider-Man in that universe is killed. Then he snaps back and ends up in a Civil War universe where basically the Civil War never ended, and that version of Spider-Man is killed. That every single universe he goes to, the Spider-Men in these different universes have all been killed. They've been executed. But the more crazy thing about this is they've all been killed in the exact same way. The two same puncture marks, right? So seemingly someone or something is traveling around the multiverse and killing all these different versions of Spider-Man. And so what it does is it switches over to what's probably one of the cooler versions of Spider-Man. Once Superior Spider-Man jumps back to 2099 and then jumps into the time stream again, you actually ended up in an alternate reality where you get Spider-Man India, which is cool. And then you find the guy who's basically killing everybody. Now, this thing here, this guy, he's what's called an Inheritor. And we'll learn more about the Inheritors as time goes on. The important thing, and really what Dan Slott gives us here, is that this guy, Spider-Man India, seemingly has all the same powers that you would expect from a Spider-Man, right? Like the powers of Peter Parker. So like the proportional strength of a spider, the ability to climb on walls, shoot webbing, different things like that. A lot of that stuff just kind of universal from one universe to the next. But this guy, this Spider-Man India, is getting totally wrecked by this Inheritor, right? I mean, literally, he's just fleeing for his life. Nothing's working. Absolutely nothing is working here. And so what you end up getting is this kind of cat and mouse game, this incredible maneuver that's made by this Inheritor, where he actually ends up forcing a building to crumble, which draws the attention of Spider-Man, because as you guys know, Spider-Man would never let innocent people die. And then in turn, because he's distracted, it's basically game over. There's no way for this guy to win. And then enter Superior Spider-Man, who saves this dude's life, right? Just saves this guy's life by an instant. I mean, this dude was like moments away from being killed. And so once this guy is basically defeated, of course, he's, you know, we really have Superior Spider-Man telling us this guy's being held at bay. He starts talking to Spider-Man India. And what he says is that as he's been traveling through the multiverse, presumably trying to find his way home, his mission to get back to the main Marvel universe shifted, because every universe he came across, Spider-Men were being killed. And Dr. Octopus, being as intelligent as he is, deduced someone or something is hunting Spider-Man from across the multiverse. And so it's only a matter of time before they come for him. And so so what he actually has been doing is assembling a team of different Spider-Men from across the multiverse, all of whom intend to face off against this guy, this person that's basically taking them all out. And so once Spider-Man India is brought back to the Marvel 2099 universe, you end up seeing like 5 other Spider-Men, including Spider-Man Noir. But one of them is also Assassin Spider-Man, who's one of the coolest versions of the character. Okay, so here's the origin of Assassin Spider-Man, right? We're gonna switch over to this. It's actually kind of a backup feature in Superior Spider-Man number 32. That what you end up finding out here is that somewhere along the line, the Green Goblin had actually murdered Gwen Stacy. And unlike the main Marvel universe, where the death of Gwen Stacy taught Peter Parker that he couldn't be reckless, in this alternate reality, the death of Gwen Stacy taught Spider-Man to take no prisoners. And so every single villain that he had, that he came across, he killed. He just executed them, right? Like Kraven the Hunter, he just killed them, as he should have been doing. And of course, one of the things that also goes on here is that because there are some threats out there that Spider-Man's going to have to contend with, and his skills aren't quite up to snuff, he actually ends up training with Wolverine. Now, this may seem kind of like weird to have him train with Wolverine, but it actually makes perfect sense. And the reason why is because Wolverine's trained a lot of people in Marvel Comics. Black Widow learned how to fight from Wolverine when she was in the Red Room. You had all kinds of people who have trained with this guy, right? And it's one of these things in Marvel Comics, it's a hodgepodge. Somewhere along the line, seemingly everybody's trained with everybody else. The only real exception to that, insofar as the one person that like everybody's trained with, is actually 2 people. And they're really more teachers than anything else. The first one is Taskmaster, right? Like Tony Masters. That guy, I mean, he's the guy you want to train with. He usually trains villains, but heroes have trained with him as well. But the other person, and probably the more significant trainer of heroes in Marvel Comics, is Shang-Chi. He's trained really almost everyone in some form or fashion. Even if there's someone like Wolverine that already had a formidable set of skills, all Shang-Chi did was hone them and make them better. So again, it's one of these things where Tony Masters and Shang-Chi are kind of like the 1-2 punch of people that you train with, but this guy, this version of Spider-Man training with Wolverine, made him far more ruthless and far more brutal, because it's just the nature of Wolverine's training. And so of course, when this Inheritor showed up in that universe and immediately started going after that version of Spider-Man, the Assassin Spider-Man, that Wolverine stepped in the way and Wolverine was totally incinerated, right? Of course, all that's really left is this adamantium skeleton. Now, this is one of those things where Marvel plays it fast and loose. If you read Days of Future Past, Marvel's like, yeah man, Wolverine's entire skeleton was incinerated and he died. But then you go and you read a story like Civil War, where Nitro blows up in front of Wolverine and reduces him down to his skeleton, and he regrows, right? So it's one of those things where it just kind of goes either way. Wolverine's ability to heal from an injury is more of a plot device than anything else, especially when it's an injury this extreme. But what it does is it allows Assassin Spider-Man to basically temporarily gain the upper hand on this Inheritor, even if only for a moment. Now, during this process, he's actually met by Alex. Now, we're not given a whole lot of information about Alex. All we really know is that she's basically the girl that this version of Spider-Man ended up with, that like the main Marvel universe, that following the death of Gwen Stacy, Peter Parker, at least in this reality, ended up with Mary Jane Watson, but then along the way, he met Alex, he broke up with Mary Jane Watson and got with Alex instead. Most likely it seems to be because the mentality Alex had is more in line with the mentality of Assassin Spider-Man, but at the end of the day, you actually get this really, really cool moment where Assassin Spider-Man's fighting the Inheritor and he realizes his staff basically relies on energy. And so his response is, then we'll just overload it, right? So he actually leads him to this location, which is just a giant power battery, more or less. And as the 2 of them are fighting, the staff is temporarily overloaded. But at the end of the day, the Inheritor pulls it back out and the fight's on again. And it's one of these things where he's just kind of like, I'm entertained, right? Like, your death will be quicker than most because, you know, you kind of gave me a good fight, right? I respect you, so I'm not going to kill you slowly. And so ultimately, this guy kind of just seems to be unstoppable. There's no real way for anyone to overcome him. But then what actually ends up happening is that while this fight's taking place, Superior Spider-Man shows up. He ends up ripping a tree out of the ground and throwing it at this dude and sending him flying. And so that's the explanation of how it is that as these 2 meet up, Superior Spider-Man had Assassin Spider-Man in his ranks because he saved yet another Spider-Man from being killed by one of the Inheritors. Now, at this point, we switch over to what's called the Edge of Spider-Verse. So the way the Spider-Verse was told, it was told in a couple different forms. The first is that you followed Superior Spider-Man, then you go into Edge of Spider-Verse, which is basically these stories that give you like either origins on different versions of Spider-Man or stories stories involving existing Spider-Man from across the multiverse in terms of how it all ties together and how they ended up as part of the Spider-Verse event. And so in this instance, we actually end up picking up with Spider-Man Noir, who's actually been around since 2009. So he appeared about 5 years before this story was written. And one of the things to know, the way Peter Parker gained his powers in this particular story, because the Marvel Noir series was designed to be a lot more grounded than what you saw in terms of just the traditional Marvel Comics line. So like radioactive spiders biting people, and instead of them succumbing to radiation poisoning, they get powers. The way you actually saw here was basically a kind of spider idol, which really seemed to be imbued with magical energy. So, I mean, I guess, you know, kind of grounded. I don't know. But regardless, Peter Parker in this universe was bitten by one of those spiders, and then he woke up with Spider-Man powers, as you would expect. What you also have here is somebody called the Magical Mysterio, or like the Amazing Mysterio. What's really going on here, and kind of an important thing to understand, these aren't really significant moments. We're really covering this because of the way that it ends. But basically, Mysterio is a guy, the Magnificent Mysterio, he's a guy vying for power, right? Wilson Fisk Kingpin is running New York. He's the guy that wants to take his place as like the new crime boss, is really all it is. And that's one of the things that kind of happens, is you have this bit of a discussion where like Wilson Fisk walks in on Mysterio, talking about how he's going to basically steal the powers of Spider-Man, and then in turn, he's going to be the one to run New York, right? So when you're Wilson Fisk, that stuff doesn't really bother you because you know that people are just gonna come gunning for you at some point along the line. And so one of the things that goes on here is you actually have Wilson Fisk trying to gain information on the identity of Spider-Man. And that's been an ongoing theme in the Spider-Man Noir series for quite some time. They actually end up visiting Felicia Hardy. Now, Felicia Hardy was at one point in a relationship with a villain called the Crime Master, but was in love with Spider-Man Noir. And when the Crime Master learned this, he ended up slashing her face. And that's why she wears a white mask, because her face is scarred all to hell. And so because of that, it's basically like her saying like, I don't know the identity of Spider-Man, I'm in love with him, but I don't know him personally. But while all this is happening, right, all these little plot threads and things like that are going on, Peter Parker in this universe is experiencing this kind of dull headache that just kind of seems to be sitting back there. There really doesn't seem to be any indication in terms of the fact that there's like an immediate threat. That's kind of how his spider sense manifests. It's sort of a dull pain, but it just kind of kicks in whenever any like massive event takes place. So very, very similar to the spider sense of Peter Parker from the main Marvel universe. But what his sense is basically telling him is there's a threat out there somewhere. And it's a kind of a bit of an annoyance here, because if there's a threat out there somewhere, like why doesn't the threat manifest itself, right? I mean, keep in mind, Peter Parker's spider sense doesn't tell him where the threat is coming from. It just says there is a threat there, kind of like a sixth sense. And he even refers to it as like an ESP to a degree. But during this whole thing, because of the fact that Mysterio is trying to get his hands on the blood of Spider-Man Noir for the purpose of finding a way to basically make himself someone that has powers akin to Spider-Man, that he actually ends up challenging Spider-Man Noir publicly in the newspapers by saying like, there is going to be a girl you're gonna have to rescue, right? Can you live up to the challenge? That kind of a thing. Now, behind the scenes, the indication is he's actually going to kill her. Like Mysterio really will kill this girl if Spider-Man Noir doesn't show up. And because he's a quote unquote magician, the audience will believe it's a trick when it's actually real, right? And Spider-Man Noir will kind of have to live with that. So of course, he ends up showing up here. And when that happens, he's overcome pretty quickly by a kind of gaseous substance, which basically knocks him out temporarily. And then of course, he's hoisted up. And in response to that, the entire, casket basically that he's in is filled with water. Keep in mind, this is all real. It's designed to look like a trick to the audience because they're like, I mean, it's crazy. Mysterio couldn't kill Spider-Man in front of everybody, right? It's not like he can march him out on stage, put a gun to the back of his head and shoot him, right? Because then they would all be like, my God, you killed a man. But like, if you make it look like a trick, then it's like, wow, that was so impressive. We watched a man die, but we're too foolish to know what actually happened, right? That kind of a thing. Now, at this point, you get this kind of plot device where basically Spider-Man Noir shoots webbing on his face, which like traps a bit of oxygen. And then he's like, the oxygen saved me from drowning, right? And then it's that kind of a thing. Now, honestly, it would kill him because he's exhaling CO2, right? So basically he's breathing in a poisonous substance. The oxygen would run out, but it's comic book logic. Roll with it. Don't ask too many questions, guys. If you try to take comic books too seriously, you're gonna make yourself go crazy. And so of course he ends up basically making his escape. He fights Mysterio, kind of beats him up a little bit, and the day's more or less saved, and he frees Felicia Hardy and all that kind of stuff, and that's it. And then the Inheritor pops up. And that's kind of how this happens, right? These guys teleport into universes, right? Teleport into these spaces. And so when this guy arrives, Superior Spider-Man shows up. It's one of these things where literally Superior Spider-Man teleports in, grabs Spider-Man Noir, and teleports out. And that's it. Because by this point in time, as this kind of conversation begins to progress and we start to get into the next part of our little story here, that what you have is basically the realization by Superior Spider-Man they can't beat this guy as a small number, hence the reason why the entire team was formed. And so what you get is a different reality where you basically have Cyborg Spider-Man. He's pretty cool, right? He looks pretty amazing. This Inheritor shows up, and then you actually end up finding out that at some point along the line, Superior Spider-Man visited Cyborg Spider-Man and informed him of what was going on, that seemingly the Inheritor would come after him somewhere along the line, and that ultimately when that happens, he actually ends up calling in all these different Spider-Man, right? So like Spider-Man India, Spider-Man Noir, the Superior Spider-Man, Spider-Girl, right? So like Ashley Barton from the Old Man Logan universe. She was amazing. Oh my God, I loved her character so much in Old Man Logan. Dude, you guys remember that? She was all like helpless and she needed to be saved. And then like once she was saved, she was like, I'm ruling everything now. She like turned out to be a villain. It was awesome. By the way, if you guys want to see like the origins or explanations on any of the characters that we cover here that you're not like familiar with, let me know. And like, I'll make, we'll kind of like pause the series for a second and make videos about some of these characters, because I feel like some of you guys are going to want to know like the origins of these guys and things along those lines. But ultimately they all end up teaming up against this Inheritor, and they actually draw this really cool conclusion. Superior Spider-Man realized that while this guy is going around killing Spider-Man, that what he's doing is absorbing their energy. And so finding a way to reverse engineer that process, he could actually use that energy against him, right? They could basically siphon that energy off of him and basically make him weak. The nature of Ashley Barton, right? Like the daughter of Hawkeye, the nature of her is she's kind of like, okay, we got to kill this guy, right? Like we got to take this guy out. And it's one of the things where the other Spider-Man are like, really? Like you want to kill? Like, I mean, are you sure about that? And then like Assassin Spider-Man's like, yeah, man, he's been killing us, right? Like we just got to eliminate this guy, be done with it, call it a day. Why would we let this guy live? He's going to find some way to escape. What do you think's going to happen? He's going to be in prison and then realize his heart was 3 sizes too small and he's going to become a good guy and help us. Is that really what you think is going to happen? No, he's a villain. Kill him. And so there's this kind of big debate that goes on there, but Superior Spider-Man steps in and says, before we kill this guy at all, we need information, right? And so he asks him like, what's your mission? And the response to the Inheritor is like, there is no mission, right? This is what my kind does. We kill spiders. It's our way. As for others like me, pray you never meet the rest of my family. And that's when it takes Superior Spider-Man by surprise, like, wait a minute. There's more than one of you? And his response is like, oh yeah, there's more than one of us. And so the question Superior Spider-Man asks here is, will my weapon function as well against these others? I warn you, I will know if you lie. And the response to this guy is, I mean, sure, like it'll function as well against the others as it does against me, which is completely and totally ineffective, and then just like breaks out, right? And it's just like, I was just wanting to hear what you guys were saying. I just wanted to hear what your plan was, understand what you guys were doing. And this massive fight breaks out. Now, all these Spider-Man are facing one Inheritor. They're doing what they can, but at the end of the day, even for just one Inheritor, they're all being painfully overpowered, right? I mean, like they're attacking as best they can, but they can't kill this guy, right? Like all they can do is kind of throw him around, pummel him a little bit. They set him on fire and it doesn't work. And then it's just like, okay, this could not possibly get any worse. And they're suddenly met by the arrival of 2 other Inheritors. Now, of course, you learn this guy we've been following the whole time, his name is Karn, but basically he's kind of seen as like a shameful member of the family, not as powerful, it's just kind of shame that he carries. And we'll talk more about that later. But like these other 2 showing up, if there was ever a fight to be had here, it's long since gone. They overpower these guys with a quickness, right? These Inheritors, they overpower these Spider-Men so fast. And like Superior Spider-Man's like, we have to go. We can't stay here. If we stay here, we're all gonna die. I'm sounding a retreat. And some of them don't want to, but it's like, no, like you guys remember that scene from Aliens when Hicks was like, Marines, we are leaving. It's that, right? I mean, it's a massacre. It's them just like trying to live. And so ultimately the Inheritors end up fighting amongst themselves. And that's just what Superior Spider-Man and those guys need, is to basically have a distraction to make their escape. They open their portals and they bail. They immediately take off. And so following that, you have this kind of discussion that goes on where one, Superior Spider-Man ends up creating an arm for one of the Spider-Men to basically upgrade his cybernetic devices so he can, hack into the systems from Alchemax without being detected. And he's like, your job is to hunt for the names of the Inheritors throughout the entire history that Alchemax has at their disposal. If they're moving moving through universes, it also means they're moving through time. So they could appear at any point in time across the entirety of the multiverse. If they're hunting Spider-Man, there's a good chance they've appeared in the past. Find their names. And that assignment actually ends up going out to the six-armed Spider-Man as well, right? To kind of hunt throughout the entirety of the time stream, space and time itself, and find some reference for these guys anywhere. The next thing is it actually ends up going to Spider-Man India, and well, he really calls him Turtleneck, but it's basically Spider-Man Noir, where he's like, you're going to find out where their home universe is. If they are hunting Spider-Man throughout the multiverse, then it means they're retreating somewhere. They're going somewhere. They live somewhere. Find their home. Whether it's an entire universe or some pocket dimension somewhere, find out where they live. And so what he actually ends up doing is pulling aside Ashley Barton and pulling aside Assassin Spider-Man. And this is one of the cool things, because these were the two who immediately said, we have to kill this Inheritor guy. And so one of the things Superior Spider-Man picked up on is that the other Spider-Men who were here are all very closely modeled after Peter Parker, right? They're just alternate reality versions of Peter in the sense that they almost exactly mirror his mannerisms, but also his moral compass. They're not willing to kill. And so it's one of the things that kind of goes on, because he says, I wanted to speak to the two of you privately. I feel we share a certain perspective that eludes our allies. And that's when Assassin Spider-Man's like, don't dance around it. We're killers. And Superior Spider-Man says, yes. He's like, I wasn't really dancing around it. It's more than that. The others may have killed in dire circumstances. I don't really know. But it's clear to me that we three have seen things that they have not. Brutality, devastation, darkness. The others think they've seen the worst that life has to offer because they've lost a loved one or two. But we have seen the face of true evil, and we understand what is required to stop it. This is incredibly important because he goes on to say, these beings we fight belong to the same family. To end their threat, we may have to commit a genocide. And by way of that, we may find our allies standing in our way. i.e., if it comes down to it, I need to know you're willing to kill other Spider-Men in order to ensure we can end this threat. It's pretty extreme, right? It's just that severe of a conflict in the eyes of Superior Spider-Man. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Spider-Verse, and you guys really seem to enjoy the last video that we did, so we're gonna do more. This one in particular is very, very interesting. So here's one thing that I want to preface before we get into this. There are a few things going on within the Marvel Universe and multiverse at the same time this is happening, and that actually lead up to it. Specifically, the events of Infinity, so basically Thanos fighting the Inhumans and the Terrigen Bomb, as well as the incursions. We'll explain that once we get to it. But the other thing is that following this, we're gonna jump into Edge of Spider-Verse. And Edge of Spider-Verse is where you get a lot of the origins you guys have been asking for, right? So like the origin of Spider-Gwen, different things like that. So we'll kind of bring all that stuff together. And then once Edge of Spider-Verse finishes, we'll get into the actual main Spider-Verse event, because this is all prelude stuff. This is all the stuff leading up to, quote unquote, the main Spider-Verse event. And so what this does is this actually focuses, at least in this video, we're gonna be focusing on Amazing Spider-Man Volume 3. Now the reason why that matters is because technically the events of Superior Spider-Man concluded. They're done. And when Superior Spider-Man ended, you went into Amazing Spider-Man 3, which was basically Peter Parker getting his body back. The reason why you still see Superior Spider-Man is because prior to the ending of his story, Spider-Verse took place. So he was thrown into the multiverse. He's currently outside of time. So it's like Dr. Octopus taking over the body of Peter Parker on a Monday, the entire Spider-Verse event happens on a Tuesday, and then on a Wednesday, Peter gets his body back. So it's just one of those weird things, right? It's just something to wrap your head around. I know it seems a little strange, but what this also does is it brings in a character named Cindy Moon. Now, Cindy Moon was a really, really cool concept that Marvel wasted. And it really kind of sucked. So if you guys recall our discussion about the idea of spider totems, again, that was Marvel basically moving away from the idea that Peter Parker was just a kid who was bitten by a radioactive spider, and instead him being bitten by that spider basically tied him into this kind of mystical connection that he had with all these other people who had been bitten by spiders and become spider people. Now, one of the things that Marvel did is they had an event called Original Sin. And all Original Sin did is it basically revealed all these things that we never knew about. It was a way for Marvel to kind of jumpstart stories they'd been looking to tell. And you learned some really, really cool stuff, right? Captain America being part of the Illuminati and then having his mind wiped and kicked out, different things along those lines. Cindy Moon was actually a girl who was bitten by the exact same spider that bit Peter Parker. And in fact, they happened within like minutes of each other. The spider bit Peter, it fell off, and then it bit Cindy on her ankle. The kicker to this is that that if you recall our discussions about like Ezekiel Sims and all those guys, basically Ezekiel Sims realizing that like the Inheritors were going around and killing people who were basically Spider-Man and Spider-Woman from across the multiverse, that when he encountered Cindy Moon and her powers started manifesting, he realized that the Inheritors were after her. And so what he did is he locked her away in what was basically a bunker that had years worth of food. Now, she wasn't a prisoner. She could have left at any point in time. She had the access code to leave. But Ezekiel Sims basically said, if you do that, there's a good chance they'll find you and they will kill you if they do, right? There's no way you can fight them off on your own. So she was more of a prisoner by choice than anything else. Following the events of Original Sin and Peter Parker learning of Cindy Moon's existence, he basically rescued her. And then there was like a whole series of events where she was pissed off. But because of the fact that she's part of the Spider Totems and she has the name The Bride, essentially her and Peter Parker just can't stop banging. That's really what it means. Like if they are in a vicinity of each other, like literally it happens here where like they're talking, he's showing her the internet and he was like, okay, when you were locked away, yeah, it was AOL and Netscape. For those of you guys who were that old to remember that kind of stuff, I do. I remember AOL. But he says like nowadays it's all Facebook and all that kind of stuff. They're literally within a foot of each other. The pheromones start kicking in and they want to start banging. And it happened for a while. When they first met, they couldn't stop banging. It was crazy. It was hilarious, but it was crazy. And so again, with Anna Maria Marconi being here, of course, again, she initially met Dr. Octopus believing he was Peter Parker. All that stuff took place during Superior Spider-Man. Then she's like, okay, no, we're not having you guys doing this. This is not gonna happen. She literally starts spraying him with water in order to make him stop. And so Cindy Moon finally gives up and she ends up basically taking off to find her own place. Now, following that, what you actually end up getting is this great big huge kind of calamity where you basically have Minerva. The reason why this matters is like Minerva fighting the cops and things like that. It's not overall important to the Spider-Verse event, but it is cool. And the weird thing is that Minerva is one of those characters, Marvel just never really updated her. So to give you guys perspective, Minerva was a character who was basically a member of the Kree race, and she traveled to Earth to meet the original Captain Marvel of the Kree, the guy, and then wanted to bang him in order to basically jumpstart the Kree's evolution. The reason why is because at one point in their history, the Kree had gotten their hands on something called the Crystal of Ultimate Vision, but because they wanted to use it for nefarious purposes, it basically froze their evolutionary state so they never aged. Marvel fixed that with a story called Operation Galactic Storm, where basically the Kree race was almost totally obliterated, and because of that, their evolution was forced, and so there really isn't a need for Minerva to exist anymore. That's why you see her here and there occasionally, but she never matters because Marvel never changed the motivation. It's like she never knew that Operation Galactic Storm happened, right? I don't know how she didn't know. She was there when it did, but nonetheless, it's one of those weird little things. This matters because the whole situation with this going on with Minerva actually gets the attention of basically Kamala Khan of Miss Marvel, and she's a great character. I love the character of Miss Marvel. Her basically stepping in and intervening actually leads to her and Spider-Man teaming up, which is cool. But Kamala Khan is one of these characters where she had basically come about as a result of the Terrigen bomb detonating. So prior to the events of what was going on here with Spider-Verse, what you had, it was a story called Infinity, which was part of a larger story that dealt with the incursions, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But Infinity was really its own self-contained story, so you can read that of its own accord and actually not read anything else involving Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, and for the most part be fine. You'll probably have to do a little bit of internet researching to kind of get caught up on some things that don't make sense, but the overall gist here is that Thanos had formed the Cull Obsidian and was basically traveling around the multiverse trying to find his offspring and kill them. That eventually led him to Earth, where he learned his child existed among the Inhumans. He ended up getting in a fight with Black Bolt, and in the conflict, one of the most amazing moments in the story. Dude, there's this amazing moment in Infinity. Dude, I love this moment. It's like one of the best moments ever, where like Thanos is fighting Black Bolt, and he was like, tell me where my son is, and Black Bolt's like, no, right? Like anytime he talks, it's a quasi-sonic scream, so like he basically, you know, just emanates this massive amount of energy, like this huge concussive blast, and like he's like screaming at Thanos and it's not working, and Thanos is like, fine, keep your secrets, carry them with you to the grave, and like smashes his head in the ground. It's just this ridiculously amazing moment. But in any event, basically Black Bolt detonated the Terrigen bomb, which spread Terrigenesis across the world, and then all these people who carry the Inhuman genes and didn't know it suddenly went into a state of Terrigenesis. Quite literally, they were just like kind of encased in these ugly looking cocoons, and then they would just manifest in whatever form it happened to take, right? Very similar to how mutants suddenly just develop powers based on their X gene, usually during like puberty or high levels of stress, but Kamala Khan is one of those. Now, what made Kamala Khan so cool in her early stories by G. Willow Wilson is one, the family dynamic, right? The fact that she came from a very traditional family, but she actually wanted to do like very American things, which were considered to be very much against what her family stood for. But she was also like really new to the superhero scene. So like meeting heroes for the first time and then basically just fangirling, it was hilarious. I love the original run of Kamala Khan. And so that's why when like Spider-Man shows up, she's like, "You're Spider-Man! Holy cow! I'm gonna team up with Spider-Man. This is amazing!" And then she starts asking him stuff like, "Did you really go on a date with Miss Marvel with like Carol Danvers? Like, what was she like? What kind of music does she dig?" She's like the ultimate Carol Danvers fangirl. But it was a cool little thing. Of course, she really became, you know, kind of stepped into her own and became a more solidified character. But one of the things that Minerva's doing is that because she's trying to like jumpstart Kree physiology, she basically ends up taking this kind of inhuman and then seemingly bonding them with Kree DNA for the purpose of like allowing them to manifest and kind of go forward accordingly. What follows after this isn't really interesting at all. They fight the thing and then they basically win and like the day's saved and you got some cool moments where some stuff happens. In all honesty, it's basically filler to justify the existence of the comic, to basically fill it up with space. One of the things that does happen here is you actually end up seeing Cindy Moon fashioning like an official costume for herself, having one of the more popular costumes that exists in the Spider universe. But basically everything's kind of cool and everything's copacetic and, you know, the day's saved and that's basically it. The meat and potatoes of this and the real takeaway from this comes by way of Spider UK. And again, these are the kind of backup features that you saw during these events of Spider-Man that largely dealt with basically the Spider-Verse event kind of leading into the whole thing. And so what ends up happening here is that you basically have a kind of situation where Spider UK almost has this kind of experience that like something's wrong in the multiverse involving the various Spider-Man. And in fact, he's actually using the ability to scan the multiverse to essentially figure all this stuff out. Now, there's a few things we have to explain in terms of why this happens. So Spider UK is part of what's called the Captain Britain Corps, and his name is Billy Braddock. So the Captain Britain Corps is a multiversal team. For those of you guys who are unfamiliar with this, if you guys know about it, bear with me here for a second. I feel like we're gonna get a lot of new viewers who have never heard of this before. The Captain Britain Corps is a multiversal superhero team. They're not particularly powerful, but take the Green Lanterns from like the DC Comics universe and make it a multiversal team, and that's basically the Captain Britain Corps. There's officially one Captain Britain for each universe, and what they have is something called the Lighthouse, which is like their base of operations, but it's also an interdimensional teleportation device, and it allows them to enter into what's called the Starlight Citadel. That's basically the base of operations for a woman named Saturnine, who's called the Omniversal Magistrix. Her job is to like monitor the multiverse and make sure things don't pop off. A lot of people do that. The Living Tribunal does that, Alteza, the Custodian of the Multiverse, does that, and Saturnine does that. And then there's even more people who do that as well. But because of what's going on, because of the nature of the Starlight Citadel, and even the nature of the Lighthouse itself, there is technology there that allows members of the Captain Britain Corps to scan the multiverse and to see what's going on. Because of what use would they be as a team if they weren't able to like communicate with each other, different things like that. And so what ends up happening is Billy Braddock actually looks into an alternate reality, which is Earth 1983 in New York City, and basically sees that in that universe that Morlun is there and is actually killing one of the Spider-Men and absorbing their power, right? Taking this guy out. The crazy thing about this is seemingly a universe where things were basically just cool. No one really fought. It was pretty lighthearted. So this guy's overcome pretty easily because evil doesn't really seem to be something that exists. So quite literally, he's encountering something he's never encountered before. And so literally like all these folks are killed at the hands of Morlun, and then that's it. Following that, he actually starts looking through all these different realities that you've got two of the other inheritors that we saw in the last video, the brother and sister, Brix and Bora, who are actually killing one of the spider totems as a cat in this alternate universe. That you actually end up switching over to Deimos in Earth 7831. That guy is consuming actually an entire world full of anthropomorphic heroes, largely consisting of the Knights of Wondergore, which are basically individuals who were created by the High Evolutionary by basically modifying animal DNA, and they kind of spread out into the world and seemingly populated this world with anthropomorphic animals partly, and then also baseline humans. While the Inheritors themselves are only supposed to feed on spiders, if a being has superpowers and they are animal in nature, they're part of that animal totem system. So that's the reason why like Morlun fought Black Panther as an example. They can feed on those, but by way of the instruction given to them by their father, they're not supposed to. They're only supposed to feed on spider totems. The other thing about this is you actually have Genix, who's kind of like the scientific arm of the Inheritors, who actually realizes that Billy Braddock is spying on them, that this Spider-Man UK is watching them from some other place in the multiverse. And so of course, Billy Braddock is told like, we're gonna get you, that kind of a thing. But following that, he basically takes off and he goes to meet with Roma and Saturnine. Now Roma is the daughter of Merlin, like the the Morlun from Arthurian legend, right? Like, he's literally the one who founded the Captain Britain Corps, the Starlight Citadel, all that kind of stuff. He's the one that basically spearheaded all those things. Now, while all this is going on with Spider-Verse, you also have the incursions, universes crashing into each other, basically the collapse of the multiverse. That's the first and foremost pressing threat. That's the most important thing, keeping the multiverse from collapsing. But where you end up having like literally Billy Braddock, who shows up here and tells Saturnine all the different Spider-Men and Spider-Women across the multiverse are being killed by the Inheritors, she doesn't care. She's like, that's the least of my concerns. Entire universes are being destroyed. Cosmic entities are vanishing, right? The multiverse is collapsing. The least of my concerns are a bunch of Spider-Men and Spider-Women being killed by a crazy family. I have no concern about that. Now, that's kind of the nature of Saturnine. She's just kind of a dick, right? That's just kind of the nature of her. She's pretty crass, pretty rude. There's very much like my way or the highway, that kind of thing. Roma was a far more nurturing hand. And that's why she's the one that listens to the appeal of Billy Braddock when he says, like, we have to do something about these. And her response is, look, we can't divert the efforts of the entire Captain Britain Corps to basically help you deal with the spider totems. I can help you out by giving you a device that'll let you basically travel through the multiverse, but that's the extent of it. Kind of the irony of all this, all these guys in the Captain Britain Corps, they get annihilated. When they meet the Beyonders, oh dude, the Beyonders just eradicate these guys. And I think it's really more the map makers than the Beyonders themselves, but it doesn't matter, right? Like the forces of the Beyonders, these guys get crushed. The only member of the Captain Britain Corps who lives is Brian Braddock from the main Marvel Universe. The Captain Britain Corps never had a chance. And in like a last ditch effort, Saturnine opens a portal. She throws Brian Braddock through it, gives him all the information, and then the portal shuts. And that's the end of the Captain Britain Corps, right? They never stood a chance. But ultimately, Spider UK is given this ability to basically travel through the multiverse. And this is a huge asset because while he doesn't necessarily have all the resources of the Captain Britain Corps at his disposal right now, he has a lot of experience with understanding the multiverse. And that in and of itself is a pretty big thing because that will go a long way in basically helping the forces of Spider-Man 2099 and Superior Spider-Man and all those guys in dealing with the Inheritors. Now, at this point, we switch over to our last little tidbit here, which is kind of leads into the official Edge of Spider-Verse story, but we basically end up picking up with Mayday Parker, which is essentially Earth 982. Now, Mayday Parker is a fan favorite. People absolutely love her character. She originally appeared in a What If story back in 1997. The What If story centered around the idea of like Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson having a kid and actually being able to raise that kid. There was a point where Peter Parker in that alternate universe basically lost his leg and he ended up retiring. And then once his daughter Mayday started developing powers, he started training her to become a superhero, which is pretty cool. And that's basically what goes on here, right? It's the return of Mayday Parker after a pretty lengthy absence in Marvel Comics. But the whole thing about this is you've basically got one of the Inheritors, which is actually Deimos, literally attacking Peter Parker of this reality and then attacking Mayday as well as Mary Jane Parker. And that's kind of the crazy thing is because none of these guys really have a chance here, right? The power of the Inheritors, they overcome them all. Now, Mayday was one of those characters where like she was one part fun, but she also had it where it counted. She was the girl you wanted in your corner when things started popping off. She would always try to find a way, right? This girl had like just non-stop optimism. And so despite the fact that it's basically a losing battle, this version of Peter Parker fights Deimos as best he can. But in the end, he knows it's basically just a distraction. His goal is to not actually defeat Deimos. I mean, if he does, he'll certainly be like, yeah, great. I mean, he wants to defeat the guy, but he also knows it's probably not gonna happen. Deimos is just too strong, too powerful, too fast. He's far beyond the powers of just a normal spider person, right? Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, what have you. And so the instruction here is actually for Mayday to basically grab Mary Jane and her younger brother and herself and to get out of there as fast as she possibly can, right? To leave. It's Peter sacrificing his life to save his family. And so ultimately what ends up happening is Mary Jane hands the baby, the younger brother of Mayday, over to Mayday herself and says, get out of here, right? I'm right behind you. Everything's gonna be cool. And then Mary Jane seemingly tries to stay to fight. Now, that was always a testament to the nature of Mary Jane Watson. In the early days of Marvel Comics, and when I say the early days, I mean like Mary Jane as a character, when it was Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy, Mary Jane was always kind of there, but she seemed really shallow. She seemed like there wasn't a whole lot of depth to her. She seemed very self-absorbed. And the idea is that when Gwen Stacy died, there was a moment there in the comics, it was beautifully written, there was a moment there in the comics when Peter lashes out at Mary Jane, and then Mary Jane chooses to stay. And that formed the relationship there, the two of them falling in love. And then it was really like Jerry Conway and those guys guys that followed suit, reworking and crafting Mary Jane Watson into a person that became a lot more responsible, a lot more concerned, a person that genuinely cared about Peter Parker, which she always kind of did, but she was far less self-absorbed. This is kind of like the fruition of that, right? The totality of that. What would that version of Mary Jane Watson look like if her and Peter Parker had gotten married, they had a kid, all that kind of stuff. And so that's why the family dynamic of these characters is so cool. Of course, Mayday basically takes off with half of her mind knowing her mom's gonna stay behind. And that's exactly what happens, right? Both her mom and her dad are basically killed. There is a bit of hope for her that like Peter Parker survives, but what you end up having is the arrival of the forces of like Superior Spider-Man and those guys to rescue Mayday Parker. And when she's like, well, I mean, it's like we can go save my dad, their response is, no, your dad's gone. Like, we arrived here too late. Peter Parker's dead. That's when Deimos comes out and is like, yeah, I absorbed the powers of Peter Parker. He's totally killed. Like, there's no one here to save you now. Either you can stay here and die, or you can flee as fast as you can, but understand, there's nowhere you can go. We will find you no matter where you go in this multiverse. And so that kind of sets in stone this notion or this idea of Mayday Parker to take out the Inheritors, no matter what it takes, no matter what happens. She wants to come out on top of this. That's a huge motivation for her character going into the future of the story. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Spider-Verse. Specifically, as promised, we are covering Edge of Spider-Verse. Now, for those of you guys who don't know what that is, Edge of Spider-Verse, and we technically already covered part 1, but Edge of Spider-Verse was a 5-part miniseries that basically covered the origins of like different Spider-esque characters from across the multiverse, some of whom ended up joining the various, the great big huge Spider-Man team as part of Spider-Verse, and others who actually were killed by the Inheritors. So it's a really, really cool concept. This one in particular is the origin of Spider-Gwen. And this one's nuts because here's the crazy thing. When this story came out, it's one of those rare instances in this day and age when a character is introduced in comics and immediately explodes in popularity. It was actually the costume that made Spider-Gwen so popular when she first came out, because the costume design was fantastic. But like literally that year at like Comic-Cons everywhere, like you just saw girls running around as like Spider-Gwen. It was nuts how popular she was. But what this does is it initially opens up basically at Midtown High School, right? Midtown being the school that Peter Parker went to. So a lot of similarities that we know of between this alternate reality Spider-Man story and the main Marvel Universe story. But basically, Gwen Stacy plays in a band called the Mary Janes, which my initial idea was like, man, how arrogant could you be that you named a band after yourself? But Van Halen did the same thing, and their band was amazing. The thing about this is that we get this kind of flashback, right? Now, this is her first appearance in comics. And so Jason Latour plays it fast and quick with her origin, in the sense that all we really know is that basically she was bitten by a radioactive spider, and that in turn, she went on to become a superhero. But unlike the main Marvel Universe, where Captain Stacy, the father of Gwen, was someone that became an ally of Spider-Man, in this instance, he's actually an enemy of Spider-Gwen, all the while totally unaware of the fact that his daughter is Spider-Gwen. So that added a really cool dynamic. On top of that, Peter Parker never became Spider-Man. Instead, he's just basically an introverted kid in his school that gets picked on all the time. And so Gwen Stacy is the one saving him, and in a pursuit to become something comparable to her, he actually ended up becoming the Lizard instead. And during some kind of a conflict, which is never explored here in the story, he basically ends up dying. And so following that, what you get is J. Jonah Jameson that puts forward this idea that basically Peter Parker died at the hands of Spider-Gwen, and that he has to be avenged, right? That superheroes are basically being viewed as vigilantes, and they can't be allowed to go around and operate in that capacity, right? So the cool thing about this is that with that little bit out of a way, she kind of gets lost in herself as she's playing in this band, right? Just kind of getting lost and sort of, getting carried away. And of course, she's told by the band, hey, let's just take a break, right? Remember, we have our concert coming up. And so you get basically this kind of big struggle that Spider-Gwen goes through. And this is one of the things that really brought a lot of people on board. Spider-Gwen was hugely popular among girls, which if I'm being honest with you guys, Marvel needed that at the time, right? Marvel didn't have a whole lot of heroes that resonated with the female audience. And so, by and large, there weren't a whole lot of people that women could have a camaraderie with. And so one of the things that a lot of just young people in general struggle with is like the coming of age thing, right? A lot of you guys who are in your teenage years, and those of you guys who remember your teenage years, you remember what it was like, right? You're trying to fit in, you're trying to understand your place in the bigger picture, you're trying to figure out who you are. So you're making friendships, but you're not even sure if the friends you have are going to be your friends for the rest of your life. You want to make sure you maintain those relationships relationships, but you also know you're changing. It's a very, very confusing and difficult time that I think is exacerbated by the nature of social media. But the thing about this is that she's basically struggling with this idea that one part of her feels guilt over the death of Peter Parker, but there's another part of her that's like, I'm not the one who's responsible for this. So while the world is telling her it's your fault Peter died, she knows it's not, but she can never really share her identity with seemingly anybody around her, let alone her father. Her father's a cop, and her father's hunting Spider-Gwen. And so there's no real knowing what would happen if she dumped her identity to her father. Now, there does come a moment when she almost does, when she almost tells her dad who she is, what's going on, you know, and it kind of makes sense, right? Given the relationship between her and her father, and really between most girls and their father, that as time progresses, girls become closer to their dads, and then they become closer to their moms. And so in this instance, her father is the only real parental figure she has. It's the only real person she feels like she can go and talk to anything about. And so if there were any person she could have this conversation with, it would be him. But before she gets the chance, she's actually basically tracked down by a cop who, of course, doesn't necessarily shoot her on the spot, but actually tries to. And that's kind of the extent of how she's viewed here. That in some ways, it was pretty dark, right? He tells her like freeze, put her hands up, you know, all that kind of stuff, you know, the things you normally expect to hear when a cop is like, you know, trying to arrest you essentially. And of course, she's dodging and moving out of the way and so on and so forth. But he fires a few shots at her and tries to kill her. And she actually, you know, ends up basically webbing him up so he can't do anything, and then puts in a call saying shots fired, and, you know, a bunch of cops show up, and she actually makes her escape, and these cops continue tracking her down. What this does is it says there's basically no safe place for Spider-Gwen. And this is starkly different from the Spider-Man mythos that we're used to. And that was one of the best things about Edge of Spider-Verse, because this is the tip of the iceberg, right? Wait till we get to the story about the Spider-Man who bites Mary Jane Watson. That gets nuts, right? That story gets crazy. It's like a horror story more so than anything else. What you actually also end up getting here is basically Matt Murdock, who's actually a villain, right? Which is kind of crazy, right? It's one of the cool things about this. And so you basically have him talking to Alexei, who is really this alternate realities version of Rhino from Marvel Comics, is really all he is. But as the two of them are talking, basically he's being set upon Captain Stacy, right? Just a desire to take this guy out, because Captain Stacy is not necessarily a bad cop, right? Like, I mean, he's trying to track down Spider-Gwen because in his mind, she's a criminal, a vigilante as far as he's aware. He's doing what he's instructed to do as a member of law enforcement. But more so than that, he takes down big criminals, different things along those lines. So he's as much an issue for Spider-Gwen as he is for like Matt Murdock and any of those guys. And so following this, of course, as you expect, much like if you're familiar with Spider-Man from the main Marvel universe, this girl can't be on time anywhere. That's kind of the thing about Spider-Man, right? Peter Parker, this guy couldn't be on time if he had like a giant purple clock sitting in front of his face telling him what time it was, right? Like he still couldn't be on time. And so ultimately she's actually late for her own concert with the Mary Janes. Now, there is a little bit of a saving grace here in the sense that like with no drummer there, people are kind of like, I mean, this is a little weird seeing a band with no drummer. But then like Alexei busts in with the intention of going after Captain Stacy, right? Spider-Gwen shows up just at that moment and of course throws on her suit and then immediately goes through to try to save her dad. But it's kind of a little bit of a saving grace, right? Before anybody could realize, hey, this girl's missing, you know, outside of the band, like this band sucks, right? If it went on for like 15 minutes, people would be like, yeah, this band sucks. They don't have a drummer. This is weird. Let's go next door and get some drinks. That's basically what it would turn into. But you get this thing where Rhino actually gets the upper hand on her. And a lot of this seems to be because she's still fairly new to this, right? She's still fairly new to being a spider character and understanding everything that goes along with it, the various villains that are out there. And even with Peter Parker in the main Marvel universe, it was much the same way. Peter Parker didn't know how to cope with someone like Electro until he fought someone like Electro, right? It's just one of those things. You don't know how to do it until you do. And then you learn how to go forward from there. And so she's able to get the upper hand just by virtue of her enhanced strength and actually overcomes this guy quite readily. I mean, just absolutely pummels this dude and then webs him up, knocks him unconscious and goes to walk away, only to be met by her father, right? For like Captain Stacy to turn around and just be like, you're under arrest. And that's kind of the crazy thing because you get this really, really cool exchange here, right? It's almost this thing where like she approaches it from a pretty interesting philosophical level, right? He says, don't move an inch. And she's like, really? You know, she's like, what's a girl got to do to impress a guy, right? So obviously maintaining that kind of joking thing, you know, she's like, I just want to be loved, you know, and so on and so forth. And then what happens is things get serious, right? You know, you get that kind of Peter Parker-esque joking, which is sort of necessary for any kind of, you know, alternate reality or any main Marvel Universe Spider-Man story. But when Captain Stacy goes to arrest her, he's like, I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of Peter Parker. You have the right to remain silent. And that's when she chimes in. She's like, Peter's death, it was not my fault, at least not in the way that you think. But Captain Stacy doesn't care, right? You know, he's like, it's not my job to decide that. She's like, sure, you'll just leave it to Jameson's angry mob, right? Some crazy guy who ramped up a bunch of crazy people and they all want to take me out. You know, she's like, or you could leave it to the cop that tried to shoot me in a crowded subway. subway, but whatever the case is. And he's like, whatever it takes, right? However long it takes to do it, like, you'll see justice. I will, like, you will stand before a judge for the crime that you committed. And that's when she unmasks, right? She's like, I'm Spider-Gwen. She's like, here's the thing, Dad, like, you're a good cop. You put on the badge because you knew that if you didn't, somebody who doesn't need to wear a badge would, right? Somebody who would abuse their power would do it. And so you are in effect, not necessarily super powered, but you're a person who does the right thing. And that's what I'm doing, right? I'm putting on this mask. I try to do the right thing. Peter Parker got himself killed. He became a villain, right? He became a bad guy. You know, whatever the case was, it unfolded in his situation. She's like, I didn't kill Peter Parker. And if I'm going to be like you, and I'm going to be somebody who stands up for small people, like I'm going to be somebody who makes the world a better place, I can't do it from a jail cell, right? I can't do it there. So you have to let me go, right? She's like, this mask is my badge now, right? If I don't define what it means, monsters like that will. And that's true, right? That's one of those things where if you have a cause that you're standing up for, you have to have a face of that cause. Otherwise, you'll become a kind of walking, talking case study where your opposition defines your cause better than you do. That's why I always advocate every movement has to have a leader. Otherwise, you end up having people who do things awry and there's no one there to say they don't stand for what we believe in. And so that's why she has to be out there and doing this kind of thing, because it's not necessarily about her solidifying what it means to be a hero. To a degree it is. It's her solidifying the idea that not everyone out there with powers is a bad guy. Some of us are good guys and some of us are trying to do good things. And so as a result of that, I have to go out and be one of the good people. And her dad lets her go right now. The thing about this is all being watched by Spider-Man UK. And his response is, yes, you'll do quite nicely. They're going to bring her into their ranks. Now, here's a funny thing. This story, it was nuts, right? Like when this came out, everybody wanted to know everything about Spider-Gwen. They were like, no. You can't give us some story in Edge of Spider-Verse like this and give us nothing else again, right? Because she showed back up in the main Spider-Verse event, but she was so huge that Marvel like had to create a story about her, right? I mean, it sold like gangbusters. And so ever since then, Spider-Gwen's been like a mainstay in Marvel Comics. She's just that popular. Okay, so continuing on with Superior Spider-Man, we're officially into the story without Peter Parker, and it's actually kind of cool here. I mean, Peter Parker's cool and everything, but the idea of doing a story where Dr. Octopus takes over the body of Peter Parker is something that I'd like to see focused on strictly as him without influence from Peter Parker. And Dan Slott gives us that. I mean, this first issue is actually called Independence Day, because he's basically free of the control of Peter Parker, or at least the influence of Peter Parker. Now, the cool thing about this is it allows Dan Slott to set the stage for everything in all new, all different, amazing Spider-Man. Because remember, you have Superior Spider-Man, the whole run, 33 issues, you've got Spider-Verse, and which Spider-Verse wasn't really necessary. It's kind of a cool story, but it's not really necessary by any standard of measurement. It's almost completely and totally self-contained. And then you have 2 story arcs from Amazing Spider-Man, and then all new, all different Marvel happens. So again, it's pretty cool in terms of how all this just segues directly into the current run of Amazing Spider-Man under Dan Slott, Clone Conspiracy, and all that kind of good stuff. But what this does is it shows us how streamlined Doc Ock has made Spider-Man's life. Remember, he's got all these little spider eyes that are walking around. Well, because of that, they literally keep an eye on New York and tell him everything that's happening. And so when he wakes up in the morning, he gets daily briefings on what's happening, what villains are fighting one another, which ones are worth their attention and which ones aren't. Now, the funny thing about this is Doc Ock talks about how in this circumstance, Peter Parker would have just thrown on the Spider-Man costume and would have just jumped into the fray. Because of this, he says, I'm not going to take that role. Instead, I'm going to let them deplete their ranks. I'm going to let them fight each other to the point that they can't fight anymore, and then I'm going to go in and I'm going to take things over. It's classic Napoleon Bonaparte. That's really what it is. Napoleon Bonaparte was well known for that. Go into countries, start civil wars when they're at their weakest, conquer them. It's the smartest way to conduct yourself in terms of taking over a hostile entity. And that's exactly what he does here. He's like, look, if I want to defeat these guys, I could go in and just fight them all. But the problem is I may or may not win, and it would just be a waste of time. What I can do is just let them keep fighting each other until the point that their forces are to the point of exhaustion. When that happens, I'll go in and just take everybody over. And that's exactly what happens, exactly what he does. He goes in and of course attacks like Owlman, and a handful of others. But the other thing that I want to point out here is how strong Spider-Man is. When I was going through Spider-Man number 700, we were going through like, Dying Wish and Suicide Run and all those stories that led up to Superior Spider-Man. One of the things that I wanted to hold off on talking about was the idea of how strong Spider-Man is. Now, Sal over at Comic Pop has done several videos on my channel, which you'll find down in the description, where we run over over Spider-Man stuff. And Sal is one of the foremost knowledgeable people about Spider-Man that I've ever met. It's literally his bread and butter. Like, it's crazy how knowledgeable he is about Spider-Man. But historically speaking, there's been references to Peter Parker pulling his punches, but in Amazing Spider-Man number 700, Dr. Octopus confirmed that. And that's the significance of those kind of things in comic books. It's one thing for a character to say, I'm really powerful. It's another for other characters to say, yes, they are really powerful. To confirm it by virtue of another character gives it a little more substance. Now, again, it's just whatever the writers want it to be, and so take it for what it is. But the fact remains here that with Dr. Octopus fighting against Scorpion in Superior Spider-Man, in Amazing Spider-Man number 700, he punched him in the jaw so hard that he knocked his jaw off. And that's when Dr. Octopus realized how strong Peter Parker is, and that as Spider-Man, he'd basically been pulling his punches the entire time. Now, the reason why that was significant is because what it means is going forward in this story, the stories before it, as part of Superior Spider-Man, is that Doc Ock had to recognize how easy it would be for him to kill foes. That's one of the first things that Peter Parker started to realize in the Ultimate Universe. It's the first thing he realized to his detriment when he killed a person. So because of this, it's really kind of cool to see it all unfold. But again, one of the other things going on behind the scenes here is the return of Norman Osborn, really as the Green Goblin. Now keep in mind, Norman Osborn has and always will be a Spider-Man villain, but he had a lot of really promotion and a lot of exposure to the larger comic book community in Marvel during the events of Dark Reign, when he became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, I don't know what was going on behind the scenes. I haven't been able to find any interviews to verify, but I don't know anything going on behind the scenes in terms of whether or not this was all designed, the whole Dark Reign story was all designed to bolster the reputation of Norman Osborn so that when Goblin Nation happened, that it would be a lot more interesting. I don't really know if that's the case or not. The only thing that I can really guess here is that because of the fact that Norman Osborn is essentially going to claim himself as the Goblin King, I guess really as part of lead up to Goblin Nation, that it was just really part of a scheme to kind of reinvigorate his character. But again, this could entirely be self-contained too. It could just be that Dan Slott didn't care anything about Dark Reign, and they just said, you know what, we're going to revamp Norman Osborn, and we're going to make him the Goblin King instead of the Green Goblin. I have no real idea here, but the fact remains that switching back over to Doc Ock as Spider-Man, again, a lot of this deals with him and his personal relationships, and it's actually funny watching him talk to people because of the fact that he usually just talks down to them, and it's not like, I don't think it's funny to talk down to people, but it's funny in terms of how he does it, in the sense that he's talking to the professor, the professor for his thesis, and he's like, man, this guy's a buffoon, and he talks to him that way. Like, he literally finishes his test, takes it over, hands it in, and says, don't bother worrying about it, I aced the whole thing. You don't have to check it, but you can if you want. But if you did, you'd just be wasting your time. So it's funny to kind of see him interacting that way. But again, with regards to Goblin King bolstering his ranks, he's basically grabbing all these different individuals, these different henchmen, part of these small-time criminals or just petty thieves or what have you, and having them operate as part of his scheme in order to essentially try to take over New York. Now again, a lot of this is leading up to Goblin Nation, so it's just these pages here and there, where some small things happen with regards to the Green Goblins. But what ends up happening here is some of these goblins attack Mary Jane Watson's nightclub. This whole attack coincides with dinner that Spider-Man is having with Anna Maria. Now remember, Anna Maria is part of All New, All Different Marvel. She's a woman of a diminutive size, but she's also really interesting. And the reason why is because with her being as intelligent as she is, she doesn't really cook using conventional methods. And in fact, what she's doing is she's making a carbonated sorbet using dry ice. But it's really cool because they're basically making ice cream. Now, of course, this is great in and of itself because ice cream is an anytime meal. Like, you can have ice cream anytime. That's one of the great things that I love about ice cream. My personal favorite is cookies and cream. I want to know what your personal favorite is. I love cookies and cream. Pralines and cream isn't bad. Chocolate chip ice cream is terrible. Chocolate chip mint is even worse, but I love cookies and cream. But what this does is it sets the stage for romance between the two of them. And the reason why is because when the dry ice is dropped, of course, Spider-Man reaches in, grabs it, and then just kind of lets it go, realizing, that it hurts him. But Anna Maria kind of patches him up, and the two of them share a kiss. Now, this is cool because with the character of Anna Maria, what she's going to do is begin the process of transitioning Dr. Octopus away from being a bad guy. And in fact, almost the entirety of his motivation with regards to, All New, All Different Marvel and all that stuff is going to be rooted in his love for Anna Maria. So that's the coolest thing about it. That's one of the things that I really dig about that. But again, it's also Dan Slott messing with the idea of Mary Jane Watson finding love of her own when the entire incident with the attack on her nightclub, the resulting fire and so on, is met by the fire department, and she comes across a guy named Pedro. So again, Dan Slott's kind of toying with this notion of the two of them going their own separate ways. It's already established at this point by virtue of the things that he's written into the story that, Superior Spider-Man and Mary Jane Watson are never going to get together. But the other half of this is, again, the way that the entire Spider-Man process has been streamlined. The fire department showing up at Mary Jane Watson's business came came by way of Superior Spider-Man. Because of the fact that he's aware of everything that's been going on with the city, in his mind, he was arguing, well, why not have my own life and keep the city safe? And that's exactly what he did. When the attack happened, when the fire broke out, he basically had the fire department notified and they responded. Now, of course, the bigger question to ask here is, what would Peter Parker have done? And Peter Parker would have arrived, he would have left Anna Maria, he would have arrived on the scene. And the reason why is because he wouldn't know whether or not people were going to die in the fire. And that's one of the issues with regards to Superior Spider-Man in terms of how he views himself as Spider-Man. I mean, it's no secret by now, he's a much darker character. And because of his willingness to kill, something that we'll actually see yet again here in this story, in his mind, you know, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So sure, one person might die in that fire, but if 7 people are saved, well, then that's just the way it goes. And so again, it's kind of a darker road to take for his character, but it's one of the reasons that I kind of find a little refreshing here. I mean, you know, Peter Parker Spider-Man is the Spider-Man, it'll always be that way. But for me, Dr. Octopus as Superior Spider-Man makes it a little more interesting, makes it a little more, you know, a little more visceral in terms of how somebody with his mind would operate in a position like that. Now, of course, at this point, we transition over to J. Jonah Jameson with the execution of Spider Slayer. Now, keep in mind, we talked about this when we first started Spider-Man big time, and we had Spider Slayer, Alistair Smythe, who again had basically attacked Spider-Man, but it resulted in the death of Marla Jameson, J. Jonah Jameson's wife. And so because of this, Alistair Smythe is getting ready to undergo execution, but the call to Spider-Man comes by way of the fact that J. Jonah Jameson believes that Smythe is going to have some contingency plan in place in order to allow him to break free. Now, of course, all of this is taking place on the Raft, which is a maximum security prison for supervillains. Really, like, the Raft had its biggest claim to fame when Electro engineered a mass breakout at the start of New Avengers when Brian Michael Bendis first took over the title. Really, when the title was first launched, to be honest. I mean, it was this inaugural story, The Raft, which was really, really cool. And then after that, it was Who is the Century? Like, New Avengers was really good for a little while, and then it just kind of dropped off, but it was pretty solid, you know, in the beginning. But the fact remains here that the relationships between Superior Spider-Man and all the other people that he knows are predicated on how he views himself in relation to them. And so there's a lot of arrogance. There's a lot of, not really cruelty, but there's a lot of the belief that he's simply better than they are just by virtue of his intelligence. Now, the other half of this is that this is Dr. Octopus in the body of Peter Parker, which means that with Alistair Smith getting ready to undergo his execution, that basically his little spider slayer bots immediately infiltrate the place and start ripping things up. But Dr. Octopus was ready for it all. And that's why I say I think he's better than Peter Parker, because Peter Parker basically flies by the seat of his pants as Spider-Man. Now, for Peter Parker fans, that's the endearing part of it. That's the reason why they love him, is because of the fact that you never know what's going to happen. He doesn't even know what's going to happen. He's quick on his toes. He has to think fast. He jumps into a situation, uses his intelligence combined with his spider sense and his abilities in order to try to get the situation to bend to his favor. With Dr. Octopus, it's a lot more methodical. It's a lot more planning. But I would say it's also a much better implementation of Spider-Man. I mean, let's say, for example, that Peter Parker took the steps that Superior Spider-Man did, where he basically had spider bots all throughout the city. Imagine how much safer New York would be with Peter Parker using that method. But of course, again, Superior Spider-Man was the one that came up with it to basically streamline the process. Now, in truth, this was really Dan Slott. I mean, as we kind of continue through this fight, this was really Dan Slott basically saying, hey, look, this is the basis behind what we'll see in all new, all different Marvel. This Spider-Man process was streamlined because Superior Spider-Man made it so. And so what it meant was that when Peter Parker finally got his body back, he benefited from all the work of Superior Spider-Man. So that's one of the reasons why it's so cool. But again, Doc Ock basically cuts off almost every single route of escape for Alistair Smith. But the other half of this is that with Superior Spider-Man having, destroyed the jaw of Scorpion, having fought off against guys, like Vulture and so on, what this does is it sets the stage for them gaining their own revenge. And it's basically this idea that his own ghosts are coming back to haunt him. Now, this is really just kind of, Dan Slott throwing this in there for the sake of having it in there. It's not bad. It's just kind of cool to see, but it's really more of a message about consequence. It's more of a message about the fact that whenever it is that Doc Ock goes through and acts as Superior Spider-Man and acts more aggressive, there will be fallback. There will be splashover. There will be consequences for his actions. And so, of course, the cool thing about this is that, one of the bots basically appears to like Nora Winters, who works at the Daily Bugle, J. Jonah Jameson, most of these individuals who were there to observe the execution and have since just kind of watched everything go awry. And Superior Spider-Man shows up with a pre-recorded message essentially saying, look, I've planned for this. I figured this was going to happen. I'm going to create a bubble that's going to keep you protected. Do not leave or you will put yourself in danger, which of course, J. Jonah Jameson leaves because it's J. Jonah Jameson. But I would also say this is probably one of the best moments of his character. And the reason why is because with Superior Spider-Man and Alistair Smythe fighting one another, basically J. Jonah Jameson shows up in a guard's outfit and manages to offer a distraction. But of course, in the meantime, we really have Spider-Man dealing with Scorpion and dealing with Vulture and so on, and he's able to hold off his own. He's able to do pretty well. But then we also have Doc Connors being freed from his cell when Alistair Smythe takes power down to the facility. Now, keep in mind, we talked about Doc Connors. I mean, historically speaking, Lizard's always just been a villain of Spider-Man. He was driven more by like impulse and instinct and, his desire to kill Spider-Man more so than anything else. But we had talked during, really during big time in the events leading up to Superior Spider-Man that Doc Connors, the Connors persona, had basically taken over. It had been quite some time since he was the notable villain that we'd all known, the guy who just kind of ripped things up. Instead, he was very much himself. And so where he would be freed and we would think he would join in the fray against Superior Spider-Man, he actually doesn't. Instead, he basically fights as a good guy because it is Doc Connors fighting, with the Doc Connors mind. And so because of this, in the mind of Superior Spider-Man, Alistair Smythe represents just incorrigibility. The fact that Smythe will not stop until he kills J. Jonah Jameson basically continues his campaign of eliminating everybody that he simply just doesn't like or that has harmed him in some form or fashion. And so where we end up having Scorpion attempting to attack J. Jonah Jameson, we end up having Doc Connors jump into the fray. Now, this was actually really, really cool to see. And the reason why was because when it comes to the different foes of Spider-Man, Spider-Man has some of the most recognizable villains in comic book. Comic Pop made a really good point about that during an episode of the Weekly Pull about how Spider-Man has some of the most notable villains in the realm of comic books. I mean, I would say that like Dr. Octopus, Scorpion, Venom, Carnage, those are some of the most popular villains to have ever appeared. I mean, you have guys like Lex Luthor, and Darkseid, who are always going to be, at the very, very top. You've got guys like the Joker, who is at the very top. If you look at almost every single list of the most popular villains to have ever existed, but Spider-Man always has a very popular rogues gallery. The difference here is this is not Peter Parker facing off against these guys. This is Dr. Octopus. But to have Doc Connors allying himself with J. Jonah Jameson fighting against the Scorpion, it's a cool thing. It's actually a really interesting turn of events to see. And so because of this, essentially Doc Connors overpowers Scorpion in the extreme. I mean, there's really no contest here. He absolutely wrecks him. And the reason why is because it's just so much organic strength in Lizard himself. And so it's really kind of a funny situation to see. But the fact remains here, jumping back over to Superior Spider-Man, because of the fact that these bots are essentially being made to fail because they're being engineered and being shut down, what it means is that the various abilities of these, different guys are effectively going away. Vulture's going back to being a blind guy, so on and so forth. They're not nearly as capable as they were a second ago. So again, with everything effectively having come to an end, with them all having been defeated, Alistair Smythe makes one last ditch effort to try to destroy Superior Spider-Man. But in truth, he's fighting on fumes. I mean, he's really got nothing left. And so Superior Spider-Man essentially takes him out and kills him. And he basically says, look, where Alistair Smythe intended to basically switch bodies with Superior Spider-Man in the same way that Dr. Octopus switched bodies with Peter Parker, Doc Ock says, no, that's the first thing that any villain facing off against me would try to do is take over my body if they have any measure of intelligence. He says, I planned for that. But then what he also does is in his dying moments, Superior Spider-Man reveals that he's actually Doc Ock to Alistair Smythe. And so again, basically bringing his body back up and essentially saying this guy's dead, he's not going to bother us anymore. What he does is on the way back to the island, Superior Spider-Man reveals to J. Jonah Jameson that he had recorded a conversation between the two of them. And in this conversation, J. Jonah Jameson had stated, look, Alistair Smythe was supposed to be here for his execution. I want you to make sure that happens. When Superior Spider-Man asked the question, are you asking me to kill Alistair Smythe? J. Jonah Jameson more or less said, yes. And so because of the fact that this conversation was recorded, what ends up happening is Superior Spider-Man says, you're the mayor of New York. You're going to give me the raft. You're going to shut it down and you're going to give it to me. If you don't, I'm going to issue this broadcast out to the world. And everybody is going to see that the mayor of New York City, J. Jonah Jameson, had sanctioned the murder of a villain. And so again, this basically kind of sets things back to familiarity in the sense that J. Jonah Jameson is like, I hate you again, Spider-Man. I hate you now. I absolutely despise you now. Like you're a terrible thing. But the reason why Superior Spider-Man did this is because of the fact that with the raft simply having its doors closed and him taking over, it doesn't give J. Jonah Jameson or anybody any time to take out everything that's in there. And so essentially you have Superior Spider-Man with access to military grade technology and weapons. And so again, what it does is it allows him to up the ante in terms of his role as Spider-Man and move things in the direction of taking even more of a militaristic approach than he previously has in the story so far. Okay, so continuing our whole thing about Superior Spider-Man, this is when we actually delve into, really Spider-Man 2099. Now, here's going to be the kicker to this whole thing. Here's going to be the craziness, is like the middle of this story, there's going to be like a singular moment that takes place in this story, and it's going to be one panel and then another panel. Between those two panels, the entirety of Spider-Verse takes place. And it's kind of crazy the way that Dan Slott did it, but it was still really, really cool, and we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But what we do here is we actually pick up with Nueva York, which is basically New York in the year 2099. But what I want to do here is I want to have a little bit of a discussion about Miguel O'Hara, Spider-Man 2099. Now, this version of 2099 that we're seeing here is not the traditional Spider-Man 2099 universe. Instead, that's actually referred to as Earth 928. And remember, whenever it comes to futures in Marvel Comics, let's say, 20 years from now or 100 years from now or something like that, those are usually always considered to be like, alternate realities. They're usually always considered to be like dystopian futures or something like that, or sometimes they're enlightened futures. But because of the fact that that future is not guaranteed, Marvel just kind of chalks it up to an alternate reality. Now, aspects of that future may be guaranteed, but the future in and of itself, in terms of how we see it, is not guaranteed to happen. With 2099, traditionally, that is to say the, Spider-Man 2099, 1992 Peter David run, what it basically happened is that there was a massive civil war between humans and mutants, and eventually it led to the point where the Earth basically experienced this systemic breakdown of social classes, in the sense that you basically just had the super rich and then everybody else. And so what it did is it basically created a very corporatized environment where there was non-stop advertising, everything was corporate, it was 100% if you weren't rich, you were basically poor and you were living your life as best you could. The idea here was that at the time, because of the fact that heroes like Spider-Man were really kind of considered to be archaic, they were reminiscent of days gone by, Miguel O'Hara had actually become part of a group called Alchemax. And the idea was that Miguel O'Hara himself looked to the idea of Spider-Man and then eventually took up the mantle. Now, this coincided with like a new generation of superheroes who basically began rising up, but adopted the mantle of previous people, whether they were villains or anti-heroes. And so you had like Punisher 2099, and you had, all these different characters that we knew and loved, but as 2099 counterparts. Now, truth be told, I've thought about going back and covering Spider-Man 2099. I thought about going back and covering all that stuff. I mean, right now we can't, just because we have so much to do. Like, we have all this Spider-Man, then Spider-Verse, and then, all different amazing Spider-Man, and then we transition over to Thor, then we transition over to the entire Marvel cosmology and the origin of Thanos and the remastering of Infinity Gauntlet and then Infinity War and Infinity Crusade and a million things that we're gonna do, really going in for the next little while. But I may try to find a place to squeeze in Spider-Man 2099, because Miguel is a really, really cool character. I really love what he brings to the superhero landscape. But the fact remains here that we really just kind of join him in the aftermath of the Age of Ultron. And that's where the future that we're seeing right now, that's where that hails from. One of the big questions a lot of people had is like, how did Galactus from like the main Marvel universe cross over into the Ultimate Universe? What was going on with the Ultimate Universe during the collapse of the multiverse, all that kind of stuff. So to kind of sidetrack here for a second, away from this Spider-Man story, and bear with me here because we're gonna jump back into it. When Marvel was basically setting the stage for the collapse of the multiverse and basically going into Hickman's whole Avengers and New Avengers and all that kind of stuff, they had this great big huge series, like a lot of these series of events that were designed for the purpose of basically wrapping things up, or at the very least allowing Marvel to segue into stories that would basically lead up to the collapse of the multiverse. Original Sin was one of the most notable, in the sense that Original Sin showed that Nick Fury had killed the Watcher, but in terms of Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, it showed that Captain America was previously part of the Illuminati and then basically was ousted because he didn't agree with the idea of destroying worlds that were going to crash into the main Marvel universe and destroy them both. And so because of that, the Illuminati kicked him out and wiped his memory. And so it created all these really cool stories and things like that. And we'll cross that bridge when we go through our whole following Thanos throughout the history of Marvel's cosmology, all of his stories and everything, going into the remastering of Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers. But the fact remains here that in terms of the Age of Ultron story, what that did is it basically had Wolverine travel back in time and then kill Hank Pym, only to travel back in time a second time and stop himself from killing Hank Pym. And so because of the fact that the story was in and of itself crazy in terms of time travel, what Brian Michael Bendis and Marvel did is they said there's been too many instances on too many occasions in Marvel Comics when people have traveled back in time to try to fix things. The time is not some linear construct. Time is effectively a living organism. And so by virtue of Wolverine going back in time so many times, he basically broke time itself. That's a lot of times that we're throwing out there. He essentially broke time itself. And so what it did is it sent ripples, it sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of the Marvel multiverse, which set in motion a lot of things and really helped to contribute to the collapse of the multiverse. But in terms of this, getting back into the Spider-Man, in terms of this future as we see it right now, we don't know exactly what it was that happened. All we know is that the conclusion of Age of Ultron had ripple effects throughout the entire multiverse, and it somehow affected this particular universe. Now, the idea here seems to be that, again, kind of picking up with Miguel, it's really just Dan Slott showing us, here's what Spider-Man is about. Here's what Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2099 does. He's a futuristic version of Spider-Man. His suit's a little more durable. It's got special little goodies that separate him. And that's really the way it goes in the realm of the Spider-Man landscape. Whether it's Miles Morales in the Ultimate Universe, whether it is, Peter Parker with the Iron Spider armor, whether it's Miguel O'Hara, whether it's Kane, almost said Bill O'Reilly, whether it's Ben Reilly, whatever the case may be, it's basically just all these different versions of Spider-Man have something that make them different, something that make them a little unique, their suits or their powers or so on and so forth. And so because of this, what ends up happening here is, of course, Miguel is basically just kind of saving the day. But the reason why is because of the fact that, again, this Age of Ultron ripple event has basically caused a massive catastrophe in the city in terms of the time stream being all screwed up. Now, a lot of this is stemming from Alchemax itself, Alchemax being the mega corporation that basically runs the show. It's almost like a futuristic version of, Roxxon Oil or something like that in the main Marvel universe, where Roxxon is an extremely corrupt organization that has its hands in all different kinds of politics and behind the scenes, some very shady things, assassinations of public officials, different things like that. Alchemax is very much like that in the future, but it's one of these things where it kind of represents the corrupted nature of, corporations and capitalism and so on and so forth. There's a lot of political themes that went into the original Spider-Man 2099 line of stories, but the fact remains here that within the realm of Alchemax, Tyler Stone is really kind of the guy running the whole situation. But Tyler Stone is the son of Tiberius Stone. And in fact, Miguel O'Hara himself is the son of Tyler Stone. And so because of this, Miguel O'Hara and his father are really in a kind of a battle, like this eternal battle of good and evil, so to speak, in the sense that they fight each other. But what makes the situation a little more dynamic is it would be like if Bruce Wayne became Batman and Thomas Wayne, his father, became the Joker. Like they're just kind of at odds against one another, and they will be until the end of time. The issue here is that because of the actions of Wolverine during Age of Ultron, something in the past was screwed up. Something in the past went wrong. And so the idea is that Tyler Stone's effectively disappearing from the time stream. Now, what's really cool about this is the way that Dan Slott does it. Under normal circumstances, when we think of the grandfather paradox, which is to say, if you went back in time and you met your grandfather as a child and accidentally killed him, then you would cease to exist. Traditionally, we just have you just kind of break down on the atomic level. You simply just phase out of existence because you couldn't exist in the first place if your grandfather was killed. But the reason why it's called a grandfather paradox is if your grandfather died before you could be born, then how could you have gone back in time in the first place? So again, it creates all kinds of weird situations. But the way Dan Slott does it here is it basically gives us a chance. It basically gives them time to correct the problem in the sense that instead of Tyler Stone just vanishing out of thin air, Tyler Stone's basically just sort of disappearing. And so what it tells us is that in the past, there's a sequence of events. There's, the first event, then the second event, then the third event. And we're probably on the second at the moment, which means that the closer these events get to the point where, Tiberius Stone, the father of Tyler Stone, vanishes, then the closer we get to Tyler Stone disappearing in his entirety. And so because of this, Miguel's basically tasked with the idea of saving the father of Tyler Stone. Now, the reason why this is interesting is because on the surface, Miguel's like, look, you're my mortal enemy. Like, there's no reason for me to save you. If you die, the world will be a better place. Well, the issue with this is then we start invoking hypothetical scenarios, hypothetical possibilities. The world exists as it does now in, the 2099 universe because a series of events took place that led it to where it is. Whether or not it's a huge event, whether or not it's a small event, Tyler Stone was born. If Tyler Stone was never born, what would the world look like if Alchemax never came to power? It might be better. It could be worse. And so because of this, because of the fact that there's no telling what the future may hold, we end up actually finding out that Miguel traveling into the past is guaranteed. And the reason why is because they show an image of him in the past. And so this basically means that he's going to jump back into the year 2013 and try to figure out what happened that set all these events in motion in the first place. Now, what we end up doing is we actually jump back to, again, Peter Parker, Superior Spider-Man, and it's really kind of a cool moment here in the sense that he's playing baseball and he smashes the ball out of the park. And that's kind of what we would expect, right? Like Peter Parker playing baseball. Like, I'd never play baseball against Peter Parker. Like, I don't care how fast you can throw the ball. He's going to smash it, and then everybody's fun is going to be ruined. And so because of that, because we don't like people ruining other people's fun, I would not play against Peter Parker. But the cool thing here is that this entire situation is being monitored by Tiberius Stone. So again, we're back here in the present with the father of Tyler Stone, Tiberius himself. And so because of this, what this really means is that Tiberius is basically engineering the fall of Horizon Labs. Now remember, Horizon Labs is the organization that's basically founded by Max Modell. It's a giant think tank. It's designed to basically grab some of the bright young members of society and have them create inventions and different things like that that will make society better. It's very similar to like Hickman's Future Foundation under Reed Richards, and that's par for the course, right? I mean, in Marvel Comics, and it's, even in DC Comics, you don't have like one organization that represents one thing. Like, you don't have like one government-sanctioned superhero team. You don't have one, think tank. All different kinds of people have different kinds of think tanks. Reed Richards has a Future Foundation, which is some of the world's smartest kids that he's allowed in there. Max Modell has Horizon Labs. We'll see Parker Industries begin to take form over the course of this story. You see a lot of different organizations and groups that serve the same purpose, but they're basically just led by different people. Now, it doesn't mean they're at odds. It's not like Max Modell is like, I hate Reed Richards and his Future Foundation. I'm gonna get those evil kids. I mean, it's nothing like that. It's nothing as silly and sinister as that, but it just serves the purpose of kind of reminding us there's a much bigger world in the realm of corporations and companies and so on and so forth. But the reason why Tiberius Stone is so significant here is because of the fact that what Tiberius Stone has been doing, or at least what he's done, is he's basically set the stage for Horizon Labs to essentially go under, for Max Modell himself to be arrested due to the fact that the different experiments that he's been working on have basically come into light as being illegal, in the sense that he's tampering with time, the sense that he basically tried to make, or at least one of the people there tried to make a knockoff of vibranium and ultimately screwed it up, created reverbium instead, different things like that. Now, Max Modell wasn't the one who invented these things, but it's a classic example that if you're at work and you screw up, if somebody higher than your boss sees it, it makes your boss look bad because your boss is in charge of you. And so because of that, Max Modell is basically the one taking the fall here because he's the one who's in charge of Horizon Labs. He's responsible for all the different experiments that his employees are working on at the moment. Now, at this point, we're basically kind of reminded by Dan Slott that Goblin Nation is still going on, which is to say Norman Osborn is still making his own Green Goblin army. This isn't wildly significant here. It's just kind of a little small reminder, but it's Dan Slott basically saying, keep in the back of your head, guys, Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, basically found a way to hack into Superior Spider-Man's little spider bots in order to keep all the goblins in New York hidden away from those bots. They won't know the goblins are there, they won't detect them, and they won't report back. And so because of that, it's basically Dan Slott reminding us that Superior Spider-Man is completely unaware of the fact that Green Goblin is building an army for himself within the city of New York. Now, at this point, we transition over to Alchem. And Alchem is basically just the predecessor to Alchemax. But the idea here is that Alchem has basically taken over Horizon Labs, or is it really kind of initiating a hostile takeover. Now, this is basically short for Allen Chemical, but because of the fact that the head of Horizon Labs, Max Modell, is being taken away, essentially what happened here is again, by nature of it being a hostile takeover, Allen Chemical has bought controlling stake in Horizon Labs. And that's why it's considered to be a hostile takeover, because basically when you have publicly traded companies, the people who have a majority hold in the company have a lot more authority than those who don't. With Allen Chemical holding the majority shares of Horizon Labs, this now means that Allen Chemical owns Horizon Labs. And so they can dissolve the company, they can absorb the company, they can do any number of things that they want. Now, of course, Superior Spider-Man is very much aware that Tiberius Stone seems to have a hand in this, as is most everybody else, just because of the fact that Tiberius is on with Allen Chemical and it's like, hey, look guys, we'll keep you around, if we're interested, if we choose to, but it's really Superior Spider-Man kind of chasing them down with the intention of tracking these guys down. Now, at this point, we actually pick up with Grady. Remember, Grady's one of the members of Horizon Labs, and Grady basically came to the idea that in his mind, Tiberius Stone had set in motion these events, which is to say, he believes the Tiberius Stone had sabotaged these different experiments, which is the reason why they had gone awry, and it's the reason for why Max Modell's being arrested in the first place. So the intention of Grady is to travel back in time and to simply witness what it is that Tiberius Stone is doing. Now, this is the inherent difference between what it is that Dan Slott's doing in this story and what we would see in traditional time travel stories. In traditional stories where time travel is invoked, time travel in and of itself is just a way out. It's a way for a writer to get themselves out of a hole. They write this incredibly amazing story and it's super, super good, but then they don't know how to end it. Well, then suddenly here comes Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange whisks them away to the future, and then everything's okay. It's one of those things that fans absolutely hate because it's a lazy way to end a story. What Dan Slott does here is he doesn't use time travel to end a story, he uses time travel to further a story. And that's where fans don't really have any problem with it. Fans are like, hey, look, if it's a means to an end, which is to say it's a tool to be used in order to give us an organic ending to a story, then that's fine. Then that works. And so what ends up happening here is Grady basically just kind of jumps back and starts looking through different points. Now, before Grady can actually enter this device, Miguel O'Hara suddenly jumps through. And again, this really kind of feeds into the idea of Miguel being here in the sense that, the guys at Alchemax in the year 2099 sent him through this portal because it was a two-way street. It was going to be opened up. It was basically Grady opening the door. And then they knew, at least at Alchemax, they knew this door would be opened at this particular time and it would allow Miguel to jump through. And so because of this, Miguel's basically a man on a mission. His idea is trying to figure out what it is that's taking place that's leading to the death of Tyler Stone in the year 2099, why it is that Tyler Stone is disappearing from existence. And so with Superior Spider-Man catching up to Tiberius Stone and the intention of killing him, the funny thing here is that Tiberius is like, well, you can't harm me. I mean, you're Spider-Man, you don't kill people. I'm following within the confines of the law. What I'm doing is legal. Yeah, it's really crummy and yeah, it's really shady, but you can't hurt me, right? And this really kind of goes back to the discussion that we had about injustice. Free will gives people the freedom to do anything they want to, but it also gives them the freedom to deal with the consequences. The consequences may not be legal. The consequences may just be that you piss somebody off really bad and they're gonna kill you. That's the consequence of the things that you said and the things that you did. That's what's going on here with Tiberius. He basically pissed off Superior Spider-Man by screwing him over and screwing over the entirety of Horizon Labs. Now, the other half of this is Dan Slott furthering this idea that Dr. Octopus in the body of Peter Parker is becoming a good guy, because under normal circumstances, we wouldn't have seen Dr. Octopus do this. Dr. Octopus would have been like, well, I mean, I'll look at the entire situation, get a lay of the land, and if it works in my benefit, I'll let it happen. If it doesn't, then I'll stop it. But then I'll try to find some way to make sure that I come out on top here. Superior Spider-Man is being altruistic in this situation. What Tiberius Stone is doing is wrong. Horizon Labs is a great organization. Max Modell is a legit guy. Superior Spider-Man is basically going to try to kill Tiberius Stone because he's a dick, he doesn't deserve to live, and Horizon Labs is going to continue on exonerated of the crimes that it's been falsely accused of. So that's kind of the cool thing here, is this is altruistic Spider-Man. Now, the funny thing about this too is that Doc Ock has never met Spider-Man 2099. He doesn't know who Miguel O'Hara is. And this is Dan Slott kind of harkening back to the death, quote unquote, of Peter Parker when Superior Spider-Man basically purged all of Peter Parker's legitimate memories from his mind. The issue here is that when Miguel O'Hara first shows up, Peter Parker's met Miguel before. They've been a team. They've teamed up on a multitude of occasions. Miguel knows who Spider-Man is. He knows Spider-Man is Peter Parker, but Dr. Octopus doesn't know this. And so in his mind, this is just a guy who looks like Spider-Man. He doesn't know where he's from. He doesn't know what he's about. And so Miguel kind of initially greets him as a friend. Superior Spider-Man greets him as an enemy. And so what this does is lead to a fight between the two. Now, in terms of Miguel, he's basically trying to solve this problem. He's trying to figure out what's going on. And so in a lot of ways, what he's doing here is he's looking at Spider-Man and saying, I don't know what happened to you. I don't know what's been done to you, but you've become more extreme. And if I have to put you down in order to preserve the future, that's exactly what I'll do. Now, at this point, we also have Tyler Stone in the future communicating with, Miguel O'Hara. And this is when Tyler basically says, hey, look, that Spider-Man referenced that guy as Tiberius Stone. That's my father. And so if he dies, I will cease to exist. That's the issue here. Tiberius Stone, somewhere along the line, was killed. And so because of the fact that he was killed, my entire existence is coming to an end, as will yours. And so again, this is Dan Slott kind of meddling around with time a little bit, kind of messing with time itself. But again, it still kind of works. At this point, Miguel O'Hara's role is solidified. We now know exactly what it is that he's doing here. His job is to preserve the life of Tiberius Stone. And the reason why this matters is because of the fact that there is a segment argument, and there will be a section coming up when Miguel doesn't know if he should. He's like, maybe I should just sacrifice my life and make the future better. You know, I'll let Tiberius Stone die or I'll kill him myself. Tyler Stone will cease to exist and then I will cease to exist. But at the end of the day, it'll all still work out because the future will be a better place, or at least I hope it will be. And so in the midst of all this, we pick up with Grady. And again, Grady jumping through here, you know, kind of going back in time, it's not wildly significant. All it really does is just confirm the fact that Tiberius Stone was messing around and sabotaging these different experiments that had gone wrong at Horizon Labs. And so we don't really need to go super in-depth into that. I mean, that's really the extent of what we would be discussing anyway. I think kind of the main focus here should be on Miguel and Superior Spider-Man. And so the conflict, the battle between the two of them is actually really interesting, is actually really cool in the sense that they're both relatively evenly matched, but Spider-Man 2099 has tech at his disposal. And that's one of the differences here, but that's also something that Dan Slott's kind of hearkening on. Because of the fact that Dr. Octopus took over the body of Peter Parker, in Miguel O'Hara's future, Superior Spider-Man is a part of the Spider-Man mythos. It'll be chalked up to the idea that Spider-Man became really, really extreme for a little while, but the different tools that Doc Ock used in terms of his time as Spider-Man, his enhancements to the suit, all of that falls into the different studies that Miguel O'Hara has done on Spider-Man. And so whether Miguel O'Hara knows it or not, his role as Spider-Man 2099 is influenced by the things that Doc Ock has done as Superior Spider-Man. And so again, it's really kind of interesting to sort of see them meet and to see how one influences the other. But with Tiberius Stone having the ability to basically disrupt Spider-Man's spider sense, of course, what this does is it allows Miguel O'Hara to take off with Tiberius Stone. And of course, you know, following this, it's basically Superior Spider-Man trying to track him down and trying to figure out what's going on. Now, this is the segment when Miguel begins to question whether or not he's doing the right thing. He sits down and he basically says, look, you know, if I let Tiberius Stone die, then that means that he'll never have Tyler Stone, which means Tyler Stone will never have me. I'll cease to exist, but Alchemax will never become what it is. Tiberius Stone will not be able to lay the groundwork for Alchemax. Tyler Stone will never be able to build on that groundwork, and the world will not be as crappy as it is. But the funny thing about this is that Miguel O'Hara is not taking into account the realm of possibilities. You know, in a free market system, if Microsoft fails, somebody will take their place. If Apple fails, somebody will take their place. God willing, Ubisoft fails, somebody will take their place. Because of this, what this means is that, you know, Miguel O'Hara could very well be trading one devil for another. And in this situation, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. And so because of this, he could be making a much worse future. And that's something that he contemplates. He says, look, I don't know what the future would be like. If I cease to exist, if Alchemax ceased to exist, who knows how the future could turn out? I mean, who knows if Alchemax could basically be restructured 100 years from now and it leads Earth into this utopian era. And if I kill Tiberius Stone, that utopian era never comes into existence because people never see Alchemax. They never come to the conclusion, we need something better than that. We can have a better society for ourselves. He's like, I could make things worse in the long run. And so because of that, he ultimately says, look, I have to let him live. And so with this in mind, Tiberius Stone kind of has, you know, upper hand. He has the upper hand here because of the fact that he jumps off the building. He's like, I guarantee you're going to save me. And so he jumps off the building. Spider-Man 2099 saves his life. And so it's almost guaranteed that his future is set in stone. And so because of this, with this story intending to lead into Spider-Verse, and with the Superior Spider-Man run designed to sort of wrap things up and bring things winding down, what ends up happening here is Superior Spider-Man eventually catches up with Miguel O'Hara. Now, the funny thing here, this is actually kind of a hilarious moment, Miguel realizing what it is that's going on, realizing that all of reality is basically at the threat of destruction simply because of the fact that one of the experiments Tiberius Stone had messed with was an experiment dealing with time, which in turn would basically lead to the destruction of all things because all the energy being emitted by this time travel device can't be contained. Miguel O'Hara shows up on the scene with Tiberius Stone and says, look guys, everything's beginning to go awry, everything's beginning to go insane. The only way for us to fix this is to follow my lead. And the reason why is because, you know, Miguel O'Hara is like, look, I come from a future where this happened, and I know that what you guys are going to try to do is fail, but I know the way to fix this problem. And so the issue here is that while he's on the verge, once he says, look, you know, all we have to do is this thing, Superior Spider-Man shows up out of nowhere and knocks him out. And it's a funny moment because then everybody's just like, dude, what did you do? We're like 15 minutes away from the destruction of the world and the universe itself. Why did you knock out the one guy who could save us? Now, the reason why I say this leads into Spider-Verse is because of the fact that with Miguel O'Hara knocked out, it now falls onto Superior Spider-Man to take the lead here. The issue is that, again, with him wiping the memories of Peter Parker, he doesn't know how to solve this problem. And the reason why is because of the fact that when the original vibranium experiment by Sajani Joffrey went awry, and Peter Parker, as his normal self, basically began manipulating energy in order to contain the energy that was let off, contain the explosion and the destruction of Horizon Labs, Superior Spider-Man purged that memory. And so he doesn't know what Peter Parker did in order to keep that a massive amount of energy from totally collapsing in on itself. And that's what this is. This is basically a much larger version of the energy let off by Sajani Joffrey's attempts to make vibranium. Remember, we had talked about how, you know, at least during that story, we had talked about how Dr. Doom invading Wakanda, basically taking vibranium, had led to Black Panther rendering all vibranium across the world inert, which in turn led to Sajani Joffrey trying to make artificial vibranium. It had all sort of led up to this moment when Peter Parker's intelligence was being demonstrated. Now, Superior Spider-Man doesn't know what to do, and so he's basically on the verge of being seen as a complete and total fraud. He's on the verge of being seen as a guy who doesn't know what he's doing, who's basically making things up along the way. And so because of this, with this massive time device on the verge of completely and totally, you know, obliterating everything, what happens is Superior Spider-Man tells everybody to leave. He starts meddling with the device, trying to find a way to fix it, and then the entirety of Horizon Labs just vanishes up in thin air, totally disappears. Now, because of the fact that Tiberius Stone was saved by Miguel O'Hara, what this means is that Tiberius Stone is now safe. Or I guess it means that Tyler Stone in the future is still alive, and the future is guaranteed. Now, this was the moment that Tyler Stone was talking about. In this moment right now, things went a different way. We don't know exactly what way things had normally gone in, but what seems to have been the case is that in this scenario, Superior Spider-Man at some point along the line did not tell them to leave. And so the result was that they were all basically yanked through the time stream, and Tiberius Stone was presumably killed somewhere, you know, during that time frame, and it led to the destruction of everything, or it led to the death of Tyler Stone, or the presumed, you know, death of Tyler Stone, which would have led to this, led to the death of Miguel O'Hara, hence the entire situation, why Miguel is here in the first place. But in this moment when Superior Spider-Man basically vanishes, and in the moment that he reappears on the street, the entirety of Spider-Verse took place. That being said, we are going to discuss the whole Spider-Verse event. The issue here is that with the whole Spider-Verse event, it's not an easy thing to sort out. There's actually a lot of lead up in terms of like Morlun, and in terms of Ezekiel and the other storyline, and, you know, the Clone Saga, and all different kinds of things. There's all kinds of stuff that goes on there. But the fact remains here that, again, Dan Slott's sort of wrapping things up, bringing things to a close. And one of the things that he wraps up pretty fast is the idea of Mary Jane Watson. Mary Jane Watson had been trying to get a hold of Superior Spider-Man this entire time, and he was basically getting annoyed with her, saying, look, she needs to move on. Like, she needs to get her life together. She needs to move on, get another guy. She's hung up on me. It's a problem. Well, of course, when he finally calls her back, she basically says, look, I've been hung up on you. It's time for me to move on. I have no romantic interest in you anymore. And so it's basically Dan Slott saying, hey, look, these two guys are never going to get together. These two guys are never going to be anything significant to one another. Now, from this point going forward, what this does is it basically picks up with the aftermath of Spider-Verse, and it picks up with Superior Spider-Man ramping things up extremely fast to basically make a better life for Peter Parker. And that's kind of the funny thing here. At the same time, it's also him trying to make sure that he stays Superior Spider-Man, and we'll cross that bridge once we get to it with the Spider-Verse line of stories. But from this point, what we're going to do is we're actually going to stop Superior Spider-Man, and we're going to jump back, and we're going to start covering the Superior, I guess, the Spider-Verse stuff. So we're going to jump back to some of the older stories of Amazing Spider-Man, and then pick up into Spider-Verse. Hopefully that way we have everything covered in order to make it all make sense. And then once Spider-Verse is done, we'll jump back here to Superior Spider-Man. It's the best way I know how to do it in order to make sure that we fall into the chronology of the Amazing Spider-Man, because that's what all this is. I mean, this is all designed for the purpose so that when the Spider-Man movie comes out and people are searching for Spider-Man content everywhere, they can pick up with these videos and chronologically go through everything about the Spider-Man mythology and learn everything there is to learn in terms of Dan Slott's run with Big Time going forward, going into all new, all different Marvel. So earlier today, I was reading Silver Surfer Against the Tide, and I really want to cover Hickman's like Avengers, New Avengers, Infinity, all that stuff like right now. For those of you guys who remember that really old Silver Surfer video that I did that had that amazing monologue, that was from the opening part of Against the Tide, like the first 20 pages or something like that. It's one of those Marvel Infinite comics, so it's like 80 pages long, but technically in terms of like it being a complete comic, it's only like 20 something pages long, but it's designed for digital release, and it's designed to be read on tablets and stuff like that. So, you know, it makes it a little more interesting in terms of how it all works. It's actually really cool when you go through and start reading them on tablets. Like they're really interesting. But the fact remains here that we will not get to Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers or anything like that until we do the Thanos stuff, and that comes after Thor, which comes after this Superior Spider-Man. So in the previous video, I had mentioned that we were going to stop Superior Spider-Man and we were going to jump into Spider-Verse, but we're only 2 videos away from finishing Superior Spider-Man. And so it doesn't really make any sense to kind of stop and then come back and make 2 videos. Instead, what we'll do is we'll cover Spider-Verse and we'll just kind of jump jump back to Spider-Verse in the beginning and just say all this takes place between like everything that we talk about from like, you know, X video, from like that video up until the end of Spider-Verse, all takes place at this point between Superior Spider-Man, and we'll just call it a day. I think that'll be pretty easy. It'll be a lot easier to follow that way than it will be, you know, any other way in terms of, you know, doing anything kind of crazy. But the fact remains here that with this particular video, we're going to be basically getting Superior Venom. We're going to be getting Superior Spider-Man with the Venom symbiote, and it actually works out pretty well. It's a really interesting concept. But what Dan Slott does here is he actually rolls over Agent Venom into this whole thing. Now, when we talked about Lee Price Venom from Marvel Now 2.0, we had talked about how that was basically the evolution, really the end of the Venom symbiote's run in terms of giving the Venom symbiote character and giving it evolution and kind of evolving it over the course of Marvel's publication history. And so it really made sense. But what this is going to show us is the idea that Flash Thompson believes that he understands the symbiote. So it's kind of the early days of growing it and evolving it and showing us that it actually does have sentience and where it goes and that kind of a thing. So it's pretty cool. But again, this little bit of a segment with Agent Venom is pretty short. It's really just Dan Slott saying, hey, look, I mean, it's only a couple pages, but it's really Dan Slott saying, hey, look, you know, Agent Venom is going to be facing off against Superior Spider-Man. So that was kind of the cool thing, because the further we got into this, the more it was like him fighting different people. So it'll be like in this video, it'll be Superior Spider-Man versus Agent Venom, and then Superior Venom versus the Avengers. So it's kind of cool. It's interesting in terms of them fighting one another. But at this point, we jump over to Superior Spider-Man proper, and we basically join him with the unveiling of Parker Industries. Now, again, this is the early days of Parker Industries before it becomes the major conglomerate that it is right now, and all new, all different Marvels. So we have people like Sajani Joffrey who have been brought on board, Anna Marconi who's been brought on board. Now, of course, Aunt May and J. Jonah Jameson Sr. are basically the silent investors. They're the ones that were kind of throwing money towards Peter Parker and letting him be a part of it all. But at the same time, we also have like Cardiac, you know, Elias Wortham being part of the whole Parker Industries team. Of course, Cardiac basically being a guy who was more or less a vigilante, but was doing it for the purpose of helping people, basically stealing medical equipment, things like that, in order to provide healthcare for people who just simply couldn't afford it on their own. So again, it's really cool to see these little bits and pieces begin to come together, and these little bobs and bits sort of, you know, create a more cohesive story from the stuff that we've all ran over so far, even going as far back as Spider-Man Big Time. And of course, that's really why it was necessary, because it's all just one gigantic story. And even once we progress, when we get into all new, all different Marvel, when we cover Spider-Verse, different things like that, it'll all just continue to be one part of a major cohesive story. So again, with the idea of Anna Marconi, one of the greatest things about this is that Dan Slott was basically using her as a way to essentially turn Superior Spider-Man around, to make him a good guy, to give him a reason to be a good guy. Now, again, it's also Doc Ock, so Doc Ock is still somewhat nefarious, and he's still willing to commit murder. But at the end of the day, it's all basically a case of the ends justifying the means, which he's not entirely wrong about. I think he's a little heavy-handed in terms of how he deals with criminals, but the fact remains, if you kill a guy for committing a crime, he won't repeat that crime because he's dead. So again, it's kind of interesting in terms of cleaning up the streets of New York and keeping things pretty straightforward. But again, this also basically coincides with the arrival of Superior Spider-Man facing off against Agent Venom. And the reason why is because of the return of a villain named Crime Master. Now, this is not the original Crime Master, and in fact, this is basically just a nobody. But Crime Master is an alias that has previously been used. And what we are going to find out here is that this is all basically being done by a guy named Roderick Kingsley. Now, we'll get to him here in a little bit, but for right now, the fight between Superior Spider-Man and Agent Venom is actually pretty cool, just because of the fact that they're familiar with one another, or at least Agent Venom's familiar with Spider-Man in terms of the hero and Peter Parker. The problem is that this is not Peter Parker. And again, that's one of the crazy things, is because people who have known Peter, or people who have known Spider-Man, are used to him, you know, acting a certain way. But here, he's murderous, and he shows the idea that he's going to kill Agent Venom with fire, you know, and destroy the Venom symbiote in the process. Now, again, this is also Dan Slott basically building on the whole Agent Venom concept, in the sense that Flash Thompson knows the Venom symbiote, or believes he understands the Venom symbiote better than anybody else. Now, in terms of it actually talking to people, that's not really happening yet. Instead, it's more or less Flash talking to the Venom symbiote and keeping it under control. So again, it's all really just kind of growing it and evolving it and so on and so forth. But it's also this idea that the Venom symbiote will do whatever it needs to do to keep itself alive. It will avoid weaknesses, different things like that. So of course, where the conflict is pretty short-lived, the reason for this is because of the fact that basically Agent Venom Flash Thompson bolts out and then uses the Venom symbiote to essentially shapeshift and keep anybody from being able to realize who he is or what's going on. And so at this point, we sort of jump over to Carly Cooper. Now remember, Carly Cooper is the ex-girlfriend of Peter Parker and knows that he's Spider-Man. This is the revelation that was basically given to us by Dan Slott following the Spider Island event, because of the fact that Manhattan saw all these different people getting Spider-Man abilities, but Peter Parker was the only one who was familiar with them, just going through and using modicum of intelligence, Carly Cooper basically deduced the fact that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. And so because of this, with Spider-Man acting awry, with Spider-Man acting so starkly different, Carly Cooper's initial idea was, that's not Peter Parker. Somebody did something to him and is either mind controlling him or somehow took over his body. And so in the background of everything that's been going on, Carly Cooper's basically been investigating and trying to figure out who it is that's actually in control of Peter Parker. Now, where she's basically stumbled across information that all but guarantees that Dr. Octopus is the one that's pulling the strings here, that Doc Ock has taken over the body of Peter, she doesn't really know how deep things go. She just simply knows that Doc Ock is somehow involved in this. But in the midst of her investigations, she's basically captured by the Green Goblin's people. But the fact remains that she's brought before the Green Goblin, and his question is, who is Spider-Man? I want to know Spider-Man's real identity. Now, of course, Carly is just not willing to give that information out. It's really one of those things where she's like, I'll take it to the grave. I'll die before I tell you, which really kind of makes sense. But again, a lot of this sort of goes back and forth between, between Flash Thompson and, between Superior Spider-Man and Agent Venom. Now, keep in mind here, Flash Thompson does not have the use of his legs. The Venom symbiote is basically the one thing that allows him to be able to walk. And so because of that, the Venom symbiote really has to sort of exhaust itself, or exhaust its abilities more so than it normally would if it were like Peter Parker or somebody like that who could walk around on his own. But the fact remains here that in the eyes of Flash Thompson, because of the fact that Spider-Man is acting so completely different than what he's used to, the question is, what's going on here? Of course, is really just kind of looking and investigating and see if he can't figure it out on his own. Now, at the same time, while all this is going on, Miguel O'Hara is still around. Spider-Man 2099 is still there. Now, of course, he's operating under the guise of Michael O'Hara and basically pretending to be just a member of Alchem, more or less speaking to J. Jonah Jameson and so on and so forth. He's just kind of keeping an eye on things and doing what he can to make sure that Alchem does not become Alchemax in the year 2099. But again, it's just kind of Dan Slott showing us where we lie at the moment, where things are sort of sitting and how it all comes together. But in the midst of Flash Thompson basically receiving a treatment from Cardiac, from Elias Wortham, in terms of giving him artificial, prosthetics, providing him with artificial legs, Superior Spider-Man shows up for the purpose of intending to interrogate Flash Thompson. Now remember, the reason why is because of the fact that from the perspective of Superior Spider-Man, all he sees is Venom. Because remember, Doc Ock basically purged the memories of Peter Parker, so he does not recall anything about Flash Thompson, Agent Venom, knowing who he is, knowing he's a good guy. It's just in his mind, the Venom symbiote is bad, and the Venom symbiote has to be taken out along with whoever it is that's wielding it. And so because of that, using Sonics, Superior Spider-Man strips Flash Thompson of the Venom symbiote. Now again, this is basically kind of hearkening to the idea that Flash had it under control, that Flash understands the symbiote, that Flash was able to bond with it in a way that no one else can or no one else ever has. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people really, really love the idea of Agent Venom, because they look at Eddie Brock and they say, okay, look, the Venom symbiote and Eddie Brock go together really, really well, but it was only because of the fact that they shared a mutual hatred for Peter Parker. In terms of a beyond the surface, I genuinely understand the Venom symbiote, more or less concept, that's Flash Thompson. And people loved that about Flash Thompson, giving the Venom symbiote character, giving it drive, giving it ambition, giving Flash basically a larger role in the Marvel Universe outside of just the guy who was a dick to Peter Parker when he was younger and the guy who lost his legs in a wartime conflict. And so because of that, the Venom symbiote basically bonds itself directly to Spider-Man. Now again, because of the fact that we really don't have the Venom symbiote speaking, because it's not really talking to people, all really seems to happen here is a Venom symbiote recognizes Spider-Man and says, that's the guy that I originally wanted to be with, and that's the guy that I can be with again. So we basically sort of have a superior Venom here, and it's actually kind of cool in terms of how he looks, because it's basically the mind of Dr. Octopus combined with the powers of the Venom symbiote. Now, the funny thing about this is that Dan Slott goes all the way back to the post 1984 Secret Wars Spider-Man landscape, in the sense that he basically just says, hey, look, Spider-Man as we knew him then, when he became a host for the Venom symbiote, was corrupted by it. He corrupted the Venom symbiote, the symbiote corrupted him. They basically became bad guys to a degree. Now, it wasn't a traditional bad guy. Spider-Man didn't go around, robbing banks or anything like that. But in terms of him in relation to the hero that we traditionally knew, they were starkly different. It was night and day. And so that seems to be what's really happening here. Superior Spider-Man is basically running amok with his new abilities, with the Venom symbiote being attached to him. And so it's really kind of cool to see this unfold, because we end up seeing him taking, really kind of cutting a swath through the superhero community more so than he had before, because now he has a new host of abilities at his disposal. And it's really Dan Slott kind of showing us, or kind of juxtaposing the abilities of Spider-Man with the abilities of Venom, but then turning around and taking the entire concept and turning it on his head when he asked the question, what happens when Dr. Octopus's mind in the body of Peter Parker gets the Venom symbiote? Then what happens? How crazy are things going to get? How's he going to use the ability? abilities. Is it possible? Is it one of those things where Dr. Octopus can overcome the Venom symbiote, or will he be corrupted with power just like everybody else? And the answer here is that he's just like everybody else. He'll be corrupted by his power. He'll run amok with these new abilities that he has at his disposal. Now, in terms of our little section about Crime Master earlier in this video and Roderick Kingsley, what we end up finding out is that with Roderick Kingsley operating as the original Hobgoblin and more or less having been defeated on a multitude of occasions, Roderick Kingsley basically came to the realization that he could, in a sense, or he could really just kind of grab a lot of these D-list level villains, either villains that were small time and died or villains that were small time and walked away, grab their villainous identities and then use them and essentially sell them off. And that's what he's been doing. Of course, we know that that Ben Urich's son basically became, the new Hobgoblin. Phil Urich kind of maintained that role for a while before he joined the Green Goblin. We essentially have all these guys, Crime Master being another example. It's just small time villains that would never have received any attention before getting attention here. Now, in truth, this is a genius way to reintroduce small time guys. Now, it's not Dan Slott saying, hey, look guys, like, aren't you excited for the return of Crime Master? Not at all. We're not going to see Crime Master return and play any measure of a significant role, but we're going to see something kind of interesting in terms of the fact that we see these various identities showing up, these villains being used by Roderick Kingsley for his own ends, and then facing off against Spider-Man in different, different scenarios and different situations. Now, jumping back to Superior Spider-Man again, because of the fact that he's much where Peter Parker was post 1984 Secret Wars, he's basically brash, he's arrogant, more so than he was before. He's prone to lash out. He follows this exact same pattern of behavior that Peter Parker follows. Now, what's interesting about this is Mary Jane Watson does not initially pick up on this. It's just that in her mind, she's like, what's going on with you? Why are you acting so violent? Why are you being this way? Now, of course, once the Venom symbiote makes its presence known, then immediately she's like, oh my God, it's the same thing all over again. The Venom symbiote's taking control of Peter Parker. Now, in terms of how she deals with this, it's really just kind of like, okay, stay out of the way. Just because Mary Jane Watson is not at a point in any form or fashion where she could take it on, not to mention the shock of seeing the Venom symbiote again is startling to her. Now, of course, Dan Slott is going to use this as a way to basically segue things back into a state of normalcy. But because of the actions of Peter Parker, because of the things that he's done, because Mary Jane Watson looks at him as kind of beyond the ability to, to return to any measure of normalcy, at least in terms of what she's familiar with, she essentially calls in the Avengers. Now, this is actually a really cool situation. We don't really see like Daredevil hanging out and just being like, oh man, I'm in over my head, I'm gonna call the Avengers. Sal over at Comic Pop actually had a really good discussion once, and I can't reference the comic and he couldn't remember it either, but it was a really cool moment. I think it was Bullseye, but it was an instance where Daredevil had basically taken out Bullseye and the Avengers showed up and said, no, he's coming with us. And they just took Bullseye away from Daredevil. But we usually see the Avengers intervening only in times of like a huge situation or whenever it's convenient. For this particular scenario, the Avengers are called by Mary Jane Watson because she's like, look, the Venom symbiote's returned to Spider-Man. Now, in terms of what this means for the Spider-Man landscape, this is Dan Slott showing us how dangerous the Venom symbiote is, which is something that we knew about, but for the modern Spider-Man reader picking up after big time, they didn't know this. They'd read about it, a time or two, or maybe they'd heard people speaking about it. They knew about it through word of mouth, but in terms of witnessing it with their own eyes, they didn't really know off the top of their heads. Now, this is basically the new Avengers: Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, Wolverine, and so on. These are the new Avengers essentially coming together for the purpose of trying to take out the Venom symbiote. But the funny thing is that this is the Venom symbiote with the mind of Dr. Octopus in the body of Peter Parker, and it crushes the Avengers. Now, the funny thing about this is that it's not like Superior Venom has inside knowledge, because remember, Dr. Octopus wiped his mind of Peter Parker. And so because of that, with Peter Parker seemingly being purged, there's nothing here to indicate that Superior Venom has an upper hand on the Avengers. Instead, the indication here seems to be that he's just that damn powerful, that he's just that capable, he's just that wildly durable in terms of his strength, his agility, the different abilities that he can extend, beyond himself in order to take out the Avengers. So he's literally, it's a one-man army. Superior Venom is able to hold his own against Wolverine, Captain America, Black Widow, Thor, and Spider-Woman all at the same time. And that is an incredible feat in and of itself. So it's just kind of cool to see. But in the midst of all this, Tony Stark, of course, being the man behind all this, basically asked the question, do we know if that's Flash Thompson losing his mind, or is it legitimately Spider-Man? Now, of course, in order to get an answer to this, they basically run over to Parker Industries, and Tony Stark meets Flash Thompson, and this is when he realizes that is genuinely namely Spider-Man. And so of course, the question now becomes, what happened? Why is it that Flash Thompson has, temporarily lost the Venom symbiote? What in the world is going on here? And so again, this is basically Dan Slott kind of setting the seed, setting the stage for what will become the bigger picture in terms of Superior Spider-Man in relation to the Venom symbiote and the fallout of all this when Superior Spider-Man finally comes to an end. And so again, with this battle against the Avengers wrapping up relatively fast, we basically have Flash Thompson using the Iron Man suit to essentially show up here. Of course, Tony Stark lends it to him, says go to the battlefield, see if you can't talk some sense into the Venom symbiote. But the manifestation of the Venom symbiote's feelings and thoughts and emotions begin to arise when Flash arrives on the scene, and the symbiote basically says, look, as Agent Venom, you use drugs to keep me subdued. We don't really work together organically. You basically keep me under control, chemicals and different things like that. And so because of this, this is the Venom symbiote at its most basic, essentially lashing out, going crazy, attacking the various Avengers. Now, of course, in response to this, Doc Ock basically regains himself and tries to expel the Venom symbiote, but really isn't able to do it on its own. Now, again, this is a return to familiarity. Keep in mind, Peter wasn't able to officially and finally cast off the Venom symbiote until he basically encountered Reed Richards, who told him what it was. Peter began to realize what was going on with the Venom symbiote, and it was only when he was at his absolute strongest that he was able to get rid of it. With regards to Dr. Octopus, he can't do it on its own. And so what ends up happening here is, out of nowhere, we basically end up having Peter Parker making his return. Now, again, this is the consciousness of Peter. And what Dan Slott basically says is that this consciousness has basically been hidden away from Dr. Octopus ever since Dr. Octopus believed that he had basically wiped Peter away from his mind. So it's cool to kind of get this return. It's cool to kind of see this great moment show up, just because of the fact that, again, it's Dan Slott saying, hey, look, guys, lest we forget, Peter Parker will make his return. So it's Dan Slott kind of beginning to wind down. It's Dan Slott beginning to sort of bring things to an end and say, okay, now we're going to go ahead and segue into the return of Peter Parker proper and the removal of Dr. Octopus from controlling the body of Peter. We're going to start moving in the direction of wrapping up Superior Spider-Man. And so again, because of all this, the Venom symbiote basically returns back to Flash Thompson, who calls it a day. And Peter Parker, again, more or less comments about how Dr. Octopus still doesn't realize that he's there, and he can more or less operate from the shadows, of his own mind, so to speak, and essentially stay hidden away from everything. Now, again, because of the fact that this leads into Goblin Nation, this basically leads into the War of the Goblins, what we end up getting here is this sort of begins to wind down as things begin to wrap up relatively fast, is that we have Roderick Kingsley more or less coming face to face, so to speak, with the Green Goblin, in the sense they're basically communicating. But again, Roderick Kingsley has basically been building up his own army. He's been building up his own Hobgoblin army, so to speak, the various people that he's lent his different technologies out to. But we also have the Green Goblin, who's been using the Goblin formula as well as just pretty underhanded tactics in order to create an army for himself. And the idea here is we're basically going to have these different Goblin armies going against one another, facing off. As this starts to wrap up, the question that's being asked here by Tony Stark is, what's going on with Spider-Man? Now, we know previously that when a sample was taken by the Avengers with regards, to Peter to analyze and see whether or not there was anything going on, if he was like a Skrull or something along those lines, they basically come to the conclusion that nobody had done anything to him. But Tony Stark basically makes the case and says, look, while we were off in space, we were off doing our own thing, we were analyzing, you guys were working with this, and that's fine, but I know this equipment better than anybody else. And when he starts to go through it, what he realizes is that somebody had tampered with the equipment. And when the question is asked who it was that tampered with the equipment to skew the results of Spider-Man, it turned out to be Spider-Man himself. And so again, this is basically all the roads leading to the idea that Superior Spider-Man is being tracked down by the Goblins and by the Avengers. Basically, the world is crumbling down around him. So of course, again, it allows things to sort of wind up pretty fast in the sense that we've got maybe 1 or 2 more videos left before everything begins to end with regards to Superior Spider-Man, and we start transitioning into the return of Peter Parker. But again, it's a great little moment here. So it's a great little segment within the Spider-Man landscape itself. Okay, so we're really at the end of Superior Spider-Man. I mean, this is the last story, Goblin Nation. But one of the reasons, and something that I'm hoping you notice over the course of this story, one of the reasons why I wanted to do the Superior Spider-Man run is because what Dan Slott did with this was either include, kind of wrap in, or offer some retcons with regards to the creation of Alchemax, the company that exists that's the main enemy of Miguel O'Hara in Spider-Man 2099. And so, assuming that we go forward and start doing Spider-Man 2099 stuff, enough, what I wanted this series to do is serve as somewhat of like an origin story for Alchemax, so that way we could just kind of jump into Spider-Man 2099 and not have to go bootstrap explanations and so on and so forth. We could focus on the story itself, with you guys being able to reference this material with regards to where Miguel O'Hara is coming from and how Alchemax came into existence. And that's really what a lot of this does. This is really Dan Slott kind of showing us the building of Alchemax in real time. Now, we'll get to what Alchemax is here in a little bit for those people who are new to the Spider-Man landscape, because again, this is really all just kind of giving people an idea of what Spider-Man is about, especially with the release of the upcoming film, as well as just kind of passers-by who stumble across my channel and have an interest in Spider-Man. But this basically coincides with the Green Goblin Norman Osborn making his move on New York. And so essentially what's been happening here is he's been staging a series of small-time skirmishes, absorbing different aspects of the criminal underworld. And this really comes out of several different stories, some of which we need to know and have done, and some of which we don't really need to know and we can kind of gloss over. With regards to the stuff that we do need to know, it's pretty much everything we've covered in Superior Spider-Man so far. That Norman Osborn was basically working behind the scenes to make his triumphant return to conquer New York, that Carly Cooper, the former girlfriend of Peter Parker, had discovered that Dr. Octopus had swapped minds with Peter Parker and she kept it all recorded in a journal. But when she was kidnapped by the Green Goblin, once she was turned into a goblin using the formula, she basically handed the journal over to Norman, who in turn read it and discovered the fact that Peter Parker and Dr. Octopus had switched bodies. The other half of this is that in his attempt to basically streamline the role of being Spider-Man, Superior Spider-Man had essentially distributed all these different little spider robots around the city of New York, and on the whole, they worked. It would allow him to see everything that was going on. And so if there was a crime taking place like a mugging or something like that, he didn't need to intervene. All he had to do was just call the cops and the cops would respond. It allowed him to be virtually everywhere at once. But if it was a massive event, if it was some great big huge calamity that required his attention, he could leave whatever it was that he was doing and go to that particular incident. The downside to this is that Norman Osborn effectively grabbed one of his bots, managed to hack into it using kind of a subroutine, and then in turn reprogram the robots so they would never recognize anybody with a goblin face. And so they would basically treat them as though they didn't exist. And what it did is it allowed Norman Osborn to execute the second part of his plan. And the second part of his plan was to basically build a goblin army. Now, this was composed of several different things. The first of which was really the role of a guy named Roderick Kingsley. Roderick Kingsley, as we talked about before, was the original Hobgoblin. He was designed to be the new goblin that Spider-Man would go against following the death of the Green Goblin. Now, of course, that's how he was written, but the Green Goblin was just so wildly popular, Marvel had to bring him back. And so the result was that we kind of got Hobgoblin and Green Goblin, and they both served different roles, but they were both relatively popular in the realm of Marvel Comics. But Roderick Kingsley, having long since more or less abandoned the role of the Hobgoblin, essentially started taking all these different identities that belonged to small-time villains and then franchising them out, giving them to different criminals, allowing criminals to operate as those, under those bad guys' identities, commit crimes, so that nobody would know that it was actually those criminals. So for example, Phil Urich. Phil Urich was operating as the Hobgoblin for most of this story. But because of the fact that the identity of the Hobgoblin is associated with Roderick Kingsley, Kingsley could remain in hiding, Phil Urich could be the Hobgoblin, and anybody who knew about the Hobgoblin would think that it was Roderick Kingsley and not Phil Urich. And so again, that's really how a lot of these identities, these villainous roles worked themselves out. At the same time, we also had the Hand, and that came out of a story called Shadowland, but essentially all that really dealt with was the idea that the Hand was being used by Kingpin to basically keep his thumb on the city of New York. The issue is that when Superior Spider-Man had basically invaded the Kingpin's base of operations, ran him out of New York, what was left of the Hand retreated to Norman Osborn and joined his goblin army. And so that's really how a lot of these things worked out. It was really just grabbing all these different plot threads and just kind of bringing them into one cohesive story. And so the result here is that we basically pick up with Hobgoblin making his move. Now, this coincides with the idea that Superior Spider-Man is trying to figure out how in the world it was that Hobgoblin managed to circumvent his programming. If Green Goblin is back, if Norman Osborn is there in the city of New York and Superior Spider-Man's Spider-Bots did not pick up on his face, then the question is, why? And so this is when he basically goes and he visits a young kid by the name of Uatu Jackson. Now, Uatu Jackson was a member of Horizon Labs, and he was actually the person who had designed the facial recognition software of the Spider-Bots, who would in turn catalog criminals in order for Superior Spider-Man to use their identities later on. If they ever were to commit crimes, he would know who they were. Again, part of the whole streamlined process. Now, of course, Uatu's not a bad guy here. I mean, he's not a villain. What we end up finding out is that he had basically used a database with regards to information that was being sent out and so on and so forth, tapping into existing databases. What the Green Goblin Goblin did was basically hijack this frequency and then reprogram the facial software. So the facial software would never see goblins. It would never identify them, and it would never basically report back that a goblin had been spotted. And so again, this creates kind of a weird situation, because what this does is it basically leads to Superior Spider-Man using an underground tunnel system that was formed by the Green Goblin himself to allow his guys to move back and forth throughout the city without being detected, to eventually locate their base of operations. Now, once he gets there, this presents a really funny situation, because we've never really seen an instance, this kind of scenario before. This has never taken place. And so what happens when the #1 villain of Spider-Man meets the #2 villain of Spider-Man? Will they team up? Will they, become enemies? Dan Slott gives us this really cool scenario, and what he basically says is they're going to be enemies, because keep in mind, while Dr. Octopus became Spider-Man, while he took over the body of Peter Parker and his goal was to become a bad guy, in the moments when their bodies are basically being swapped and Peter realized there was no way to regain his body back, he basically beseeched Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus experienced all the memories of Peter, and Peter said, look, there are people here that I care about. My Aunt May, I have a love for them, different things like that. You have to keep them safe. You cannot let them be harmed. And this really touched Dr. Octopus in the heart of who he was. And so what it ended up doing is it basically sent him on the path of being a good guy, leading him up to this point. And so where Green Goblin only sees Dr. Octopus and recognizes him as one of Spider-Man's most notable villains, in truth, Doc Ock is a good guy now. And so with the two of them kind of going against each other, it really kind of creates a funny scenario, because what we end up finding out here is that Superior Spider-Man is not actually here. Instead, it's more of a hologram. But at the same time, Norman Osborn knows how to play this game. Norman Osborn is extremely smart. And what happened is that in the midst of this meeting, Osborn was tracing the signal of Superior Spider-Man back to his base of operations on Spider Island. So again, it's kind of cool, because it's basically both of them have their own methods, their own levels of intelligence. Now, what this does is this brings into fruition the idea of the Goblin formula. Now, the Goblin formula in and of itself is really one of multiple instances when Marvel kind of hit home with the idea that everybody was trying to duplicate the super soldier serum of Steve Rogers. And in fact, we'll cover this, or we'll talk about this once we get into Iron Man Extremis, because Future Farm was trying to copy the super soldier serum and come up with Extremis instead. But the fact remains here that the Goblin formula was designed to basically enhance the various attributes of the person who uses it. The problem is that it also breaks their sanity. So they literally lose their minds, or at least Norman Osborn ended up losing his mind. Now, for the most part, different people have been affected with it different ways. For example, there was a girl by the name of Lily Hollister who was actually dating Norman Osborn for a little while and stumbled across the Goblin formula. The difference is that when she ingested it, or when it basically bonded to her skin, that she can switch out of being a goblin at will. She's not bound to losing her sanity. She doesn't lose her mind. She can just kind of switch back and forth how she wants to. So different people have been affected different ways. Now, if enough time passes, they'll just be gone in their entirety. I mean, who they were before will vanish, and they'll just be left as a goblin. But for the moment, for her character, things function a little bit differently. Now, from here, we basically switch back to the mindscape of Peter Parker. Now, again, this is something that we've talked about, time and time again, just because of the fact that within the realm of Superior Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus had realized that the mind of Peter Parker was still there because of the fact that Peter Parker's consciousness was tied directly to his memories. And so where Doc Ock had basically purged the memories of Peter Parker, ideally, it had purged Peter Parker in his entirety. The issue with this is that when Doc Ock had basically recalled on memories of Peter in order to help him navigate Peter's life, that is to say, the memories of Peter's romance with Mary Jane Watson, or when Aunt May asks something that Dr. Octopus didn't know the answer to, and he researched the memories of Peter Parker in order to give her an answer, what it did is it basically made these memories a core part of Dr. Octopus. And so Peter Parker's consciousness remained alive. There's only about 30 memories that are there, but so long as any facet of Peter's memories are alive, his life force, his essence, are tied to those. And so because of the fact that Octopus referenced those memories, Peter Parker's essentially alive through him. The issue is that Doc Ock could still purge Peter in his entirety. And so what happened is Peter basically began jumping through Dr. Octopus's own memories. And what this was is it was Dan Slott essentially giving us a scenario where each guy learns about the other. Dr. Octopus learns about the life of Peter Parker by being Peter Parker. Peter Parker learns about the life of Dr. Octopus by jumping into his own memories. And what he sees is a mother who is extremely aggressive in terms of showing affection, which is to say she keeps him smothered, so on and so forth. He has a father who's extremely abusive. He's picked on by kids at school because he's socially awkward. All this time and time again, Doc Ock has been met with nothing but absolute oppression and just being given a hard time by everybody. And so that guy grew up with a really bad life. And what this did is it allowed Peter Parker to understand why Doc Ock is a bad guy, to understand where he's coming from and why he's done the things that he's done. It's just been in pursuit of some measure of acceptability adaptability, or at the very least, trying to control his own life. And so with Norman Osborn making his move across the city of New York, the response of Mayor J. Jonah Jameson is to basically reactivate the Spider Slayer protocol that was created by Alistair Smythe, but in turn modify this protocol so that the various members of the anti-Spider Force, as it was formed by Jameson, would be retrofitted with these new suits and be allowed to carry out their goal of basically clearing out New York of the goblins themselves and essentially restoring order. Now, the reason why I say this is basically the formation of Alchemax is because of the fact that, remember, Liz Allen had basically taken Allen Chemical, Alchem, and then merged it with Oscorp for the purpose of creating Alchemax. Now, of course, we know about the time-displaced Spider-Man 2099 that was covered in the last video, or really the video before the last video. But what this is doing is basically saying, this is how Alchemax comes into existence. This is how Alchemax forms. It's basically a merger between Oscorp and Allen Chemical. Now, in terms of what role Norman Osborn has in this, we'll actually find out as we get further into this story. But the fact remains here that with regards to Peter Parker himself, with regards to Superior Spider-Man acting as Peter Parker, what this does is it really just kind of begins to show us the struggle that he saw in relation, or at least Peter saw in relation to Doc Ock, in the sense that when Doc Ock first became Dr. Octopus, when he underwent the experiment that basically bonded the tentacles to his body, he in turn saw himself as somebody who could finally get some respect, some guy who could finally be treated, as the genius that he knew he was. Now, of course, this is going to lead into the crushing experience of facing off against Peter Parker, and that's when things are really going to kind of go awry. But it's also going to be the reason why Doc Octopus hated Peter Parker so much, because he was essentially the one guy that just showed up and stood in his way, and he was a representation of a lot of the other issues that he had. But again, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. The fact remains here that with regards to really Carly Cooper, as one of the goblins invading Parker Industries and going after Sajani Joffrey and Superior Spider-Man himself, what we end up finding out is that where Carly Cooper was previously taken and turned into a goblin, she's not completely transformed yet. Instead, there's still some measure of her there. So while her physical body's changed, her mind is somewhat intact. But this is what we were talking about when we were saying that eventually a time will come when who a person was will vanish in their entirety. And that's exactly what takes place here. With her as a person, she still has her mind intact, and she tells, Superior Spider-Man, you have to make a cure for this, otherwise I will be gone, and Norman Osborn, Green Goblin, will spread this formula across the city of New York, and everybody will be gone. And so again, it creates kind of this this ticking time clock, so to speak. Now, with regards to this formula, while he is working on it, while Superior Spider-Man is putting it together, ultimately he has to bail out. And the reason why is because of the fact that Green Goblin has essentially, after learning that Superior Spider-Man is Dr. Octopus, waged a one-man war against him. And so this is really going to kind of serve as a distraction. And the reason why is because of the fact that we're basically going to have two conflicts going on in this story at the same time. We're going to have Green Goblin versus Superior Spider-Man, and then we're going to have everybody else, the Avengers and so on, going against the forces of the Green Goblin. So it's kind of like a two-stage conflict. Now, this is Green Goblin playing two different games. And the reason why is because of the fact that while he is crazy, while he is out of his mind, it's going to basically make it difficult for Superior Spider-Man to actually create a cure for the Goblin formula. It's going to make it difficult for him to save the ones that he cares about because he's torn. Either it's the city of New York or it's the individuals in his life. And if he has to make a choice between which person will he choose? Now, of course, in this instance, we also have a couple people who are more or less lost, people who basically end up dying in the conflict. But the interesting thing about this is that, again, Superior Spider-Man had established himself as a guy who wasn't really concerned about casualties. Unless they were wildly significant, unless they were important, then it was just collateral damage. That's just the price you pay when it comes to war. Some folks live and some folks die, and that's just the way it goes. Now, that was basically Dan Slott differentiating him from Peter Parker. And in fact, we'll find out just how different these two are and what the major failing is of Superior Spider-Man at this point. But from here, we again have these Spider Slayers, as they're controlled by Jameson and the police and so on, engaging Superior Spider-Man with the intention of taking him out. Now, the reason why is because of the fact that they look at Superior Spider-Man and they believe that he's in league with the Green Goblin. And the reason why is because what they do is they look at his track record. Keep in mind, he's defeated every major criminal in the city of New York. The only person left is the Green Goblin. So the person on the outside looking in, it would almost look like Superior Spider-Man was clearing out the competition to make way for the Green Goblin. He was basically working on behalf of Goblin to make the city easier to conquer. That's the initial indication that's been received by Jameson and the police and so on and so forth. And so where Miguel O'Hara does jump in, and Miguel O'Hara tries to basically help, and again, really kind of allow Superior Spider-Man to stay captured for the purpose of gaining answers, ultimately, these robots are hijacked by Norman Osborn. And so again, what this shows us is that whether we knew it or not, Osborn is tied into Alchemax. He is involved in the creation of these robots and does have a back door in how to access them. And so again, switching back to the mindscape of Peter Parker, this entire scenario is really intriguing because when it shows us Peter directly, what it gives us are all these different conflicts with Dr. Octopus. And of course, what we end up finding out is that in the mind of Doc Ock, every time he was defeated by Peter Parker, it was yet another instance of his father saying, you're never going to be anything. It was another academic professor saying, you're dumb. It's another instance of kids who are basically saying, get out of here, you're not one of us, you're weird. It was all the different defeats that Doc Ock had faced over the course of his life manifested in the form of a singular guy named Spider-Man. And so because of that, the hatred that he had for Spider-Man just stretched the absolute limits, because it was like Spider-Man represented every instance in which Doc Ock had met some kind of a roadblock over the course of his life. And so with that in mind, we essentially have Peter Parker trying to find a way back to his own body. At the same time that all this is happening, again, one of the things that Dan Slott does that I really enjoyed is basically bringing in the Avengers, because on the surface with a story like this, where the whole of New York is being attacked, a lot of writers would not include ancillary teams. I mean, Bendis has done that on a multitude of occasions. They don't show the Avengers, they don't show anybody like that or any other superheroes. It's just this one guy. And we're somehow expected to believe that the entire city of New York is being attacked, and this one hero is the only one who knows about it, or the only one who cares enough to do anything about it. And so the cool thing about this is like Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Black Widow, Wolverine, Spider-Woman, the new Avengers, they're all responding. They're all, doing what they can to help keep New York safe. Now, the way they're depicted is within the charter of the Avengers themselves. The Avengers are a peacekeeping force. They'll fight if they have to, but with the city of New York right now, the one behind all this is the Green Goblin. And so their job is to take down whatever enemies are there, specifically the forces of the Green Goblin and these different, these different Spider Slayer robots that have been co-opted, and at the same time, try to save as many people as they can. So again, it's not wildly important. It's just kind of cool to see this a little bit of a story brought in, this little bit of the events included in this conflict. But the fact remains here that with Peter Parker navigating this mindscape and basically jumping back through the memories of Dr. Octopus and really kind of retroactively retracing his steps, what he basically does is he accesses the mind of Dr. Octopus, accesses the mind of his younger self, and in turn gives birth to all these memories again. And so basically he's able to tap into everything that makes him who he was. Now, the reason why this matters is because of the fact that Menace, of course, one of the henchmen of the Green Goblin and several others, have created these traps around the city of New York. One of them is a young girl named Amy Chen. Now, of course, Amy Chen is one of the kids that Superior Spider-Man had helped along the way, recovering from an illness, but the idea is that she's basically being strapped in a subway station and she's going to be hit by a subway train. Now, this is where the huge difference between Peter Parker and Superior Spider-Man comes into play. Superior Spider-Man is analyzing the scenario. Remember, he's trying to trace and trying to locate Anna Marconi and save her life. That's his girlfriend. That's the woman that he's romantically interested in. Along the way, there's this girl named Amy Chen. He cannot do both. He cannot save Anna Maria Marconi and Amy Chen, or at least it doesn't seem to be the case. And so where he's paralyzed with indecision, Peter Parker manifests suddenly and says, you have to jump, you have to go. And this is when we basically get the return of Peter Parker. And the reason why is because Peter says, look, your brain, your intelligence is a gift in a lot of different ways. The things that you do, the things that you've been able to pull off, or at least how you look at things. Of course, again, Peter doesn't know a lot of what's been going on, but he says, the things that you've done here are good in terms of how you function. The problem is when you have no time to think, you act. When you have time to think, then you take that time, but you can't be paused, you can't be paralyzed by indecision because you're trying to make the right choice. And so in the end, Dr. Octopus basically realizes that Peter had been navigating his mind. And so the indication seems to be here that he let him basically access his own memories. But the fact remains that Dr. Octopus and Peter essentially reconcile. Dr. Octopus says, look, the biggest issue that I had is that sure, I was arrogant, but it was because of the fact that I was trying to overcompensate. It's because of the fact that I knew I was not as smart as you are, but I wanted to pretend that I was. And so Peter Parker is really kind of speechless throughout this whole thing, is because it's Dr. Octopus spilling his guts out to Peter, basically saying, you are a better Spider-Man than I will ever be, because when it comes to self-sacrifice, you do it without a second thought, but I can't bring myself to do that. And so again, it's really kind of this cool thing thing because it's like this journey, really in some ways a journey of Peter Parker, in the sense that it's almost like, you know, you don't know what you have until it's gone. And so it's like Dan Slott basically saying, okay, let's take Peter Parker as we know him out of the equation with Spider-Man. Let's put somebody else in his stead, and then let's see how these stories unfold. Once we get to the end, let's compare the two and see how they stack up against one another. And so ultimately, what Doc Ock basically does is travel back to Parker Industries. Of course, Peter Parker being totally surprised by the fact that there is a Parker Industries, but they travel back to the building and Peter Parker regains his memories. He goes back to his normal self. And what we get is this amazing thing, because we have Peter Parker back to himself, back in his own body. He gets rid of the Superior Spider-Man suit. He puts on his Amazing Spider-Man suit and he says, my turn. And it's so cool. It's one of the coolest things. I was reading this and I was like, oh my God, like Peter Parker's back. Amazing Spider-Man is back. And it's one of the coolest things to happen, because as soon as Peter Parker regains control of his own body, remember, he has no idea what's been going on with like Parker Industries, what's been going on with Horizon Labs. He has no idea what's been happening there. Instead, all he knows is that he's just back now. So, I mean, you know, Carly Cooper being turned into a goblin, he didn't know about that. You know, the launch of Parker Industries, so Johnny Joffrey and Anna Maria Marconi working for the company, he didn't know about that. So as soon as he shows up, he just starts getting screamed at by people. They're just like, why have you been gone all this time? You know, and carrying on, because of the fact that, you know, again, Superior Spider-Man had basically taken off. He had made Parker Industries and then vanished from the company for like a month. He had abandoned Miguel O'Hara to face off against all these different Spider Slayer robots. And then when he shows back up again, you know, Miguel O'Hara kind of freaks out on him. Now, again, this is really kind of cool because the two of them, of course, end up teaming up, and Peter Parker jumps back into the conflict alongside the rest of the Avengers and really kind of making up for the things that Superior Spider-Man did, where Superior Spider-Man quit the Avengers, Peter Parker rejoins, different things like that. Now, of course, when we end up getting into the direct conflict between the Green Goblin, along the way, Peter Parker had basically been doing things like injecting Menace with the cure for the Goblin formula, which basically turns her back into turns her back to normal again. They've been doing this almost every step of the way. But with the return, with the conflict between Peter and Norman Osborn, basically on the rooftop alongside Anna Maria Marconi, Green Goblin learns that Peter Parker's back because of the fact that Green Goblin makes a joke about how Green Goblin makes a joke about how he's going to destroy everything that Spider-Man loves. And Spider-Man says, you know, well, the only thing that I'm left with is the dignity of knowing that I never carried a man purse. So despite the fact that with Spider-Man giving Green Goblin shit about his satchel, that's how he knows that Peter Parker's back. It's amazing. I absolutely love this part of the story. It's one of the coolest things. But again, it's really kind of refreshing to see Peter Parker back, because with his character, what it does is it creates urgency and it creates struggle and it creates strife, because Peter Parker saves everyone, right? Like no one dies whenever it is that Peter Parker's around, if at all possible. With Superior Spider-Man, the storytelling had to be a little bit different because he'll kill bad guys. We've seen that. You know, he's just like, we're going to kill him and then we're going to be done with it and they won't come back. That's that. But when Peter Parker is in a scenario where he has to save Anna Maria Marconi and he has to defeat the Green Goblin while going without letting Green Goblin die, basically saving his life, then it makes things difficult and it makes things hard. Now, in terms of the whole idea with Alchemax, we end up having this situation where we basically learn that Norman Osborn had his face changed. That what he did is he took on the name of a guy named Mason Banks and he began operating as a de facto investor on behalf of Osborn Industries. And so because of that, I guess on Oscorp rather. And so because of that, what he did is he turned around and invested alongside Liz Allen, which in turn allowed for the merger of Oscorp and Alcorp to create Alchemax. And so again, this is really kind of a funny scenario, because what ends up happening here is Peter Parker basically turns the robots, these little goblin bots, against Mason Banks himself, which really just kind of leaves him incapacitated slightly, or enough that he's lost his goblin abilities because of the injection that Peter Parker gave him, basically curing him of the goblin formula. But in saving Anna Maria Marconi, he also saves, Norman Osborn with a different face at the same time. And so again, what this does is kind of wrap things up, because Norman Osborn essentially escapes. He basically just kind of gets away, and that's really that, kind of takes off into the tunnels, and Dan Slott leaves it open-ended, for Norman Osborn to come back later on down the line. But what we also end up having here is this notion that Anna Maria Marconi still doesn't know everything that's going on. She doesn't know that Dr. Octopus was in the body of Peter Parker. As far as she is aware, it's Peter Parker who's in love with her. And so what Dan Slott does is he kind of leaves this open. warning and says there will be fallout, there will be consequences, there will be ramifications in the Amazing Spider-Man line of stories when things go back to normal, because what we're basically gonna have is Peter Parker having to sit down and explain to the various members of the people in his life who he is and what exactly it was that was going on. So again, it's really kind of a cool bit of storytelling. It's really a pretty interesting tidbit of events that were taking place. What's going on, guys? This is Robin. In this video, we're going to cover a story where Spider-Man kills everyone. And this story is amazing. I love this story so much. It is dark. It's like the darkest Spider-Man story ever. Although I imagine Kraven's Last Hunt might really take the cake. For those of you guys who are experienced with Spider-Man reading when we're done with this, let me know which one of the two you think is darker. Now, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with our Spider-Verse coverage up to this point, because I imagine we might gain a little bit of traction based on the popularity of the trailer, which is releasing tonight at 8:30 p.m. at the time that I'm recording this video, the Edge of Spider-Verse event was part of the larger Spider-Verse story, right? Where you had a whole bunch of different Spider-Man from across the multiverse who were teaming up against a group called the Inheritors. Edge of Spider-Verse basically gave us these little stories dealing with different Spider-Men from across the multiverse, some of whom actually survived into the main Spider-Verse event, and some of whom did not for various reasons. This one actually picks up with a kid named Patton Parnell instead of Peter Parker, the traditional name. And right off the bat, right off the bat, Clayton McLeod, the guy who wrote this story, basically shows us that this kid is dark, right? Like, he finds an ant, uses a magnifying glass, and basically kills the thing. But one of the things about this is he's not like some, 6-year-old kid who does it out of curiosity or something like that. He actually is showing signs of psychopathy, if not sociopathy, right? Like antisocial personality disorder, a sociopath or a psychopath, right? The idea of harming things that are basically defenseless. That's really the kind of air that he puts off. More so than that, though, it doesn't really seem to be done out of malice or cruelty. It really seems to be done more out of curiosity. And that's one of the big differences between Peter and like a traditional psychopath or a traditional sociopath, is that he doesn't really have a desire to harm people for the sake of doing it. It's really more of like a science experiment than anything else. And so what he actually ends up doing, or at least in this time when he's in his room, he's got a pair of binoculars, and he's basically spying on a girl named Sarah Jane, who is in effect Mary Jane Watson, right? Just by a different name. And it's one of these things where he actually refers to her as like as an experiment of sorts. So right there, you've got a kind of detachment, right? Where he doesn't necessarily see himself as being a human despite living among humans, right? Like being a human himself, that he sees himself as kind of different. Now, this will become hugely important once you get to like the traditional mythos as far as Spider-Man goes and all that kind of stuff. But the way that he speaks here is like commencing surveillance experiment stakeout number 16, right? Subject remains unaware of being under observation. Perfect. So he's basically spying on her as she's getting undressed, right? He's like, I must collect samples from subject's living area for analysis, right? And then at that point, his uncle basically starts shouting at him and telling him, he's got to drive him to school and all that kind of stuff. But once he gets there, of course, again, his interactions with Mary Jane Watson, and we're just going to go ahead and call her that, right? We're going to call him Peter Parker. We're going to call her Mary Jane Watson. We're going to keep it simple here, right? I mean, they are alternate reality characters. They do have their alternate reality names, but they're by all standards of measurement, Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson, right? So we'll just go ahead and call them that. So basically, Mary Jane kind of asked Peter Parker to sit down next to him, right? Now, on the surface, this is not a very big thing, but for those of you guys who come from a background of being like socially awkward or lacking the kind of social skills necessary to talk to girls, this is something that's kind of huge, right? I mean, I used to be a socially awkward guy back in the day, if you can believe it or not. When I say back in the day, I mean like when I first started middle school, right? Like I'd say within like a year or two of middle school, I was awesome. But up until that point, I was kind of socially awkward, right? But the thing about this is that if you come from that kind of background, you understand the struggle of like just striking up a conversation with a person in general, let alone a girl you like, right? The idea behind this is they're basically going to a place called Alcor, right? Which is basically this kind of what you would normally expect with Peter Parker receiving his radioactive spider bite, right? In that particular location. And that's exactly what happens. Now, of course, as you also expect, if you're familiar with the existing Spider-Man mythos, Mary Jane Watson's basically in with Flash Thompson. Now, it didn't historically work this way, but it's one of the things where it's basically the love interest of Peter Parker is dating the school bully, right? And so because of that, one of the things to know, and this is something that I think a lot of young people struggle with, why do girls like bullies? Or why do girls like guys who are jerks? Because they exude confidence, man. Like they are just, they're some of the most confident people you're ever going to find. And one of the things that you will learn over the course of your life is confidence is key, right? Like you don't even have to be confident. You just need to look confident, right? But like confidence will get you where you want to be in this world. world, right? Believing in yourself. And so one of the things that's kind of given here, and even one of the things that Mary Jane Watson discusses, is this idea that this institution, right? Alcor is basically a place where they like experiment on animals. They conduct a lot of heinous research here, right? A lot of terrible, terrible things, all in the pursuit of science. And so one of the crazy things about this is that unlike days past, when Peter was more of the curious one, right? The one who would stray off the beaten path in order to find his own way, or to kind of go into that room and feel, to kind of see what's going on. What you actually get here is Mary Jane Watson that leads him into a restricted section. It's one of these things where like her goal is to save animals, right? To save as many animals as they possibly can. And so Peter actually ends up reaching into a container that holds an irradiated arachnid female. And of course it bites him. When that happens, Mary Jane Watson of course has a rabbit. Because of the fact that they enter the room and basically started messing with stuff, it activated the entire alarm system and security shows up. And so while they're kind of being interred there, Mary Jane Watson's parents of course come and pick her up. Peter Parker's parents are dead, right? That's one of the things he says is like his parents are dead, and he basically lives with Uncle Ted, who's basically a stand-in for Uncle Ben, because seemingly Aunt May's not really part of the picture, and we're not really given an explanation as to why his aunt's not there, but we can largely assume that they are basically separated, right? That they basically split up. And we'll get more of an explanation as to why that's the case here in a second. But Mary Jane Watson, having lived next to Peter Parker, is kind of like, look, like he can come home with us, right? I mean, they have to release him to like an adult guardian, but it's like, he can come home with us, it's fine, everything's gonna be cool. And so when he gets back home, that's when his Uncle Ted shows up. And what you end up finding out is that Peter Parker is the way that he is because of the abuse he sustains at the hands of his uncle. So for those of you guys who aren't really familiar with this kind of stuff, the old adage is that sociopaths are made and psychopaths are born. And for the most part, that's kind of old hat. That stuff doesn't really apply anymore. And even the terms sociopath and psychopath are considered antiquated terms that by and large, the notion of a psychopath versus a sociopath just kind of fall under the umbrella of antisocial personality disorder. And a lot of that's because the various attributes of the two cross over in a lot of ways, right? Like a psychopath lacks the ability to feel remorse. A psychopath lacks the ability to feel empathy. A sociopath can feel empathy, and where a psychopath may be a lot more controlled, a lot more manipulative, far more planning in their approach to different situations. Sociopaths will be far more hot-headed, right? They'll be impulsive, different things like that. At the end of the day, both of them can be made, right? There are genetic components to a psychopath, but it's not necessarily that way. That Peter here looks to be a classic case of what we would call a sociopath, right? That he was made this way. And the reason why is because his Uncle Ted is highly abusive, right? That he considers Peter to basically be this kind of goofball, this kind of kid who's always problematic, and even goes as far as to say that he never should have let social services talk him into taking Peter in. And so he actually beats Peter. And while that's happening, because Mary Jane Watson lives across the street, she hears it happening, right? It brings tears to her eyes, but she hears Peter begging as his uncle just beats him, right, on a daily basis. Now, when that happens, or at least following that, at least the next day anyway, the kind of impulses that Peter begins to experience as a result of the spider bite begin to manifest. Now, this is where things totally change, because in the main Marvel universe, and really most alternate reality stories that involve Peter Parker or some variation of Peter Parker, whether it's Spider-Gwen or somebody like that, the whole process of him becoming Spider-Man usually manifests in the fact that one, he feels more confident, he feels more energetic, right? Like as if he's just been working out his entire life and is just now feeling the effects of it, as well as the traditional things that you're used to seeing. Him crawling on walls, his spider sense, different things along those lines. In this instance, whether it's because of his upbringing or something along those lines, the powers that begin to manifest actually fall in the range of more violent and dark abilities, right? In the sense that like he experiences a kind of hunger. And so as a result of this, he actually ends up grabbing a mouse that was caught in a mousetrap and essentially consumes it. Following that, he goes after a cat. And then in turn, when the cat scratches him and begins to get away, he ends up shooting his webbing by accident, realizing that he has it, ensnares the cat, and then realizes he can make a kind of home for himself, right? In the same way that a spider will fashion a web, Peter begins the same thing here. And so what ends up happening is later on that night, of course, Uncle Ted comes home and things happen exactly as you would expect them to, right? And some of you might have been watching this like, yeah, man, it's about time Uncle Ted got his due, right? So ultimately, when Uncle Ted comes in, of course, the lights are out, the whole thing's done. He's pissed off that Peter doesn't have dinner ready. When he gets into his room, he basically finds all these different just kind of cocoon type things, right? Basically all these animals from around the neighborhood that have basically been ensnared by Peter that he's essentially saving as meals. And that's what spiders do, right? Spiders will catch catch an object or catch a thing that shows up in their web, or at least activates their web, they'll ensnare it, and then sometimes they'll eat it immediately, other times they'll store it for later use. But regardless, Peter's just laying in wait, basically attached to his ceiling, and then immediately goes after his Uncle Ted, right? Now, following that, you basically end up picking up with him as he's making his way to school. And of course, you've got all these posters for missing cats and different things along those lines, right? Animals that had vanished. And then Flash Thompson shows up, right? Flash Thompson starts giving him a hard time, having no idea that Peter is basically eating a bird that he had kept away in his locker, which is really kind of weird. But with Flash Thompson giving him a hard time, kind of making fun of him, that sort of a thing, you know, ultimately Peter kind of does exactly what you've seen over the course of the traditional Spider-Man mythos, where he stands up to Flash Thompson with this new vow of confidence. The difference here is that unlike Peter, who usually gets in some kind of a fight with Flash, overpowers him, and then basically demonstrates, I'm not someone to be trifled with, in this instance, he kills Flash Thompson and he eats him, right? Now, you don't actually see it happen. Instead, it's alluded to, right? Flash says, like, you won't be laughing when I wipe that grin off your face with my fist, and then in turn, Peter's like, you know, well, name a time and a place, and Flash says, okay, well then how about during lunch, right? Out in like the locker room. And so it's like, lunch? That sounds perfect, right? And so given what we've seen so far, Peter's basically going to eat Flash Thompson. Now, following that, of course, again, after school, making his way back to his home, he ends up coming across a kid who's putting up a poster looking for his pet. Peter leads him back to his house and then ultimately seems to consume that kid as well. And so all this comes to a head with Mary Jane showing up at his house last night. And the reason why is because Flash Thompson hasn't shown up, right? She doesn't know where he is. He usually always calls, that kind of a thing. And Peter kind of dismisses it insofar as just being like, I mean, what do you ever see in that guy anyway, right? You know, and it's kind of like, you know, the guy was always a jerk. Like, why would you date somebody like him, you know? And so there is almost kind of a romantic moment, right? With this sort of new confidence that Peter has. Again, much like you would normally see in the main Spider-Man mythos, he makes a move on Mary Jane Watson. The difference here is that after kissing her, he immediately bites her. And of course, with that in mind, when she smacks him and just basically knocks away part of the skin on his face, you actually see what he's ended up becoming under his skin, that he is basically a giant human spider. I mean, he's got like 8 eyes and just like these mandibles coming out of his mouth and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Of course, Mary Jane Watson's terrified for her life, ends up stumbling into his room to find his uncle strapped to the bed. Peter's basically just been feeding on him all this time. And then the kid that he had kidnapped earlier is basically strung upside down, with Peter having the intention to feed on him at a later date, right? I mean, I told you guys, man, this story gets dark, dude. It is dark. Now, the funny thing about this is that in this whole process, as Mary Jane is trying to like get away from Peter, right? He's kind of stalking her a little bit and she's begging for her life. And he's like, look, I wouldn't hurt you. Like, why would I kill you? You know, that's never gonna happen. You know, like, you know, he's like, today, like, I'm a carrier, right? You're gonna be the mother of my children. And that's when you end up finding out that what he had done with Uncle Ted is he had actually deposited spider eggs in him. And all those spider eggs just come pouring out of him, right? His mouth, his ears, his eyes, the whole 9 yards, just come dumping out of this guy. They immediately go and try to basically swarm to Mary Jane. And then of course, that basically leads to the arrival of Morlun. Now, here's the thing about this. This again kind of ties into the nature of Spider-Verse, that Morlun is one of the Inheritors. And what these guys are doing is just traveling around the multiverse, killing everybody who is basically some variation of Spider-Man. Doesn't matter who they are or what they are. And that's kind of the irony behind this, is because under normal circumstances, when you look at the edge of Spider-Verse stories, or even the lead up to Spider-Verse, that Morlun was basically a bad guy, right? Killing these Spider-Men who were heroes, who were just trying to do the right thing. In this instance, he's kind of more of a good guy, right? Now, he's a good guy by circumstance. It's not as though he somehow changed his tune and decided to become a hero, killing off all the different evil Spider-Men across the multiverse. It just happens to be this is a universe where Peter Parker ended up becoming some giant twisted version of a human spider and was about to kill Mary Jane, and he showed up and just happened to rescue her, right? The funny thing about this is that when you're talking about somebody like Morlun, and this is something that we've seen consistently, this dude's on a whole different level. This kid, right? I mean, he's only been Spider-Man, or at least been a Spider-Man-esque character for like a couple days or something like that. So quite literally, Morlun tears this kid apart. I mean, he rips his arm off, he tears the mandibles out of his face. I mean, he just wrecks this kid, right? And then in turn just absorbs all the life force from him and basically kills him in the process. And so following that, what you end up doing is picking up with Mary Jane Watson the next day. And so as she's kind of getting ready for school and all that kind of stuff, you basically end up having her looking at this bite that she has from Peter Parker, and then suddenly there's movement, only for a baby spider to crawl out, and suddenly for like all these spiders to come dumping out of this opening, presumably to consume Mary Jane Watson alive. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob. We are back with Spider-Verse. Now, this is the week of Thanksgiving. So just so you guys know, videos are going to be pretty scant this week. We're kind of hammering them out on Monday and Tuesday, and then my guys get the rest of the week off. Normally, I would just give them the whole week, but I wanted to kind of upload some of these, or at least record some of these, and we were running a little short on time last week and over the course of the weekend. So you'll have 3 videos. You'll have this one, you'll have a second one on Wednesday, we'll have Beyond Omega Level on Friday, and then that'll be it. And then next week, we'll pick back up with our regular scheduled programming. So what this does here is this picks up with Earth 98-120, yet another alternate reality here in Marvel Comics. And this one specifically focuses on Miguel O'Hara. Now, one of the things about this is that this version of Miguel is actually part of the Avengers of this universe. And we'll explain Miguel here in a little bit, or at least give him a little more detail. But this version of Miguel here, again, as part of the Avengers, is basically experiencing this kind of feeling where somebody's stalking him, right? Where somebody's hunting him. Now, here's one of the big differences between Miguel O'Hara and the other Spider-Man, and this is something that we'll address as things go on with Spider-Verse, is that each time a version of Miguel is killed, he feels it, right? He actually experiences a kind of dizziness or a kind of haziness that impacts him physically whenever that happens. Now, this particular Miguel doesn't really seem to experience that. Instead, you basically have Morlun who shows up on the scene and basically overpowers the Avengers. And when I say overpowers these guys, it's no small thing, right? Like, these are some heavy hitters in Marvel Comics. Well, heavy might be a little over exaggeration here. I mean, you got Captain America and you got Wolverine, that's cool. You do have Genus Vel. This guy is nuts. Okay, assuming this guy has the same power that his main Marvel Universe version does, he's actually a genetically created version of Marvel of the Kree. But this guy got so powerful, he actually recreated the universe, right? This guy's powers is just, it's stupid, right? He was so powerful, Marvel had to kill him off and then basically replace him with Phyla-Vell. Of course, Phyla-Vell was really cool. She ended up becoming the new Quasar in Marvel Comics during the whole Dan Abnett cosmic era. But nonetheless, this guy's a universal force is basically what we're getting at here, right? Morlun overpowers every single one of these guys. Like, he literally drains Genus Vel of his cosmic energy. He attacks Wolverine and Captain America, takes both those guys out, and then in turn kills Miguel O'Hara, siphons his energy off, and then basically bails. Now, when that version of Miguel O'Hara dies, Miguel O'Hara from the main Marvel Universe, that's the one who experiences this whole thing. Every single time that happens, it almost kind of seems like he's losing a piece of himself, right? It's kind of a mental backlash to a degree. Now, while this is happening, of course, he's currently in the present in the main Marvel Universe. It's a whole story arc involving like Tyler Stone and everything from his timeline. Not overly important here. The fact is that he is currently here in the present day. There's some villains that are trying to get away. He, of course, ends up incapacitating them. But the first thing he comes to the realization of is, with all this going on, I need to get a hold of Peter Parker, right? I need to find out what's going on here. And so what he ends up realizing here is that with everything going on, once these criminals are basically sorted out, at this point, it's on the hunt that caused him to feel this just kind of giant headache of what's going on there. And so what you end up doing is that in this moment, when you have Morlun that kills that alternate reality version of Miguel O'Hara, there's actually a kind of portal, which is more of a viewing screen that opens, that allows Miguel O'Hara from Earth 6375 to view everything that's happening. And of course, he's basically realizing that Morlun and the Inheritors are killing all the different versions of himself. Now, for those of you guys who are familiar with Marvel Comics, specifically in the mid-2000s with Exiles issue number 75, you know who this guy Miguel O'Hara is. He was part of the Exiles for a long time. Now, for those of you guys who don't know who the Exiles are, they're probably one of the most underutilized but most interesting superhero teams in all of Marvel Comics. These guys basically travel the multiverse. And so you got some stupidly good stories with the Exiles back in the day. The Exiles stories that I actually enjoyed the most were the ones that were basically post House of M, the World Tour story arc. So you got to see them traveling to like the future imperfect universe with Maestro Hulk. You got to see all kinds of cool stuff, right? It was awesome to see them travel the most popular alternate realities in Marvel Comics, but they were basically like imagine an Avengers team on a multiversal level. That was basically the Exiles. I'm very certain we're gonna see them in the future of the MCU coming out of the events of Doctor Strange 2, assuming the multiverse remains intact. But nonetheless, this guy Miguel O'Hara was part of them. Now, one of the things he says is that while he was there with the Exiles, he did become aware of Morlun and the Inheritors, but they never actually crossed paths. And a lot of that was just because of what we saw when it came to like Spider UK, right? Like the incursions, dealing with all that stuff, and the fact that like Saturnine didn't really care about the fact that Morlun and all the Inheritors were hunting the Spider-Man from across the multiverse, that the multiverse itself was actually failing. While the Exiles were a big thing in the mid-2000s and the multiversal collapse had not actually begun yet, there were a lot of other threats out there the Exiles had to deal with. And so the reality is these different Inheritors traveling around the multiverse and killing Spider-Man wasn't the most important thing to the Exiles. And honestly, they didn't realize how far-reaching it was. It was really more whispers and murmurs, right? Things that people were kind of talking about in these sort of shadowy corners of the multiverse, but nobody really knew that it was as big as it was, that the Inheritors had been killing hundreds, if not thousands of Spider-Man up to that point, and they've just continued on during this time, right? And so as a result of that, with this alternate reality version of Miguel, he realizes that there's so few Miguel O'Haras left in the multiverse that his idea is to basically find as many alternate versions of himself as he can, and then basically unite them. That's an important thing to grasp here. This guy doesn't know Superior Spider-Man is assembling an entire spider army. He's totally unaware of that, and it makes sense, right? If I asked you right now, what's going on in Times Square? Like, what are people doing in Times Square? You couldn't give me an answer because you're not there. You have no idea what's happening out there unless you have an apartment that overlooks Times Square and you're watching this video. Then sure, you could give me an answer. But outside of that, you wouldn't be able to give me an answer. And that's what we're talking about, right? I mean, it's one of the things that we've said before. The multiverse is a big place. And so it's very, very easy for all kinds of things to happen out there and for you to have no idea that any of it's actually happening. Now, this also seems to indicate that each one of the Miguels that were killed had never seen or never been greeted by the spider army of Superior Spider-Man. Either that, or if it did happen, it was after this version of Miguel stopped watching. And so regardless, his response, this alternate reality version of Miguel is, we need to go to the Earth 616 universe. We need to go to the main Marvel universe. And when this reality's version of Mary Jane Watson asks him, why are we going there? His response is, because it's the one place that Morlun is scared of, right? It's basically kind of like a safe haven. He's like, Morlun doesn't want to go to the main Marvel universe. He's afraid of being there. He's died there before. And every time he goes there, he seems to die. So he's just terrified of it. The problem is that main universe is not a permanent safe space, because while Morlun is afraid to go there, his other relatives are not. And so it's only a matter of time before they show up in that universe and try to attack that reality's version of Peter Parker. But at the end of the day, we need to go find Miguel O'Hara in the 616 universe, wherever it is that he happens to be. And so what ends up happening here is that following Miguel's story, he begins kind of experiencing, again, one of these just giant headaches. And then following his kind of leaving a big meeting and going onto the rooftop, the portal opens up. And when it does, you're basically met by the arrival of Morlun that caught up with Spider-Man 2099 from Earth 6375. It killed that alternate reality version of Miguel. And when he did, of course, he siphoned off his energy, basically, you know, taking his life force. And then Miguel, again, experiences that massive headache that basically happens whenever an alternate reality version of himself dies. And so, of course, Morlun drops the body. But it's one of the funny things here is that Miguel watches all this happen. And while it seems like Morlun is standing there for hours, in reality, it's only been a couple seconds or so. But he looks terrified. He's afraid to enter the main Marvel universe. It terrifies him because he's just been killed by Peter Parker every time he's come there. And so he doesn't actually enter. Instead, he just stays. And then eventually the portal closes and he basically walks away. But because of this, because of the fact that main Marvel universe Miguel, right, 616 Miguel, witnesses the death of his alternate reality counterpart, that he basically realizes, we've got to find Peter Parker. Now, having said that, there are a couple things that I do want to address here. First and foremost, this version of Miguel O'Hara, the main Marvel universe Miguel O'Hara, he is referred to as 616 Miguel. That's actually not accurate. Technically, he comes from Earth 928, which is in the future. Earth 2099 was initially the actual future of the main Marvel universe until Marvel started abandoning the ideas of guaranteed futures and in turn turned them into alternate realities, just possible futures. And so that's why you see stories like Marvel 2099, you see Days of Future Past, Old Man Logan, they're all referred to as alternate realities, because while any one of these universes could actually become the future of Marvel Comics, we wouldn't really know until we got to that point. And creating an absolute guaranteed future started to become a big no-no under Joe Quesada, right? It was one of those things where make it an alternate reality. It's a possible future. That way we're not locked into having to make sure that everything that we publish leads into that future. And so the other thing about this is the reason why Miguel has these headaches is because the alternate reality version of himself from 6375 had basically used exile technology across the multiverse to create a kind of headband that psychically linked every single Miguel O'Hara. Now, it wasn't as though all the Miguels knew of all the other Miguels. Instead, it allowed him to know where all the Miguels were at and what they were doing. But because of the fact that the headband was linked to the multiverse, it linked all the Miguels to him using a psychic connection. And that's why the main Marvel Universe Miguel O'Hara would experience those headaches, because he was basically getting visions of when each version of himself died. It's also the reason why when that version of Miguel with the headband died, the headache that Miguel experienced was worse than any of the others. And so again, I felt like that just kind of needed to be stated here. I know it seemed a little confusing at first, and that was one of the things that I didn't initially catch on to when we originally covered Spider-Verse, but I felt like it was something to sort of reiterate here. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and happy Thanksgiving a day early. Technically, it's not until tomorrow, but if you're anything like me, you're gonna be filling your bellies full of food, you're gonna get the itis, you're gonna get a good night's sleep, and then you're gonna wake up bright and early on Friday and try to make it to those Black Friday sales. I know I am. I got my credit card paid off and everything. I'm ready to max this thing out. I'm gonna be painfully irresponsible with my financial life on Friday. But we are officially here with the actual main Spider-Verse event. Only took us like a month to get here. So all the lead up is done, right? Basically all the lead up is finished. We're in the main event now, the throes of Spider-Verse. So we pick up with Peter Parker as he is contacted at 6 a.m. by J. Jonah Jameson, who basically sends him over to Armstrong Park. And the reason why is that in Armstrong Park, there's just some guy out there causing all kinds of problems and ripping stuff up, only for us to find out that it's Morlun. Now, here's a crazy thing about this. Right off the bat, Peter doesn't recognize him. He doesn't know who he is. Instead, Morlun just kind of taunts him the same way that he always has, and saying like, we've done this on so many Earths across the multiverse, you know, and it's almost one of these things where he's like, where he kind of explains who he is, and Peter's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. We're not even on Earth. And then in response, Morlun's like, I don't even know why I bother explaining this when all you guys do is die. And then he in turn just kills Spider-Man, only for us to find out that this is actually Earth 449. This is an alternate reality where humanity had basically colonized the moon and they live on the blue area of the moon. For those of you guys who don't know what that is, the blue area of the moon is the oxygen-rich area of the moon, right? Where you can really have entire bases of operations. The Watcher stayed there, the Inhumans lived there, Apocalypse, the X-Men villain, had a base of operations there for a while. It's been used by a lot of people. It was created by the Kree when they were working on creating the Inhumans on Earth, and it just stayed there ever since. But we end up switching back to what's basically Loom World, right? This is Earth 1. This is the base of operations for the Inheritors. This is where these guys operate out of. And again, they work directly with or really control the Master Weaver. Now remember, the Master Weaver is the guy who basically controls the gateway to alternate dimensions. The way this is depicted and the way that it's done, you have what's essentially called the Web of Life and Destiny. It's a really overly convoluted and complicated method of explaining the idea that the Master Weaver can basically allow people, or at least open a portal using the Web of Life and Destiny to transport anybody to any universe that's connected to the Web of Life and Destiny, right? So it's literally strands. Like, it looks like a giant web, but each one of these universes is basically represented as a strand as part of this web. So if you were to cut away a universe from this web and remove it, then it would be isolated from the rest of the multiverse. Now, one of the things that you guys are also going to notice over the course of the Spider-Verse event is that the Web of Life and Destiny will actually begin to shrink in size. And the reason why is because remember, while the whole of Spider-Verse is taking place, the events of Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers are going on. So universes are smashing into each other, they're being destroyed two at a time. It's just the collapse of everything, the end of everything. And it's a really, really cool depiction by Dan Slott in them to actually shrink the Web of Life and Destiny as the entire events of the incursions go on, showing us that the multiverse is getting smaller, universes are being destroyed. And of course, this leads to Morlun showing up here after basically consuming Spider-Man from Earth 449, and he's actually kind of teased by his brothers and sisters. Now, that's one of the things to know here is the Inheritor family is pretty prideful, and they're also just dicks, but it's also one of these things where they're exceedingly arrogant insofar as they're like, we're at the top of the food chain. And in a lot of ways they are. They really, really are, right? They're arrogant, but they can also back it up, right? Technically they feed, or they can feed on anything that is part of the animal totem, right? So any superhero that represents some aspect of the animal kingdom, like Panther, Spider-Man, anybody out there like that, they can feed on those individuals, but they prefer to feed on spiders. And in fact, they were directed by their father to feed on spiders and seemingly nothing else. So we'll actually get a motivation for that when we're introduced to the father of the Inheritors, because I'm gonna tell you right now, man, that dude is broken. God, he is so OP. It's nuts how cool he was. But the thing about this is his family basically knows he avoids Earth 616, right? He avoids the main Marvel universe, and they kind of tease him about it a little bit. And so at the same time, of course, you end up having Verna, who's basically one of the Inheritors who assembles her hounds. In reality, this is Dan Slott borrowing heavily from the events of Days of Future Past. And I would even go as far as to say say that because of the fact that the Inheritors have existed across the multiverse, they probably came across Days of Future Past. For those of you guys who don't know how that whole thing worked, with Days of Future Past, as we've talked about before, it was basically when things popped off, the mutants were considered a credible threat, and basically the Sentinel program was activated, became self-aware, and then conquered North America, and then basically set its sights on trying to conquer the world. But because Sentinels couldn't be everywhere, one of the things that they did is they created what were called hounds, basically mutants tasked with tracking down other mutants. Rachel Summers was one of those, right? So now she's in the main Marvel Universe as part of Jonathan Hickman's X-Men run, but when she originally appeared, she was initially a hound. She was used by the Sentinels and even some humans before the total Sentinel takeover to basically hunt other mutants and bring them in. And so that's kind of where this seems to come from. As far as these hounds go, what you have is Silver Sable, you've got Fireheart, and you've basically got Kraven the Hunter. They basically help Verna track down spider totems across the multiverse and then basically help her in her hunt. For some people and even other members of her family, it looks like it's just kind of cheating to a degree, that the nature of like hunting the spider totems should be done is like a solo act, but they've sort of moved beyond this being a sort of rite of testing or a rite of approval, and instead moved into the direction of like, now it's just for fun, right? It's just for sport, just kind of what they do. And so at that point, when Verna goes on her mission to find her spiders, you end up switching over to Peter Parker in the main Marvel Universe, right? Of course, again, he's met by the arrival of Silk. We talked about her before. The two of them can't stop banging. There's a reason for that. There's a really cool reason for that. The hierarchy and the role the spider totems play. For those of you guys who are a little curious or a little confused about the nature of spider totems, that will all become clear as we progress through the story, so don't worry. I'm not gonna leave you hanging, just kind of hang with me for a minute. But it's one of these things where Cindy Moon actually pitches the idea that because she's becoming more capable in terms of her role as a spider, that Peter Parker should like leave New York or even just leave Earth and like go to the moon or go somewhere else, right? It doesn't really matter. I mean, she's half joking here, but she's also half serious, because as long as the two of them operate in the same vicinity, they will be attracted to each other. Their hormones and really their role within the nature of the spider totem hierarchy will bring them together, and they will ultimately end up just ignoring everything and just procreating like rabbits again, right? But what you end up finding out here is that following the events of Spider Island, for those of you guys who remember that, when you had like the, you know, everybody on the island of New York literally turning into a spider, that one of the things that Dr. Octopus had done when he was Superior Spider-Man is he had largely formed his own kind of spider army. What you ended up getting was actually a whole bunch of these criminals who just stole these suits and tech. They pretended to work for Spider-Man and then robbed a bank, which is actually not the most unintelligent thing to do. It's a pretty good plan. Now, of course, Peter Parker and Cindy Moon catch up to them, but while Peter Parker is trying to apprehend these guys, suddenly he's met by Jessica Drew's Spider-Woman, as well as Anya Corazon, and then Miguel O'Hara. Now, Jessica Drew, most of you guys know from Marvel Comics, you guys have heard of her, right? She's Spider-Woman, she's an Avenger, that kind of a thing. Miguel O'Hara, we just talked about in the previous video. Anya Corazon is somebody who's actually worth discussing here. So Anya Corazon's not really an actual spider person, meaning she wasn't really bitten by a radioactive spider per se. She's actually part of a group called the Spider Society, which has existed for a long time. So if the Inheritors hunt down spider totems and then kill them and consume their energy, then the Spider Society is the antithesis of that. They actually worship spider totems. And so while they wouldn't necessarily attack anybody out there who is a quote unquote villain, they will fight anybody who is considered to be a threat to anybody who's an actual spider person. Now, the other thing about this is that for the Spider Society to be effective, they had what are called hunters, which were basically their soldiers. And they were individuals who were imbued with what was essentially mysticism that gave them the powers of a spider. And that's where Anya Corazon comes from. Initially, it was believed that she was supposed to be a hunter. That ended up changing later on in Marvel Comics. They actually switched it to a new person instead of her. But for a time, she was pretty cool and pretty popular. The overall gist here is that there's all kinds of members of the spider community here. More so than that, you get Billy Braddock, right? So Spider UK, which we've talked about him, we've covered him. Mayday Parker, we covered her. Spider-Ham is here. Like, it's just this enormous coming together of all these different spider characters. Now, here's the thing to understand. Peter Parker doesn't know what's going on with all the different Spider-Man being hunted across the multiverse. He has no idea that's happening. He doesn't even know that like the entire spider army is being assembled. Remember, Peter Parker's just got his body back from when Dr. Octopus had it as Superior Spider-Man. And so where Dr. Octopus, Superior Spider-Man, was assembling this great big huge spider army, this all happened without Peter Parker being aware of what was going on. He initially thinks it's Mysterio, that Mysterio's messing with his head. He's using some kind of trick or something like that to dupe Spider-Man's spider sense and to basically send send all this stuff into disarray and make it look like this kind of thing is going on, which really speaks volumes about the character of Mysterio because he could do it, right? That's just how good he is. Now, of course, this leads to Mayday Parker revealing her identity and basically telling Peter, no, right? Like, we are actually here. It's not some kind of an illusion. You know me, you've met me before, everything's cool. Essentially, we really do have a big thing going on. We need you here, right? And that's when Spider UK is like, you faced the threat before, like, it's Morlun. Like, Morlun is who we have to deal with. Now, where Peter thinks that Morlun is coming back, the response to Spider UK is, no, it's not Morlun who's coming here, it's his brother Deimos. And that's when Peter begins to learn Morlun's got relatives. Remember, up until this point, this moment right here, Peter only thought it was Morlun. He thought that was it, right? Morlun was like just the inheritor, that like Ezekiel Sims, the person who warned Peter Parker about Morlun in the early days of J. Michael Straczynski's run, when all of this really began, if we're being honest with ourselves, that there wasn't really a whole lot of discussion about the extended family of Morlun. It was really just, Morlun is hunting you, Peter, make sure you stay safe because he'll take your energy and kill you, right? That's basically what he'll do. And so it was just kind of Peter fleeing for his life against Morlun, then eventually fighting him, and then killing him a handful of times. And so this is the first time Peter learns that there's actually a huge inheritor family, and there's more than just Morlun, that there's actually other people there. And so the response is, yes, Peter, like, Morlun's brother is coming here, there is a big inheritor family, we have to go. Like, you have to get to this portal, we need to take off as fast as we possibly can. Now, at that point, you switch over to Wundagore Mountain in Eastern Europe, right, the home of the High Evolutionary, and you pick up with Kane. Now, here's the thing about Kane, right? Kane, Ben Reilly, all these guys. So here's the thing about this. So back in the 1990s, and we've actually got these videos covered here on the channel, and they're part of the Spider-Man playlist if you want to check them out after this video. But what you had was a story called the Clone Saga, probably one of the most reviled stories among Spider-Man fans, right? It's one of those where it was just, it was only supposed to be like maybe a 12 or 13 issue series, and they ended up expanding it, and it spanned like 3 years, right? It was just, it ballooned up to being unnecessarily large. But the overall gist here is that Kane and Ben Reilly were clones of Peter Parker that were created by the Jackal. And the idea was to basically screw with the head of Peter to even convince him that he himself was a clone. And so the whole gist behind the story was it was Marvel asking us as the reader, which one of these guys is the actual real Peter Parker? Because you didn't know which one it was. You didn't know if it was Ben Reilly, you didn't know if it was Kane, and you didn't know if it was Peter Parker. Again, that's one of the reasons why it wasn't very well received. But Kane is just kind of here as part of Mount Wundagore, basically keeping all the people here protected, and then he's met by Deimos, who basically begins the process of trying to kill him and consume his energy. Now, as he goes in for the kill against Kane, that's when you end up getting Bruce Banner from Earth 7105, who's not a Hulk, but he is a Spider-Man, the Old Man Spider of Earth 4, whose identity is never given to us, and then a few others. You've of course got Gwen Stacy, Spider-Gwen, who's here as well, and that as they're basically trying to protect Kane and then fight off Deimos, you've got Ben Reilly who steps in. Right now, this is the Spider-Man of Earth 94, so it's not the main Marvel Universe version of Peter Parker. He's been recruited here by the other members of the Spider-Man army, so that's why you have a Ben Reilly here. It's not the Ben Reilly, just a Ben Reilly from an alternate reality. But for the most part, during this whole conflict, Bruce Banner from this alternate reality is killed, right? Or at least his back is broken, so they basically leave him for dead. There's nothing they can do. And in reality, it's not really a kind of coldness that leads them to do that. It's because it's just practicality, right? That if they were to stay there and they were to fight Deimos, they would lose more than just one guy. And so ultimately, it's one of those things where it's like, we can't sacrifice the entire team for just one individual, right? Like, it sucks we got to leave him behind, but we do. And so what you end up getting is all these guys going through this portal and then showing up in Central Park in Earth 13. Now, Earth 13 is probably one of the coolest universes that you don't really get a whole lot of exposition about. Instead, this is the story where Peter Parker never lost the Enigma Force. So back in 1989, well, really December of 1989, running into 1990, Marvel had a story called Acts of Vengeance. And this is basically a story where Loki brought together all the different villains, or at least the most popular villains of Marvel Comics, and then switched around who they were going to fight and had them fight against different heroes. And so during this time, what you had was a manifestation of the Enigma Force. Now, the Enigma Force is exactly what you think it is, right? It's a super powerful force of energy, but we don't really know much about it outside of the fact that it basically comes from the microverse, right? Like literally a microscopic universe inside the main Marvel universe. But the overall gist here is that whenever the Enigma Force appears, it's like the Watcher showing up, right? Like, it's a significant thing. During the Acts of Vengeance storyline, the Enigma Force possessed Spider-Man because it was on the hunt for a person that it needed to possess. And it's one of those things where the Enigma Force does that. It'll appear and then it'll bond to a person and then a successive series of people until it finally settles on a compatible host. Peter Parker happened to be one of those. And it was actually a really cool thing. There was one point where he punched the Incredible Hulk like into space. It was amazing. But basically, Earth 13 is a universe where Peter never lost the Enigma Force, where he basically held on to it, seemingly even all the way up to this point, right? He's just super powerful. Now, one of the things to know is the Enigma Force has been shown to be capable in different capacities over the years, so it's really inconsistent in terms of its power level. But a lot of what's going on here is just hitting Peter Parker exceedingly hard because it's a lot to happen at one time. Basically, in a matter of what we could probably attribute to being 20 minutes or so, he's met all these alternate reality versions of himself, including an animated version of himself who's a pig, right? It's cool to see Ben Reilly again, an alternate reality version of himself that basically never became or never got rid of the Enigma Force. And then while all that's going on, when he's asked the question like why, you know, why am I here, right? Like, why is this whole big thing being assembled? He's told, because the Inheritors are here, right? Like, one of the things he's told by Spider-Man from Earth 13 is that because the Enigma Force is part and parcel to a universe, if he were to leave his universe, that he would basically lose the power of the Enigma Force. He would just become a regular Spider-Man. And that's why Earth 13 is a safe haven, because this guy is a cosmic character. And his argument is, if the Inheritors were to show up here to this reality, I would obliterate them. It'd be a fool's errand, right? It'd be a suicide mission. And that's why they use this as a safe place. But he says, this battle that's happening, Peter, this war with like all this stuff, the Inheritors, we have you here because you're our secret weapon. You're the greatest of us all, right? You're the only one who's ever faced against Morlun and survived. Not only that, actually killed him a couple times. And then beyond that, there's actually a much bigger role that Peter's going to play as part of this great big huge Spider-Verse event. That's when I say the spider totems will be explained. But what we end up doing here is switching over to an alternate reality. It's labeled as Earth 610. For those of you guys who read the original Spider-Verse event, you guys know it's actually 1610. Why does 1610 matter? Because, ladies and gentlemen, this universe is home to what I consider to be the greatest spider character ever made in the history of Marvel Comics, none other than Miles Morales. Yes, it is. And Miles Morales is about to have a very, very terrible experience because as he is mourning the loss of his mother, Rio Morales, because this takes place right when his mom dies, you've immediately got the arrival of Verna and all of her hounds that just come pouring in with the intention of killing Miles, killing this reality's version of Jessica Drew, who's basically a clone of Peter Parker, consuming their energies and walking away. She's my cherry pie, cool drink of water, such a sweet surprise, tastes so good, make a grown man cry, sweet cherry pie. Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing today? As you guys can tell, I'm in much better spirits. I'm still a little nasally, but I'm in much, much better spirits. Also, for a couple of reasons. One, because I get to see an early screening of Spider-Man No Way Home this weekend for the press junket, which is going to be cool. So I get to interview the cast. No idea who I'm going to interview yet. And two, I have a theory about Spider-Man No Way Home that I'm going to talk about over at Geek Culture Explained, probably on Wednesday. So here's the thing. Let us continue with our discussion on Spider-Verse, specifically where we picked off with last time when I left you guys on a massive cliffhanger, which was Verna of the Inheritors, basically going after Miles Morales, the ultimate Spider-Man. Now, as soon as this happens, you immediately are met by the arrival of Assassin Spider-Man and Spider-Punk, right? Punk Rock Spider-Man. But these guys basically show up and they're able to fight off Verna and her forces pretty quickly. And then of course, they immediately recruit Miles as well as Jessica Drew from the Ultimate Universe. And we'll talk about her here in a second. But one of the funny things about this is that Miles recognizes Superior Spider-Man, and he recognizes him from the events of Cataclysm. Well, technically it was Cataclysm, the Ultimate's last stand, and Miles Morales only saw Superior Spider-Man for like 2 seconds while he was trying to escape the Baxter Building in the main Marvel Universe when they were time displaced to an alternate reality after Wolverine broke time in Age of Ultron. There was a lot that happened in Cataclysm. The important thing is Miles Morales didn't know that was Superior Spider-Man. He thought it was just regular Peter Parker wearing a different costume, albeit a better costume. But the important thing here is that because they're basically on the verge of death, this leads to Miles and Jessica Drew basically going alongside Superior Spider-Man and everybody else. Now, at that point, you switch over to Earth 13. This is something that I want to clarify for everybody because it's something that seemed to throw people off in the last few videos that we did. And this is largely my fault for not making this a little clear. What you have here are basically two teams of Spider-Men that by and large don't seem to be aware of the other. That you've got Superior Spider-Man and his team, and then you've got this team that grabbed Peter Parker and have him in the safe zone for Earth 13. So that's something that I wanted to sort of explain here. Now, the other thing that goes on is, again, we'll kind of explain this as we go forward into the future of the Spider-Verse event. But one of the things that's going on here here is that, again, they refer to Peter Parker as basically their chosen one. And this is for a couple different reasons, but the most significant reason is because he's the only Spider-Man across the entirety of the multiverse, seemingly, that's faced off against an Inheritor and not only lived, but actually killed them. Remember, Morlun's died a couple times at the hands of Spider-Man. And so because of that, he's kind of like the guy that they're really picking to sort of lead them into the whole thing, because he seems to be the one to actually know how to win. Now, while all that's going on, you of course have Cindy Moon. And again, because of the fact that she's the bride as part of the Spider Totems, again, we'll explain that in future videos, that what happens is she actually kind of pokes around at these different versions of Peter Parker. And the reason why is because, as we discussed again in a previous video, Peter Parker from the main Marvel universe gives off a kind of scent, a sort of pheromone that draws Cindy Moon to him. And so the two of them just can't stop knocking boots. And so Cindy Moon's question is, if she's in close proximity to other Spider-Man, will it have the exact same effect? In the end, it doesn't really seem to be the case, that she does pick up on pheromones and there is some general level of attraction, but Dan Slott doesn't really differentiate between her just kind of being like, I mean, that version of Peter Parker is hot, and her just kind of being like, I need to get with them, right? Because of like the pheromones and all that kind of stuff. The other part of this is that with the team becoming aware of the fact that there is a second team of Spider-Man out there, their goal is to bring them to this universe. Because remember, Earth 13 is home to Cosmic Spider-Man, basically a version of Peter Parker with the power cosmic, the Enigma Force, right? He never lost it in this universe like he did in the main Marvel universe. And one of the things that's been established here is that because this version of Peter Parker has so much power, the Inheritors would be foolish to come here and to basically start a conflict. And so in a lot of ways, they're literally in just like this giant steel vault, right? Where they're basically safe from the Inheritors. The other Spider team, it's like they're hiding out in a hut made of straw, right? I mean, it's only a matter of time before the Inheritors find them. And when they do, they'll overpower all of them, especially if the Inheritors show up in a large number. And so you basically end up seeing the group splitting off into teams. Now, there's a couple things that happen here. One, Cindy Moon is told to stay put, just because of the concern being that with her having her pheromones and all that kind of stuff, that it could lead the Inheritors to them. And again, that ties into the nature of the totems. But the other part is Peter Parker doesn't want Spider-Gwen to go, because as you guys know, Gwen Stacy died in his universe. And so in a lot of ways, it's kind of Peter Parker just not wanting to relive the death of Gwen Stacy. One of those things where he almost kind of believes in like predestination, that like Gwen Stacy across the multiverse is destined to die. He doesn't really say it that that's the case. You know, we're not really even told that's the case. In all honesty, the continued existence of Gwen Stacy seems to fly in the face of that. But because of the fact that it was a huge ordeal for him, he doesn't want to have to experience that again, let alone put her in jeopardy if he doesn't need to. And so what ends up happening is you basically switch over to the team of Superior Spider-Man when all the other Spider-Men emerge. Now, here's an important thing to understand. As soon as Peter Parker from the main Marvel universe shows up here, he immediately recognizes Superior Spider-Man, but he doesn't say anything, right? So Superior Spider-Man does not know this is Peter Parker, who gets his body back at a future point in time. At this point, Superior Spider-Man is just kind of operating under the idea that he will basically be Spider-Man forever, right? Or until his body gives out and he dies, whatever it is, but he doesn't really have to worry about losing his body again to Peter Parker. More so than that, what ends up happening is that Superior Spider-Man had actually developed a device that basically masked their scent from the Inheritors. So the Inheritors could show up on this world, and unless they're able to physically locate the individual Spider-Man under the protection of Superior Spider-Man, they would never be found. The problem here is that this device is designed to protect a particular number of people. It only has so much power to it. With all these other Spider-Men showing up here, it overrides the whole thing. That combined with the fact that Cindy Moon ignores her orders and shows up in this universe is basically ringing the dinner bell, right? It's like giant purple letters across the multiverse telling the Inheritors, hey, we're all here. And the Inheritors just come pouring in, right? I mean, really, it's only Deimos who shows up here, but Deimos shows up and starts attacking everybody. Now, here's a big difference. When it comes to Superior Spider-Man, one of the things that we covered when we initially covered his run, one of the things that was made apparent to us by Dan Slott is he does not mess around, that he is meticulous when it comes to battle strategy. And the reason why is because Dr. Octopus is so incredibly intelligent. And we'd have to believe that when he began to realize that Spider-Man from across the multiverse were being tracked down and killed by the Inheritors, it wasn't enough to assemble a team. He also had to have some kind of battle strategy for what they could do when they faced off against the Inheritors, because we saw them fight against some of the Inheritors and they were overwhelmed pretty quickly. But as always, Dr. Octopus learned from his mistakes and then went forward from there. And so that's why you see him basically barking orders at these different Spider-Men to attack in different ways. And by and large, while they don't necessarily get the upper hand on Deimos, they do exactly what they were supposed to do, which was create an opening whereby Superior Spider-Man could deliver the killing blow. And he succeeds. He kills Deimos, right? He kills one of the Inheritors. And that's kind of a funny thing because right off the bat, the response to that is something's wrong, that this body should have basically broken down. It's Peter Parker who recognizes it, right? In the various conflicts that he's had and in the times when Morlun has died, his body has dissolved. And so that's one of the big questions is why hasn't the body of Deimos broken down here? Now, of course, the response, and really this is actually something that's noticed by Miguel O'Hara, that there's what's basically a stasis charge. That what had happened is Dr. Octopus had augmented his weaponry in the Superior Spider-Man suit with 2099 technology. And so what this has basically done is it's put the body of Deimos in a kind of stasis. And so what this means is they can take the body and then literally analyze it, study it. They can learn how the physiology of the Inheritors work, which is probably one of the best possible things they could have at their disposal, right? They can find a weakness. They can reverse engineer how their powers work and find a way to prevent the Inheritors from siphoning off the life force of the Spider-Man themselves. There's any number of ways they can approach this. Now, the other thing about that is that Peter Parker is not a fan of Superior Spider-Man killing Deimos. Now, again, this to a degree is kind of the naive nature of Peter Parker, that if this was just some random criminal out there, sure, I guess an argument could be made. But you're literally talking about a force of beings that are tracking them down, and that unless they're killed or stopped, incapacitated in some way, they will never stop. They will always come after them. And so this is one of those circumstances where the only way to stop them is to kill them. But the other big problem is they realize that the scent of Cindy Moon, of Silk, is basically more potent than any of the other Spider-Men here, or at least that seems to be the case. And so for the most part, they are all kind of grasping at straws. And it's one of the things that Old Man Spider says, right? We don't really know the identity of this guy. We simply know they refer to him as Old Man. We'll find out who he is here in a minute. But he basically says, like, it doesn't matter what any of you believe. You're fumbling around in the dark. You have no idea what's actually happening, but I need to explain it to you. But in typical comic book fashion, this guy's killed. Not only is he killed, he's killed by Deimos. And so what we end up finding out here is that the Inheritors have found a way to clone themselves, that in order to ensure that they won't be killed in any one particular universe, basically learning the lessons of what happened to Morlun, they send what are essentially clone bodies of themselves out into the multiverse in order to track down and kill these various Spider-Men, so that if one of these Inheritors are killed, a clone takes their place. So they never have to worry about actually dying off as a race. It's a genius maneuver. It's an incredibly intelligent thing to do. And so with the other Inheritors showing up as well, basically totaling in 3, the only thing these Spider-Men can do is run. And so they actually start breaking off into groups. The first group that breaks off is Ben Reilly, one of the clones of Peter Parker from an alternate reality, and Kane, the clone of Peter Parker from the main Marvel universe, along with Jessica Drew, who's a clone of Peter Parker from the Ultimate Universe. They break off to go try to find the clone factory where it is these Inheritors are being created. Other members of the Spider-Man team start breaking off as well, right? You've got Jessica Drew, you've got Cindy Moon. They break off and do their thing. They kind of start splitting into factions, right? Spider-Man Noir actually ends up going with them. This was basically Marvel just kind of splitting the team off in order to launch tie-in comics, which we will cover. And in fact, we'll transition to one of those here in a second. But what you actually end up learning here as Peter Parker begins to make his escape, and Miles Morales, of course, goes through and all that kind of stuff, that he's stopped by Old Man Spider, who actually turns out to be Ezekiel from an alternate reality. Now, again, Ezekiel was the one who first introduced Peter Parker in the main Marvel universe to everything involving the Inheritors in the first place, that the Inheritors existed, they were tracking down Spider-Man, all that kind of stuff, right? All that work that J. Michael Straczynski did that led into the run of Dan Slott and this Spider-Verse event, it all harkens back to the original Ezekiel. This version of Ezekiel is from a reality where Morlun successfully killed that universe's version of Peter Parker. And so he basically donned the Spider-Man costume, or at least some variation of it, in order to carry on the legacy of Peter Parker. But what he says and what he does is kind of give him not really a list of names so much as a list of titles. He says the Scion, the Other, the Bride, they're all that matter. These individuals have to be kept safe. That's something that I want you guys to keep in the back of your head. But of course, again, what this does is it leads to us basically following the clones themselves, right? Following Jessica Drew, following Ben Reilly, and Kane. Now again, Jessica Drew is basically a clone of Peter Parker from an alternate universe from the Ultimate Ultimate Universe. And in all honesty, she's basically Black Widow by all standards of measurement, right? Like the Ultimate Universe version of that character. And now that I think about it, I feel like that does deserve a little bit of explanation. So the way this worked in the Ultimate Universe is you did have a Natasha Romanoff. You did have a Black Widow. It turned out that in Ultimates 2, issues 10 through 13, that she was actually a traitor, and she ended up basically assisting the Liberators, kind of like this invading group, to topple the United States, which for the most part they were successful in doing, as payback for the United States basically toppling the Soviet Union. Ultimately, she was injured by Iron Man, and then she was killed in Ultimates 2, issue number 13 by Hawkeye. And so really it was more young Ultimates than anything else, but technically it first happened in All New Ultimates Volume 1. She donned the moniker of Black Widow and then went forward from there. It was a way for Marvel to kind of move her away from being like the clone of Peter Parker in the Ultimate Universe to basically having like her own identity and her own character. It was cool for what it was. I didn't really care what moniker she had. I just loved the character in general. But all these guys, or at least the three of them, basically show up in this alternate universe here. And once they get in there, what they're expecting, because it seems to be the home world of the Inheritors, at least from where they're coming from, what they're expecting is basically this kind of Earth where like it's fire and brimstone and they've conquered everything and all that kind of stuff. But when they get out there, what they find is that it actually looks kind of like a utopia, like a technological utopia. And it's kind of a crazy thing because of course with Kane the Scarlet Spider, he doesn't really need to hide himself per se because he's got a suit that basically makes him invisible. But for Jessica Drew and Ben Reilly, if they go swinging through what is supposed to be the home world of the Inheritors, the race of beings that are trying to kill them, they'll do nothing but draw attention to themselves, right? And so right off the bat, they're like, okay, we need to basically hide. And so of course they end up donning some smocks from hospitals, right? So basically hospital garb with their back ends hanging out, which is always the most embarrassing thing ever. But as they get in there, you end up finding out that this world is basically ruled by Genix. Now, Genix is a member of the Inheritor race, but he's more of like the scientific member of the Inheritor race, right? Like their main science guy. The other thing that's also discovered here is that while they're making their way through this building, they end up seeing all these individuals who are essentially clones. And they're really in like a very docile state with Genix on a screen talking about how you are elegant, you're a part of a big complex system, different things along those lines. We're not really given a lot of information insofar as how this world functions, at least at the moment. Instead, they end up drawing the attention of one of the science guys who's actually this reality's version of Max Modell, the guy who leads Horizon Labs in the main Marvel universe, and is actually a kind of, well, I wouldn't say father figure, but very much a mentor for Peter Parker. They end up getting his attention, and then in turn, everything starts to pop off, right? They basically web this guy up, their cover's blown, and they take off. Now at that point, because of the fact that they're basically encountering like, you know, security and all that kind of stuff, they have to redon their suits, and the jig is up, right? Like everybody knows that like Spider-Man are here now, and that of course leads to the arrival of Iron Man, which is a crazy thing to see that in this universe, Iron Man exists. And it's one of the things that's very easy to forget when it comes to the Inheritors. They have no desire to kill like Iron Man or like Captain America or any of those guys. They track spider characters. Now, if in some alternate reality, the Avengers get in the way of the Inheritors trying to kill that version of Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, Spider-Girl, whoever, they'll kill the Avengers, right? They'll kill whoever they need to in order to get to their target. And again, that ties into the benefit of clone bodies, that if that Inheritor were killed, their clone would come back with the knowledge of how it was they died and some means to overcome those forces and try again. The response of Iron Man is basically one of immediately attacking them. Now, of course, they get the upper hand on him, they're able to subdue him, and then in turn, it becomes a big interrogation of what Iron Man knows, how this world works, but he's not really dumping a whole lot of information. All he really says is that in this reality, Genix basically runs the world, and that Genix operates out of the Baxter Building, which, as most of you guys know, is traditionally the home of the Fantastic Four. The other thing about this, and what's kind of crazy, is the question is asked like, Tony Stark, how did you get like this? And while we're not really given a definitive answer, the explanation that's offered here is that most likely what happened is Tony Stark in this universe was probably killed. And this is a clone of that version of Tony Stark. That in fact, most every citizen on this planet is likely a clone designed to be docile, designed to never resist the control of Genix himself. That Genix isn't really viewed as like a god among these people, but is certainly viewed as a person whose authority is beyond contestation. And so this again basically leads to the clones heading towards the Baxter Building. Now this actually leads to a pretty genius maneuver where you actually have them strip Tony Stark of his armor, and then Ben Reilly dons the armor himself and then pretends to lead them in as what are basically prisoners. It's a pretty smart maneuver, right? It's a very intelligent thing to do, because when that happens, basically Jessica Drew breaks free and it's like, oh my God, she's free, somebody stop her, right? And then like while security's dealing with her, you have Ben Reilly in the Iron Man suit basically taking Kane and then leading him to quote unquote the prison cells, which allows Jessica Drew to basically do her thing and buy them as much time as they possibly can. The problem here is that while you would expect Ben Reilly in his Iron Man suit and Kane to be able to sort of move through the building almost at their leisure, so long as it's being treated like like Iron Man escorting a prisoner, and investigate the place, learn more about the planet, where they're at, where the clone factory is that's creating these Inheritor clones so they can destroy it, all that kind of stuff, they're suddenly met by the arrival of Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, who is, quite likely in this universe, one of the most powerful beings on the planet. I would even argue Johnny Storm is probably one of the most powerful beings across the Marvel multiverse, right? That guy, he's just super powerful. Like Johnny Storm in any universe is ridiculously OP. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Amazing Spider-Man. Yes, we are. And this one's cool because we basically get to see Superior Spider-Man versus like Spider-Man. It's like Spider-Man versus Spider-Man. It's cool, man, right? So in the last video, we basically had this instance where Superior Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus, had basically stepped up and said he was the one that was gonna run the show. Because at the end of the day, when it came down to it, the Inheritors being killed was the only way to really stop them. And that he really viewed Peter Parker in a lot of ways as a half measure, that he's not really willing to go to the limit and do what it takes to stop a force that will do everything they can to kill him. And that's the real philosophical difference between the two. And it's one of the cool things, right? We've talked about that before, that when you have heroes like Spider-Man versus Superior Spider-Man, the big dichotomy between the two is that Superior Spider-Man will not kill on a whim, right? It's not as though Superior Spider-Man is going to kill a bank robber. That's not really what we're talking about. We're not going with that level of an extreme. The response of Superior Spider-Man here is that the Inheritors will do everything they can to kill us. That's literally what they do. They don't want to take us prisoner and use us as like a source of slave labor. No, they want to like consume our life force, which will leave us dead. The only way to stop them is to find a way to kill them. And the response of Peter Parker is, no, we have to be better than that. Now, if we were talking about Dr. Octopus saying that he wanted to kill like Electro, whose schemes and machinations to a degree may result in a loss of life, but more than anything, they're usually just a kind of general menace to Spider-Man, you can make a credible argument there that I probably wouldn't follow, but you can make a credible argument that like those guys shouldn't be killed. But against a force that will continually do everything it can to destroy you, the only way to defeat it is to kill it. And that's the big difference between those individuals that have what it takes to actually succeed and those who don't, right? Those who are half measures. And Peter Parker is a half measure here. Now, of course, this leads to a fight breaking out between the two. And it's kind of a funny thing because what happens over the course of this conflict is that Dr. Octopus keeps making references to Peter Parker as his past self. And that's when Peter comes to the realization Dr. Octopus doesn't know that Peter gets his body back. He doesn't know that Dr. Octopus loses possession of the body of Peter Parker. He doesn't know that this version of Peter Parker is actually from his future as opposed to his past. And to a degree, Peter actually starts to use that to his advantage. That if Superior Spider-Man knew that this is Peter from his future, he would probably kill him. To be honest with you guys, like he would probably have destroyed him. At this point in his story, it's kind of hard to tell because in the progression of Superior Spider-Man up to this point, he had moved away from being your stereotypical Dr. Octopus villain and basically became a hero. That happened in a lot of different ways from a lot of different things, right? Anna Maria Marconi is a really good example of that, the character that kind of provided a softer edge to Dr. Octopus, although I would argue it took away his ruthlessness, as well as basically learning that Peter Parker was pulling his punches, right? If you guys recall when Superior Spider-Man got into a fight with the Scorpion and literally punched his jaw off of his face and then realized that Peter Parker could have beat them all to death at any point in time and just simply chose not to, like that kind of a thing, right? So kind of learning really the tried and true lesson that was being taught to Peter by Uncle Ben, that with great power must come great responsibility, and basically becoming a good guy. But in this instance, Peter Parker represents an existential threat to the continued existence of Superior Spider-Man. And even if for no other reason than like self-preservation, I could see him killing Peter, or at least interrogating him and trying to find out how it is that Peter got his body back, and then trying to prevent that from happening, and then probably killing Peter at the same time. So regardless, it's a pretty interesting circumstance, pretty cool thing. Now, ultimately, of course, as you would expect, because, you know, Peter Parker is the star of the show, Peter Parker overcomes Dr. Octopus. He's able to overpower him. Now, Dan Slott doesn't make this some kind of throwaway thing where he's like, you know, I'm Peter Parker and I'm powered by hope and goodness, and so I win. The way Peter Parker overcomes Superior Spider-Man is he actually just stops and gives up. And the reason why is because if Dr. Octopus genuinely believes that Peter is his past self, and if Peter Parker were to die, then how would Dr. Octopus come into existence? He would literally destroy himself, right? He would end his reign as Superior Spider-Man by basically killing his younger self. Now, Dan Slott's being a little fast and loose with this, because one of the things that Marvel has routinely established over the years is that if you make a change to the timeline, all it's really gonna do is just create a branch timeline. And so all that would really happen here, at least if we go with our general knowledge of Marvel Comics, if Superior Spider-Man killed Peter Parker, then it would just lead to an alternate reality where he never became Superior Spider-Man, and Peter Parker had died in an earlier date. Most likely, they would just never manifest. They would just never be there, right? You would never see them because both of them would cease to exist by nature of the circumstance. And so literally, you would just have Superior Spider-Man standing over the body of Peter Parker, and that would basically be it. But for the sake of the story, it's basically crafted in such a way where Dan Slott's like, okay, yeah, Superior Spider-Man's not gonna kill his younger self because he believes in paradoxes. And so because of that, it gives Peter the upper hand where he basically takes out Dr. Octopus. Now, following that, we switch over to Earth 13989. This reality is not overly significant, but it does deal with Karn. Now remember, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with our discussion about Morlun, about the Inheritors, different things like that, the nature of Karn and the reason why he wears this helmet is that prior to the Master Weaver that currently exists to basically allow the Inheritors to travel throughout the multiverse, there was a previous version of this guy. And that Karn and the Inheritors had basically tracked this guy down and intended to kill him and then basically replace him with an inheritor of their own that would essentially give them free reign across the multiverse to track down Spider-Man wherever they could find them. And so during that initial skirmish with the original Master Weaver, it was revealed that unlike the other inheritors that enjoy the idea of like killing spider totems and virtually any animal totem, but spider totems in particular, Karn didn't. That he was actually a breakaway from his family. He didn't like what it was that they did, and he actually condemned it, but he kept that to himself because he knew if he came out publicly, his family would probably kill him or they would shun him or something along those lines. And so once this became general knowledge, once the original Master Weaver revealed this to the rest of the Inheritors, basically a helmet was thrown on the head of Karn, and he's almost playing the role of Sisyphus, right? Like constantly pushing the boulder up, and then once it gets near the top, it comes back down again. That his job is to literally travel the multiverse and just attack as many Spider-Men as he possibly can and kill as many spider totems as he possibly can. But the reality here is that because he's considered such a shameful being among the Inheritors, that his father will probably never bring him back. That this will be a fate that he will just be left to endure forever to try to gain his father's respect and just constantly keep along that path. Of course, that will change, but the result of this is that with everything happening, of course, Morlun coming back and so on, that the father of the Inheritors, who we haven't really seen much of before, actually addresses the idea of Morlun refusing to go to Earth 616 because he's been killed there twice by Peter Parker. And that's where the father of the Inheritors is like, okay, like, you know, it's time to stop being nice, right? It's time to stop like playing with these guys and kind of doing this cat and mouse game and all that kind of stuff. We know where they are. We know they're in their safe universe. Let's just go and get them, right? Let's just go and attack them, which really kind of begs the question, what circumstance would it be that it would just, that he would literally break into a universe or show up in a universe where one of those Spider-Men has the power of like the Enigma Force, right? Where he's basically a cosmic god. How powerful could this guy really be? Or how foolish could they really be, right? It's only ever one or the other. But the result of this is that Peter actually extends an olive branch to Superior Spider-Man, kind of jumping back to those two again. And the result is just seemingly out of respect or what have you, Superior Spider-Man and Peter actually start working together. And despite the fact that they recognize that they're in a universe where this version of Spider-Man never lost the Enigma Force and is absurdly powerful, the most powerful of them all, at the end of the day, it's still a foolish idea to keep them all confined to a singular location. Because if something were to happen and this guy were to be destroyed by just some crazy circumstance, who really knows, then suddenly they would basically be left defenseless. More so than that, if the Inheritors decided to just launch an attack, which they would most likely do, and we know they are doing, especially because of the fact that they have clones, meaning they can always find a way to come back, it's only a matter of time before they whittle their forces down. Because where the Inheritors can come back by way of of clones. Once any one of these Spider-Men are dead, they're dead. There's no coming back, and there's no way to replenish your number. So the smart move here by Peter Parker is to say, we need to basically go to different locations. We need to ensure we can maintain communication across the multiverse, but we need to be in different places. We can't all operate out of one singular safe house and basically cross our fingers, hoping it works for the best. The other thing about this is that where he had basically used the cloaking technology of Superior Spider-Man, the question he has for Doc Ock is there a way to reverse engineer this so it can actually detect Inheritors? So we can basically see them coming before they get here, right? So if a universe is a house, they don't have to wait for the Inheritors to like smash down the door before they know they're there. They can actually see the Inheritors coming as they get onto the street, right? Like once they turn onto the block, then it's like, oh my God, the Inheritors are coming. And so again, it's one of those things where Doc Ock's like, I'm way ahead of you. Like I already did that. And in fact, I know where their homeworld is. The problem is we can't go there because if we did, they would probably eradicate us. They would destroy us. And so the result of this is Peter actually concocts a plan. He's like, okay, so one, we don't have every single Spider-Man from across the multiverse. And two, the Inheritors, because they're still tracking them, they know where these guys are. So we basically have to race them there, right? We have to grab more Spider-Man. So what he actually does here is he tasks Miles Morales and Spider-Man from the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon show. Yes, the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon show, like he's in this comic, which is amazing. He actually tasks them with going out into the multiverse and finding as many Spider-Man as they possibly can. Now that story continues on in Spider-Verse Team Up, and it's an amazing story. Technically it kind of begins here, and we can kind of go into this a little bit. Basically they end up on Earth 67, which is cool. You guys will recognize this one here in a second, but they basically show up on Earth 67. They're kind of making their way around. They realize they're in the 60s. There's like one building that says Daily Bugle, and there's like only one building with a sign on it. And so they're like, okay, well, I mean, I wonder where Peter Parker's gonna be, you know? And we basically find out they're in like the 1960s Spider-Man cartoon universe, which is awesome because that version of Spider-Man is amazing. I loved him in Spider-Verse. He was so awesome. But then you kind of switch back to Earth 13, right? Now, showing up here, this is basically the Inheritors making their move. Now, the ones who show up are basically Solace, Morlun, and Genix. Of course, Morlun we've talked about extensively. Genix we've covered already, is basically like the scientific guy of the Inheritors. Solace we have not covered. He's simply just the father of the Inheritors. Now, this is one of the more disappointing things, and I'm gonna nip this in the bud right off the bat. We never get a true definitive origin of the Inheritors in this story. And that's what was kind of disappointing about it, is like they're just there. And I remember reading through the entirety of like Spider-Verse, and I was like as it was coming out, and I was like, when do we get like a one-shot origin of the Inheritors, right? Like Dan Slott writing, once upon a time on Earth 1, there was a guy who was a dick, and he was really hungry, and he ate Spider-Man, and then he realized he tasted good, and then started doing it across the multiverse. You know, something along those lines, you know, just some kind of like one-shot origin for his character. But we never really get a one-shot origin for the Inheritors themselves. The closest we get is when they killed the original Master Weaver. But Solace showing up here is one of those things where seemingly, if it was like Genix who just stumbled into this universe, not realizing that it was guarded by like Cosmic Spider-Man, or if it was like Morlun who had done it or something like that, they probably would have retreated. There is a chance they would have attacked this Cosmic Spider-Man and their body probably would have been destroyed. But in the end, like Solace is fearless. He basically sends in Morlun and Genix and is like, kill as many as you possibly can. If you die, it's fine, we'll resurrect you. Not a great big huge deal, right? We'll literally bring you back with a clone. As far as like Cosmic Spider-Man goes, he basically ends up like showing up. Like he literally just like establishes this power, right? Just kind of like goes against Solace, tries to attack him, and Solace withstands the full brunt of his attack. Like literally withstands the power of the Enigma Force. Now, this was Dan Slott again, kind of playing it fast and loose. If we're being honest with ourselves, the purpose of the Enigma Force, while its power has waxed and waned over the years, it allows an individual to wield enough power to where they can affect the fundamental probabilities and forces of the universe itself. It makes a person absurdly powerful. If you were to use the peak capabilities of the Enigma Force, you'd be one of the most powerful beings in the universe. We're not told if that's really what this version of Spider-Man is capable of. Again, this version of Spider-Man is based off of the Acts of Vengeance storyline where Peter Parker gained the Enigma Force, and this is basically a continuation of that story in an alternate reality where Peter never lost the Enigma Force. The only thing we saw Peter do with that level of power, he punched the Incredible Hulk out of the earth, and that's it. We didn't see him fight Galactus or anything along those lines. Different people have wielded the Enigma Force in different ways, but this version of Peter seems to be a continuation of the one from Acts acts of vengeance. And so while he does have the Enigma Force, and while he is very powerful, it's not really scale here, right? I mean, it's literally like taking a fish and just dropping it in the ocean and then taking a picture. I mean, how big is that fish if there's nothing there for scale? That fish could be 50 feet long. That fish could be 5 inches long. There's no way to know because the ocean has no scale. And so because of that, it's kind of difficult to basically, ask this question, how powerful is Solace really when it comes to what it is that he's capable of doing? Because we don't really have a way to kind of compare these guys. The important thing though is that whatever power Cosmic Spider-Man has is irrelevant. Solace overpowers this guy almost in an instant. Like literally he goes to attack him and the response to Solace is, sure man, you have the Enigma Force. It's the primal force of creation. That's cool and everything, man, but like we literally feast on life force. So you are just like a giant buffet. And so he just absorbs the entirety of the Enigma Force into himself, basically absorbs the life essence of this version of Spider-Man, and any hope these guys had for safety is basically gone. Like at that point, it's panic mode. Like people are just like, what do we do, man? It's just like, I don't know, man, just run, flee for your lives. It's crazy, right? Now at that point, you end up, of course, picking up with Mayday Parker, who of course had her younger brother, essentially. Morlun finally gets his hands on it. And again, we find out that Benji is the scion that they've been looking for. Now, again, we'll cover that later, as we get further into this. What I actually want to do here is switch over to Spider-Woman. Now, before you guys are kind of like, no, Spider-Woman sucks. No. Here's the thing. Jessica Drew has had some pretty bad stories over the years, right? She's had some garbage stories over the years. This story in Spider-Verse is really cool. Not only that, if you ever doubt how interesting Jessica Drew was, go read Brian Michael Bendis' New Avengers. She was amazing in that story. I loved her in New Avengers, especially everything with like the hand and like Hydra and all that kind of stuff. That was cool. But the important thing here is that, again, in the aftermath of everything that had popped off in the Earth 2099 universe, if you guys recall, when Deimos had shown up and attacked everybody and basically people started splitting off, that Silk and Jessica Drew and Spider-Man Noir were one of the 3 that had taken off. Now, at that point in time, Spider-Man Noir seemed to basically be knocked out. He wasn't really like dead per se, but he's since recovered, and they're essentially on a mission to basically try to stave off as best they can to keep away from the Inheritors and then eventually regroup at a future point in time. What ends up happening here along the way is Jessica Drew gets exceedingly fed up with Silk. Now, the reason behind this is because Cindy Moon is very reckless. It's one of the things to know about her character. She's interesting, but she's reckless. Jessica Drew, on the other hand, has a lot of experience with like stealth, espionage. She was very Black Widow-esque in terms of what her form and function was in Marvel Comics, especially during the days of Brian Michael Bendis' New Avengers. So she's highly capable. The problem is that basically looking after Cindy Moon is like trying to look after drunk college girls. It's babysitting and incredibly annoying. And so because of that, she's like, okay, this girl is wildly irresponsible. She's literally doing everything she can to keep their profile low. They end up breaking out into a fight, right? Like Cindy Moon basically attacks these guys who were like trying to shake down some old woman, trying to rob them. So like now you got Jessica Drew who's got to go in there and try to stave that off. But their continued action, the fact that they've been making moves, making waves, the fact that Cindy Moon is just an easily trackable person leads to the Inheritors tracking them down. Now, of course, this is the brother and sister. They literally show up here like Team Rocket, right? Like blast off at the speed of light because we're Team Rocket and we're kind of dicks. So like it's a little funny to see them appear like that. Now, of course, this leads to Spider-Man Noir trying to intervene. And that's one of the funny things is because in the last, I guess the first half of this video, there was a point where Peter Parker had hit up like Jessica Drew and Cindy Moon to see how things were going. And they were like, Spider-Man Noir's down, right? This is that moment. And this is one of the things that I do want to explain about the nature of Spider-Verse is that because they did have like a bunch of tie-in comics, that like this comic is technically after, at least in terms of reading orders, after the one that we just covered, but it actually takes place at the same time. With Cindy Moon, again, that's why her and Jessica Drew and Spider-Man Noir are basically constantly moving, because as one of the more significant members of the Spider Totem, she's easily trackable, right? It's basically her just kind of leaving a scent behind. It's like you walking around with a bottle of cologne or perfume and just kind of spraying it as you walk and leaving a trail for someone to follow. That's essentially what's happening here. Like Cindy Moon's got body odor, but the important thing here is they basically end up teleporting away and they actually jump back to the universe of Earth 90214. That's the home universe of Spider-Man Noir, which is a huge gamble to take. And the reason why is because while the Inheritors have already been to this universe, and of course Spider-Man Noir's not there anymore, the risk comes in the form of the fact that because the Inheritors have been there, they probably wouldn't come back. But because they have been here, they understand and they know about this universe. So it may be one of those things where they're like, I mean, they took off. What if they went back to their own universes? Let's just double check, right? And then they end up arriving in this universe only to turn around and find, Spider-Man Noir. Now, of course, again, because of the nature of Cindy Moon, their location is pretty much tracked. It's almost guaranteed. But in the middle of that, there's a great big huge kind of explosion that takes place, which leads them to take off and find out what's going on, only for them to realize that it's Spider-Man, it's Anya, and it's Spider-Gwen. Now, the reason why they're here, and this was part of the secondary plan that Peter Parker had when he was talking to Superior Spider-Man about reverse engineering the cloaking devices to find the locations of the Inheritors, is that yes, they were not in a position to travel to the Inheritor homeworld, but they could possibly get someone in there who could basically operate behind enemy lines, that could essentially sneak around. And in Peter Parker's mindset, the best person for that is Jessica Drew, because of her history as a spy. And so due to that, he basically teleports here with Spider-Gwen and Anya, essentially pulling out Jessica Drew and then replacing her with Anya and Spider-Gwen, who are basically going to keep an eye on Cindy Moon. The problem with this is that if one of the world's best spies and a new Avenger had a hard time keeping Cindy Moon in check, what chance do like Anya and Spider-Gwen have? I mean, they're cool and everything, but they're nowhere near on the same level as Jessica Drew. But at the end of the day, literally Peter Parker's just doing the best he can with what he has. Hence the reason why they want to grab more Spider-Man from across the multiverse, because there are other more capable Spider-Man out there. And so during this whole thing, you basically have this instance where Jessica Drew actually pulls Spider-Gwen and Anya aside and says, look, Cindy Moon's cool. Her heart's in the right place. She's a really, really nice girl. And if we weren't being chased around the multiverse by some guys that wanted to kill us and siphon off our life energies, I would say we could all go get our nails done and talk about our feelings. But the thing here is that she'll get you killed if you let her, because she's reckless. She doesn't really understand the gravity of what's going on here. And even if she did, she doesn't seem to care. She's too headstrong. And so Cindy Moon actually overhears all of this. And so quite literally, where Anya and Spider-Gwen are supposed to be keeping an eye on Cindy Moon, as Spider-Man and Jessica Drew leave, Cindy Moon's vanished. She literally took off, right? It's like a toddler, right? You know, once you get into like the walking phase, you got to keep your eye on them all the time. Either that or like baby-proof your house, so you just kind of block off a section of your house as you move around, so they just can't leave that general area. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, that's just the nature of Cindy Moon. Now, of course, we end up finding out Cindy Moon has teleported or moved to Earth 981. Now, any of you guys who are familiar with Earth 981, I know you're probably been just looking forward to this because of like the Spider-Verse event. You're like, when are we gonna get to Earth 981? Like, when are we gonna get to that whole story? We're getting there. Please, for the love of God, do not spoil anything. It's an amazing segment, but you essentially have like this giant monster that appears out of nowhere and attacks Cindy Moon, or at least goes after Cindy Moon. Following that, you actually have the brother and sister Inheritors who show up here with the intention of tracking Cindy Moon down. But what comes after this is one of the greatest moments in the entirety of Spider-Verse. It's awesome. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are here with what's probably the most entertaining story from Spider-Verse, which is Miles Morales and Spider-Man from the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon show meets Spider-Man from the 1960s cartoon show. And it's amazing. I love this story. It's just so much fun, right? It's just a fun story to read. So as we kind of mentioned in the last video, right, the Miles and we're just gonna call him Ultimate Spider-Man, it's just easier that way. But Miles and Ultimate Spider-Man basically ended up in this universe because they're basically trying to find more Spider-Man. And this, you know, I mean, it's basically what it was, you know, what you saw in the cartoon show, right? Where it's pretty straightforward. There's like only one building with a sign on it, and that sign is Daily Bugle, so they know like exactly where to go to find Spider-Man. But like J. Jonah Jameson, he's hilarious in this, right? So he's like, pay attention, Parker. He's like, we've had reports of 2 Spider-Men swinging around, making spectacles of themselves. And Peter's like, 2 Spider-Men? He's like, do you know what that means, Parker? And he's like, well, I don't know. I mean, criminals have impersonated Spider-Man before. He's like, Balderdash, the web-headed menace finally showed his true colors. He's put together a gang of crooks to terrorize the city. Get me proof. J. Jonah Jameson became Americans in the 21st century. I have a conclusion. Now I need evidence to support it. And it's just like, okay, all right, J. Jonah Jameson. So anyway, you end up picking up with Ultimate Spider-Man and Miles, of course, as they're on the hunt for 60s Spider-Man, and ultimately they find him. But as you guys, if any of you guys ever saw the 1960s Spider-Man cartoon, and if you didn't, it was amazing. Dude, old school Spider-Man was hilarious. But this episode was actually based off a story called To Catch a Spider, right? Which was basically Dr. Noah Body, who essentially unleashes like Electro and like Green Goblin and these guys to take out Spider-Man. But unlike the original show, the original cartoon, this basically takes place in its stead, or at least partly takes place in its stead. So what goes on here, and it's kind of a funny thing, is Miles and Ultimate Spider-Man are talking to like 60 Spider-Man, right? And 60 Spider-Man's like, okay, you imposters can unmask and surrender right now, or I can web you up and we'll do it at the police station. Your choice, chums. Now, Ultimate Spider-Man is hilarious here, right? Because he's like, okay, stay back, Miles, I got this, man. Like, I'm well-versed in this kind of talk. So he's like, get hip to this, daddy-o. There's a heavy scene going down, and we ain't got time for a lot of ramalama ding dog, you dig? And 60 Spider-Man's like, the hard way it is, and like, he webs him up. Now at that point, Miles comes in, and Miles is like, no, you got the wrong idea, man. He's like, we're Spider-Man from a different dimension. And then like literally that's what he says, right? He's like, we're Spider-Man from like other dimensions. There's like a giant menace that we have to deal with and we need help. And like 60 Spider-Man's like, oh, well, why didn't you just say so? That explains everything. It was hilarious because at that point in time, like the way Spider-Man was depicted is he was just so, I don't know, maybe naive or something like that. But it was almost kind of adorable, right? And it was kind of funny. Plus he would complain a lot. In the 1960s show, he would complain all the time. I mean, I guess technically it was a 1967 show, but like he would complain a lot. He'd be like, I'm hot in my Spider-Man suit, and swinging around is making me even hotter, and these stupid villains are escaping, and now I'm gonna have to beat them to death. Like he would complain all the time. But again, the whole thing ends up kind of playing out where he's like, okay, cool, like I'll go with you guys to go on this great big huge adventure, but I need to take up this thing first, right? This guy, Dr. Noah Body, has basically released the Vulture and Electro and Green Goblin and Scorpion, and I gotta deal with them first. Right now, here's the funny thing. As soon as these guys show up, I mean, it's designed to look like the 60s show, so like they look goofy and they look kind of silly, and whenever Green Goblin was riding around on his Goblin glider in like the 60s cartoon, it looked like he was powering it by farts, not even gonna lie. But the whole thing about that is, of course, they're able to overpower them momentarily, but Mr. Noah Body, who's basically invisible, has like this ray gun that basically incapacitates them, and then the villains do what they always did in the show, which was bicker amongst themselves and then ultimately get themselves caught. Now, in that whole thing where this whole kind of situation's going on, like 60 Spider-Man's like, well, the last time I beat him, I used ventriloquism, but I don't know if that'll work this time. And of course, it ends up coming by way of Ultimate Spider-Man, who basically webs up their legs and then essentially takes out Mr. Noah Body, which, you know, allows Miles Morales to, you know, kind of step up and then, you know, use his Venom Blast to electrocute Mr. Noah Body and take him out, and all those guys are defeated and basically the day's saved. And then you get to what's quite possibly one of the more questionable moments of the comic. Which I guess it kind of depends on which direction you're coming from. But basically, once they're all together, it's almost like the old throwback to like the old Justice League, right? Like when they all masked and they all learned their identities. But basically, like Ultimate Spider-Man reveals his identity as Peter Parker, and then Miles Morales reveals his identity. And then like 1960 Spider-Man's like walloping web snappers. I mean, he doesn't say like he's not. It's not like he's like, you're black. Like, it's not anything like that. He's just like surprised he's a high school kid. But like Christos Gage was kind of going with that, right? Kind of like, you know, building up to that little bit of comedy. And Ultimate Spider-Man's like, oh snap, man, tell me that like the 1960s Spider-Man isn't old fashioned in all the bad ways too, you know? But Ultimate, and it's one of those things where Miles was kind of expecting it, right? Miles is kind of like, all right, I'm gonna take off this mask in front of this 1960s white dude. We're gonna see what happens, right? And then, you know, he's like, walloping web snappers. And Miles like, man, don't you say it. And he's like, you're a high school kid. Miles like, awesome, dude. I'm not gonna have to beat the hell out of you. Because I'll be honest, man, I feel like Miles would have, dude. Miles would have beat the tar out of this guy. Like, say what? You know, and would have just lost it on him. It would have been hilarious, but he would have totally lost it on him. But nonetheless, the two of them basically end up going forward and bringing in like 1960s Spider-Man as a way to basically combat the Inheritors. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and if any of you guys are part of the Discord server, you guys know that actually, as of about 10 minutes ago, I finished interviewing Tom Holland, Zendaya, and Jacob Batalon for Spider-Man No Way Home, and I asked them 2 of the questions that you all had in the Discord server. So the video will hopefully go up tomorrow, and yeah, then hopefully you guys will be able to find out which one of you got your question answered. Having said that, we are picking back up again with Spider-Verse. Now, one of the things we're doing here, this actually kind of opens up initially with Spider-Man 2099. And again, one of the things to remember is the 2099 universe is where that great big huge battle between Deimos and the various Spider-Men unfolded. And so while you did have like Peter Parker and a lot of those guys who all just kind of took off to different realities and so on, Miguel O'Hara from Spider-Man 2099, he never left, right? He's basically been here the whole time, along with Lady Spider and with Six-Armed Spider-Man, who's actually from a universe, which we'll talk about here in a second, which is a really, really cool story because it ties into a video that we've already done. And it actually kind of ties into a character that's going to be in the MCU. So the idea behind this is that we initially pick up with Tyler Stone. Now, Tyler Stone is basically one of the high-ranking members of Alchemax. As those of you guys may have recalled, if you've read Spider-Man 2099, if you didn't, the nature of Alchemax is they're basically like a mega corporation. So think of them as like Amazon in the future is basically what they are, right? They're just a really crony company that's just done some really shady stuff. But Tyler Stone, his relationship with Miguel O'Hara is a little bit complicated. And the reason why is because really in the early days of Spider-Man 2099 back in the mid-1990s, it was really more that Tyler Stone was kind of a dick and that Miguel O'Hara wasn't really a big fan of Alchemax engaging in like human testing with experiments and things like that, that initially kind of led him to becoming Spider-Man in the first place, or at least having a vendetta against it. The other part of that, and really the more personal motivation here, is that Tyler Stone seemed to basically be responsible for getting Miguel O'Hara addicted to a drug called Rapture, and then use the ability of Alchemax to supply that drug as a means to basically keep Miguel on a short leash. Now, in Spider-Man 2099, issue number 25, you actually learn a few things. The first is that Tyler Stone is the biological father of Miguel O'Hara, and 2, Miguel was never actually addicted to Rapture. So basically, he was manipulated by Tyler Stone. And that's why, over the course of Marvel's publication history, in addition to just the nefarious things that Alchemax does, while Miguel O'Hara has always had a vendetta against Alchemax, he's always had more of a personal vendetta against Tyler Stone. And in fact, there's actually been instances specifically with what was going on right up until this story was being written, where Miguel O'Hara had to actually go back in time, or at least was trapped in the past, but had to essentially ensure that Tyler Stone lived because he was his biological father. If Tyler Stone died before he could father Miguel O'Hara would cease to exist. So literally, he had to save the life of the man he hated in order to preserve his own existence. And so one of the things that goes on here is that with Tyler Stone being head of what is in effect the secret police of Alchemax, that they're basically told like, hey, like Miguel O'Hara just came back from the past and he's here with a few other guys. Now, the funny thing about this is that despite his business savvy, Tyler Stone doesn't seem to be too intelligent when it comes to like technology and things like that. The reason why is because when he asked the question, like he was barely gone for an hour, how did he get back so fast? The question that's given to him is time doesn't work that way. For us, he's been gone for an hour, but it could very well be that he's been stranded wherever he was at for like months or years, right? Where it just took him that long to find a way to get back here. And one of the things that's pointed out here, which is kind of interesting, is they're like, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't end up with a paradox where like he came back before we sent him into the past and then warned himself to basically ensure that we can't trick him into going into the past. And so we basically have this kind of wonky, wild situation, probably like this total breakdown of reality and things along those lines. But, you know, leaving out all the crazy zaniness of it, you basically end up just kind of picking up with the situation where finally Miguel O'Hara makes his presence known to his brother Gabe, as well as introducing Six-Armed Spider-Man and Lady Spider. Now, something that I do want to point out here is that at first glance, you may think this is Doppelganger. For those of you guys who don't know who Doppelganger is, and if you recall our coverage on Infinity War, one of the things that Magus, the future evil version of Adam Warlock, did is he basically created doppelgangers of various characters out there. A doppelganger of Thanos, doppelganger of the Avengers, and a doppelganger of Spider-Man. Due to his popularity, he basically lingered on following the events of Infinity War, but it was basically like this kind of twisted, evil, six-armed version of Peter Parker. The idea here with this version of Peter Parker is that if you guys recall our discussion on really the character explanation of Michael Morbius, is we actually solidified this idea that with his initial introduction, or at least kind of going into his introduction, his first encounter with Spider-Man came by way of Peter's attempt to cure himself of basically being Spider-Man. The result is that it actually led to him developing 6 arms. This is an alternate reality where that was never solved, right? Where he basically kept 6 arms. So again, kind of an interesting little thing there. But the whole idea behind this is that you end up having, of course, Miguel basically warning Gabe and saying things are kind of popping off and that we've got Inheritors chasing after us and all that kind of crazy stuff. And where they're trying to bide their time as best they can and basically stay hidden, that again, because they're spiders and because the Inheritors track spiders, Deimos is able to track them down incredibly fast. Now remember, the motivation of Deimos here is twofold. The first is that, of course, they're spiders. So Deimos wants to basically kill them, consume their life energy, and leave them. The second thing is he's trying to recover his body. Remember, the Inheritors have cloning technology. They have the ability to basically take their consciousness and download it into a new clone body every single time they're basically killed, no matter what the circumstance is. And so the various spiders being in possession of a body of the Inheritors means they can reverse engineer it, and they can find a way to destroy the Inheritors and actually keep them from being able to download their consciousness inside of a body. Deimos basically goes after all of them. Now, the funny thing here is that Lady Spider is not an actual spider character, meaning she didn't really get her powers from like a radioactive spider bite, so she's not really tied directly into the spider totems per se. She doesn't have that mystical connection. And so where Deimos can't really siphon her life energy, I mean, I guess he could, right? But it would be like eating a carrot when what he wants is a steak. You know what I mean? Like, it just wouldn't really quite satiate him in the way that he needs, that he actually kind of entertains this idea of quote unquote using her for his own ends. Now, we'll actually find out what that means when we pick up with Spider-Woman and the story of Jessica Drew, because not everything is what it seems when it comes to the Inheritors, that they have as much contradiction and hypocrisy going on as they do their belief in their righteous cause. But regardless, Gabe buys him a little bit of time when he basically blasts Deimos through like a wall, you know, using like this just massive gun. And then the fight basically takes out into the city. Now, while all that's going on, Tyler wants to grab Miguel, right? I mean, he basically wants to like incapacitate Spider-Man, remove him from the landscape so we don't have to worry about Spider-Man like stopping Alchemax, like your standard traditional like villains fighting heroes kind of arc, right? And so that's why you see like the secret police who are out here, like these, you know, soldier guys. And of course, Deimos rolls right through these. I mean, at this point, the existence of these guys being here is really more of a nuisance than anything else, but it does provide a helpful scenario for Miguel O'Hara. And the reason why is because for each one of these guys, right, like the public eye, as they're referred to, for each one of these guys, they've got an uplink directly to Tyler Stone, who runs them all. And so whatever they see and hear, Tyler Stone sees and hears as well. And so that's why, where I wouldn't say Tyler Stone adopts the philosophy that like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, it is one of these things where he's like, okay, so this guy Deimos, or whoever this guy is a far more credible threat in the moment here and now. And that Miguel O'Hara and I, at the very least, have some kind of like loose goal, which is to see this guy destroyed. Now, Tyler Stone doesn't really know enough to know about anything that's going on here. And in fact, his desire to appease Miguel O'Hara is really rooted more in the fact that Miguel's pissed, right? He's like, you tricked me, or you sent me back to 2014. Like, ordinarily, I would beat the absolute crap out of you. And you know just as well as I do, I could, right? Like, this little cat and mouse game we have, like, it really is just a game we play. But at the end of the day, like, I could kill you where you are. So if you don't want me to do that out of just sheer anger and irritation, understand that you are correct when you surmise the situation and say, I'm not worried about you right now because I've got more important things to worry about. But what I do need from you is to literally activate something for me, right? Like, he basically tells him, Alchemax, floor 82, lab C. You know exactly what I mean. Have it ready for me. And so where Miguel O'Hara basically leads, you know, Deimos to this particular location, once everything pops off, and in fact, you know, Lady Spider kind of does what she can in the fight between the two, that is really more of Miguel playing possum to a degree, right? I mean, not insofar that like he fakes his own injury or death, but basically luring Deimos to this spot in Alchemax. And then as soon as Deimos gets there, he immediately goes to attack Miguel O'Hara and then just gets electrocuted. And the reason why is because Miguel has him trapped in what's basically a stasis cell. Now, here's an important thing to grasp here. And this is one of the reasons why I always kind of felt like Miguel O'Hara in a lot of ways was a more capable version of Spider-Man, of Peter Parker. It's not necessarily that he's better, but the technology of the time, of course, is more advanced than it is in the main Marvel universe. But Peter Parker was always more of like a comedic character. And so it would usually break down to him just kind of pissing off the villain and then letting the villain basically like defeat themselves by way of their carelessness because they let their anger get the better of them. Miguel was a lot more methodical. And I would say even to a degree, he was a lot darker than Peter Parker was. But I think there was more methodology that went into Miguel O'Hara being Spider-Man than it did with Peter Parker being Spider-Man. And that's one of the reasons why Miguel O'Hara, when he first popped up, really did develop his own fan base. Like, people loved Miguel O'Hara back in the day because he was just so starkly different different from what you normally saw. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Spider-Verse. Now, we basically pick up here with Kane, of course, really you could call him like the evil or darker clone of Peter Parker, as well as Ben Reilly, who's dressed up as Iron Man after Tony Stark was defeated, and then Johnny Storm of the Fantastic Four, who basically serves as the head of security for Genix, right? Of course, Genix basically being the inheritor that occupies this world where all the various clones are created. And so what you get here is this initial realization by Johnny Storm where initially it seemed as though like he realized they were intruders, and instead he doesn't know Iron Man's not Iron Man. Now, a lot of this seems to kind of go directly into the nature of Iron Man himself in terms of how he speaks, and it's one of those things that's been interpreted differently over the years by Marvel Comics, right? Like, you go and you read the old Roy Thomas stuff, and the way that Iron Man spoke was very robotic, where you couldn't really differentiate between anybody's voice, whether it was Tony Stark or James Rhodes or anyone, because it was almost a kind of distortion in terms of how the suit communicated or how the voice communicated through the suit. You go into more recent years, and it's a pretty purified version of Tony Stark's voice, so you could obviously tell if it was somebody else and not him. And this one kind of seems to indicate that this suit, as it communicates, is very much similar to the old school, Iron Man suits, where basically it was kind of like a distorted robotic voice. But regardless, Johnny Storm does not pick up on the fact that this is not Tony Stark. Instead, it's kind of like, okay, like, I don't understand, like why would Genix have somebody brought here when he wasn't supposed to be here? And so over time, the response of Ben Reilly is, if Genix wanted you out of the loop, you'll have to take it up with him, right? I don't know what his decisions are. I don't know why he does the kind of things he does, but at the end of the day, like, my job is to bring this Spider-Man, to the cells, to take him in, and that's basically it. But one of the things that seems to happen here is there's very close communication between the various members of the security team, if we can call it that. And so Johnny Storm picks up right off the bat, okay, something like this never would have happened under any normal circumstance. This doesn't add up. Something's going on here. And so ultimately, Kane, a little hot-headed as he is, Ben Reilly not really able to talk them out of it, just immediately attacks Johnny Storm. And of course, this also leads to Iron Man or Ben Reilly punching Johnny Storm as hard as he possibly can, which temporarily knocks him out, right? It kind of allows them to go forward and do their thing. But the problem is their cover's blown, right? The jig is up. Guards are coming in from every direction, and it's like, okay, like, this is it, right? There's no way for us to do this. We just got to go do our own thing. So the plan's basically shot, which is kind of what you would expect from the clones, to be honest with you guys. There's never really been an instance when like Ben Reilly or Kane have like engaged in a plan and it's gone the way that it's supposed to. Things usually always end up going sideways with the various schemes they have. And so the only real assistance, the only real aid they have comes from Jessica Drew, who's basically using one of the security monitors of the various guards, right? So she's like, I don't know where you guys are, because they don't know where they are. She's like, I don't know where you are. Like, if they don't know where you are, I don't know, because I'm basically listening in on their various broadcasts and so on. She's like, but what you're looking for is basically the cloning facility, right? The main lab facility. And she says the central shaft of the building is tiered lab space and draws the majority of the power. That'd be my first guess. That's where you should start. Now, of course, tiered lab space basically means that like there's level 1, level 2, level 3, and it seems as though the security clearance to get from one level to the next just kind of increases depending on, what all is going on in these various things. And so, of course, they end up basically coming across Max Modell. Now, again, one of the things that we talked about in the previous videos is that Max Modell in the main Marvel universe was very much a mentor for Peter Parker and was the head of Horizon Labs. In this universe, where basically Genix seems to have conquered everything, he's really nothing more than just kind of a science guy, right? That Genix's intelligence when it comes to science and technology and so on seems so far beyond everybody here that they could only ever really hope to keep up. Now, a lot of this also seems to be subjugation, that they're just not as capable as Genix is, and that the fact that Genix was able to basically conquer this whole world and maintain control over this world, even if him conquering it came by way of help from the other inheritors, seems to indicate he's far and away beyond virtually anybody who could actually stop him. And it makes sense, right? In the various times where we've seen the Inheritors face off against like the Avengers or something like that, they crushed those guys pretty well, which was cool, but also kind of disappointing at the same time because Marvel never really bothered to explain these guys in relation to anybody else, right? So like, how strong is an Inheritor in relation to like the Incredible Hulk or something like that? The only thing you really get is like when Peter Parker's punched by Morlun for the first time and he's like, it's like getting hit harder by the Hulk. But like, I would love to have seen Marvel do more with the Inheritors by having them face off against more individuals in the Marvel Comics community, because they seemed incredibly powerful. But wishing and wants aside, with everything popping off here, you end up having Miles Warren, who basically approaches Jennings to kind of give him the news of what's happening. Now, this is a very, very telling exchange between the two. And while it's not really something that we get like directly on the nose, like we're not really walked through it, like here's everything that happened, we can largely infer what took place on this world. So Miles Warren, as most of you guys know, or at least some of you guys may know from the main Marvel universe, is the one responsible for basically creating Spider-Man clones, right? So he's the one that created Ben Reilly. He's the one that created Kane. He's the one that really kind of jump-started that initial Clone Saga event back in the 1990s. I mean, technically there was a Clone Saga before that, but the one in the 90s is the one that everybody thinks of when they think of that storyline. But in effect, in Marvel Comics, when it comes to the expertise of cloning, that's the Jackal, right? That's usually Miles Warren who you think of there. And so it would stand to reason in this universe, he played very much the same role. And in fact, Jennings really seems to hit at that he kind of asks him, do you know why it is that I keep you around? And the answer he gives is, I keep you around because you were once the most brilliant mind on the planet. And so what this seems to indicate is that if that really is the case, then Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four, maybe Tony Stark in terms of his traditional intelligence, just wasn't really there. But regardless, this world was very similar to the main Marvel universe, most likely in a lot of different ways. Whether the Clone Saga took place or not, we don't really know. But Miles Warren seems to have been every bit as capable in creating clones in this universe as he was in the main Marvel universe. And so what most likely happened here is that as the Inheritors were expanding throughout the multiverse, and as there were very little instances where they could be overcome by members of the superhero community, especially given how powerful they became over time, as they essentially absorbed the life energies of different Spider-Men and different Spider-Women, that of course they would likely create their own empires, their own little worlds, kind of universes they could rule to a degree. And so the result of this is that Jennings probably showed up on this world, encountered Miles Warren, realized that Miles Warren was that intelligent when it came to cloning technology, and he probably killed the original Miles Warren and then cloned him. And so that's really kind of how this works, that Miles Warren doesn't really seem to be that different from the various clones that exist out there, where he's basically just a brainwashed clone. He doesn't really know his own history. And this really seems to be confirmed by this exchange when Miles answers or really responds to the statement of Jennings saying, you were once one of the most brilliant minds on the planet, when he says, I don't think so, sir. I think I'd remember some of that. And the response to Jennings is, well, there's some times that you do. And those days are the best days, right? So occasionally it looks like Miles Warren recalls his own history. Most likely what happens when that takes place is Jennings kills him and replaces him with a new brainwashed clone. And that clone is totally unaware of what his role is or any of his history or anything like that. And when he begins to basically realize what his own history is, Jennings kills him, replaces him, so on and so forth, and just kind of keeps that pattern going. The other part of this is that Jennings kind of adopts this mentality of like, if you want something done, you got to do it yourself. And he even kind of makes a statement like, let them go do their own thing. Like, let them run through there. I'm not too concerned about it, because they'll end up getting to the special projects wing. And when that happens, then I'll talk to them personally. And so that's where you end up picking up with like Black Widow and Kane and all these people who were actually in the main cloning facility itself. And the initial response is, let's blow it up, right? Let's just destroy the whole thing, right? Just obliterate the entire cloning facility. The problem with this is that there's a lot of innocent people in there. And so again, the various spider teams adopting the philosophy, the needs of the few outweigh the needs of the many, they basically decide to spare the lives of innocent people and try to find some other way to destroy this whole facility. Now, of course, it doesn't really seem to go off, or it doesn't seem to work as well as it seemed, because in the middle of all this, Max Modell basically starts making this kind of these references to the fact that he's not the one who's actually running the facility. Instead, he's just a technician, that his job is to basically identify any possible mutations in the code of basically these clones. And that's when it's kind of like, wait a minute, there's something more going on here, right? And that's when he leads them to the special projects. And what we end up finding out here is that one of the things that Jennings had been working on is that while the Inheritors travel throughout the multiverse, killing various Spider-Men and Spider-Women, what if they didn't have to, right? What if their ability to absorb the sustenance they need was something like Star Trek, right? Where they literally just kind of summon these things, seemingly out of like a computer-generated system, right? That essentially trying to clone Spider-Men and Spider-Women so they can just feed on them. Now, the funny thing about this is it would actually be a great thing if they did. I mean, sure, it would suck that like they would create these clones and to just turn around and feed on them. But assuming they weren't really sentient, like they didn't really have any memories or anything like that, they didn't know what they were, that they were basically these things that were just unconscious, they weren't really alive per se, then I guess maybe it wouldn't necessarily be a terrible thing. I mean, I don't know. At that point, you start getting into all kinds of different philosophical and moral arguments. But the important thing here is that this would prevent the Inheritors, keep the Inheritors from actually having to travel around the multiverse and kill all kinds of different Spider-Man and Spider-Women. The question that I would pose to you is, do you consider these things to be morally equal? If Genix were to successfully create clones of Spider-Man and Spider-Women that were able to tap into the essence of what it meant to be a spider totem and then feed on those clones while they were unconscious or they didn't really have any sentience, so like they didn't have an identity, they didn't have like a family or a life or anything like that, is that morally the same or different as the Inheritors showing up in some alternate reality where some version of Peter's been Spider-Man for, 5 years of his life and he's got a girlfriend and he goes to school and he's got a life and all that kind of stuff, and they kill him and consume his life energy? Is it morally the same thing? But the thing about this is that Genix has not been able to successfully duplicate what it is that allows the Spider-Man and Spider-Women to tap into the totemic essence of being a Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. In effect, he can create the bodies, he can't create the energy he needs for the Inheritors to siphon to maintain their own existence. And so basically, they're just empty husks and they've just kind of been left here. And that's really what he tells everybody, right? When Kane starts freaking out and he starts getting angry, that's exactly what Genix says, that the entire process of traveling around the multiverse and consuming clones is kind of exhausting. More so than that, like they have to deal with the psychological effects of dying and coming back. We know that from Morlun, right? Morlun showed up in the main Marvel universe. He was killed by Peter Parker twice. It has a psychological effect on the Inheritors. And while I wouldn't say that's enough for me to like feel bad for them, it can certainly screw with their heads and possibly even make them more dangerous than they are right now if they're just, psychotic, right? If they're mentally unstable. And so because of that, he was just trying to create clones and it all basically failed. And so because of that, one, he kills Max Modell because he's just like done, right? I mean, like another disappointment, right? Like this is not something we need to deal with. And then finally, he confronts the two of them and says, the two of you are here. You guys are basically clones. You are the end result of what it is that I've been trying to achieve. Whether the Jackal in your universe knew it or not, he had cloned Peter Parker and at the same time found a way to duplicate the essence of what it means to be a spider totem. I could feast on you right now and take your life energy and sustain myself. But what I want is more of you. So the intention is to defeat them and then start breaking them down, right? Just going through and experimenting on them, dissecting them to find a way to create more of Kane and Ben Reilly. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with Spider-Man. Well, really with Spider-Verse more than Spider-Man, but we're picking back up here with Spider-Woman, and then, well, things get a little crazy here in a little while. But as you guys know, if you guys recall the last video that we did, that basically Jessica Drew kind of went on this mission at the request of Peter Parker to basically travel to Loom World, right? The home world of the Inheritors, to figure out some way to defeat them, specifically to try to find a way to either end or discover how their cloning process works, or to just straight up find a way to defeat them. And so the result of this is that when she gets here, one of the things she realizes is that with this basically being their home world, their base of operations, that is very much a hodgepodge, right? That they've basically kind of filled this earth with things that they've conquered. And that's why you see a combination of what looks like old technology, so old ships with sails, combined with flying cars, things like that, because they really seem to have built it as kind of a monument to their ability to conquer different realities. Now, a lot of this also may just be based on passing interest, right? Things they're just kind of curious about that they hadn't really experienced before, right? So like you bringing home some kind of a trinket from a trip to Japan or to China or something along those lines, kind of a keepsake, something to remind yourself of the time that you had, the fact that you were there, and so on and so forth. And so what ends up happening is that Jessica Drew, as soon as she's here, where she expects to function in a capacity akin to a spy, where she basically keeps herself disguised, she operates under the radar, as soon as she's discovered, people start celebrating her, right? They start running up on her like, hey, look at this, look at what I got you, look at this thing that I did for you, I found your perfect color, right? Look at these furs and so on and so forth. She's very much viewed as kind of a celebrity among the people who are here. Now, this can work for and against her. It can work for her because of the fact that she doesn't really have to like skulk in the shadows or anything like that. It can work against her because we'll kind of find out a problem with this here in a little bit. But in the midst of all that, she's basically set upon by this guy with like tentacles for hands or something like that, and is basically whisked away, only for us to find out that she was basically brought here by this weird tentacle monster looking thing, which is actually kind of a mutated Atlantean, but she was brought here at the behest of Namor the Submariner. Now here's a funny thing. Namor was never actually named in this part of the story. We're not explicitly told he was Namor, and in all honesty, it wasn't until Dan Slott was answering fan questions on Twitter that he was like, yeah, that's Namor the Submariner. So we didn't really know when this story initially came out that was the case. But the thing about this is that Jessica's been brought here because it's part of her role, seemingly, in this world that she lives in, to basically pick over the various discoveries and findings of Namor the Submariner and his crew, right? Her job is to basically pick over all that stuff, kind of get her own choice, and then everything else goes to them, right? So they basically get whatever's left over when it's all said and done. Now, while that's happening and she's on this ship, we pick up with the real Jessica Drew. And the real Jessica Drew is a prick. This woman is absolutely horrible, right? Like there's this little kid and like his mom was working on this little thing for him and he was really excited about it and he almost missed seeing Jessica Drew. He takes it to her and like shows it to her, and as she looks over this thing, like this kid goes to grab her, and because she feels disgusted by the fact that this kid touched her, she basically slaps him and the thing away, and even goes as far as to say, like, when this kid says like, you know, I know I shouldn't have touched you, but my mom spent all this time working on this for you and I was afraid that you wouldn't get it. When he gets slapped away, she was like, I don't even know why I bother bringing guards if everybody on the street's just gonna be able to cop a feel on me, right? So it's like, do not let these lower people down here touch me. Do not let that happen. It's pretty crushing. Like it's a pretty terrible thing, right? And so switching back over to, I guess, good Jessica Drew, we can call her good Jess and evil Jess, right? So switching over to good Jess, of course, she's using the ability to pump her pheromones, right? Now, one of the things about Spider-Man about Jessica Drew is that initially when she was introduced, Marvel didn't want to create what was in effect a carbon copy of Peter Parker, right? They wanted her to be different, unique, something that wasn't necessarily the exact same as Peter, in the same way that like She-Hulk was like the Incredible Hulk, except she could change at will, things along those lines, and basically keep her personality in check. When it comes to Jessica Drew, she can emit pheromones that are, by all standards of measurement, the chemical version of love potions is really all it is. She can basically get people to do pretty much anything she wants. She doesn't like doing it very often, and she only likes doing it under certain circumstances. Like the character of Jessica Drew as she's been written, she doesn't like doing it in order to like get stuff out of guys, right? So it's not like she's like, yeah, I use my pheromones and got like a free date, right? She's not really that kind of a chick. She normally only uses her pheromones whenever she's on like a spy mission or something like that, so to like overcome guards or something along those lines. But regardless, what ends up happening here is that while good Jess is on this ship with Namor, suddenly evil Jess shows up. And that's when good Jess is like, okay, I gotta get out of here. And she tells Namor, she's like, look, okay, here's what's gonna happen. This evil Jess here is gonna show up and you're gonna act like it's the first time that you've ever seen me or her or whatever, the first time you've ever seen Jessica Drew. You're gonna treat it that way. And so following that, we switch over to Silk. Now, as you guys recall, Silk, of course, ever the pain in the ass for anybody ever that she's ever met, and just kind of really causes more problems for people than she does anything else, is basically just fleeing from universe to universe because, you know, she felt like people weren't going to be her friend. That's literally what it came down to, right? Like the fact that Jessica Drew was like, Silk will get you killed if you let her, when she was talking to Spider-Gwen and those folks who were supposed to be babysitting her and so on. But basically Silk's like irresponsible and reckless, right? She's the last person you want on your side under any circumstance. But along her basically taking off and hiding, she was basically being chased down by the brother and sister Inheritors, right? So literally they've just been chasing her nonstop. The problem with this is that as she continued on, she basically broke her teleporter. And so she did the only thing she could do, which was jump through the portal of the Inheritors that had been made, which landed her in Loom World. Now, along the way, while she's there, we actually pick up with Jessica Drew, who oversees her evil self, basically like toying with this guy and saying that like, hey, like, you know, thank you for the wine and all that kind of stuff. And there's a little bit of a joke there, right? In the sense that like Locust is gonna get like 30 lashes for basically stealing wine from the kitchen of the Inheritors and bringing it to that Jessica Drew. And she's like, I mean, yeah, but that's fine. I mean, you know, he gets a lifetime of lashes, so it's not like it's gonna make that much of a difference. And at least I get some wine out of it, right? So very much using people for her own ends, right? She doesn't really care about the wants and desires of individual people, that they're by and large just playthings for her own enjoyment. Now, good Jess is watching all this happen and she hates it, right? She's just like, this is ridiculous, right? This is like a terrible version of myself. And so that's when you end up having the brother and sister Inheritors who show up after they basically lost track of Cindy Moon when she showed up here in Loom world. Now, of course, one of the other cool things about this is that despite how Jessica Drew treats people, and despite the fact that even though she is this reality's version of a Spider-Woman, or at least seems to be, she seems to have the ability to just come and go as she pleases. She gets a lot more freedom than seemingly anybody else. More so than that, when she's talking to the brother, of course, she basically bows down, she pays her respects, all that kind of stuff. So she's not on the same level as the Inheritors in terms of social acceptability, right? She is still very much subservient, and she's basically instructed, one, we're not going to attack you because we know how Morlun hates it whenever we go after his own little toys and so on and so forth. So obviously her and Morlun have a thing going on, but she's also told, if you see a spider totem here, say something. And so when Cindy Moon basically comes racing through and then sees Evil Jess, thinking she's good Jessica Drew, and stops to talk to her, Evil Jess is like, spider totem, right? That's when good Jess jumps out and knocks out Evil Jess, and Evil Jess is basically out of the picture at this point. Like, Jessica Drew gives Silk her teleporter device and then takes the body to Name of the Submariner, puts it in like a chest, and is like, take off with this for a couple days and then come back, right? I need her out of the picture for right now. Now, as far as Silk goes, because she had teleported, that drew the attention of the Inheritors. The funny thing about this is Silk teleported to Earth 3145. When the Inheritors get there, they can't enter. And the reason why is because this universe, or this Earth, is home to what's basically a global thermal nuclear war. And so in effect, it's still highly irradiated. And this radiation is a weakness of the Inheritors. And so when the brother and the sister pass through here, they immediately start succumbing to the effects of radiation, and they have to pull out. And so what this has done is given Silk kind of a temporary safe space. So leaving Silk and kind of jumping back to Jessica Drew, you're basically met by the arrival of Morlun. Now, one of the funny things about this is that Morlun appearing here is actually a bit of a inconsistency in terms of writing regarding how it was handled, and we'll talk about that here in a second, because the inconsistency is really up more for interpretation than anything else. But when Morlun arrives here and basically Jessica Drew, pretending to be her evil self, bows down, pays respects, all that kind of stuff, Morlun's like, what are you doing? Like, that's you don't need to bow down to me, right? Like, you and I are a thing, right? We're a couple. And then he goes in and kisses her. Basically, Morlun is banging a spider totem, which is kind of weird. But at that point, we end up basically switching over to Earth 13, right? Now, if you guys recall in the video that we did before, Earth 13 is actually, or at least was, the safe zone for all the different Spider-Men that were there until Solace, the father of the Inheritors, showed up here and killed this reality's version of Cosmic Spider-Man. Without his protection, these guys are all just sitting ducks, right? I mean, it's just easy pickings. Now, again, this kind of takes place before Morlun comes to visit Jessica Drew. And so that's why you see Morlun here, right? Because he hasn't really teleported back. But the thing about this is that he's basically got what's referred to as the Scion. Now, the Scion, again, that's a fairly important thing. But ultimately, you end up seeing like all these different Spider-Men that are basically attacked by Solace and so on. When Solace tells Morlun, go back to Loom World, take the Scion with you, right? So with the baby being taken, right, Benji being taken, basically Mayday Parker, right, the sister of Benji, starts to freak out because her brother's basically been kidnapped, and with her mom and her dad already dead, literally Benji's all that she has left. And then ultimately you end up having the arrival of Spider-Man UK, who's like, we brought reinforcements, right? Like, we have reinforcements here. And so what you end up getting is actually anime Spider-Man, which is amazing. And then you get Gundam Spider-Man. Now, depending on who you talk to, some people will be like, Gundam Spider-Man's like the best version of Spider-Man ever, right? But the important thing here is that anime, or really like mech Spider-Man, is ripped apart pretty quickly by Solace. Literally, this guy shows up in a giant suit of armor, and it just starts getting torn apart. And they're like, okay, so we were kind of hoping that guy would be able to help us, but yeah, we're kind of screwed. So like, we need to bail out of here as fast as we possibly can, right? Like, we literally need to run. So what they end up doing is basically punching in just random numbers and just teleporting arbitrarily, only to essentially arrive in what looks like an area where dinosaurs have essentially conquered the world. Now, here's the funny thing about this. While we're not explicitly given like the gritty details of this in this particular story, I would argue this is where seemingly the Savage Land had basically taken over. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, the Savage Land is actually a place in Antarctica, which houses like dinosaurs and all kinds of creatures and life and so on that was thought to be extinct. There's also people who live there, right? Like Kazar lives there, even though nobody cares about Kazar. He lives there, trying to find some measure of relevance in a world of like superheroes. Literally, no one cares about Kazar. The reason why I say it looks like this is where the Savage Land had taken over is because if you look in there, you basically see what looks like a skyscraper. It seems to kind of make sense that like humanity probably lived in this world or existed in this world and like the Savage Land took over. It doesn't really matter. Honestly, you see it for like a few seconds, right? There isn't a whole lot doing there. Instead, Peter Parker basically chimes in with Jessica Drew. Now, of course, this takes place after Jessica Drew finds out that this reality's version of herself is essentially banging Morlun. But she ends up stumbling across what is basically the Master Weaver. Right now, Spider-Man does check in on a few things, right? He checks in on like Miles Morales and Ultimate Spider-Man, the cartoon version, and like they're like, it's exactly what you would expect, right? Where things are basically going awry. It is awesome to see that the Spidey-mobile is back. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I really wish they would bring back the Spidey-mobile or bring in the Spidey-mobile in like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because there's just something that sounds amazing about Tom Holland riding around town in a dune buggy painted as a spider. It just sounds cool. Something else to point out here, and I don't know if you guys are aware of this, the Spidey-mobile does talk. It's the Spider-Man version of Cars. Like it does talk, right? It can talk to you, like it can look at you and all kinds of stuff. So it's one of those cool little things. Like these are all basically Spider-Man, right? Like Cowboy Spider-Man, like these are all basically Spider-Man. Of course, you know, they end up basically teleporting away. And one of the funny things that I do want to point out here is that a joking reference is made to this group being called the Web Warriors. This is actually where this started from. When that comment was made in the comic, oh, it exploded on the forums. I don't know how many of you guys remember that, but Spider-Man fans everywhere were like, Web Warriors, yeah, like Web Warriors are amazing. Like it just kind of blew up in popularity and just kind of been that way for a while. And of course, over in the year 2099, you basically got, you know, Lady Spider and you got Miguel O'Hara basically dissecting one of the, or at least the body of Deimos as they had captured the clone body anyway. And of course, we'll kind of circle back around to that when we get back into Spider-Man 2099. But the big thing about this is jumping back to Loom World, right, to Earth 1, where you basically have Jessica Drew conversing with the Master Weaver. One of the things we learn here is that yes, the Master Weaver is imprisoned by the Inheritors, right? The Master Weaver is serving the Inheritors, despite the fact the Master Weaver doesn't necessarily want to. The other thing about this, and this is what made the notion of the Master Weaver so wonky, is the ability to see the future. That what this did is that while it wasn't necessarily like a foolproof thing, right? Like make sure you turn left on that road on Tuesday, right? And you'll get to where you need to be. While it's not necessarily like that, so the Inheritors weren't able to basically meet Spider-Man in every single reality as soon as they teleported there. It was more of kind of like a broad direction in terms of where time was going. Even then, it still kind of flies in the face of Marvel Comics as a whole. And the reason why is because if you go and you look at things like Days of Future Past or any one of those stories that take place in the future, one thing to bear in mind is that while that quote unquote future had been averted, at any point in time, it can become the guaranteed future of Marvel Comics. It's why sometimes they'll go back and reference those stories, right? So Days of Future Past, that reality wasn't necessarily destroyed per se. It is technically an alternate universe out there, but Marvel kind of keeps it on the back burner under this idea that, hey guys, at some future point in time, Senator Robert Kelly and Maury McTaggart and Professor Xavier can all be assassinated, and that can basically lead to Days of Future Past. Although I believe Robert Kelly's dead. He's been gone for a long time. Basically, what the Master Weaver tells Jessica Drew here is that while it is basically forced to work with the Inheritors or work for the Inheritors by opening up portals to different dimensions and different things like that, giving them a kind of general viewpoint on what direction the future is going in and so on and so forth, that it can also work against them. He cannot do it overtly, otherwise they'll kill the Master Weaver and replace him with somebody else. But what it does is it basically pulls little strands. So basically kind of orchestrating and ensuring things play out a different way, right? So like instead of Jessica Drew basically being assigned to Loom World by Peter Parker, that she could have ended up in some alternate reality somewhere, that it basically could have been her and been Riley and Kane that were dealing with the whole clone area. Such as it was, the Master Weaver basically pulled little strings and kind of had things maneuvered in little ways, even if it's only kind of subconsciously manipulating Peter Parker and those guys, so that it would all lead to Jessica Drew being here, presumably because this is the only circumstance where it works. And so what ends up happening is the Master Weaver says like, all this is done, right? All these strings have been pulled, all this manipulation through the timeline has been done for the purpose of getting you here. So I can give you these scrolls, right? These prophecies about the Scion and the Other and the Bride and something else. And that's kind of the funny thing here, is because this is where you basically end up learning about all these little roles and moments and so on and so forth. And so what Jessica Drew actually ends up doing is basically taking these scrolls and teleporting them away to Peter Parker. Now she does this because one, she's not supposed to be in the presence of the Master Weaver, right? That area is off limits to her. And two, she certainly couldn't be in possession of scrolls that basically illustrate what these particular roles play, as well as what the master plan of the Inheritors is, because their job or their goal is not to simply just kill Spider-Man. They actually have a goal. They have a particular task that they're trying to achieve here, a kind of a ceremony that they're looking to attain. And so of course they need these individual spider totems, the bride, the scion, the other, like they need those individual characters to achieve this particular goal. In the end, when they go to Peter of course is contacted by Cindy Moon, right? Where they're looking for a safe space, and Cindy Moon's like, I found a place where the Inheritors can't come to. It's Earth 3145, right? It's this alternate reality where they can't come here. Get here as fast as you possibly can. So of course they all end up teleporting away. Now once they get there, they realize the whole area is irradiated, right? Mayday Parker's pissed off at all of them, right? Because she's just like, because of you guys, my brother's basically been kidnapped. She's working with them, but like her role here will basically stop as soon as her brother is effectively saved. But like at the end of the day, they're like, okay, look, like we're here. Yes, everything's gone to pot. We've literally ended up in one bad situation after another because Peter Parker is clearly more inept than Dr. Octopus was as Spider-Man. He's nowhere near as intelligent or capable or able to plan in the same way, but they're all kind of taking his lead anyway because they hope that he's right, even though he has kind of proven himself to be a bit of an idiot when it comes to being a leader. And so ultimately when they get here, Cindy Moon has basically made these arrows out of webbing, which leads them to their destination, right? Exactly where she had gone to, which was the bunker where all the different spider totems were hidden. And that's where we kind of end up getting this realization, if we hadn't achieved it already, that while Ezekiel Sims, the person who initially told Peter Parker about the Inheritors, about like Morlun and all those guys, where he had built a bunker in the main Marvel universe for Peter Parker, seemingly that had been done across every single universe in the multiverse to keep the Spider-Man safe because the threat of the Inheritors was so significant. And so this reality's version of Spider-Man had basically been hiding out in this bunker. And Cindy Moon stumbled across this reality's version of Spider-Man when she went to that bunker. And so when Peter gets there, he's like, okay, look, this place is going to be a little cramped. It's going to be a little bit crazy, but at the end of the day, like, you know, while it's a little crowded, everything's going to be cool. And then that's when Cindy Moon is like, okay, well, here's the thing though. I discover the spider person of this universe, and you might want to brace yourself for a shock, Peter Parker. The reason why is because when all the lights and everything get turned on, we end up finding out this reality's version of Spider-Man is Uncle Ben. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Spider-Verse. And in this instance, we are picking up with the Scarlet Spider story. Now, something that I also told you guys is that we would explain the whole idea behind like the other and all that kind of stuff in this video, which we will do. But what this initially does is it basically picks up with like Ben Reilly and Kane and Jessica Drew from the Ultimate Universe, and these guys facing off against Genix. In all honesty, this story's pretty straightforward, and there's not a whole lot doing here, right? Like Genix is there to stop them from destroying the cloning facility. Their idea is to destroy the cloning facility, and then things just kind of go from there, right? Like you basically got Kane, and that's kind of the funny thing. I always thought of Kane as like an answer to the question, what if the Punisher became Spider-Man? Because while Kane is not necessarily as brutal as like Frank Castle is, he's certainly a lot more brutal than Spider-Man traditionally is. And so as a result of that, one of the things that he really kind of takes on here is this idea that the Inheritors will always hunt them. And where Ben Reilly is kind of like, no, we can't kill them. That's not what we do. The response of Kane is like, we're past the point of like the moral high ground, right? We're past the point of saying like, we don't kill Inheritors because it's the wrong thing to do. Instead, he's just like, this guy has to die. And so what ends up happening here is that he actually starts to lose control of himself. And when he does, he starts basically developing like these appendages and spikes and things like that that come out of his body, and he successfully kills Genix. Now, there's a reason why this happens. And this basically leads us into our discussion about the nature of the spider totems and so on and so forth. So here's the thing to understand when it comes to these totems. The reality in terms of why Marvel created them in the first place, it was initially just designed to explain why Peter Parker could do things that were beyond his normal power set. So originally, Peter Parker was an avatar of the other. Then what you also have is the bride, and you have the scion in terms of the ones that matter here. There are others, but the way this all works is that if we use Juggernaut as an example, right? Cain Marko is an avatar of Sidorak, insofar as Sidorak, the demon entity, had a crimson gem, and Cain Marko got his hands on the crimson gem, and by possessing it, he is given a portion of the power that belongs to Sidorak. The great spider totems are basically the exact same thing, that you have the multiverse, and then you have the web of life and destiny, which is kind of the Spider-Man version of the multiverse. So think of it like the Spider-Man equivalent of like a Speed Force, essentially, for like the Flash. But the spider totems exist on a multiversal scale, and there's only ever one of them. So there's only ever one other. There's only ever one bride. There's only ever one scion. scion, right? That's it. And the way this works is that you basically have like the Great Weaver, the Master Weaver, if you want to call it that. And their job is to, one, ensure that the multiverse is maintained by basically having individual Spider-Men or Spider-Women become hosts for the great totems or the great avatars. And so in the case of Peter Parker and the idea of the other, that was initially Marvel's way of explaining how it is he was able to do things that he couldn't normally do. And it went on that way for a little while. But one of the things that we've talked about in the past is that when Joe Quesada became editor-in-chief, he wanted to get rid of what he considered to be all the unnecessary fluff and return the characters back to their basic roots. And the basic root of Peter Parker is he was a kid bitten by a spider that basically gave him powers, and then he went forward as Spider-Man. All the other stuff that like Straczynski and some of those guys did, where they created the spider totems and so on, Quesada thought was unnecessary. And so that's why Peter Parker, who was originally a host of the other, all that went away in the aftermath of One More Day. That when his whole history was rewritten by Mephisto, one of those things is that instead of him embracing the other as he had previously done, he cast it aside. And so that entity, that spiritual essence, if we want to call it that, was taken away from Peter by the Great Weaver and given to Kane. And that's why it is that Kane is now the other in Marvel Comics. In the case of Cindy Moon, she's the bride. And in the case of Benji, he's the scion. Now, the question that has to be asked here is, what's the purpose of these guys? What do they do with these particular roles? So if we start with the scion, as most of you guys know, whenever a person becomes like a Spider-Man or a Spider-Woman, more often than not, it's because they're bitten by a radioactive spider, right? That's just kind of the mythos surrounding Spider-Man and has been since the character's introduction. However, there are occasionally instances where a person is born with spider powers, and that's what the scion represents. Specifically, it's Benji. He's the youngest person in the multiverse to have been born with the abilities of Spider-Man, and so he represents every instance where a person is born with spider powers. Now, the nature of Silk, also called the bride, is she is the one that's basically the spider wife of Peter Parker, if we can call it that. Not literally, she's not married to Peter Parker, but when you look at the various instances where people have been bitten by a radioactive spider and then went on to become Spider-Man or Spider-Woman, it only ever usually happens once, right? In the case of Miles Morales, it's a little bit different. Miles Morales was bitten by a spider that came from the same experimental stock, but Miles himself was not actually bitten by the same spider that bit Peter Parker. Cindy Moon was bitten by the same spider that bit Peter Parker in the main Marvel universe. So she represents random chance, right? Happenstance. The random probability that somebody will be in a certain place at a certain time and then be bitten by a radioactive spider that will turn them into Spider-Man. And then in turn, you have the other, which is basically just like the warrior, quote unquote, of the various spider totems, right? The one built for conflict. And so that's why over the course of this whole Spider-Verse event, yes, you have all kinds of different people who have been bitten by radioactive spiders, things like that. But then you have select few, because the circumstances surrounding them becoming Spider-Man and Spider-Woman are very unique among the web of life and destiny. 99.99999% of every single Spider-Man and Spider-Woman that you're ever going to see in the multiverse were just a version of Peter Parker, man or woman, who was bitten by a radioactive spider, and that's it. But Benji was born with his powers. Silk was bitten by a spider, the same spider that bit Peter Parker, and the other is the totem that defends all the others. And so in the end, in facing the fact, or facing this revelation that so long as this cloning facility remains, that it'll just keep going on and on and on and on, with Kane currently knocked out, right? He's out of commission. And then you've got Jessica Drew, who is captured by Genix. Ben Reilly does the only thing he can do, right? He actually ends up just activating an explosive device, really just like a giant bullet, right? I mean, this thing's much, much larger than like a 50 cal, but basically just like throws it into a stack of all these other bullets and just blows up the entirety of the cloning facility, right? He basically ends up killing himself in the process while Jessica Drew gets Kane out of there. And as Kane begins to come to, he realizes that Ben Reilly's now dead, right? Ben Reilly sacrificed his life in order to destroy Genix, and he in turn blames the Inheritors for it. And so because of the fact that he, one, recognizes that he's the other, two, he can kill the Inheritors, and three, the cloning facility is destroyed, that basically there's no real way for the Inheritors to come back. And so once they die, they stay dead. And so basically leaning into the totality of his power as the other, he heads directly to Loom World in order to find a way to destroy the Inheritors. Now at that point, we switch over to Loom World itself, right? Back to Earth one. And you have, of course, these other members of the Inheritors who were here, right? You've got Bora and Brix, and you've got Genix, or at least what's left of him, right? The last Genix that there'll ever be. You have like all these people who are here, Deimos and so on, and they all, of course, are just begging for forgiveness because of the fact that they essentially failed Solace, or at least in their mind they failed Solace, because the different members of the totems that they were supposed to capture, the bride and the other and so on, have all basically managed to escape. But the response to Solace is, we're not worried about that. And the reason why is because, remember, with the web of life and destiny, while it's not a necessarily guaranteed future, which is do A, B, and C and D will happen, it's more of if you do A, B, and C, then like D or E or F will happen or something along those lines. That Solace seems to have this understanding of the fact that in time, because of what they've done so far, specifically the fact that they've captured Benji, they've captured the Scion, that in turn, everybody else will follow suit, right? The nature of Spider-Man is no man left behind. They won't sacrifice people if they don't have to. And so in turn, he knows they will come to them. They'll basically go to the ends of the earth to try to find a way to save Benji. And ultimately, the other and the bride will inevitably end up on Loom World, even if the others stay behind. And so what we end up doing is transitioning back to Earth 3145, right? Now remember, this is where we discovered that in this reality, Uncle Ben ended up becoming Spider-Man, and it's just been kind of laying in wait here ever since. And what we end up finding out is the origin is not that dissimilar, again, kind of tying into this discussion about like the Scion and so on and so forth, that when Peter had basically gone to the science exhibit, that nobody would go with him. And so Uncle Ben basically took the day off, ended up going with Peter. Uncle Ben was bitten by a radioactive spider, and Peter actually leaned into it, right? He helped him develop all kinds of like technologies and things like that that could help him play this role, and that he basically went forward as a hero. The problem with this is that, as you guys know, just by nature of reading comic books, when you are a hero, you will draw the attention of villains. And that where in the main Marvel universe, the Green Goblin had killed Gwen Stacy, in this universe, the Green Goblin killed Peter Parker and Aunt May, which basically left Uncle Ben alone. And so he ultimately abandoned his role as being Spider-Man. Now this is really important because there was actually a time, like this little panel you see where like Uncle Ben is walking away in like the Spider-Man costumes in a trash can. That was an actual plot moment that happened in the Spider-Man mythos when Peter Parker was going to quit. He ultimately ended up going back to be Spider-Man, but Uncle Ben didn't do that. Instead, Uncle Ben was met by Ezekiel Sims, who basically told him, hey, like there are Inheritors running around the multiverse and they are killing Spider-Man and they will find you and kill you unless you come with me and you stay in this bunker. But unlike what you would expect from like Peter Parker of the main Marvel universe, who would do exactly what he did do, which is turn down the offer and instead go forward as being Spider-Man, confronting whatever threat may face him, because the lives he can save in the interim and the good he can do outweighs the value of his own life, that Uncle Ben leaned into it. And so he decided to stay in the bunker. And where some of you guys may interpret that as me kind of saying that Uncle Ben was a coward, the reality is you would be right. And in fact, that's how he's depicted here by Dan Slott. Now, one thing that I want to point out, when this happened, people were pissed. When it comes to Spider-Man fans, they never want to see Uncle Ben shined in any light other than Uncle Ben was just this great guy who always did noble things, and his death was one of the most significant moments in Peter's life. But that's kind of the great thing about this, is that having an Uncle Ben that makes morally questionable decisions, I think is a cool thing, because it takes him off of this pedestal that Spider-Man fans put him on and kind of brings him down to being like, yeah, man, he's a person, like he's a human being. He's not some godly guy who's incapable of making bad decisions and everything he does is great. But like morally questionable decisions, that's an awesome concept. And so what you also end up finding out here is that the world itself being totally destroyed actually happened at the hands of Otto Octavius. Now remember, Superior Spider-Man is listening to this whole thing. And as you guys know, Superior Spider-Man was when Dr. Octopus took over the body of Peter. And so what Superior Spider-Man is basically listening to is this story where an alternate reality version of himself held the world hostage using nuclear weapons, and that when all his demands were being met, something went wrong. And basically the world devolved, or at least was destroyed, by nuclear weapons. Superior Spider-Man is so taken aback by this because in his mind, he could never make such a miscalculation. And it's one of those funny things because he's kind of like, you know, in every universe, no matter what universe it is, I am always this intelligent. When in reality, he was kind of an idiot in this universe and basically led to it all being destroyed. The other part of this is that Peter Parker kind of yanks everybody back and says, okay, look, this is a cool tale and everything, but it's taken us off track, right? Our focus needs to be on what's going on with these spider totems, right? What's going on with what the Inheritors want to do. Jessica Drew sacrificed her teleporter to give us these scrolls, and nobody's ever really able to read them. Now, when it comes to Silk, ever the girl who's emo and just feels misunderstood by the world, when like somebody makes some offhanded remark and they're like, so basically Jessica Drew sacrificed our teleporter to give us these useless scrolls that we can't use, then Silk, Little Miss the world revolves around me, and you know, anytime anybody says anything bad about something that I happen to be involved in, they're directly talking about me. She's like, oh God, I feel so bad, you know, and that kind of thing. And so she basically leaves. One of the things to understand, this story killed people's interest in Silk, because all she was the girl who just moped around, and every single circumstance that ever went bad was a reflection of her and the fact that she had somehow failed as a person, right? Like people, I remember reading the forums and people were like, dude, I hate Silk like so much. And so what actually ends up happening is her working alongside Spider-Gwen, they actually teleport away to Loom World directly in order to find a way to get Jessica Drew out of Loom World and back to basically this reality, which is where none of the Inheritors can arrive to. But something that I hope you guys are noticing is that now with Cindy Moon going there, on top of Kane going there, all the spider totems are all in the same place. Now, one of the other things to know here is that when it came to Anya Karazin, that remember, she's not truly a Spider-Woman per se. She is, but she's not. She got her powers by mystical means, and the Spider Society that worships the nature of spider totems are the ones who basically gave her her powers. But they also worship the totems, which meant they can read these scrolls. And so Anya Karazin knows how to read them because she was taught to. And so where she goes through and reads all this, we're not really given like the ins and outs and the specific details of how all the spider totems work. But what we are told is that if the blood of the bride and the other and the scion is spilled on the web of life and destiny, that it'll basically destroy any of the spider totems from coming into existence. That basically there will be no other, there will be no bride, no scion or anything like that. And that in doing so, the Inheritors will never have to concern themselves with the other part of the prophecy, which is that the various Spider-Men and Spider-Women that exist out there, specifically the totems, are destined to end the reign of the Inheritors themselves. They're destined to destroy the Inheritors. And so that's why the Inheritors are doing this, is because while yes, killing various spider totems does grant them like some increased level of power, and they do find satisfaction in absorbing the life energies of various Spider-Men and Spider-Women out there, their goal is to actually find the bride and the other and the scion, and then take them, spill their blood on the web of life and destiny, and then destroy the future appearances of any other Spider-Man, as well as actually ending the multiverse. Now, this would be doubly worse because the multiverse is already collapsing, right? Like the incursions were happening at the time this story was taking place. So if anything, the Inheritors would actually speed up the destruction of all existence, which really is one of the things that a lot of people asked when it came to Spider-Verse. I found myself asking that while you did have like the Black Priests and the Ivory Kings and all that kind of stuff, how come the Inheritors never came across the map makers or anything like that, right? If they were being sent to universes where Spider-Man were there, it seemed to maybe kind of make sense because it just meant that like the incursions had not taken place on those worlds yet, or like the Black Priests had not arrived. So I guess it kind of made sense, but still you would have thought somewhere along the line they would have like met a Black Priest or a group of Black Priests or something like that and just like fled for their lives after almost being destroyed. But whatever the case is, when we switch over to Loom World where Kane arrives, and in fact Spider-Man tells him, look man, like do not go to Loom World, and Kane's like, too late bro, I'm already here, right? And he's just like, no, like you're literally destroying the plan that we need to create, like you're doing the worst possible thing. The question that Spider-Man has is, or at least the statement he makes is, okay, look, we basically got Cindy Moon who took off to Loom World, we've got Kane who took off to Loom World, the Scion's already on Loom World, they're in the worst place because they're gonna be easy to capture. So he's like, everybody doing everything you're doing, drop it, right? Like no matter what you're doing, what it is that's happening right now, drop what you're doing. We all need to go to Loom World, and either we have to destroy the Inheritors or we have to save the 3 spider totems and get them out of there and bring them back here. Now, Miguel O'Hara's initial response is no, like we're in the middle of something, give me like 5 minutes and then we'll head back out there. And then of course you end up having like Miles Morales and all those Spider-Men that they've gathered who are of course answering the call, and so they're responding. And so what you end up getting, or at least doing, is switching back over to Loom World, and you basically end up having the other, right, like Kane, who successfully manages to kill Solace. Now, this was another controversial moment in the story. And when I say controversy in the story, I mean, I use it as a loose term, right? I mean, there's nothing controversial about comic books, right? Like it's comic books. But like the thing about this is that that the other actually kills Solace, which was kind of nuts, right? Because again, the other is like the warrior, right? Designed or destined to face off and seemingly destroy any threats that may befall the various spider totems that exist out there. But where Solace, who's seemingly the most powerful of all the Inheritors, is killed by Kane, that in turn, Kane is killed by Morlun. What made this controversial to fans is that it happened so incredibly fast, right? It just happened so quickly. Now, a lot of this was because it was just part and parcel to telling the story. So I would argue anybody who was mad about this was probably looking for a reason to be mad. To me, like I wasn't, you know, it was like, I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? I mean, something had to happen, right? I mean, this, you know, Kane couldn't stay around as Spider-Man forever. In all honesty, this, as much as as any other story was designed to kind of wrap up his plot threads and basically call it a day. But at the end of the day, because of the fact that Solace is now dead, that puts Morlun in charge of all the other Inheritors. And so what you end up getting, of course, is that while Jessica Drew and Cindy Moon and Spider-Gwen are now gathered together after Jessica Drew was rescued by Cindy Moon and Spider-Gwen, that in turn leads to all the Green Goblins being descended onto them by the Inheritors. So of course, now they have to flee for their lives. And this leads into another one of the controversial moments from the story, which was the depiction of Uncle Ben. That when you switch back to this reality and you've got Peter Parker talking to Uncle Ben and saying, look, like, we've got to go. The response of May Parker, right, the Spider-Girl from an alternate universe, Benji's older sister, is like, one person's not going to make a difference. And the response of Uncle Ben is, yeah, you're right. Like, I'm not going to make any real difference here, right? Like, I mean, I possibly could have done something to stop, you know, Dr. Octopus from destroying, you know, my world or whatever it is. But he's like, at the end of the day, like, I'm just one simple guy, right? There's nothing I can do here. There's not much that can be offered to like save this day. But this is where things were really cool with Peter, because suddenly the shoe was on the other foot. In years past, it was always Uncle Ben making these speeches to Peter Parker and saying, with great power must come great responsibility, that you have a duty to things greater than yourself, that you can't simply just kind of fall to the wayside, collapse in on yourself when times get hard, because it's when times get hard that you really find out what you are. And the way that Uncle Ben is depicting himself is that when times get hard, he gives up. He doesn't really like stand up and kind of keep on going the way that he's supposed to. A massive difference between this reality's Uncle Ben and the Uncle Ben that Peter Parker knows. And Peter Parker goes as far as to tell him that, right? Like, in my universe, my Uncle Ben never would have done this. He never would have been the guy to just kind of sit down and collapse and give up, roll over and play dead because things just got really, really hard and because he made a few bad choices, right? He's like, I have lost seemingly everything that was important to me, all the things that were significant to me, and where Peter Parker doesn't necessarily seem to be able to rile him up and doesn't seem to be able to kind of get him back. It comes down to Superior Spider-Man, and he's like, you're pathetic, old man. And just starts screaming at him, right? Like, where Peter Parker goes to chime in, the response to Superior Spider-Man is shut up, right? He's like, so you're saying that's it? You're afraid to fail again, right? That's what you have to offer? No. He's like, I've lost more times than I've won, and every time I got back up. That's all that matters. And he's like, when victory is easy, it's cheap. Every fight that's ever been worth fighting has been against adversity, against so-called quote unquote unbeatable forces, some kind of unbeatable foe. But there is no such thing. Every enemy has a weakness. You just have to find it once, right? He's the one that actually rallies Uncle Ben, that gets Uncle Ben off his backside and willing to fight again. He's like, look, the ones who go forward and achieve great things, who do something meaningful, are the ones who stand in the face of everything they've lost and are willing to give just a little bit more in order to get what it is that they really want. And that's what he asks. What is it that you really want here? Do you want to give up, just roll over and play dead? Or do you want to get off your ass and do something, right? Do you want to redeem all these past mistakes and all these past failures that you've made? And that's exactly what happens. Uncle Ben gets up and is like, one more time, and dons the costume, and the whole group goes forward into Loom World with the intention of killing the Inheritors. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Spider-Verse. And here's a funny thing. This is going to be a pretty short video relative to the other ones that we've done, because this is basically part of Spider-Man Team Up. So these stories are not super lengthy. In fact, they're like 10 pages each, right? So they're pretty short here. What's funny about this one, though, is this is probably one of the most important moments from all of Spider-Verse. And so I don't really understand why they shuffled it off to a Team Up comic and basically called it a day, right? It's a little weird that they did that. But one of the things that had come out of the scrolls that have been given to the Spider Army by the Master Weaver was the nature of Karn. Now, we've talked about Karn before, that he's one of the Inheritors, that Karn himself very much cherished love and beauty, and that unlike the other Inheritors, he didn't feed on spiders out of a desire to. And so when his family learned that, they basically put this helmet on his head and then banished him from the Inheritor homeworld, destined to essentially spend forever consuming spiders in an effort to earn his place back home. The reality is that was never going to happen. But because of the fact that the spiders have learned this, they see him as a potential ally, because of the fact that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, that Karn hates his family and his father most of all. And so the spiders can use that to their advantage as a means to basically rally and bring him on board. And so what we do is we switch over to Earth 3123, this alternate reality where it actually turns out that Peter Parker and Uncle Ben, neither one of them had become Spider-Man. Instead, it was Aunt May, which is cool. You know, there's a few stories, those of you guys who don't know, there's a few stories where awesome stuff happens with Aunt May. Like, you guys remember the Golden Oldie story, right? Where like Aunt May becomes like Golden Oldie. She's a herald of Galactus. It's amazing. It's really cool. She's like babysitting Franklin Richards, and like Galactus shows up out of nowhere, and then she like races off and like chastises him, and then like he turns her into a herald, and then like she goes and finds worlds for him. It's really cool. Like, it's a really fun little story. But regardless, this conversation between the two is actually interesting because Aunt May does exactly what you would expect her to do, right? I mean, she's a kindly old woman. She's like a nice old woman that would like fix you cookies and stuff like that. I mean, she'll wallop you upside the head with her purse if you're like, you know, if you're mouthing off or acting up, right? I mean, Aunt May's never afraid to throw hands, but the conversation between the two is such that she's a very gentle person, and it almost kind of begins to turn Karn for like a brief second, but then he snaps back and says, no, right? Destiny cannot be denied. I have to earn my place back at my family. Just one more spider that dies, and then I'll in turn be able to earn my place again, right? I'll be able to be back with the family, kind of earn my right as I've desired it so much. Now, of course, as you would expect, you basically end up having the arrival of all these spiders who show up, right? So you've got Ashley Barton, you've got Spider-Punk, you've got Spider-Man UK, Billy Braddock, you've got Spider-Man India. You have like all these spiders who show up out of nowhere, and a fight breaks out between them and Karn. Now, here's a funny thing about this, that Karn initially goes to attack all of them, right? And we all know for the most part, Karn could probably overpower them, right? And probably even kill them. But right off the bat, they take him by surprise. And the reason why is because he says like, I don't know how you guys, you know, how you came here. I don't know how you got this knowledge that, you know, that I was banished from my family and all that kind of stuff. And it doesn't matter. He's like, but like all of you are going to die. And the response of Spider-Man UK is like, you have it wrong. Like, we're not here to fight you, man. We're here to ask you to join us, right? And initially the response of Karn is like, man, you guys must be desperate if you're showing up here asking me to join your ranks. But the funny thing here is that Spider-Man India chimes in and says, I understand obligation to family better than most, but your family betrayed those obligations long ago. They claimed to punish you for your mother's death, but the truth is they sent you away because they feared you because you questioned them. And then Ashley chimes in and says the same kinfolk who said that you could come back and live with them like one big happy family if you killed just enough spiders. And that was how many hundreds of years ago? The walls are closing in. Like, their argument is there's nothing you can do here that will make your family proud. There's nothing you can do to earn your place at their side. That's never gonna happen. That's never, ever gonna happen. Like, there's nothing you can do here. Your family will always have you as a carrot on a stick, right? Just keep going a little bit longer and you'll get it, right? They're literally just leading you on. And so either you can stand aside from that, you can stop that, or you can keep it going. And one of the funny things is they kind of tease this way of saying like, you know, they have like another way for him to continue to survive. And where the answer that Anya Karazin gives is, no, we don't. But your family, if you help us beat them, we could use their technology to find alternatives to you traveling around the multiverse and consuming spiders. Then right off the bat, Karn snaps back, right? This little glimmer of hope that he thought he had, he snaps back and says, no, that's never gonna happen. I've got to keep doing my thing, right? In a lot of ways, it's like a video game, right? Where you have to go through like those trust challenges where you have to like convince them into believing you. And if you answer any of the questions wrong, then like, they're like, no, I can't trust you. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is a really good example of that. Where Karn says it's useless to defy fate, the natural order. Spider-Man UK says, who says there's only one natural order? How many worlds have you been to? I've seen multitudes. They're all beautiful and they're all different. According to the scroll, you wanted to explore their beauty, record it, celebrate it, not bring death and destruction. And then Anya chimes in and says, and as for fate, who knows more about it than the Master Weaver? And who do you think gave us this? And so when the statement's made like the Master Weaver is the reason why we have these scrolls in the first place, it kind of begins to lock things in stone. Because while Karn has been banished from his family for quite some time, the basic functions of the family and the nature of the Master Weaver, that's still known to him. And again, one of the things that we've stated is that while the Master Weaver doesn't tell them walk this way and turn left, you know, or follow this exact path and you will end up where you want to go, he doesn't lead them to their future. The Master Weaver does have knowledge of the future. And so what their response is, the Master Weaver gave us these scrolls, and in giving us these scrolls, gave us this knowledge of you so we could tell you that we have this knowledge, so we could ask you to work with us. That it's all basically fate. That Karn was destined to turn away from his family and to to join the Spider Army against the Inheritors. This is a big ally for a variety of reasons. The first is because despite the fact that Karn has been gone for a lengthy amount of time, there's still some very important information he can give the Spider Army to help him defeat his family, their inner workings, how they function, all that kind of stuff. Any information that they don't have, no matter how small, is exceedingly important in this war that they're engaged in. The other part of this is that Karn says, my hunger can be intense. It can be uncontrollable. There are times when I'm going to need to feed. And the response of these guys is, okay, then if that's the case, and this is a big risk that we're taking here, we'll let you feed on us. Not enough to like kill them, right? But enough to basically sustain himself. And that's what happens, right? Karn comes to this realization. He says, all this time, it was a lie. The centuries I suffered, the pain I inflicted, none of it had to happen. My family told one truth. There is no greater wretch than me. And so the response to Spider-Punk is, no one is beyond redemption. It will be a long journey, but that is nothing new to you, is it? Let us help you take the first step. This is an important thing because it feeds into the nature of the Spider Army, the various Spider-Men themselves, right? One of the things we didn't necessarily cover in the previous video, it didn't seem overly important, is that there is a point where Spider-Man India has this bit of a kind of an emotional breakdown where he seems to come to this realization that when he looks at Peter Parker, that all their differing names and even their costumes seem to be alternate variations of Peter Parker himself, that they're all basically copies of Peter Parker. And in a lot of ways, that's true, but that's the common theme that Spider-Man more often than not share. It's one of the things that made Ashley Barton and Superior Spider-Man so unique, is that they were kind of an answer to the question, what happens when somebody becomes a Spider-esque character, but then is kind of a villain, and then maybe kind of a hero, but is usually a jerk more often than not. But they aren't straight, true villains. I mean, I guess maybe Ashley Barton is. She kind of became the new Kingpin in Old Man Logan, but outside of her, you know, Superior Spider-Man isn't necessarily a straight villain. He kind of was in the beginning, but he changed his ways as time went on. And that's kind of the nature of what it means when it comes to the Spider-Man mythos, is they're not necessarily naive. I mean, in some ways they are, right? The belief that like everybody can be saved if you just show them happiness and help them understand their hearts are 3 sizes too small. You know, like if you approach it from that perspective, sure, right? That's just good old plain being naive, you know? And so with these different Spider-Men, sure, like in this instance, if this were anybody else, they probably would have pummeled him. But the fact that Karn is someone they need on their side, that they're able to bring in this sort of gentler touch that can kind of rally him in and say, look, we need your help in defeating the family that you hate so much. And so as a result of this, they actually all end up basically grabbing Karn and sharing a bit of their power with him, which kind of allows him to feed and sustain himself to a degree. Not enough that it like kills anybody, but enough that like he's able to kind of keep himself going. And then following that, they exit through the portal and take Karn back to their base of operations. So again, an exceedingly important story in the Spider-Verse event, which was just kind of shuffled off to a side story, and I never completely understood why. Okay, so we are finally here at the conclusion of Spider-Verse. And for some of you guys, the response might kind of be, God, this ending kind of came out of nowhere. It did. And that was really one of the biggest gripes that people had about Spider-Verse when the event originally happened, is the ending felt rushed, right? Like at the time the story, the ending came out, a lot of people were on forums and they were like, God, it feels like Marvel just wrapped it up with a quickness. And they kind of had to, right? That's one of the things about it, is when we covered this event originally and we were talking about everything that was going on at the time, remember, Marvel had the incursions going on, right? The collapse of the multiverse and all that kind of stuff. And the reality is that everything that Marvel was writing was largely contingent on what was going on with Secret Wars, in the sense that it was all basically supposed to end at around the same time, in the sense that what you basically got was you had the last days of various heroes, right? The last days of Loki, the last days of Black Widow, last days of Punisher, different things like that. Spider-Man didn't necessarily get that. He kind of did, but Spider-Verse was really more of the last days of Spider-Man, because for his character, it really went directly into Secret Wars issue number 0, and basically the collapse of the multiverse. And so with all this happening, it was basically this idea that Marvel had to wrap it up fast, and that's exactly what they did. And so in the last video, we basically kind of ended it with the various Spider-Men from across the multiverse descending onto Loomworld, right? The homeworld of the Inheritors, due to a couple different factors. One, they didn't necessarily want to do this. They wanted to kind of keep playing shadow games to a degree, sort of biding their time and trying to organize their strategy a little bit more. But because of the fact that that Silk is one of the important spider totems because she's the bride, because Cain is the other, and because Benji the Scion had basically been taken already, that with Silk and Cain arriving on Loomworld, the hand of the Spider-Man was basically forced. They had to come here to rescue these guys in order to keep the prophecy from coming to fruition, which would basically see the destruction of all the different Spider-Men across the multiverse. And so one of the things that happens with this is that with the death of Solace as the father of the Inheritors, and remember, he's not really the biological father so much as he's like the leader of the group. And so they really base leadership roles on like familial lines, right? So that's why you have like mother, you have father, not really their biological parents so much as this is a ceremonial role they hold. But with the death of Solace, this has really thrown the Inheritors into disarray, Deimos more than others. And the reason why is because the prophecy as it had been foretold by the Master Weaver is that Solace would outlive Deimos. But the problem with this is that Deimos outlives Solace. And so what this does is it actually throws into kind of disarray this idea that the prophecies don't really matter because the prophecies were wrong. The prophecies only have as much value as whether or not they unfold. The instant a prophecy does not come to fruition, it's usually discarded as having been a false prophecy, or that conclusion was basically averted, right? That's usually kind of how it's treated here. And so with Deimos, that's the way he responds. The funny thing about this is that with Genix, again, being the scientific arm of the Inheritors and the one that was responsible for creating clone bodies for the Inheritors to occupy, what he does is he actually produces this crystal, which basically has all the knowledge and essentially the essence of Solace. It's basically his consciousness locked away in crystalline form. And what that would do, that intelligence that was kind of backed up in real time seemingly, would be put into a new host body. And that's how the Inheritors would come back by virtue of being cloned. But because the cloning facility was destroyed, this crystal is all that's left of Solace. Now, one thing that I want you guys to notice here, it's the 11th hour, right? I mean, it's basically over with. And so the Inheritors are kind of clinging on to this idea that they can somehow come out on top. And so that's where the prophecy kind of comes back when Genix says, no, the prophecy is true. We can believe the Master Weaver because technically Solace has outlived you because his essence is in this crystal. The Master Weaver did not specify how Solace would outlive you, right? What condition he would be in. The Master Weaver simply just said that you would. Now, one thing to keep in mind though, is that the Master Weaver has basically been working against the Inheritors in small ways. And so while we're not really given a definitive answer here, this may be one of these instances where the Master Weaver didn't really give them a false prophecy so much as a prophecy that was kind of skirting the lines between true and false, right? But regardless, you end up having Morlun, who begins the prophecy itself, right? The process of basically killing these different spider totems. And again, this is where you really got like the actual explanation. But again, it was very, very cryptic. It wasn't really given to us in a clear-cut way. So for example, when he goes and kills the other, basically Cain, the giant spider form that Cain took on, he says, as it was foretold, with this first cut, the blood of the other stains the great web. Across all time and space, its legacy is no more. It shall find no new host. The problem with this is that while, I mean, this portion is straightforward, right? There will never be a person who will imbue the power of the other in the multiverse ever again. It still didn't really give us a definitive role that the other played. It's one of those things where it was only in hindsight between questions that were answered by Dan Slott and future stories that were done that we got an explanation of what the other was actually about. That and the old J. Michael Straczynski stuff. But the point is that there will be no more combative Spider-Man, right? In the sense that like the other is kind of a host for like the fighter of the various spider totems, right? To protect the other spider totems, nobody will ever imbue this again. And so the Master Weaver in turn completes the other half of the statement in saying, the great totem will inhabit no living thing. Its age is over. The spiders can feel it in their blood. The strands of the web pull at them. They are coming for you, Morlun, all of them. And that's exactly what happens. All these Spider-Men all start coming for them from conceivably every direction. They've already arrived on Loomworld. At this point, they haven't quite gotten to the location of where Morlun is at. The other part of this is all they knew is that Cain had taken off to Loomworld. They didn't know what happened to him. But when they arrive on the scene and they discover the fact that Cain is dead, this is when all hell begins to break loose. Because at this point, a lot of it's anger and frustration in the sense that they're tired of losing various Spider-Men. And so to a degree, it is all kind of bubbling to the surface. The problem with this is that there was so much anger and rage just kind of lingering out there, the moment's almost kind of lost, right? Like you get there angry, you get there upset, but it's kind of like, I mean, okay, but like, were you not as angry or upset before, right? Like what was so significant about Cain? The funny thing about this is that we can kind of interpret this in a couple different ways. If you look at the character of Jessica Drew, right? This Black Widow from the Ultimate Universe, she's a clone of Peter Parker in the Ultimate Universe. So for her, it's a very personal vendetta to see a clone killed, because the death of Kane hits very close to home for her. But for the other Spider-Man, they're just pissed off that another Spider-Man died, like so many others have. But switching back to Morlun, what he does is he transitions to the bride, right, to Silk, and says the spinner at the center of the web, second bitten, the unseen silken thread, pulling at the hand of fate. And where Silk tries to beseech him and say, like, you know, what you're saying doesn't make any sense, it's all just a whole bunch of nonsense and so on and so forth, like, you're never going to win, and that kind of a thing, it basically leads to Morlun cutting the hand of Silk, spilling her blood on the great web, and saying, as your blood flows through these skeins, no spider totem shall ever appear by chance. That one was really the more direct of the three, but again, to kind of reiterate here, Silk represents just random circumstance that leads to a person being bitten by a radioactive spider and becoming a Spider-Man or a Spider-Woman. And this is one of the elements of the Spider-Man mythos as it was changed by Straczynski and continued by Dan Slott, that some fans, I wouldn't say a lot, I wouldn't assign a value to it, but that some fans in general didn't really seem to enjoy. That in years past, leading up to the events of Straczynski's run and going into Dan Slott's run, Peter Parker was just a kid who was bitten by a radioactive spider. That depending on how you look at it, he was in the right place at the right time or the wrong place at the wrong time. But he was basically flying by the seat of his pants trying to figure out how to be a hero, and that was basically it. The introduction of the other, the spider totems, right, the bride, the scion, all that kind of stuff, kind of moved Peter Parker into this realm of being quote unquote the chosen one, and not everyone was on board with that. But what this did by virtue of introducing that concept was really kind of bring together all these different alternate reality versions of Peter and essentially saying that they are all kind of destined to become Spider-Man, right? Whether it is a female version of Peter Parker or a male version of Peter Parker, that in every single universe, there is destined to be a person who is bitten by a radioactive spider and goes on to become that reality's version of Spider-Man. The funny thing about this is Silk, in terms of how she was explained regarding the concept of the bride and random chance, is that sometimes that doesn't always happen. That yes, it plays out that way, but not necessarily. That in addition to that reality getting its own version of Peter Parker, sometimes you get a different version of Spider-Man beyond Peter Parker. Now, Marvel doesn't really say it as much, but the notion of like Spider-Gwen, for example, right? She's not an alternate reality version of Peter Parker. She's an alternate reality version of Gwen Stacy, but she was bitten by a radioactive spider nonetheless. How exactly that ties in is not fully made clear. The essence of Silk seems to be more in line with the idea of a spider turning somebody into Spider-Man and then a secondary bite, right? Or just the random happenstance of someone becoming Spider-Man when they're not supposed to be. But regardless, the Master Weaver chimes in and says, curses, magic, and unwanted luck. Midwives to all new spiders now scurry, hide, and are seen no more. The web is untangled, its end draws near, right? And then following that, you have Morlun, who makes his way towards the Scion, to Benji, basically the youngest spider in all creation. And he says, with this cut, the act is done. No new totem shall arise. No more spiders will be born. No new age can begin. In effect, with the death of Benji, basically solidifies this prophecy in saying there will never ever be another Spider-Man or Spider-Woman in the multiverse again. That at this point, as long as the Inheritors can try to find some way to stay alive, if they kill all the Spider-Men here, then they can just travel through the multiverse and kill the ones they haven't killed yet, and no other Spider-Man will crop back up. And because spiders are the inherent enemy of the Inheritors, they basically wipe out their own real competition. And so the Inheritors can just inherit the multiverse without anybody really standing in their way. Now, of course, this basically leads to the Spider-Man, really Peter Parker for the main Marvel Universe, arriving just in time to yank the knife out of Morlun's hand and keep him from killing Benji. Now, at that point, that's when Deimos steps in and says, do your thing, Morlun, like kill the baby with your hands if you have to, it doesn't really matter. I will hold these guys off. You make sure the prophecy comes to fruition. The funny thing about this is that, of course, you end up having, Superior Spider-Man who goes after Deimos, and then Peter Parker ends up going after Morlun. But one of the things to understand here is that Morlun, in a lot of ways, is both terrified of Peter Parker, but also despises Peter Parker. The reason being because while the family of Morlun didn't really hate him or despise him, there was a lack of respect for him because of the fact that he'd been killed twice by Peter Parker. And in fact, he had avoided the main Marvel Universe because of the fact that he'd been killed twice by Peter Parker. And so there is a bit of a vendetta, right? Like, Peter Parker's the only one who was ever able to defeat me. I will overcome this Spider-Man and then solidify my place as being the strongest person. And so that's why you have this fight that breaks out between these various Spider-Men and Spider-Women, really Peter Parker and Superior Spider-Man against Deimos. And while that takes place, the attention of Uncle Ben is called, right? Where they're like, Uncle Ben, you have to come and help us. And the response of Uncle Ben is, I wish I could stay and help you. This web, it has portals away from here. I have to go. And that's one of the things where Dan Slott kind of plays it fast and loose with indicating here that basically Uncle Ben really is a coward, that he had taken off and he had ran when it came down to crunch time, right? When they really needed him, he had basically abandoned. But in the midst of all that, suddenly Karn arrives. Now remember, this is the reason why we covered that short little one-shot comic yesterday, is because that was the story where Karn had turncoated against the Inheritors and joined the Spider family, because in his mind, the Inheritors had basically shunned him time and time again. And that's what he says, right? Where Brix and Bora are like, Karn, awesome, you're here, right? Our brother's exile has been put to an end because Solace has been defeated and Morlun's in charge, right? With him on our side, this day is as good as won. And that's when Karn chimes in and says, really? Like on your side, that's weird, because for eons, this family has spurned me, shunned me, brought me nothing but pain. I was never good enough for you before. Why am I good enough for you now? And so he says, I renounce my inheritance. I abandon my role as part of the Inheritor family. From this day forth, I fight on the side of the Spider Totems. And having an Inheritor on their side is a massive advantage, because with Karn comes all the benefits of the Inheritors, right? Super strength, speed, durability, all that kind of stuff. It's enough for them to basically offer a high level of distraction and overcome these guys. Now the problem is that Morlun gets the upper hand on Peter Parker momentarily, but that moment he gets is all he really needs. That where he's taunted to a degree by Silk and by Peter Parker and saying like, the web's healing itself, too much time has passed, there's nothing you can do to end this. The response of Morlun is, no, all I have to do is kill this Scion and everything's gonna be over. The problem is that when he basically pulls back the tapestry where the Scion's supposed to be, he's met with Spider-Ham. And this is where the reality of what was going on with Uncle Ben comes into fruition. That we actually ended up learning that while Morlun was distracted with Peter Parker, that Uncle Ben had actually grabbed Benji and left. That's why he took off. It wasn't because he was a coward and he was abandoning anybody. It was because he simply wanted to get out of there, right? To get Benji away. So long as Benji was there, whether it was just by some sheer happenstance where some kind of projectile hit him and killed him, or because Morlun went after him and did the deed himself, if Benji were to die, it would all basically come to an end. And so in this fight, as it takes place, you actually end up having just kind of this massive calamity where finally like Spider-Man 2099 shows up with basically Leopardon, right? After him and Lady Spider were able to basically restore it and then bring it back using 2099 technology, Superior Spider-Man steps in and kills the Master Weaver. This is a massive problem. And the reason why is because the Master Weaver is the one who kept the web of life and destiny together. He's the one that basically held it and kept it from falling apart. Why does this matter? Because the web of life and destiny was really interesting, and this is the best analogy that I could think of. It's almost like a voodoo doll for the multiverse, right? If you were to like set the web of life and destiny on fire and you were to completely and totally destroy it, you would wipe out the multiverse with it. If you were to somehow damage or take a singular strand of the web of life and destiny, with each strand representing a universe, if you were to isolate that strand and remove it from the web of life and destiny, that universe is isolated. It cannot be accessed by anybody from the main Marvel universe itself. I mean, possibly with someone like Doctor Strange, but basically all doors to that universe are closed. It exists out there by itself with no conceivable means to reach it unless it's reconnected to the web of life and destiny. Again, this is another one of those instances in Marvel Comics where you have basically an ability to manipulate the multiverse. It's one of the things we've talked about before. Different people can do this in different ways. The Master Weaver basically controls the multiverse or can manipulate the multiverse by manipulating the web of life and destiny. But then you have people like the Molecule Man, Owen Reese, who can just arbitrarily travel to different universes because of the reality warping level of power that he has, the ability to alter reality on a multiversal scale. Doctor Strange can do it by magic. People like the Fantastic Four can use technology to create portals to go to other universes. But with the Master Weaver destroyed, basically killed by Superior Spider-Man, this destroys the ability of the Inheritors to basically complete their prophecy. So at this point, the game's over, right? The jig is up. There's nothing that can be done. This battle's already won. The Inheritors don't have the Scion. The Master Weaver's dead. There's no way for the prophecy to be completed. At this point, for the various Spider-Man and Spider-Women, it's just mop-up duty. And so what you have here is this just kind of giant fight where Morlun just loses it on Peter Parker. And any fear that he had of Peter Parker, any concern he had, completely goes out the window. And where he starts drawing on the energy of Peter, literally sucking his life force out of him, the other Spider-Man and Spider-Woman initially go to intervene. Peter wards them off, activates his teleportation device, and teleports them to Earth 3145, right? This reality that's basically immersed in radiation, the one universe the Inheritors can't go to because the radiation is fatal to them. And so where initially Morlun starts to seemingly succumb to this radiation poisoning, Peter refuses refuses to kill him. And instead he tells him, like, there's a bunker down there, follow the webs, go save your life. Now the response to this might be, well, all they have to do is just find a way out. But the reality is, with the Master Weaver killed, there's no one that would willingly open a portal for the Inheritors so they could escape. So it's really more by circumstance that they're stuck in that reality. Now, one thing to know is that the web of life and destiny is intact, right? The issue with this is that without a Master Weaver, there are portals there. Once they pass through, with no Master Weaver, there's really no way for them to come back. And for the most part, it's one of those things where it's kind of like the day's been saved, everything's kind of winding down and everything's cool. The problem is that in the midst of all that, suddenly all their spider senses start going crazy. And the reason why is because someone is screwing with the web of life and destiny. And that's when they find out it's Superior Spider-Man. Now, here's the funny thing about this. Dr. Octopus, as we mentioned before, had long since figured out that the Peter Parker that's here in Spider-Verse is not the past version of Peter Parker before Dr. Octopus took over his body. It's the future version, which basically told Otto Octavius Peter eventually gets his body back. And so out of a desire to ensure that he stays the Superior Spider-Man and he doesn't have to worry about Peter returning to his own body, he's basically destroying the web of life and destiny. Now again, if this web is completely destroyed, the multiverse will be destroyed along with it. Presumably even their own universe, right? Reality itself will cease to exist. This is one of those instances where it was kind of divisive among fans, but I love the motivation here. And the reason why is because Otto Octavius is largely a man of logic and reason. He very rarely ever gives way to emotional impulse. This is an emotional impulse. His desire to stay Spider-Man is so overwhelming, right? Because he sees himself as being the Superior Spider-Man. In a lot of ways, he was. He was a better Spider-Man than Peter Parker was, but he sees himself as being better. He doesn't want to go back to who he was before. Now, the other part of that is, remember, in Dying Wish, it was basically established that Dr. Octopus's body was essentially dying. If the future comes to fruition and Peter gets his body back, then the assumption here, or the belief by Dr. Octopus, is that he'll basically die because there'll be nowhere for his spirit to go, right? His physical body is dead. There's nowhere for him to go or nothing that he can do. And so while the other Spider-Man and Spider-Woman are sent back to their realities before the web is totally destroyed, what it does is it allows Dan Slott to kind of dwindle things down and basically lead to a fight, kind of a second conflict, and really more of a final conflict between Superior Spider-Man and Peter Parker from the main Marvel Universe. Now, you do have like Anya Corazon and a few people there that are basically getting involved, but one of the things that happens, and it's kind of an important thing here, is that as Anya Corazon is reading this knife, this kind of the ceremonial dagger that was used for the sacrifice, that it does have the language of the totems written on it. And one of the things it says is, there shall always be a Master Weaver spinning at the center of the web. Basically, when one Master Weaver dies, because of the fact that it's just fate, is always destined to happen, someone will always take their place. The bigger concern here is how long before that happens. Is it simply just a chain of reactions, and by virtue of impulses or just circumstance, somebody will just become the Master Weaver? Or is it some kind of big ceremonial thing where the energy of the Master Weaver leaves his body and then joins into someone else and they end up becoming the new Master Weaver instead? If anything, it really is the former, right? It's just kind of circumstance that leads to it. That Silk initially believes she's the one that's destined to become the new Master Weaver because the Inheritors kept calling her the spinner at the center of the web, and that maybe she's the one who's supposed to do it. But again, as this fight continues on between these guys, Anya reveals the reality of what it means to become the Master Weaver in saying it's a lifetime sentence. That once a person becomes the Master Weaver, the only way to leave that position is to be killed. That once you accept that role, that's your role for all eternity, so long as you're never killed by anybody. And so what actually ends up happening is that Karn essentially steps up and saying, like, I was cast out by my family for centuries, like there's nothing for me here, right? And my goal has always been to explore the multiverse. What better way to do that than to be the Master Weaver and observe it, right? To look into all these different things. But the funny thing is that Silk basically steps up and says, no, like I've decided I'm gonna be the one to do it, right? I'll put on his gear, get in his machine, and when she takes off his helmet, she's kind of like, well, I always kind of assumed the Master Weaver would be somebody that I knew. She says, I've never seen that face before, and Karn says, but I have. And that's when it's basically revealed that the Master Weaver is actually the future version of Karn. In essence, Karn is the one who is destined to become the new Master Weaver. And so by putting his staff, spear, whatever you want to call it, inside the machine, that it basically allows him to take the place of the Master Weaver, or at least to replace his older self, to don the moniker of the Master Weaver, and then to begin repairing the web of life and destiny. At this point, there's nothing really Superior Spider-Man can do. Because of the fact that the web is being repaired, Superior Spider-Man is ultimately teleported back to the main Marvel Universe and basically pops up almost the moment he left. And that's why whenever you go and you read Superior Spider-Man, that you go into one issue, Superior Spider-Man vanishes and then reappears immediately after that. This is how all that happens. The entirety of Spider-Verse takes place between those moments. The other part of this, and this is something that was really cool, is that it basically starts tying into the events of the Incursions. That while the Master Weaver is repairing the web of life and destiny, that in turn, the problem here is that for Billy Braddock, he can't go home to his own universe. The reason why is because it's been wiped out. And when the question is asked, no, wait a minute, like what happened to this entire universe? The response to Spider-Man UK is, it's the Incursions, right? Cosmic phenomena that have just been wiping out whole realities. Now again, we know that was like the Beyonders, and really it was Dr. Doom who basically destroyed it all when he ended up opening that box of Molecule Man and detonating them all in front of the Beyonders and killing them, wiping out pretty much all that was left of the multiverse minus 2 universes. This particular instance takes place before the story of Brian Braddock when he comes back and says like the Captain Britain Corps has been wiped out. This takes place before that. That when Billy Braddock looks on, like his whole universe has been totally destroyed. That the Captain Britain Corps has been investigating it and that he felt like he should have been there. So the only real destination left for him is to travel to the Starlight Citadel, which is the kind of main base of operations for the Captain Britain Corps. And as we know from the Incursions, that Spider-Man UK will basically end up being killed alongside all the other Captain Britons when Brian Braddock is thrown from the meeting by Saturnine and left to go tell the New Avengers everything that had basically transpired. And so ultimately, this is when we kind of get this actual finality to it, that the Inheritors are basically stranded in Earth 3145 with no discernible means of being able to escape, that you do have the body of the other, right, of Kane himself, that's actually just kind of there, only for an arm to emerge and for us to basically realize that Kane is essentially being reborn and he's going to return as the Scarlet Spider. And then of course, Peter Parker returns back to his point in the timeline and everything basically begins to wrap up, right, with him kind of going forward, doing his thing, being the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man and so on and so forth. But with that being said, guys, this was Spider-Verse and I love this story. I absolutely loved the Spider-Verse event.
Okay, so picking up with The Amazing Spider-Man, this is kind of an interesting scenario because when this story came out, remember, Marvel was winding down and they were leading into Secret Wars. That was the whole goal, was to basically begin the process of bringing everything to an end, going into Secret Wars and eventually all new, all different Marvel. And so a lot of what we see here will actually carry into all new, all different Marvel. The issue with that is that when that line of stories picks up, once we get into like Spider-Man Worldwide and things like that, there'll be a time jump of sorts that was done across the board. All the comics as part of all new, all different Marvel basically picked up 8 months after the events of Secret Wars, and Marvel never really explained what happened, you know, in that 8-month period. Different writers have done it different ways, but it's one of those things where it's just kind of left to us to just sort of, you know, roll with the flow in a lot of different ways. But this story will end, and then we'll be able to kind of segue into all new, all different Marvel. But again, this is the immediate aftermath after the events of Superior Spider-Man. Now, for those of you guys who are just joining us, you'll find the playlist down in the description for all the Spider-Man stuff that we've covered. But Superior Spider-Man basically dealt with the idea of Dr. Octopus taking over the body of Peter Parker. And what this did is it basically set the stage for a whole litany of new stories, and it came in 2 forms. The first was the main Superior Spider-Man story, and the second one was Superior Spider-Man Team Up, which we actually haven't really done. There's some stories that are kind of hit and miss. I mean, some are really good, some are just kind of okay. The issue is that we just don't have time at the moment, and we might come back after we're done with all of our Spider-Man stuff and do Superior Spider-Man, but I needed a break from Spider-Man stuff. After covering for so long, I needed a break. I had to walk away from Spider-Man for a little bit and just take a bit of a chill. Remember, there were a lot of things that happened with regards to Amazing Spider-Man, but something that I want to point out is what happened with the character of Electro. So Max Dillon has been like a longtime foe of Spider-Man, and he's had some, really for the most part, like 95%, really even 99% of all the things that he's done have just been like small time things. He's never had any real huge moments. The biggest moment that I think he had was when he was tasked, who I think it was actually Elektra that basically hired him to do it, but he basically took down power to the Raft, which was a prison for supervillains in the Marvel Universe, and in doing so, allowed a whole bunch of villains to basically escape. Now, of course, that was the inaugural story as part of New Avengers, but it was still pretty interesting for what it was, you know, to see those events unfold. But the fact remains here, in the realm of the whole, you know, Spider-Man mythos, as part of the Superior Spider-Man line of stories, there were 2 things that happened with Maxwell Dillon. The first is that he was basically defeated by Superior Spider-Man and embarrassed in the process. Remember, while Dr. Octopus Octopus was in the body of Peter Parker, not only would he defeat bad guys, he would humiliate them. And so this created, even more of a grudge between Maxwell Dillon and Spider-Man than it existed before the events of Superior Spider-Man. At the same time, one of the things we learned is that as he's gotten older, as his body's grown a little bit weaker due to age, Maxwell Dillon does not have the same kind of control over his powers as he did before. Now again, with Dan Slott writing Spider-Man, this was him moving in the direction of really kind of like replacing Maxwell Dillon, of taking him out of the picture and putting somebody new in his place, which kind of made sense. That's one of those things that he could probably get away with. The Spider-Man movie will make that a little hard just because of the fact that Marvel's been consistently bringing their comics closer in line with the movies, basically meaning that they're making their comics almost identical to the movies. But with regards to the character of Electro, the movie might make that easy or it might make that hard. It may be that nobody cares. So it's kind of like, hey, that guy's cool. And then the fans of Electro will be happy to see him and the general going public probably won't really care. But with regards to the story of Maxwell, it may be that people just want to see him continue and he'll end up coming back. But the fact remains here that in the interim, Peter Parker is basically dealing with the revelation that he has Parker Industries. Now remember, Parker Industries was a company that was formed by Dr. Octopus, because when he took over the body of Peter Parker, he looked around and all he saw was this kid who was just wasting his entire life, right? Like Dr. Octopus looked at Peter Parker and said, look, like you're a superhero, you've been on the Avengers, you fought alongside the X-Men, and all you've ever done for yourself is get a job at the Daily Bugle and barely make ends meet. You're literally just wasting your life being a hero. And so what Dr. Octopus did was initiate the process of one, getting his doctorate, having Peter Parker get his doctorate, and two, establishing Parker Industries as a corporation. Now, this was really part of the idea of Dr. Octopus kind of becoming a good guy, in the sense that when he took over the body of Peter Parker basically instilled in him the idea that with great power must come great responsibility. And it was this really great moment where Peter Parker said, look, if you're going to take over my mind and I can't stop you, then okay, but like you have to take care of everybody that I know. You have to make sure that no harm comes to them. And it began the process, at least as Dan Slott did it, to basically, begin moving Dr. Octopus in the role of becoming a good guy, which worked. But in addition to Parker Industries, Dr. Octopus fell in love with a woman named Anna Marconi. And the reason why this is a big deal is because once Parker gets back after fighting the Menagerie, which is this really small time group of villains, one of them's like the White Rabbit, Lorena Dodson, I think it is. It's just some rich girl who runs around dressed as a rabbit, robbing banks. She's really weird. But when he gets back home, he runs into Anna Maria. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is because with him having fought the Menagerie and one of the characters was able to control like yarn and material and so on and so forth, and basically stripped his clothing off of him, Anna Maria was watching the events unfold and saw some of the freckles that he had on him, because of course, when Peter Parker was being controlled by Dr. Octopus, Dr. Octopus and Anna Maria were intimate with each other. She immediately knows who he is. Now, this is kind of a big deal because Peter Parker has consistently tried to keep his powers hidden from anybody who might be able to figure out who he is, or in any way keep all those people around him safe. With Anna Maria basically learning the fact that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, he essentially has to be honest. He has to come loose with everything and say, look, here's everything that was going on with regards to, what was going on with me and what was going on with all these different things. Here's everything that was happening behind the scenes, Dr. Octopus, so on and so forth. And she really just kind of takes time to think about it. And it creates kind of a weird situation, because imagine that you found somebody and you fell in love with that person and the two of you started getting together and you had amazing times, only for you to find out the person that you loved is not the person that you know. And that's really kind of the crazy thing around this, because everybody's basically discovering the fact, or Peter's coming out and telling everybody what it is that's going on with Dr. Octopus. Now, with regards to Electro, there's this woman named Francine who's, was a love interest of Electro for a while, and the two of them have kind of had like an on and off, sort of thing, nothing super, significant, but the idea of them sort of, maybe getting back together or something along those lines is very much an offer that's given here by Dan Slott, in the sense that it's basically the idea of Electro getting back together with a woman that he used to know. The problem with this is that where she goes to embrace him, the two of them kiss, he loses control of his powers, and she's basically electrocuted. Now, what this does is it begins the process of introducing a new Electro, basically having her take over the role of Electro. Now, of course, this will be fleshed out more in All New, All Different Amazing Spider-Man. At this point, it's really just kind of an example of him losing control of his powers. Francine does, in fact, actually die, and we'll, see a little bit more about that later on down the line. But when we went through and we started covering All New, All Different Venom, one of the things that we had talked about was the idea that Black Cat had basically taken over the criminal underworld, or at least presumably at the time through unknown means. What this tells us is is that Electro is the one that basically makes that happen. The two of them are actually going to form a partnership, and using the power of Electro and the fear that engenders with regards to a guy who can control electricity and can't control his powers, it allows Black Cat to literally use him as a weapon and take over the underworld, which again, we'll see that sort of fleshing out in the story, ultimately coming to fruition in all new, all different Marvel. But again, with the idea of Parker Industries, the idea of Anna Maria Marconi learning about Peter Parker, the other half of this is Sajani Joffrey. Now remember, Sajani Joffrey is kind of like the business partner that came in with Peter Parker as part of Parker Industries when Dr. Octopus created it. The problem with this is that Dr. Octopus was fighting a war on multiple fronts. He started Parker Industries, but he was almost never there. Instead, he was looking at all these different ways to improve his ability to be a superhero, and the issue is that it really fell on the shoulders of Sajani to basically run everything. And so while it is called Parker Industries, because of the fact that she's been the one running the company the entire time for the most part, Sajani's the de facto leader of the company. Now, one of the things that Peter does here is when he comes back, he begins the process of basically just taking back over Parker Industries, making it his own. But with the arrival of Electro, with Electro having killed his girlfriend Francine, and this whole great big huge conflict initiating, it really just kind of leads to Peter Parker jumping onto the scene, Peter Parker responding, able to defeat Electro, Electro basically goes running, and then that's really about it. I mean, of course he'll come back, but it leads to Peter Parker running into Johnny Storm. Now, the introduction of Johnny Storm into this equation also comes with the departure of the Fantastic Four in a lot of different ways. Remember, following the departure of Jonathan Hickman, going into a few ancillary stories here and there, eventually James Robinson took over the title with Volume 5. And in issue number 2, Johnny Storm sacrificed his powers when there was a group from Counter-Earth, kind of like this other Earth. It's one of those weird situations. It was really started by the High Evolutionary, I think it was, but it ultimately resulted in Johnny Storm sacrificing his powers. Now, again, within Marvel Comics, that was just the idea of him giving up his abilities in order to save various friends and family. But with regards to like editorial mandate outside of the comics, that was Marvel saying the Fantastic Four need to go away. Remember, with Fox having the rights to the Fantastic Four, and especially with Fox having the rights to the X-Men, what we're living in right now is this era where Marvel's trying to push the idea of groups outside the Fantastic Four and the X-Men as their top teams. The problem with this is it doesn't work that way. There's just been too much growth with the Fantastic Four. They've had too many great stories. They're too intrinsic to the Marvel landscape. With the X-Men, they've had too many great stories. They're too intrinsic to the Marvel landscape. You just can't cut them loose. You just can't let them go. For a lot of people, it's what they grew up on. Again, it's the same thing with Spider-Man. We talked about this. People growing up with Spider-Man, people reading Spider-Man for, decades out of their lives. With the Fantastic Four and the X-Men, it's the exact same way. There are some people like me who got into Marvel Comics through X-Men the Animated Series, and the X-Men have been a mainstay of their lives. I grew up with the X-Men. They're an intrinsic part of who I am. The Fantastic Four are the same way. And so for those of you guys who are new to Marvel Comics, that's why you don't see the Fantastic Four right now, is because Marvel is literally taking their ball and running home. Fox won't give them the rights to the Fantastic Four. Marvel's angry about it, and so the X-Men and the Fantastic Four are going to suffer. But with us as readers not having the X-Men or the Fantastic Four, it just kind of feels like something's missing. And so that's why a lot of people are really sort of up in arms with the state of Marvel Comics at the moment. But the cool thing about this is, remember, because of the fact that this deals with the idea of Electro, this deals with the idea of Peter Parker regaining his bearings with Parker Industries, for the most part, under Dr. Octopus's direction, Parker Industries served the purpose of basically just expanding his ability to go out and to be a superhero. And while Peter Parker views this as a benefit in the long run, in the short term, it's more about turning Parker Industries into kind of a humanitarian effort. And that really kind of sets the stage for what we'll see in all new, all different Marvel with Parker Industries, in the sense that when we pick up with Worldwide, it will have grown by leaps and bounds, but it's still very much a company that exists for the purpose of making people's lives better, as opposed to focusing almost exclusively on what it is that Peter Parker can do for himself. And so again, what he ends up doing is he says, look, the direction that we're going to take things in is going to serve the purpose of finding out a way to depower Electro. Because remember, Max Dillon is one of the most powerful characters on Earth in Marvel Comics. He's by no means equal to cosmic entities or something like that, but the ability to control electricity for a multitude of different purposes, especially in a society that runs on electricity, makes him a pretty significant guy. I mean, all the guy would have to do is take down power to like a hospital, and there's going to be casualties just because there's people on life support. It can cause all kinds of problems. And so if he's losing control of his powers, then what that means is that where he would normally just like take down power to a bank and rob it, or he would, engage in some action against Spider-Man, it means now he will accidentally kill people. And that's why this is so cool, is because where he initially, has an accident, destroying a building, people are saved, and so on and so forth, and Black Cat actually goes to Maxwell Dillon and says, how would you like to work together? Once they go to Parker Industries and they basically begin the process of investigating what it is is that Parker's doing, trying to find a weakness, trying to find a way to take him out. What we end up finding out is that Maxwell Dillon is actually a guy who does not like to be in his current position. He doesn't want to be a person that could accidentally kill anybody at any particular point in time. Now, before we get to that, what I want to do here for a second is I want to sidetrack for a little bit, just because of the fact that this is unavoidable. What we actually end up doing here is we pick up with, really with Original Sin. Now, again, with Marvel Comics, Original Sin was a story that was designed to allow writers all different kinds of reprieves. The main story itself was okay. I mean, it was solid, but the benefit of Original Sin is that it saw basically the Watcher killed, and then it revealed to us that everything the Watcher had ever seen, whether the heroes knew it or not, was stored inside the eyes of the Watcher. And so when this, this D-list level villain, the Orb, had one of the eyes, he basically blasted all the Earth superheroes with the power of the Watcher's eye, basically revealing everything the Watcher's seen about their own lives that they never knew about. And so again, it allowed all kinds of different stories to be told. We learned that basically Iron Man, Tony Stark, was almost instrumental in the reason why Bruce Banner became the Incredible Hulk, while at the same time, it was also Bruce Banner's arrogance that led to him becoming the Hulk. That Captain America was originally part of the Illuminati, and that his mind was wiped by Doctor Strange. We learned all kinds of really, really cool things about individual characters. With Spider-Man, this was designed to segue directly into Spider-Verse. But the whole idea with this was that this introduced a character named Cindy Moon. What we ended up finding out was that in addition to Peter Parker being bitten by a radioactive spider, it had bit somebody else named Cindy Moon. And Cindy Moon had basically been kept away and kept hidden from the world as a whole by Ezekiel so that nobody would ever know she was there and nobody would ever know who she was. Now, of course, encountering Peter Parker, what this does is it actually introduces this intense chemistry between the two of them, that they are inevitably attracted to one another, and that somewhere along the line, they're kind of destined to procreate. Now, this was sort of toyed around with by Dan Slott. Nothing ever really came of it. It was just instances where they would just inexplicably start making out, and that was really about it. I mean, they got together and they, had a pretty heated relationship, but that was really about the extent of it. But for the character of Cindy Moon, it was more of Marvel introducing her to us, and then us following her as she began the process of learning how to be a superhero. The problem is that outside of Spider-Verse, not much was really done with her character, and it was kind of disappointing because there was so much potential that could have come out of it. But the idea is that during this part of the story, once she's introduced, she really just kind of follows Peter Parker as a sidekick / assistant of sorts, in the sense that they usually fight hand in hand. Of course, where Black Cat grabs Electro, they go in, they basically commit to a heist, and Spider-Man ends up getting involved. When he's essentially overpowered by Electro and Black Cat, Spider-Man is actually rescued by Cindy Moon. And that's kind of the cool thing here, is because following this rescue, he's actually taken directly by Cindy Moon back to his apartment, and Cindy Moon meets Anna Maria Marconi. And this is a really, really cool moment here. And the reason why I say that is because of the fact that Cindy Moon, again, looks at Peter Parker because of this attraction that they have and is like, he's mine. He's my man. You can't have him. But Anna Maria Marconi is much the same way. And so it's kind of like these two women bumping heads with each other, that are basically kind of, in a position where it's just like, look, we both want the same guy. I wish that was my biggest issue. Alas, I have much greater problems than that. But the fact remains, it's still kind of a cool little moment here because, again, this offers redemption for the character of Electro. Again, basically this idea that Electro does not want to be the guy that can't control his powers. And initially, he almost kind of hands himself over to Spider-Man. He almost says, look, I'm willing to turn myself in and do whatever it takes in order to try to become a good guy. Now, of course, this initially leads to a conflict between the two of them. And of course, Spider-Man's able to defeat Electro. And that pretty much wraps that up pretty fast because remember, this all goes directly into all new, all different Amazing Spider-Man and the Clone Conspiracy story. But it's still a pretty cool series of events to see this sort of redemption, for this character. But again, with the idea of Cindy Moon, with the idea of Peter Parker, for Peter, it's just kind of trying to get his life back on track, trying to reconnect, trying to consolidate all these things that have happened to him during the events of Superior Spider-Man, and going forward, trying to see if he can't get it all sorted out. And for Cindy Moon, it's going forward and learning how to be a superhero. Okay, so with this being Spider-Man week, what I wanted to do is jump off the beaten path for a second and take a break from like Peter Parker, the traditional landscape of Spider-Man, especially after finishing Spider-Man Clone Saga, and we've covered, Secret Empire. I want to sort of focus on a little more lighthearted stuff, because I feel like with comic books, it's very easy to surround yourself with like dark and drabby things or darker stories, despite how good they may be. And I think it's important to kind of break away and get into some more interesting stuff, things that are a little more fun. So in this video, we're actually going to be covering the first story arc from the Amazing Spider-Man Renew Your Vows. Now, here's the funny thing about this. This is an accidental success. The whole basis behind the story was something that was never really intended to break out into something bigger, but it worked out that way because it was just so fun. But all this stuff, you know, this particular story itself is actually rooted in Marvel's Secret Wars event, but even before that, it dates all the way back to two separate things. The first one is called MC2, which we'll talk about a little more once we get further into the story. But the other part of this is really Spider-Man One More Day. And the reason why is because of the fact that in the mid-2000s, Marvel had this idea that Peter Parker was just getting too old. That you know, Peter Parker being married, you know, him basically settling down, moving in the direction of having a family, basically slapped a date on him. It said that he wasn't as youthful and as vibrant anymore, which is true to a degree. I mean, once a person settles down and begins forming a family, then you stop moving away from the idea of just going anywhere and doing whatever you want, having this carefree life, and now you're responsible for another life. And so you basically kind of revolve around that in a lot of different ways. And so in order to keep Peter Parker from basically, you know, getting older, to kind of isolate him back to the world of Neverland, so to speak, what Marvel did is they launched a story called One More Day. And what One More Day did is it basically nullified the marriage of Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson. Now, if you know anything about Peter Parker, you know this is one of the most reviled stories in the history of his publications. I mean, people there are people that are like, Clone Saga was bad enough, One More Day is the worst it gets. They absolutely hated it. Now, in terms of the story as it was written, I absolutely loved it. In terms of the story about why it was done, that's the one thing that most people complain about, and that's the nature of One More Day. Most people hate One More Day because of why it was done, not necessarily because of the contents of the story. A lot of that might be because they haven't read it. A lot of it might be because they just don't like the writing of J. Michael Straczynski, the guy who made the story. But the fact remains that, you know, ultimately Marvel used One More Day as a way to eliminate the marriage of Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker, thereby restoring Peter Parker back to his youth. Now, One More Day taught us the one thing that comic book readers have known forever and ever and ever. Despite the fact that people hate that story, they hate, you know, any one particular story that comes out, eventually they'll move on, they'll come back to the character. It's always that way. Spider-Man is as popular now as he's ever been. And even if people left after One More Day, new people came in and took their place. So it wasn't like the worst thing ever for Marvel. All they had to do was just kind of sweep it under the rug. Most people ignored it. Marvel never really addresses it. And the result is that we got some amazing stories like Superior Spider-Man and, you know, Spider-Man Big Time and different things like that. So the idea is that Renew Your Vows, as it was done in Secret Wars, was designed to actually answer the question, what if the marriage of Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker had never come to an end? The issue with this is that when you're writing a story like that, you have to basically create something compelling. Otherwise, all you're doing is creating a story that's geared to a minority of people. Because most people who were reading Spider-Man at the time, you know, who were going into Marvel's Secret War event, they didn't care about the marriage of Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker. It was never a part of their reading history when it came to Spider-Man. For them, they were into the young, the exuberant, the fresh Spider-Man. But there were questions, you know, what was the marriage like back then? What would have happened if it stayed together? So in addition to giving us this, you know, scenario where Peter and Mary Jane Watson stayed together, it also introduced a villain by the name of Augustus Roman, also operating as the name Regent. Now, later on this week, we'll actually get into all new, all different Amazing Spider-Man, and we'll see Augustus Roman again. One thing to keep in mind is those are two distinctly different characters, and we'll get more into that once we get into that video this week. But for right now, keeping it, you know, within the confines of Renew Your Vows, Augustus Roman was a guy who had basically looked at the idea that he could institute his own rule, really across the entire United States. And I don't remember if he extended it to the world or not, but the idea was that, you know, when he initially made his presence known, he had already drawn a considerable amount of power. And the reason why was because of the fact that he'd been capturing superheroes and just keeping them in stasis. And so by the time the Avengers became aware of what was going on, Augustus Roman was already pretty beefed up in terms of what he was capable of. The funny thing about this was that Peter Parker was forced into a decision. Either he could run off and he could rescue his family, who was in danger of being killed by Venom, or he could help the Avengers fight Augustus Roman. Ultimately, he chose his family, and it led to Augustus Roman killing the Avengers. And so the result was that Spider-Man basically grew up, or, you know, kind of continued on in a world where there were no more superheroes in New York. The reason why this is important is because under the rule of Augustus Roman, anybody who ever developed any superpowers were immediately detected, captured, and taken. And so the idea was for Peter Parker to develop these little gadgets that would make sure that his powers never manifested, or his powers never showed up, were never detected, and that his daughter's powers were never detected. And so again, it was kind of a cool scenario, because following the defeat of Augustus Roman, what this story does is it picks up with the idea of what happens next. And that's kind of the cool thing here, because we get a little more of an expansion on this particular universe than we saw before. Remember, you know, the Renew Your Vows story from Secret Wars was just designed to answer the question, well, what would happen if they stayed together? It was designed to be like a one-off, you know, just a limited series that would never ever be expanded on again, but it was huge. I mean, in the weeks leading up to its release, people were just lining up like crazy in order to pre-order, in order to get their hands on the comic, you know, and so that's one of the reasons why it was so popular when it first came out. But the fact remains here, with Augustus Roman being defeated, life for the Parker family is exactly as we would expect it to be, in the sense that when you have a daughter who's developing spider powers, you kind of handle it as best you can. Now, of course, with Anime Parker, she's one of my favorite characters in this story because she brings a kind of youth and exuberance and vibrance that we wouldn't normally see. I mean, with Spider-Man stories, we see a lot of comedy, right? Like, I mean, we see a lot of him making jokes. It's not nearly on the level of Deadpool, where it's just slapstick and nonsensical, but with regards to Spider-Man, there's still some humor, but there's also a serious side to it. With the character of Anime Parker, it injects a kind of innocence into the story, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's so interesting, is because from her perspective, her spider powers are not something where it's just like, oh, I need to be careful. It's like, I'm a kid and I have spider powers and I should go have fun with them, because that's what we would do. If today you were bitten by a radioactive spider and tomorrow you woke up with the powers of Spider-Man, you would probably be pretty excited. I know I would. Like, I would be like, yeah, like, one, I'm gonna do all the stuff I saw him do in the movie outside of fighting villains, and then two, like, it's just gonna be fun to like crawl on walls and just like scare people, you know, and stuff like that. It'd be really interesting, you know, the kind of things that you could do. But, you know, Anime Parker basically acts exactly the way that we would, you know, if we were able to develop these abilities. Now, again, when it comes to any one particular story, there always has to be a focal point. And so again, this one just really ends up turning out to be the Mole Man, but it's still pretty cool in the sense that, you know, it's just kind of really more about like Anime Parker and Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson, more so than it is about Mole Man. But the cool thing about this is, you know, when Peter tries to take on, you know, these Moloids, he's overpowered quite readily. And of course, the reason why, and the one thing you got to keep in mind, is that when it comes to Mole Man, he serves a couple different purposes. The first purpose is that he's just a small-time villain. That's really it. You know, he's a guy that's used for a couple different reasons. Sometimes a writer like Jonathan Hickman will use him to serve a purpose, in the sense that it'll be like, hey, you know, here's this like forgotten city of the High Evolutionary or something like that, and it'll be part of a larger ongoing aspect of like his run in the Fantastic Four. Other writers, like what Jerry Conway's doing right here, is simply saying, well, he's a small-time guy. He's like a kid's villain. He's like training wheels for real villains like Venom or something along those lines, which makes sense because Mole Man's just a crazy guy who lives underground, and he's basically able to control and talk to all these different Moloids, kind of these, you know, weird little creatures that are like mole people, and the result is that he's able to use them to do their bidding. But the idea here is that they number in the thousands, and one thing to keep in mind is that despite the fact that the Moloids have, you know, they usually work for Mole Man, they have their own culture spread underground all throughout the world, but usually the ones that we see are the Moloids that are controlled by Mole Man. So I mean, again, it's really just kind of a small-time thing. But what we end up doing is we're basically joined with Mary Jane Watson, and it's really kind of cool because Mary Jane Watson has spider powers, but not in the traditional sense. She has the ability to basically copy Spider-Man's powers, but she in and of herself does not have powers. Instead, what Peter Parker had done following the defeat, or at least as we're told anyway, following the defeat of Augustus Roman, is that he had basically adapted the technology of Roman's suit that allowed him to copy and amplify the powers of others and put it onto his suit and then gave it to Mary Jane Watson. And so Mary Jane Watson basically has the ability to duplicate Spider-Man's powers. Now, this is kind of cool, and it's also really interesting because I feel like with the character of Mary Jane Watson, this is one of the things that you see in comics, you know, quite a bit. It would have been very easy for Marvel to just like duplicate the powers of Spider-Man, to just be like, oh, hey, you know, like he took some of his blood out of himself and then injected the radiation aspect of his blood after separating them, you know, and injected it into Mary Jane Watson, and now she has spider powers, or whatever line of logic they wanted to use to explain why she got those. But simply giving her a suit that can mimic those powers creates a little bit of a weakness. It creates kind of a caveat, because then at any point in time, somebody could like deactivate the suit, somebody could take the suit away from her, they could take away her ability to use the suit, they could do any number of things, and it would send her right back into the danger zone, and it would create a sort of urgency of sorts in the story itself. So again, it's kind of cool in terms of how that unfolds, but we ultimately end up finding out in the middle of this whole conflict, you know, once they actually descend down into the realm of the Mole Man, that the Mole Man's actually captured Anime Parker. And that's one of the cool things about this story, is because what it does is it actually shifts into different perspectives. This first viewing, so to speak, was basically about the idea of like how the family relates to one another. The second one actually focuses on Mary Jane Watson. And what it does is it focuses on her interpersonal life, on the idea of what it is that she does, who she's about, that kind of thing. We always knew that she was a strong-willed character, and that's the way it works when it comes to Mary Jane Watson within comic books. despite the fact that she's waxed and waned over the years, when she originally showed up, she was very self-absorbed. She was only about, she was someone who only really cared about herself. But as time progressed within Marvel Comics, her character began to receive more and more expansions under different writers as she was rolled into and became part and parcel to the life of Peter Parker outside of just being a friend. Once they started moving into the realm of romance, getting ever closer to their own marriage, it meant that her character started growing and being fleshed out more and more, if for no other reason than the sake of good storytelling. And so the idea is that, getting up to this point right now, she's strong-willed, she's headstrong, she's intelligent, she's capable, she knows what she's getting into fighting alongside Peter Parker. And that's a cool thing, because the other half of this takes place in Soho, and it's basically just her running her whole fashion company. Now, historically speaking, with Mary Jane Watson, she's always had like fashion and modeling. And so in this instance, it's basically this idea that she still runs this fashion store. She still has this boutique, she has a website, different things like that. And that was kind of the cool idea, because this sort of method of storytelling has its roots in the MC2, in Marvel Comics 2. Again, we'll talk about that here in a second. The result is that she basically ends up donning her Spider-Man costume just because of the fact that Peter Parker basically gave Mary Jane and Anime Parker these little headsets that allow all three of them to hear what everybody else is doing at any particular point in time. And with his conflict against the Mole Man, essentially Mary Jane realized what was going on with Peter Parker, that he was being overwhelmed. She jumped into the conflict only for her and Peter to find out that Anime Parker had basically been captured, that she'd been, taken by Mole Man. And so it's really kind of a cool scenario, because it's this idea that, Mary Jane Watson, where they basically say, hey, look, they tell Anime Parker to get out of here, go home. You're not ready for this kind of conflict yet. Where Peter Parker's captured and Mary Jane Watson attempts to rescue him, and she's captured as well. It basically all falls on the shoulders of Anime Parker. And that's why this is cool, is because this story really is geared more towards like the daughter of Peter Parker than anything else. And that's why I wanted to wait until this little bit of a segment to offer this, huge expansion on a lot of the things that have taken place with regards to the Spider-Man mythos. Because whenever you sit down and you read a Spider-Man comic, you're going to get Peter Parker. Unless you're reading Ultimate Spider-Man, then you're going to get Miles Morales. But if you walk into a comic book store right now and you buy anything that has the Amazing Spider-Man on it, you're getting Peter Parker for the most part. When it comes to Peter Parker, you also end up getting Mary Jane Watson for the most part. But with regards to this story here, you never really saw an instance where the two of them had a daughter. There's been what-if stories where that happened, but the biggest instance of Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson having a child came with Marvel Comics 2. Now, here was the deal. In the mid-1990s, when Marvel was going into their whole bankruptcy and they were struggling and they were dealing with the idea of basically losing money and having no real financial backing, the goal of Marvel was to look around and say, well, maybe it's just our method of storytelling that's growing stale. Maybe it's the idea that people just don't really care about traditional superheroes anymore, so let's keep them, but let's see if we can't add something new. Let's see if we can't try something new. And so in the midst of all these different experiments and these different, testing the waters and things like that, one of the things that Marvel did is they created Marvel Comics 2. And what Marvel Comics 2 did is it came along and it said, a lot of the things that you know from the main Marvel universe are still relatively the same. The difference is that superheroes gained their powers and they appeared around 15 years earlier than they did in the main Marvel universe. I believe that's the case, but it was also designed to be a line of comics that would basically catch up and they would tell things in real time. Because in Marvel Comics, the way that the main Marvel timeline worked is there was always just this sliding time scale. And so you never see like in 2017, here's what Spider-Man's doing. It's always like yesterday or like a month ago or like last year or a long time ago. There's never really a definitive date that's put on things. There are huge moments when that happens, like in Ultimate Spider-Man and the whole idea with like Obama, for example, being plastered on the front cover of it. But aside from that, there's never really any dates. And the reason why is because if they give dates, if Marvel were to start putting dates on comics, then what it means is it brings in the question of continuity. Has Peter Parker really been the same age that he's been for like the last 30 years? That's the kind of question that people would ask. And so if they're able to basically eliminate the ideas of dates, then what it means is that people can just kind of live in the moment. They can basically just sort of, ignore the idea of continuity and just sort of live in the comic itself. Now, I personally think they would do that anyway, even if there were dates, but Marvel has experimented in the past with lines of stories that use real time. For example, there was a universe called Earth 98, I think it was. And Earth 98 basically served the purpose of just saying, here's how characters would age in real time. And so the Fantastic Four retired in real time and their mantle was taken up by somebody else. But getting into MC2, I guess, finishing out this discussion on MC2 and Marvel Comics 2, Spider-Girl, May Parker, was basically shown to be the child of Peter Parker. And the goal was to basically have her take up the mantle of Peter following his retirement, once he basically left the landscape. The problem with this was that for the most part, with the exception of Spider-Girl, MC2 just wasn't really that popular. I mean, it sold decent enough, but it was only, it only sold decent insofar that it was new and it was fresh, but it was actually outshined by the Ultimate Universe. And that was really the huge thing, because when editor-in-chief Joe Quesada came on board, he launched launched the Ultimate Universe and said, we're basically going to take all these different superheroes that we're going to give them modern origins and then just go forward from there. And so really, the Ultimate Universe kind of nullified the need for MC2. And with there only ever being a handful of characters like the Fantastic Five or Juggernaut's son or Spider-Girl who were able to prop up MC2, ultimately, it just wasn't that popular. And so when the Ultimate Universe launched with like Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, X-Men, all these different titles, that outsold MC2 by leaps and bounds. And the popularity of the Ultimate Universe is actually what the Marvel Cinematic Universe is based on. So again, it's really kind of interesting because it brought in the idea of Peter Parker, Mary Jane Watson having a child, and that child going on to be Spider-Girl. So again, there's a lot of rich history, a lot of rich legacy when it comes to these things. But with regards to, Anna May Parker basically making her escape from her school, of course, having already established the idea that she has a few friends here and there, some of whom are like the toughest kids in school and that kind of a thing, it still hits on the idea that she as a child is very innocent, that she's not really used to this idea of like conflict and madness and things like that. Because remember, during the original Renew Your Vows story, she was kept very sheltered. She wasn't allowed to use her powers. She wasn't allowed to tell anybody that she had powers. The rule was, go to school, come home, we'll be a family, but don't really go anywhere else. And don't let anybody, scan you in their little machines if they have to, because we don't want people to know that you have powers. And so the idea here is that she's basically learning about her abilities for the very first time. She's discovering her powers. Again, this whole idea of her injecting vibrance and a freshness into the story means that she doesn't see things the same way that her parents do. And so in a lot of ways, her parents, it's all about which one's right, which one's wrong. This notion that they argue on what's supposed to happen with Anna, should Anna really be allowed to be Spider-Girl? Should she really be allowed to fight crime? Things like that. But in the midst of this whole conflict, Anna May Parker's looking around her, taking, a survey of her environment and picking up on whispers that are coming from the Mole Man in terms of the idea that he's got some massive bomb and he intends to detonate it and destroy the surface world and so on and so forth. And so in reality, she's the real hero here. She's the one that's actually going through. She's the one that's not worried about, small time things. Now, again, this is one of the reasons why the Spider-Man comics were always so popular among fans, because it injected this sort of realism to it, this idea of bickering and arguing and not necessarily seeing everything the same way. It was the idea of injecting realism into the stories. And so with that in mind, they wrap up pretty quick. Anna May Parker, tells her dad and tells, Mary Jane Watson what's going on. And then they jump in and they're like, oh, we have to stop Mole Man, and that kind of a thing. And then, ultimately Mole Man's defeated and just kind of handed over to the cops. That's really it. But what this story was designed to do was basically flesh out the idea of what it is that Anna May Parker's capable of. That Anna May Parker is the daughter of Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson. Her powers are growing, her powers are expanding. We have Norman Osborn Jr., the replacement head of Oscorp, who's going to be going through and basically trying to capture all the remaining technology of Augustus Roman, presumably going into the idea of him learning about the Green Goblin heritage and a villain that's part and parcel to Anna May Parker herself. But again, it's really kind of building up the child of Peter Parker and Mary Jane more so than Spider-Man, because you can read any story with Peter Parker. This is really the only story you can read when it comes to Peter Parker's daughter. So, when I originally made this video of Amazing Spider-Man Volume 1 for All New All Different Marvel, originally it was just this, but then I was like, man, I bet I can add something to this. Like, I bet I can add like a little bit of a tack on, a little bit of an add-on. And so we're gonna do like a 2-in-1. Way back in the day, Marvel used to do 2-in-1s, where it was literally 2 stories in one comic. We're gonna do this with this video, but we're gonna talk about the story where Peter Parker, Spider-Man, punched the Incredible Hulk into orbit. So it's beast. Okay, so this requires a little bit of exposition leading up to this. So prior to this story was an event called Acts of Vengeance. And Acts of Vengeance was literally Loki going to some of the most prominent supervillains in the Marvel Universe and saying, hey guys, let's take over the world. And they ultimately failed. They were, all effectively defeated, but it allowed for a really, really cool line-wide crossover event. It took place between 1989 and 1990, I think, and it covered everything: the Avengers, the X-Men, X-Factor, X-Force, Amazing Spider-Man, Namor the Submariner. I mean, the whole 9 yards. It was everything. And Marvel did that from time to time. They did it for the purpose of just bolstering titles that wouldn't normally get attention. But it worked. Acts of Vengeance is considered to be one of the coolest crossovers that Marvel had done up until that point, alongside, several others that took place here and there. But with regards to Spider-Man, he actually received what's called the Unipower, or the Enigma Force. He basically became Captain Universe. So here's how that works. The Enigma Force is exactly what it sounds like, an Enigma Force. Marvel just never took the time to
explain it. All they did was say, well, this energy source emanates from the microverse, which is like this micro universe. It's almost what Ant-Man fell into when he was starting to shrink down in the Ant-Man movie. He was basically shrinking down to the point where he would have discovered the microverse. So it's essentially like this infinite source of energy. The difference here is that Captain Universe is an entity. It's not really a being. Instead, it's like this power source that bonds itself to an individual for the purpose of preserving the universe in times of dire conflict or something like that. Most recently, it bonded itself to a woman when the multiverse was collapsing, but the Captain Universe couldn't do anything. But when Peter Parker has the Enigma Force or the Unipower, he's basically, he has what's equivalent to the power cosmic. He can do pretty much anything. He can warp reality. He can, manipulate matter, all kinds of cool stuff. It's crazy. But this also brings into the equation a guy, or I guess a version of the Hulk called Joe Fixit. And this in truth is actually my favorite version of the Incredible Hulk. I love this version of the Hulk. Joe Fixit is so cool because he comes with a really cool caveat. So when the Incredible Hulk first popped up, he was gray. Now we know by virtue of, legends and myths and so on that he was effectively made green just because of the fact that they couldn't keep the gray scheme going for any real measure of time. It was just too difficult to do. So making him green became the prominent Incredible Hulk, and the 6 issues where he first appeared or whatever it was, that character was transformed into Joe Fixit. Now Joe Fixit is basically like the Incredible Hulk in terms of strength. He's not as strong, but he somewhat has the mind of Bruce Banner. He's not a scientist, but he is cognizant of his surroundings, and he's intelligent insofar that he's basically a mob boss, and it's badass. Don't worry, in next week's video on the Incredible Hulk with Red Hulk Volume 2, we'll be covering the return of Joe Fixit. But what the story does is it comes in the aftermath of Acts of Vengeance, where Magneto has basically sworn a vendetta against Peter Parker, also because of the fact that Peter Parker had defeated Magneto while he was in possession of the Enigma Force or the Unipower. We're just going to call it like the Unipower just to make it simple so we don't have to jump back and forth. But what this story does is it initially picks up with Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club. Now, Sebastian Shaw is actually a really cool character here, and the reason why is because Sebastian Shaw is not like he was in X-Men First Class. The powers he displayed there were actually the powers of Bishop. The powers of Sebastian Shaw allow him to absorb any form of energy as long as it doesn't destroy his physical body, and then turn that energy into physical strength. So if you were to just continually blast him with energy beams that didn't disintegrate his body, he would just continually absorb it to the point where he was just astronomically strong. But he was the head of the Hellfire Club. The problem with this was that Magneto had effectively toppled him and taken his place. And so because of this, Sebastian Shaw is looking to regain lost ground, looking to get back into the Hellfire Club by forcing his way in, but he's also been contracted by Magneto to defeat Spider-Man. And so what he does is he says, well, hey, I can knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. I can defeat Spider-Man, I can use Grey Hulk to basically try to defeat Magneto, and then we can just walk away and call it a day, and I'll be the one running the Hellfire Club again. So, in the middle of one of his rampages, what Sebastian Shaw does is he goes to Grey Hulk and he says, hey man, would you be willing to engage in a business proposition with me? Because again, Grey Hulk exists to make money. That's all he cares about. He just cares about making money for himself. Now, we don't initially find out what the business proposition is. Instead, we basically pick up with Peter Parker. Now, Spider-Man having the Unipower is brand new to him because, again, this basically grants him cosmic level awareness. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, whenever a character has cosmic awareness, it basically means they know everything that's going on in the universe at that particular point in time, but there are ways to control it. In the instance of Peter Parker, his power has kind of run amok from time to time. For example, he accidentally killed a character named Goliath, but for the sake of this particular story, what David Michelini's doing is he's basically saying Peter Parker is keeping his cosmic awareness confined to the Earth, meaning he knows everything that's going on Earth at this particular point in time. The kicker to this is he only ever really focuses on New York, really just kind of the main Manhattan, Queens area, because that's just where he operates out of. Now, what he does is he initially pursues several criminals who are in the midst of committing a robbery, but then after this is finished, he basically takes off and says, okay, cool, the cops can take care of the rest. I basically, dealt with these small-time guys, and he essentially takes off to spend time with Mary Jane Watson, because again, this is back during the whole relationship era of Peter Parker and Mary Jane, and this is why this is such a big deal. I want to touch on this for a second. This is why the marriage, or I guess the relationship between Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker was a huge deal, because despite the fact that writers came and went on the Spider-Man title, Peter Parker and Mary Jane were always a constant theme, and I don't know if it was editorial control. I don't have preview into that, into that background information, but regardless of what the mandates were, if there were any at all, the consistent theme was that Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson were building up to a marriage. It was always moving in an upward direction, and we always knew that was going to be the end result. Yes, they waxed and waned, yes, they argued, yes, they fought, but they always came back together, and we always knew they were going to get married. That's why fans were so mad when One More Day happened and Spider-Man's marriage to Mary Jane Watson was retconned, because it was literally decades of building up to that point, and it was wiped away over the course of a single graphic novel. That's one of the reasons why fans were so angry. Plus, they'd kind of grown up with this relationship. I mean, it was really just a core part of their lives. It was really their childhood in a lot of different ways. But the fact remains here that in the midst of the two of them, you know, being together, suddenly Grey Hulk arrives, Joe Fixit Hulk arrives. Now, this is when we get into the caveat of his character, and that's one of the reasons why I waited until this point to basically do this. What Marvel did is they sat down and they said, okay, Savage Hulk, the Green Hulk, is effectively unbridled rage. This is just what happens when Bruce Banner gets angry. Savage Hulk emerges and just starts beating the hell out of everything. With Grey Hulk, they had to introduce something different. They couldn't say, well, whenever Bruce Banner gets angry, he becomes the Grey Hulk, because then fans would have said, well, what about the Green Hulk? And then Marvel would have been, you know, caught with their pants down. And so Marvel came back and they said, okay, here's what happens. In this particular storyline, Green Hulk is not part of the equation, or I guess at this point in Bruce Banner's life, the Green Hulk's not part of the equation, because remember, this all tied into Peter David's run. And so Peter David was exploring all the different personalities of Bruce Banner, focusing on the multiple personality disorder that Bruce Banner effectively had, and that the Grey Hulk was just one of these personas. And so they said, what happens is when the sun goes down, Joe Fixit comes out. When the sun comes up, Bruce Banner returns to normal. And it was actually a really cool Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of scenario, because that's what Peter David was focusing on. He was like, you know, the very essence of the Incredible Hulk and Bruce Banner dichotomy is a reflection of the dichotomy between Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, a rational human being versus his very sinister and dark other half. And so what happens is once, you know, Grey Hulk gets in here, he just starts tearing things up. And in fact, he basically says, look, I have no problems with Spider-Man, but the only reason why I'm doing this is because I've been paid to do that, and money's the name of the game. That's just kind of how it goes. Now, the cool thing about this is that, again, because of the fact that the sun's coming up, because of the fact that Joe Fixit is not used to this environment whereby the sun comes up, you know, 3 hours later on the East Coast than it does on the West Coast, he ultimately ends up forced back into his Banner form, and then Peter Parker begins hunting around for him. And so what he does is he basically takes refuge in Roosevelt Park, I think it is, or Roosevelt Island maybe, but he ends up taking up residence whereby he basically, you know, goes back into his Hulk persona, and he begins attacking Peter Parker. And so because of this, you know, as they're going through this massive conflict, which actually works out pretty cool, and seeing Peter Parker dodge all these different attacks, it's pretty quick. But what Parker does is he punches the Incredible Hulk and sends him into space. Now, the Incredible Hulk's reaction to this is amazing. Like, Joe Fixit's reaction is so awesome here, because he was like, did I really just get knocked into orbit by Spider-Man? Like, did I really just get knocked into orbit by him? Because keep in mind, when it comes to Spider-Man's strength, and this is actually a really, really cool thing when it comes to his character, Spider-Man pulls his punches. He said this on a multitude of occasions. If Spider-Man were to like run up on Dr. Octopus and punch him as hard as he possibly could, he would kill him. He'd knock his head off his shoulders. And so he, I want to see that comic. I just want to see Spider-Man run up on Dr. Octopus and just bam, and just like knock his head off his shoulders. Oh, that's messed up. I have a very dark sense of humor. I worry myself sometimes. Anyway, he basically pulls his punches when he's fighting people, which is why he doesn't kill Mysterio when he fights him. It's why he doesn't kill Vulture. He could punch holes through them. And so, you know, this is really an instance where he's just kind of allowed to let loose only for a moment, because with this extreme power that he possesses, if he were to punch the Incredible Hulk with the full might of the Unipower, he would obliterate him. He would wipe him from the face of existence. And so, you know, while he's still kind of pulling his punches to a degree, sending the Hulk into orbit just astonishes Joe Fixit. And so because of this, once he returns back to Earth, he's like, nope, and he nopes right out of there. He literally just leaves. He's just like, we're done. I'm not gonna fight a guy who's gonna punch me into orbit. This is not happening. And he basically just bails out. That's pretty much what happens. He runs away. It's amazing. It's pretty awesome to me. But if you guys are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like, and I will catch you all later. Peace. So I'd actually been waiting to release this video, and I was waiting for the trailer to drop, but I didn't think the trailer for Spider-Man would actually drop this soon. I was kind of amazed. I was like, well, I had heard tell that the trailer was supposed to drop with the release of Star Wars Rogue One. So I figured I had like another week or so, you know, before I needed to make this video public, but I was like, well, we'll go ahead and just go with it and see what happens. So anyway, so Amazing Spider-Man with all new, all different Marvel. I really kind of call this Amazing Spider-Man Volume 1 because it's kind of like this retelling, this rehashing of things. Of course, it's continued by Dan Slott, and it's actually pretty good. Dan Slott's one of these weird writers where sometimes he writes really, really good stuff, and then sometimes he writes stuff that's not so good. Like Silver Surfer was really good for like the first volume, but then it just kind of started dropping off, and I began to lose interest in it, you know, as Dan Slott's writing began to go on. But I really feel like Spider-Man is Dan Slott's bread and butter because he's done so much with it, you know, over the past few years that he's been writing it. But the issue is that Amazing Spider-Man with All New, All Different Marvel comes out of Superior Spider-Man. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna sort of go back and run over these things as we go through them, because I'd done a video on Amazing Spider-Man when All New, All Different Marvel first dropped, but I didn't actually go through the way I'm going through it now. So we're gonna make a lot more sense out of this kind of thing. But we initially pick up with an advertisement from Peter Parker. This is one of the first major differences, is that Peter Parker's now a billionaire. He runs Parker Industries. And the reason why this happened was during Superior Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus had basically taken over the body of Peter Parker. And because of that, he had instigated a series of changes and a series of campaigns, but he had also set in motion the formation of Parker Industries. The issue with this was that at the end of Superior Spider-Man, Parker Industries was this fledgling thing. It was a super small idea. At the start of All New, All Different Marvel, it was suddenly a corporate empire. And so Dan Slott didn't really bridge the gap. He didn't tell us how we got from A to B. All he said was, well, previously Parker Industries was a small little startup. Now it's a great big huge conglomerate, and it's on par with with Stark Industries, if not a little bit better than Stark Industries in terms of its technological stuff. Now, from here, we switch over to Peter Parker himself as Spider-Man alongside Bobby Morris, Mockingbird. Now, again, you know, Morris is really a SHIELD agent here, so she's kind of like this SHIELD liaison working alongside Peter Parker. And again, Dan Slott really focuses a lot on the comedic element of Peter Parker, and this is, he's like singing songs. He's singing songs while he's riding along, and they're trying to take out bad guys. But we also have him getting a message from Nick Fury. This is something else that I also wanted to address here, because I think that with Amazing Spider-Man, there are going to be a lot of people who really want to know about what's going on with him in the comics, but aren't really sure what's going on in comics in general, because, you know, maybe they're just getting into it for the first time, maybe they've been out of it for a while. But the fact remains that Nick Fury, as we see him here, and even the Nick Fury in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, is actually Nick Fury from the Ultimate Universe, which was designed to be a reimagining of the traditional Marvel Comics lineup with, you know, updated themes and you know, concepts for modern sensibilities. The issue here was that with Secret Wars, it was really designed to kind of get rid of the Ultimate Universe as it existed as a standalone entity and bring it into the main Marvel Universe, which saw the original Nick Fury that we knew for, you know, however many years, 60 years or something like that, 40 years, basically wiped away and replaced with the Ultimate Nick Fury, who of course, you know, really reflects Samuel L. Jackson. But the idea here is to incorporate that in, but at the very least to make sense of this a little bit. But in terms of the overarching themes, this storyline actually focuses a lot on a group called Zodiac, this organization that's very clandestine, very hush-hush in terms of how they operate behind the scenes with Cloak and Dagger and that kind of thing. But I guess not Cloak and Dagger the heroes, but you guys know what I mean, in terms of operating, you know, very Cloak and Dagger-like, in terms of being very secret. But for the most part, it's also Dan Slott coming back and saying, hey, here's how a lot of these things work. Here's where we stand with the All New, All Different Marvel Universe. Now, he wasn't the first one to do that. One of the first big people to do that was really Al Ewing with the Ultimates, where he said, here's where like the universe stands: Galactus, Molecule Man, the cosmic entities, so on and so forth. But with regards to Earth superheroes, you know, this is really just a pretty straightforward, you know, situation where Peter Parker and Mockingbird are able to subdue one of these guys that's working for Zodiac. The problem is the guy goes to try to take a cyanide capsule, which would, you know, result in his own death, but Peter Parker steps in and basically neutralizes the toxin using an antidote that he had formulated. Now, the reason why he does this is because this is not the first time they've tried to capture somebody from the Zodiac. Instead, they've been trying to capture various people, but every time they got close enough to actually subdue one and take them into custody, they always took a capsule and it always ended up killing them, basically killed themselves. And so because of this, you know, Peter Parker was kind of forced to develop an antidote and then turn around and save, you know, this guy so that they can take him into custody and interrogate him. And so from here, we have him taking Mockingbird, you know, to Parker Industries, where he is, where he basically tells, you know, the other staff, hey, look, this is going to be SHIELD's liaison for security, you know, because we have a breach that we're trying to sort out. Now, in terms of who that breach is, we find that out quick, fast, and in a hurry. Dan Slott doesn't really waste any time saying, hey, here's the one that's causing the security problems. But the kicker about this, and this is what I love about Dan Slott's writing here, the kicker about this is that the Zodiac, Peter Parker being a billionaire, all that kind of stuff is not the main story. The main story happens at like the end of each issue, because it's him building up to a much bigger thing, which we know right now to be Dead No More, you know, more or less a reimagining of the Clone Saga for the All New, All Different Marvel Universe. But again, you know, what we also learn is that Peter Parker has launched what he calls the Uncle Ben Foundation, because again, this is Peter Parker, you know, suddenly a billionaire now. I mean, he's got all this money, you know, with this corporation that doesn't seem to be running out of money anytime soon. But what's also interesting here is he takes an approach that's markedly different from Tony Stark. And Tony Stark, of course, originally used his wealth for weapons manufacturing. He turned it around and began focusing on more of like energies and different things like that, but operating as a superhero and as Iron Man, it still saw Tony Stark being just very narcissistic and selfish. Peter Parker is not that way. Peter Parker has all this money, but instead of just being like, I am Peter Parker, you know, instead of being like, I am Spider-Man, instead, he takes a very philanthropist approach, and he started the Uncle Ben Foundation to basically provide help for people around the world who may not have it. Now again, this is really just Dan Slott saying, here's the difference between these guys. But what Dan Slott also says is that because Peter Parker is basically the head of a company, the most logical question that would come up is, well, what happens if he has like some big meeting somewhere and it turns out there's a crisis that requires him to be there? Like, how does he reconcile those two things? Does he just say, well, I need to go answer a phone call and then, you know, take off into his Spider-Man costume? Instead, he doesn't. What he did is he brought on a guy named Hobie Brown. Now, this was Dan Slott reaching, to be honest. It's not bad, but it was funny to see him do this. Hobie Brown was a, you know, D-list character at best in the realm of Marvel Comics. His most significant role was being the first person to be arrested during the original Civil War event after the time period had passed, after the deadline had passed for superheroes to register. That was his big claim to fame. He was more or less a martyr. Because of this, you know, he was prominent for a little bit, but it was never like people were going out to buy Prowler comics. It was never like there was anybody who was like, I want to read a comic from Hobie Brown. Instead, he was always a minor guy. But what Dan Slott does is he takes Hobie Brown out of the realm of obscurity and says he's going to be Spider-Man whenever Peter Parker cannot be Spider-Man. Now, I personally would have rather seen this as Miles Morales, but it works out, you know, nonetheless, with regards to the story being what it is. What we also do is we get a refreshment with regards to Horizon Labs. Now, Horizon Labs was an organization that Dan Slott, I believe it was Dan Slott, had created, and it introduced a guy named Max Modell. Now, what he did with this is he kind of issued a retcon to a degree, which is a retroactive continuity. That's where a writer comes in and changes history for the purpose of introducing something new. And so what he said was that growing up, Peter Parker had always idolized Max Modell. Now, the reason why this is a retcon is because Max Modell didn't exist until he was created and thrown into the Spider-Man comics. Up until that point, it was just Peter Parker like, hey, I'm just really, really smart. I'm gonna make web shooters and I'm gonna get into science and that kind of stuff. It was like he had a natural aptitude for it. What Dan Slott established was that Peter Parker had grown up idolizing Max Modell, and Max Modell was the reason for why he wanted to get involved into science in the first place. And so Max Modell always played a very significant role in the life of Peter Parker after his introduction. So what Peter also did is he created something called Horizon University. And Horizon University is going to be very similar to Horizon Labs in the sense that Horizon Labs was like the Spider-Man equivalent of the Future Foundation, right? You know, Future Foundation was made by Reed Richards to basically educate the younger generation, to bring together the smartest kids of the world to solve the problem of everything, basically, which I'm really hoping we see that Peter Parker gets an invitation to Future Foundation. It would mean that Marvel has the rights to the Fantastic Four. But with regards to Horizon Labs, this was the Spider-Man equivalent. It was just like the smartest people working on whatever projects they wanted to work on, but the rule was they have to be projects that just benefit humanity, that progress science and technology in a forward direction. And so, you know, because of the fact that Max Modell had such a huge impact on Peter Parker, he basically christened, you know, Horizon University to be a continuation of the work that Max Modell had started and the fact that he had been an influence on Peter Parker. And so from here, you know, he also begins to have a conversation with a woman named Sajani Joffrey, and we'll actually get back to her here in a second. But in the midst of this whole thing, he's suddenly set upon by these agents of Zodiac. Now, the funny thing about this is that, again, because Hobie Brown is basically Spider-Man, or at least operating as Spider-Man, because all eyes are on Peter Parker, he couldn't simply just vanish. You know, he's no Superman here. The result is that Hobie Brown leaps into action. We basically learn that Zodiac seems to be here for the purpose of harnessing this technology that Peter Parker has developed, you know, with regards to you know, communications and so on and so forth, you know, ushering a new era of communication devices. And because of this, you know, Peter says, okay, fine, here, you can have this device, throws it to the Zodiac, and they basically just take off. And so we ultimately learned that, you know, when he speaks to Hobie Brown, that Zodiac has about 12 hours before they'll successfully be able to crack the encrypted device, after which all the information stored about Parker Industries will be released out to Zodiac, which they can do whatever they want with. But we also learned that this information leak from within Parker Industries was actually happening from Sajani Joffrey. And so, you know, Parker basically cuts her some slack, says, hey, look, I've got some big fish to fry. I can't really worry about this too much. If you do it again, I'm going to fire you, and then I'll have you tossed in jail for corporate espionage or something like that. And so she says, okay, fine, calls it a day. Now, from here, we pick up with these little tail ends of Superior Spider-Man in the sense that we basically pick up with Anna Marconi and Dr. Octopus. Now, Anna Marconi was a girl that had appeared as part of Superior Spider-Man, and it was actually a situation where Dr. Octopus had fallen in love with Anna Marconi because of the fact that he loved her mind, loved what it is that she stood for in terms of how great she was as a person. And this went great. This went really, really well with Doc Ock because as Superior Spider-Man, he was literally just trying to become a good guy. He was trying to do good things. And it was a beautiful run. It's probably one of the best runs of Spider-Man in the last 10 years, maybe? I mean, in the last decade, it's a beautifully written story. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody who said Superior Spider-Man was bad. Some people didn't like it, but overall, it was pretty good storytelling. But we also learned that Dr. Octopus had basically confined his mind inside of a robot. And so what this does is this allows us to continue on and wrap back around into these events involving Zodiac, but also the Fantastic Four. Now, what we also have here is, you know, Peter Parker and Hobie Brown working together to basically trace out where Zodiac had gone to, because of course there was a tracking device of sorts within this particular item. But once they get inside and they begin to interrogate, they begin to, you know, fight off these various Zodiac forces, we ultimately find out that one of the members of Zodiac had basically initiated a self-destruct inside the vessel, inside this their base of operations, and they had taken the information, or I guess taken the encrypted device, and basically sent out the encrypted information to every Zodiac base on the planet, in the sense that in hours or so, Zodiac would at some point or another essentially crack it. And in doing so, they would be able to release or find the information about Parker Industries and send it out to the world. But ultimately we learned that this was actually part of the plan of Peter Parker, that, you know, once he had made this decision to throw it out, you know, throw this device to Zodiac, that he, alongside Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D., had used the signal as it was being sent out to the Zodiac bases to locate those Zodiac bases, root Zodiac out, and then take it out in its entirety. So it was actually a pretty ingenious maneuver, albeit something that was planned sporadically without any real forethought, because they were kind of forced into it. But picking up with this background, picking up with leading into the bigger things, we actually end up joining Rhino as he's out in, you know, off the coast of Guatemala. And he's initially met by a guy, and we don't know who he is. He's just, you know, he's very enigmatic, you know, very cloak and dagger here. This guy basically says, hey, look, you know, I need you to come work for me. And, you know, of course, Rhino says, absolutely not. You cannot offer me anything to come and work for you. But what he does is he actually presents Rhino with Oksana. And the result of this is that Rhino immediately, like, turns tail, and Rhino says, okay, because Oksana was dead. Like, you know, she was presumed to have been gone. But the fact that she's here now means that this guy, for whatever reason, is able to either resurrect the dead or bring them back. Now, of course, we know that these are people who are just being cloned, but at the moment right now, it's a chance for this person to basically bring in Rhino, one of the strongest people in, or at least a pretty formidable person in Marvel's comics, and have him work on his behalf. Again, we don't really know what direction these things are going to go in, but what we also do is we pick up with Peter Parker, where he basically reveals that he's taken over the Baxter building and made it the New York branch of Parker Industries. Now, what this does is this earns the ire of Johnny Storm. Now, this was a huge deal when this happened. Again, we also have Zodiac kind of dealing in the background, but I want to focus less on them, and I want to focus on the Fantastic Four. In the time leading up until Secret Wars, it was no secret that the Fantastic Four were basically being eliminated by Marvel Comics. And, you know, if the rumors are to be believed, you know, it was a circumstance whereby Marvel was just not going to get the rights back to the Fantastic Four in film form. So they said, okay, fine, then we'll just eliminate them. We'll get rid of them. Now, we know that the Fantastic Four didn't die in the traditional sense. Instead, Susan Storm and Reed Richards basically stayed behind alongside their son Franklin Richards and Molecule Man for a time, recreating the multiverse, literally creating universes and sending them out into the multiverse. The problem with this was that we also have Ben Grimm and we have Johnny Storm here, but as far as they're concerned, they don't know when Reed and Sue are coming back. And so the Fantastic Four is more or less defunct. They're an organization that doesn't exist anymore, but neither does the Future Foundation. And so everything symbolic of the Fantastic Four is effectively gone from Marvel Comics. Now, with regards to Johnny Storm showing up here, because he's so mad, he almost feels like Peter Parker is basically dishonored the legacy of the Fantastic Four by taking over the Baxter building. But what Peter Parker does is he sits down and he says, this is not the case. You know, instead, what I've basically done here is I've turned it into a tribute. But he takes him through and he shows him the new Spidey-mobile. And what's actually kind of funny here is when he says, hey, here's a Spidey-mobile that I built, Johnny Storm loses it. Johnny Storm freaks out. And the reason why is because the Spidey-mobile, the original Spidey-mobile, was designed by Johnny Storm, you know, at the Baxter building for Spider-Man to use. It was kind of like their link. It was kind of like, you know, hey, this is our little thing. This is our little branch of friendship. You know, this is just a thing between us. But then Peter Parker went and designed another one. And so Johnny Storm's like, dude, are you serious? And loses his mind and freaks out on Peter Parker. And it's just funny to me that Johnny Storm just loses his mind over a redesigned Spider-Mobile. But ultimately, you know, everything seems to come clean when Spider-Man ends up taking Johnny Storm down to the lobby and says, hey, look, I commissioned Alicia Masters to create this carving of the Fantastic Four. You know, Valeria Richards, Franklin Richards, Susan, Reed, Ben Grimm, you know, this building is basically me just keeping it safe. And Peter says, the reason why I did this is because if he hadn't done it, it's one of the most popular buildings in all of New York. Somebody would have taken it. Somebody would have taken it over. And so he says, me doing this is a way to remember remember the Fantastic Four because I was so close to them, but to also make sure that some guy just won't be a dick and just like buy the building, you know, and just like turn it into loft apartments or something like that, you know. And so again, this is really just a chance for Peter to kind of pay homage to the really like the first family of the superhero community. And so from here, it's really just kind of this circumstance where we're picking up with S.H.I.E.L.D. more or less rooting out all these different members of Zodiac, but we also find out that Aunt May and J. Jonah Jameson Sr. are working as part of the Parker Foundation. There we go. I'm sorry, the Uncle Ben Foundation. I cannot talk. My mind is literally everywhere. Now, with regards to Aunt May and J. Jonah Jameson Sr., this was actually a relatively new development. It wasn't too long ago. But one of the biggest issues with Aunt May is that she was literally just this old lady that sat at home. This little old lady who sat at home, presumably watched Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy, and she really had no real significant role in Peter Parker's life aside from being the person that kind of kept him grounded. But as Peter Parker, you know, developed other relationships, Mary Jane Watson, despite the fact that that was retconned, as he, you know, got into all these different things, he had superheroes to fall back on, you know, to keep him grounded, to kind of, you know, keep his level head. Aunt May became someone that Marvel never really knew what to do with. And so what happened is they came around and they said, well, let's just have her get married again. And so she actually married the father of J. Jonah Jameson, the guy that hates Peter Parker. Which is actually a really funny choice. It was a really good decision to make. But what this did is it allowed Marvel to breathe new life into Aunt May. It allowed Marvel to basically reinvigorate her character and to have her look at life in a way that she had never really looked at since the passing of Uncle Ben. Something else to keep in mind, and I think this is also something very, you know, very important, something worth mentioning, is that Marvel was very clear to say J. Jonah Jameson Sr. is not going to be a replacement for Uncle Ben. And this was actually really important because, you know, for a lot of fans who had grown up reading Spider-Man comics, I wouldn't say they saw themselves as Spider-Man, they didn't see Aunt May as their aunt, but they did grow an attachment to the relationship between all the characters that were part of the Spider-Man mythos. And either it was Uncle Ben coming back or it was no one taking his place. You know, Spider-Man fans are very, very controlling when it comes to the Spider-Man mythos. They really don't like to see things edited too far out from what they're used to. And so because of this, you know, Marvel was like, hey, look, yes, she's with J. Jonah Jameson Sr., but he's not going to go to Peter Parker and be like, I'm your new Uncle Ben and you should listen to me. That's not going to happen at all. You know, it was simply a scenario where it was a chance to really bring about Aunt May, fold her out a little bit more. But we also have these warrior green goblins that are attacking, you know, where it is that Aunt May and J. Jonah Jameson Sr. are at. And the result is that Peter Parker actually abandons his mission alongside S.H.I.E.L.D. to root out and defeat Zodiac, and instead literally takes off, you know, to go find Aunt May. Now, the war goblins are easily dealt with by Peter Parker. I mean, you know, these are foes that they're easily able to cope with, but what Dan Slott's doing here is he's saying, here's the bigger picture. Here's everything as it stands right now. It's literally someone out there or groups of people out there who are just throwing everything they have at defeating Peter Parker every step of the way. Now, of course, because of the fact that Peter Parker is able to deal with these war goblins pretty quickly, you know, because he's able to make sure that people are saved, because of the fact that he has Mockingbird, who was forced to abandon her mission alongside Peter Parker because the two of them were both sharing the same jet. Once everything's clear and once everybody's saved, Mockingbird reads him the riot act. She damn near throws the book at him. And it's hilarious, you know, because she's like, you literally forced me to leave my mission. And she's like, I never abandon a mission, because for her, it's an extremely important part of who she is. And this is really kind of cool because, you know, Bobby Morris is a character that focuses largely on what her role is, what her assignment is. And she will see that assignment to its conclusion, even if it costs her life in the process. She's that dedicated of an agent when it comes to S.H.I.E.L.D. And so because of this, you know, we also again pick up with Doc Connors, with the Lizard. And again, this is the same mysterious guy who shows up and says, hey, I'd love you to come, you know, to come and work for me. And Doc Connors says, absolutely not. I'm not going to work for anybody. But then suddenly he shows, you know, Doc Connors' wife and son who are dead. And Doc Connors turncoats and says, absolutely, I will do whatever it is that you want me to do, so long as I do not lose these loved ones again. And so again, you know, from here we basically transition over to the tail end of this story, and this has been going on for a little while here. But we essentially have Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We of course have Nick Fury, we have Agent Coulson, Peter Parker, you know, really just a combination of the security team from Parker Industries alongside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capable members, and the idea is to continue to try to root out Zodiac, and ultimately they're successful. I mean, there's really not a lot to offer here in terms of any real discussion, any real debate. In fact, it's really not that huge of a story. It's just something kind of ongoing in the background. But Peter Parker also comes to the realization that somebody is continuing to feed information to Zodiac behind the scenes. And so ultimately he says, this had to have been Sajani Joffrey. You know, he says, look, she turned against me before. She seeded information to the enemy before. It has to be her. Now, the implication here is that it's actually Dr. Octopus who's been doing this without Peter Parker knowing, because remember, no one knows that Dr. Octopus is inside this robot. No one's aware of that. Instead, as far as they're concerned, it's just a robot that's there that tends to their needs and does whatever it is they need to have done with regards to Parker Industries. And so as this little bit begins to come to an end, we actually find out that the last missing member of Zodiac, this guy was actually part of Parker Industries, who was an investor. And the result is he's still part of Parker Industries. He's still investing. Peter Parker has no idea what's going on. And it seems as though this person could continue the campaign of essentially, causing problems for Peter Parker behind the scenes. But again, this whole thing with Zodiac, the storyline, that storyline was decent enough, but to me, it was never a front part of the comic. It was really just Dan Slott saying, here's something going on, to kind of fill pages while I have this other event taking place. Because again, this is all leading up to the clone conspiracy and all that kind of good stuff. Okay, so with all new, all different Amazing Spider-Man, Power Play is one of these stories that's really interesting because this really deals with like Spider-Man versus Iron Man in like every conceivable way. It's like they fight and like they're fighting over Mary Jane Watson and they're fighting over like whose company is the best. They physically fight. It's but at the end of the day, this also deals with the idea of the return of Augustus Roman. And again, we'll talk more about him, once we get to that little section. We'll deal with that in relation to the whole idea of the Secret Wars Spider-Man Renew Your Vows story. But with regards to this Power Play story, one thing to keep in mind is that a lot of this really comes out of All New, All Different Invincible Iron Man, the first couple volumes with Tony Stark. And the way this had worked out is Brian Michael Bendis was writing two Iron Man stories at the same time. There was All New, All Different Invincible Iron Man, then there was All New, All Different International Iron Man. Invincible Iron Man dealt with Tony Stark and his company and so on and so forth. International Iron Man kind of picked up in the middle of Invincible Iron Man. And what it basically revealed is Tony Stark's realization that his parents were not his actual parents. I mean, he'd known that for a little while, but it continued the story in the sense of the fact that he was basically hunting for his biological mother. Now, International Iron Man dealt with him tracking her down, locating her, talking to her, that kind of a thing, inviting her to be a part of his life. The issue was, within the realm of the Invincible Iron Man line of stories, Tony Stark had basically just kind of pitched Mary Jane Watson to become a member of his team, to basically work for him, just because of the fact that the nightclub that she had ran for so long had basically been destroyed. Now, that was the whole idea of Marvel sort of soft rebooting the character of Mary Jane Watson, in the sense that for years and years and years, she was involved in like modeling. And then eventually she, took up the idea of running a nightclub. But going through All New, All Different Marvel, Secret Wars, all that kind of good stuff, the idea was to refresh her and to basically move her away from that. And the idea is that she initially turned down the offer to work for him, only for Iron Man's AI Friday to basically approach Mary Jane Watson and say, look, you have to stall. Because with Tony Stark going on a mission to find James Rhodes prior to his death leading into Civil War II, Tony Stark was basically absent from his company. And the result was that the Board of Trustees tried to take it over. But with Mary Jane Watson stepping in and basically saying, I've been appointed the head of Stark Industries by Tony Stark himself in his absence, what it now meant is that there was somebody running the company. And so the Board of Trustees really had no recourse anymore. And so Mary Jane Watson effectively worked for Tony Stark. Now, the reason why this matters is because moving to this sort of gala that's being held, in New York City by Peter Parker on behalf of Parker Industries, what this does is it brings in his company. Now, with regards to Parker Industries, there's no real explanation that's offered in terms of how it was that it got so big outside of the small little tidbits that, Marvel drops here and there. In the events before All New, All Different Marvel, Parker Industries was a company that had been created by Superior Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus. The issue with this is that between the time that Parker Industries was formed and the start of All New, All Different Marvel, basically 8 months had passed. And so we're just kind of left to believe that there were a lot of different innovations and new technologies that were made by Parker or by Peter Parker that led to Parker Industries becoming a multinational corporation. And that's really it. There's really no story that's like, here's how Parker Industries got as big as it is. All we know is that when All New, All Different Marvel kicked off, Parker Industries is, for the most part, in a lot of ways, more successful than Stark Industries. And so again, it was kind of a cool scenario. But the funny thing about this is that during this gala, this is the first time that Peter Parker learns that Mary Jane Watson's basically working for Tony Stark. And it's kind of a funny scenario because remember, Mary Jane Watson is one of like the few people in the entirety of the Marvel Universe who know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Not only that, remember, they have a very, very long history with one another. Because of the events of One More Day, when Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson were supposed to get married, Peter Parker ended up being late or something along those lines, and so that never happened. But with the exception of their marriage, everything that took place before that is still in continuity. It's still intact. Now, the relationship has been a little bit tumultuous over the years because of the fact that they didn't get married. There is kind of a romantic interest. They've talked about it a little bit, but never actually acted on it. But the idea remains they're still two of the closest people when it comes to, how they relate to one another, their ability to confide in one another, different things like that. And so one of the other things that's kind of hit on here is that when it comes to Peter Parker, over the course of the 8 months that took place prior to the release of all new, all different Amazing Spider-Man #1, Parker Industries dominated his time. And the result was that he hasn't really been able to spend as much time with the people that he cares about as he normally would. And so again, it kind of creates a weird situation because where Peter Parker is the face of Parker Industries, the question becomes, what does he do when he has to be Spider-Man? Now in this story, it's largely going to be Peter Parker Spider-Man. It's really going to be him just being Spider-Man. But under normal circumstances, when it comes to somebody having to play the role of Spider-Man, we actually are introduced to a character named Hobie Brown, who used to go by the name Prowler, the Prowler of the main Marvel Universe. But the idea here is that Prowler would basically just act out as the role of Spider-Man, so that if Peter Parker were hosting a press conference, you'd be able to see Peter Parker and Spider-Man in two different places at the same time. So it would basically just throw off suspicion and nobody would be aware of what it was that's going on. The other half of this equation is Harry Osborn. Historically speaking, despite the fact that he's constantly, kind of reinvigorated himself, Harry Osborn having played the role of the Green Goblin at one point, the idea was that Harry Osborn had basically left that entire life behind and changed his last name from Osborn to Lyman to basically, go by his mother's maiden name. But the goal was to basically walk around and say, my name is Harry Lyman, not Harry Osborn, and so the stigma of his legacy would not be stuck around him anymore. Now, for those individuals who knew Norman Osborn personally, people who had dealt with Norman Osborn during the events of Dark Reign, for example, just because of the fact that Harry has the same hairstyle, they immediately know that Harry and Osborn are son and father, respectively. But the other idea here is that they also realize that Harry's trying to turn over a new leaf, and in fact, he's actually working for Peter Parker at the moment, which is still kind of cool. Now, the other half of this is what goes on with the idea of like Augustus Roman and Spider-Man 2099 and, Liz from Alchemax Prison and all those different things. And so starting with Augustus Roman, one of the things that I want to point out here is that as he appears here in this story, he's totally different from the Augustus Roman that you probably read about when it came to Renew Your Vows during Secret Wars. The Augustus Roman that appeared in that story and is part of the ongoing Renew Your Vows story is a totally different universe. That's what that is. It's a whole different reality. It's totally separate from what we're seeing right here. But in the original Renew Your Vows story, Augustus Roman had basically gone through and captured and or killed almost all the superheroes that he came across and then basically siphoned those powers into himself. And so it was like a one-man wrecking machine. He had all the powers of all the superheroes that he's ever captured, for the most part, all the superheroes who had ever existed. So all these different powers are basically combined into himself. And what he did is he basically went forward calling himself the Regent, turned New York City into a police state of sorts, and of course it led to Spider-Man, Mary Jane Watson taking Augustus Roman down. What this does is it basically presents the scenario where we see almost the exact same event unfolding, but through different means. So that's what makes it sort of interesting here. Now, the other half is really Liz Allen from Alchemax. One of the stories that I've been kind of teetering on, that I've been experimenting on the idea of covering, has been Spider-Man 2099. And the idea of Spider-Man 2099 is that it deals with a character named Miguel O'Hara who traveled back to the past, or really was kind of stuck in the past, but the goal was to keep Alchemax from coming to fruition, because Alchemax ends up being turned into this massive conglomerate of a company that's basically corrupt and runs all these experiments and is more or less the arch nemesis of Spider-Man 2099. And so what he'd been doing is he'd been going into the past and trying to find a way to keep that from happening. Now, Alchemax is by no means an important part of this story, but it is something that I thought was worth mentioning and kind of talking about. Again, that would be something that we would have far more of a conversation about if we were to cover Spider-Man 2099. It's central to that story, and there's really no way to avoid it. But with regards to this little bit of a story, we end up having just this like D-list villain named Ghost show up on the scene and start wreaking havoc. And here's the funniest thing about this. This is why I love this story so much. In the middle of this fight, both Tony Stark and Peter Parker don their costumes and immediately start going against Ghost. But in the middle of it, they start arguing over who it is that gets to defeat Ghost. That's how you know you suck when you're a villain. Not because you have crappy powers, but because the heroes you're facing off against are arguing over which ones defeated you the most, or which one you actually belong to, like which superhero is supposed to be fighting you. I mean, they're not even worried about this guy. And that's kind of the crazy thing. They're just kind of like, dude, we have more important things to worry about than you. Like, we have things to worry about, like which one of us has beat you the most. And that's kind of the funny scenario here, because while all that's going on, Augustus Roman's kind of knocked unconscious. But one of the funny things here is we actually see him commenting and is really kind of disappointed in what's going on with Spider-Man and Tony Stark, in the sense that they're spending more time arguing than they are actually, dealing with the supervillain in question. Now, of course, Ghost is taken out pretty fast, and that's really about it. But getting into the whole idea of Augustus Roman, we basically learned that his wife was essentially killed in a massive superhero battle. And so what had basically taken place here
here is that Augustus Roman had launched Empire United for the purpose of going through and capturing all these different supervillains. Now, like, it's not like Augustus Roman goes around and says, yes, I am here to capture these guys and then steal their powers. He basically puts it on as a front that he's there for the purpose of creating like a supermax prison that nobody can gain access to. Now, again, we've seen that like a multitude of times in Marvel Comics. One of the most popular versions of that was a place called the Raft, and the Raft was literally a giant supervillain prison, and it was replaced off and on by different prisons. But in this instance, Augustus Roman looks at the superhero community and considers them to be failures in a lot of different ways because they spend more time arguing and bickering. They don't really, solve major crises. And so his goal is to basically take the powers of every superhero and then bring those powers unto himself and be the only superhero that anybody needs. So in a lot of ways, his motivations are almost identical to the alternate reality version of Regent that we saw during the Secret Wars event. But at the same time, everything still pretty much comes out the same in the sense that Augustus Roman, is able to stop this massive tanker explosion. He's able to defeat the guy that, led to this tanker assault in the first place, some Atlantean. I mean, that's really about it. But he starts making a name for himself in the sense that he's basically the new kid on the block. He's the new villain out there. People are looking up to him. People are recognizing what it is that he's capable of. But it's also drawn the attention of different people, like Spider-Man is really kind of looking into it to a degree. Harry Osborn more so than anything else, just because Harry's kind of enamored with everything that's unfolding and everything that's going on. But the other half of this is that almost immediately, Harry Osborn comes to the realization that Augustus Roman is Regent. And that's the whole idea, is that, Augustus Roman's trying to keep his identity hidden in a lot of different ways. But in the background, what this does is it basically leads to, Betty Brant, and it leads to Mary Jane Watson, and it leads to Harry Osborn concocting their own plan of sorts for the purpose to basically, figure out what's going on with Regent, what's going on, all these powers that he has and these different abilities and so on and so forth. And so the cool thing about this is that in the middle of this whole situation, we actually have Peter Parker traveling over to visit Miles Morales. And again, when it came to all new, all different Marvel, the Ultimate Universe was basically done away in the lead up to Secret Wars. And so there really is no more Ultimate Universe per se. Now, Marvel's been talking about bringing a lot of the Ultimate Universe characters back, but as far as we know, there's simply just the Prime Marvel Universe, and that's it. I mean, there's other realities, but they don't really focus on those too much. Miles Morales, following the events of Secret Wars, was basically rolled into the Marvel Prime Universe, and then has just kind of been operating as Spider-Man alongside Peter Parker. The issue with this is that in the middle of him basically bailing out on Peter Parker and Iron Man bickering amongst each other once again, he's immediately captured by Regent. Now, this is a pretty big deal, and the reason why is because, as we discussed in my video on Miles Morales, in a lot of ways, he's a little more capable and a little more powerful than Peter Parker. Peter Parker has experience under his belt. He's been at this a lot longer than Miles Morales has, and so that experience will constantly compound. The only way that Peter Parker will really end up falling short of Miles Morales is if Peter Parker just retired for a really long time, or if Miles somehow gained all new abilities that Peter Parker just doesn't have. But for the most part, the core powers remain the same, a spider sense of sorts, the ability to crawl on walls, different things like that. But for Miles, he has things like the ability to make himself invisible, the ability to administer a kind of venom touch whenever he makes contact with somebody that administers a kind of electric shock. But the reason why this matters is because with the powers of Miles Morales, by copying him and then basically mimicking his abilities, it allows Augustus Roman to begin the process of tracking down all these different superheroes. Because think about it, Miles Morales has his own friendship with like Kamala Khan and with Nova, Sam Alexander, a lot of these superheroes who would trust him, that he can send distress signals out to if he needs to. It allows Augustus Roman, acting as Miles Morales, to infiltrate places that he wouldn't normally be able to get in. Now remember, it doesn't mean that like Augustus Roman takes on the form of Miles Morales, not at all. He doesn't shapeshift. At the moment, he just has the power to make himself invisible, crawl on walls, which is how he's able to take out Kamala Khan. But because Kamala Khan can shapeshift, and because she can increase her size, he now gains those abilities. So Sam Alexander's ability to manipulate cosmic forces, Captain America Sam Wilson's ability to, see through the eyes of birds and the vision, all these individuals are all basically captured by Augustus Roman. Now, ultimately, the big major fight really comes against Thor. And under normal circumstances, Augustus Roman would not stand a chance against Jane Foster. But it's not just Augustus Roman, it's Augustus Roman and all the powers that he's captured so far. And so it would be like if Jane Foster were fighting against like Spider-Man Peter Parker and Iron Man and Captain America and all these different characters all at the exact same time. Then it would create a wildly difficult situation. And so ultimately, we end up having, Harry Osborn calling a meeting with Augustus Roman. And this is actually a cool little bit of detective work that goes on here, just because of the fact that Harry Osborn basically says, hey, look, we wanted to go ahead and have this joint venture between, Empire United and Parker Industries to have you guys continue the process of building a prison to, for us to basically fund you guys. We want to keep this joint venture going. But really, it's actually Harry Osborn kind of pulling a ruse on Augustus Roman. And the reason for this is because of the fact that with his webware technology, which is one of these small little devices that Parker Industries makes, not only does it allow him to send out distress signals, it also allows him to track individuals who are also wearing these little pieces of technology. And that's when he uses the scenario of Betty Brant, who was sent to infiltrate Empire United and figure out if Augustus Roman really was Regent. It leads Harry Osborn to realize that Augustus Roman had basically taken her and done whatever it was that he did with her. And so the result is that, of course, when everybody's trying to track down Augustus Roman, these various superheroes who have suddenly come up missing, it leads to Harry Osborn tipping off Peter Parker and Iron Man and Mary Jane Watson and so on and so forth. And so, of course, they respond. But one of the other things that I also want you to notice here is that among the various superheroes that, Augustus Roman has captured includes characters like Deadpool, Rogue, Daredevil, and Hyperion, and so on and so forth. And so the question that has to be asked is, when were these guys captured? The issue is that I don't think we're actually given a definitive time. I think we're just kind of left to believe that it takes place between the various stories of a lot of these different characters. And so that's one of the issues that you kind of run into when it comes to Marvel at the moment, is that a lot of the continuity just kind of seems to be out of place. There's no definitive answer to when this happens. Now, in truth, most people wouldn't have a reason to ask that question in the first place. Most people wouldn't really have a reason to say, well, when does this story take place? They would just kind of say, okay, these heroes were captured somewhere along the line, and that's really about it. But the overarching goal that was trying to really be hit on by Dan Slott here was that it was going to be a repeat of the whole renew your vows scenario, when Augustus Roman basically incapacitates every single superhero and then copies their powers. Now, the reason why this is kind of important is because it was the idea that Regent was going to make his return. The problem with this is that in a lot of ways, people weren't really interested in seeing that. They kind of wanted to see a few more stories that were done that hadn't really been seen before. They wanted to see something fresh. And so what we actually ended up doing here in the tail bit of this story is we initially pick up with Mary Jane Watson sorting through and pilfering through all these different, Spider-Man suits that Peter Parker's worn over the years, these Iron Man suits that Tony Stark's worn over the years, and eventually she comes across the Iron Spider suit. Now, the Iron Spider suit was a really, really cool piece of technology that was made by Tony Stark for Spider-Man during the events of the first Civil War. And the idea was that if Spider-Man was basically going to join Iron Man in the cause of the Superhuman Registration Act, then Spider-Man was going to both be rewarded, but also be provided with technologies that would allow him to basically deal with those insurgent superheroes, Captain America and his Secret Avengers, for example. And so the Iron Spider outfit allowed Peter Parker to change his physical appearance. It had these appendages that came out of the back. It had all kinds of different, little technologies and tidbits and so on. And the cool thing was that it basically allowed for a new design for the Spider-Man outfit. The problem is that it was contextual. It was one of those things that Marvel couldn't keep around forever. It was basically contingent on the popularity of Civil War. And as soon as the Civil War event began to wear down, and then eventually we went into, Secret Invasion and Dark Reign and Siege and all those different stories, ultimately, the Iron Spider armor just kind of became a thing of the past. But the cool thing about this is that it tells us that Peter Parker still has it sitting around. He might wear it during some major conflict. We don't really know. In this particular instance, it's just like Augustus Roman, more or less facing off against Iron Man and Peter Parker at the same time. Now, of course, with Augustus Roman having like a spider sense and things like that, he can be alerted to damage or to incoming attacks, which is one of those interesting scenarios. Because to talk about this for a second, with Peter Parker's spider sense, it's one of the reasons why he's one of the more formidable characters that are out there, because his spider sense alerts him to incoming damage before that threat actually manifests. And so it basically always gives him the heads up on anybody that he's going to fight. If it were somebody who was crazy like the Flash, somebody who was so insanely fast, by the time Peter Parker's spider sense went off, it would probably be too late. He just wouldn't be able to react fast enough. But for somebody in the Marvel Universe who's a little slower, like Quicksilver, then there's a very good chance that Peter Parker would probably be able to cope, use the spider sense to his advantage. Against somebody like the Incredible Hulk or somebody like Thor who's quick, but not necessarily as fast as like Quicksilver or something along those lines, Peter Parker is able to hold his own because his spider sense will alert him if Thor's gonna hit him with the hammer, or if the Incredible Hulk is gonna try to smash him or something along those lines. And it's really just that one thing that sets Peter Parker apart from virtually everybody else. It's why whenever there's these massive events, Spider-Man's usually always the last man standing, because his spider sense is what allows him to stay a step ahead of whoever it is that he's facing off against. But with Mary Jane Watson arriving in the Iron Spider outfit, what it does is it offers Peter Parker a reprieve, a bit of a distraction that lets him travel back to Empire United and basically just begin the process and going in and breaking all these different containment cells and freeing all these different superheroes, which means that by the time Peter Parker's done, Augustus Roman has to face off against like Colossus, Kamala Khan, and like Vision and Hyperion and Thor and Iceman and so on and so forth, which we don't really see that conflict
conflict happen. Instead, it takes place off panel, which is kind of disappointing. But the fact remains, with Augustus Roman basically being defeated, the story more or less ends with the idea of Peter Parker making more time for all the friends that he has. You know, Robbie Robertson meeting with like Betty Brant, you know, one of his longtime friends, his first love interest actually, to meet with all these different members of his life that have played a significant role. But all of this was designed to set the stage for the clone conspiracy. And the reason why is because in the middle of all this, Aunt May's current husband, J. Jonah Jameson Sr., ends up coughing up blood, with the indication being that he's effectively dying. And so what this does is it sets the stage for Dead No More, the story that basically deals with the idea of clones, the return of the Jackal, or at least the person we believe to be the Jackal, ultimately going into the whole idea of the main clone conspiracy story itself. What we're going to do here is we're going to pick up with all new, all different Amazing Spider-Man, Dead No More. Now, Dan Slott actually does a pretty interesting job with this story. This is kind of cool to me because a lot of the stories that I've read so far, you know, the story arcs, you know, Power Play, different things like that with all new, all different Marvel, the Spider-Man series hasn't resonated extremely well just because a lot of it felt like lead up to something else. It felt like prelude, and it was a lot of stuff happening, but nothing happening at the same time. And what this does is it sort of begins to turn things on their head in a couple different ways. The first is that it initially picks up with J. Jonah Jameson Sr. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, a lot of this stuff ties into Dan Slott's run, a little bit before his run, but the idea is that J. Jonah Jameson Sr. is starkly different from his son, J. Jonah Jameson Jr., who of course is the head honcho for the Daily Bugle and the one that writes all those articles about Spider-Man. Now, unlike his son, J. Jonah Jameson Sr. does not share a hatred for Spider-Man. He actually adores Spider-Man. But more so than that, he found himself in a relationship with Aunt May. And so this presented kind of a weird scenario for J. Jonah Jameson, but the fact remains that they deal with it the best they can. The issue here, and what Dan Slott doesn't really tell us, is that J. Jonah Jameson Sr. is suffering from some illness. We don't really know what it is, but it's basically progressed to the point where it's confining J. Jonah Jameson Sr. to a bed. And so the idea here, or at least what Dan Slott seems to be doing, is toying around with the notion that J. Jonah Jameson Sr. may die. Now, this in and of itself is not huge. What this actually does is set the stage for things that progress later on. But what we end up doing here is we basically pick up with Peter Parker while he's en route to a destination, and he's toying or looking at the idea of people who are cloning, people who are being cloned by a corporation called New You. Now, New You is something new by Dan Slott that he's created recently, and it centers around the Jackal, and we'll actually get to him here in a minute. But for Peter Parker, with the analysis of these organs that he's seeing, they're genetically identical to their originals. All the illnesses are basically eliminated, meaning that if somebody had, you know, an illness that would kill them, and you were to clone a heart that they need, or you were to clone a liver that they need, all of the genetic problems that they face would be eliminated in their entirety, you know. And so the idea here is basically Dan Slott kind of setting up the stage that cloning would most likely be the route that was used to save J. Jonah Jameson Sr. But again, he doesn't tell us that directly. He just kind of leads us on our own imagination to believe that that will most likely be the case. Now from here, we pick up with the Jackal and we start to get into this explanation. Now something I want to point out is that I talked to Joel over at Cape Joel when I was trying to grab my bearings on this, because there were a few things that I had missed from previous story arcs that didn't quite fit in, or didn't quite, you know, that caused this to kind of not make sense to me. And one of the things we had talked about was the Jackal, and this is just kind of a general discussion between the two of us. But the Jackal, as he's presented here, Miles Warren is different from the Jackal that we saw, you know, before Secret Wars, in the sense that that version of Jackal was sadistic, was cruel, liked to inflict harm on people. But this version of Jackal isn't that way. And because everything else seems to be the same from before Secret Wars, and he's really the only major difference here, Joel hypothesized that there's only one of two circumstances going on. Either something happened in the life of Miles Warren that changed his entire outlook on life, or this is not the Jackal. This is not Miles Warren. Instead, this is, you know, Ben Reilly, or it's Kane. It's one of the clones from the original clone saga of the Spider-Man story. Now, again, I'm not swearing this is absolute, and I doubt Joel would swear to it as absolute, but I wouldn't be surprised if Joel had a video on this at some point in time. And so you should probably look up Cape Joel on YouTube. You'll find his link down in the description. Head over there and check it out, because it's actually a pretty cool theory that he had. But the fact remains here, they're basically emphasizing focus on Max Dillon on Electro. Now, this goes on before Secret Wars, and this is why I say not everything in all new, all different Marvel is all new and all different, but it doesn't mean that it's bad. Prior to Secret Wars, Electro had basically been part of the Superior Six, which is like a more updated version of the original Sinister Six under Dr. Octopus. And this tied in as part of Superior Spider-Man when Dr. Octopus took over the body of Peter Parker. And so Superior Six was just kind of capitalizing on the title Superior Spider-Man. But the fact remains here that Electro, despite his abilities, had always sort of been a street street level criminal. He had never really done anything global, anything massive, except for one time, and that was during Brian Michael Bendis's run of New Avengers, when Electro had been contracted to basically take out the power to the Raft to a superpower prison and allow all those supervillains to escape. What ended up happening though is that because Electro kind of fell back into the realm of being a street villain, nothing ever really came of it. And so during Superior 6, he was more or less placed under the control of Dr. Octopus, and once Superior 6 came to an end and those various villains went their separate ways, Electro kind of became the butt of jokes. People made fun of him, people didn't take him seriously. And so the idea was for him to basically prove his worth by going back to the Raft and causing another blackout and freeing all those supervillains again. The issue here was that his powers ran into a state of instability, and what this did is it caused him to kill a woman that was in love with him named Francine Fry. Now, Francine Fry was kind of like a groupie, so to speak, for supervillains. She loved the idea of supervillains. She was both, emotionally and romantically attracted to them. And so for her, Max Dillon was a guy that she could latch onto. And while they did form as close of a relationship as, two villains can get, the fact remains that because his powers were unstable, he had accidentally killed her. Now, eventually this led into Peter Parker developing technology to basically take away the powers of supervillains as opposed to putting them in prisons, and the system that Peter Parker had developed was destroyed, but the first person to be exposed to it was Electro, which is the reason why in this story, or up to this point, Electro has had no powers. And so for those of you guys who are curious as to why he's been powerless, this is the reason why. Now, the entire goal of the Jackal here is to basically bring back the powers of Max Dillon, or at least it seems to be that way, to basically reinvigorate his powers. But more so than that, because Max Dillon is hesitant, because he doesn't really want to undergo this experiment, he's shown Francine Fry. Basically, Francine Fry was cloned and brought back. Now, Dan Slott shows the abilities of Jackal in a couple ways. Because Jackal's cloning people, we know by virtue of what we talked about a minute ago with Peter Parker, that any genetic impurities that they had have been wiped away, that any illnesses, any genetic imperfections they've been completely eliminated. So Francine Fry is in peak 100% perfect health. The other half of this is that Francine Fry had a lot of tattoos, she had a lot of piercings, and those have been removed. And so it's almost like a purified version, so to speak, of her original self. Now, where Dan Slott chooses to go with this is something that I'm not entirely sure of. It may result in Peter Parker being completely depowered at some point in the future during Clone Conspiracy. We're just kind of spitballing with this, but the fact remains here that with Francine Fry being present, it's basically the kind of motivation that Jackal uses to get her to motivate, Electro to undergo the experiment. Now, with regards to Peter Parker in this story, this is one of the interesting scenarios because he's basically kind of like a background figure here. He's not a main character. He's not the main star of this. Instead, a lot of emphasis is put on Jackal, which I think is a great breakaway from what we've seen so far. Granted, Spider-Man's story should always center around Spider-Man, but it doesn't hurt to have a story arc here or there that takes him away from being the forefront and actually gives us perspectives from other people. And what happens in this is basically Dan Slott showing us that Spider-Man has a way of picking up who's been cloned and who hasn't. And what happens is one of his employees is basically injured in an experiment or injured in an incident at Parker Industries, and Peter Parker basically calls on his employees to activate New You, or at least to use the organs that have been harvested from New You, or the technology they use, to basically provide this employee with the organs he needs in order to continue living, because during the incident, his lungs, his heart, his liver had been damaged beyond repair. But what happens is when Peter Parker goes to see him, his spider sense kicks in, and Peter Parker realizes that even if he can't detect that this person's been cloned, that these organs have been brought in from somebody else. And so this guy is basically tricking out Spider-Man's spider sense. Now, Dan Slott doing this presents a couple funny situations. The first is that if Peter Parker were to encounter a regular civilian who's been used by the Jackal but has the organs of another villain, it's going to create a scenario whereby Peter Parker doesn't know that they're actually a bad guy. And we're going to see this experiment come to fruition, and we're going to see where this can lead to here in the next little bit. But the next thing that happens here is we actually end up picking up with J. Jonah Jameson Jr. traveling back to his home and running into a woman named Marla. Now again, this is really just Dan Slott kind of thickening the plot here. Of course, Marla was a character who had a romantic interest with J. Jonah Jameson. The two of them had the potential to be happy, but the issue was that she had actually died, and so this really sent J. Jonah Jameson down the continued path of hating Spider-Man more so than he had before. But in any event, what we end up doing is we basically jump back to the Jackal. Of course, we have the Prowler, Hobie Brown, acting as Peter Parker Parker while, or I guess acting as Spider-Man while Peter Parker is conducting his normal business, what ends up happening is Hobie basically changes out of his Peter Parker costume, out of his Spider-Man costume, and transitions into the costume of the Prowler. Now, the reason why he does this is for a couple reasons. The first is because Spider-Man is known as a superhero, and so if Spider-Man were to go about some nefarious acts, were to be experimenting around in different things, it could cause problems. More so than that, the Prowler is a street-level hero, meaning that no one really knows if he has any ties to anyone. No one really takes him seriously. And so if he were to spy on these villains, and if he were to be caught, they wouldn't come after Spider-Man's friends and family, they would come after Prowler's friends and family. But because he has no friends and family, there's really no one that they would go after. They would try to kill him, and if they fail, they would just kind of write it off. And so this is exactly what happens. The Prowler breaks into New U, and he begins poking around, trying to figure out where these organs came from, who's cloning them, so on and so forth, and he eventually stumbles across the lair of Jackal, and he witnesses both Jackal as well as the Lizard and a handful of others engaging in this process to attempt to restore Max Dillon's powers to him. The problem with this is that when the experiment occurs, Max Dillon does not get his electro powers back. Instead, the powers go into the suit, but they don't actually go into him, and so he could channel them through the suit, but they're not part of his physical body anymore. And so what happens here is that while he is trying to cope with this, while everybody's trying to figure out what's going on, suddenly his powers seem to activate by virtue of Francine, and she begins absorbing his powers to the point that she absorbs the life force of Max Dillon, killing him in the process. And so the result here is that she effectively becomes the new Electro. Francine Fry is now the new Electro, and Max Dillon seems to be dead for all intents and purposes. But while this incident takes place, we end up finding the Prowler is discovered by Lizard and by Jackal and, these various people. Now, of course, Jackal says, do not kill him. He says, keep him alive. The reason being because they could use him for their own purposes. The issue here is that Prowler is easily able to make his escape, and he's sought after by Electro, or by the new Electro, Francine Fry, but when she tracks him down, she actually kills him. Now again, Miles didn't want her to. Jackal wanted Hobie to stay alive, but because of the fact that he was killed, Miles basically brings him back, and this is where the caveat of the clones comes into play. What Miles says, or I guess what he does, is he presents Hobie Brown with the fact that he's been brought back to life, that he's been cloned and been revived, but the issue is that he's also given a pill, and he's told this pill has to be taken on a regular basis, indicating that this is how Jackal keeps the clones in check, that if they don't take the pill, they'll presumably die, and so because they want to live, they'll do whatever they need to do in order to stay alive. And so what we do here is we basically skip forward a bit, and we end up picking up with a backup feature. Now, this backup feature actually centers around the notion of how it is that Miles Warren, how the Jackal's able to cover all these things with the fact that he's also incurring the wrath of different enemies along the way. Now, again, this is kind of a prequel. This little segment we're going to talk about here is kind of a prequel to the events that we've talked about so far. But what happened is Jackal had basically approached Kingpin, and he told Kingpin that he would bring his wife Vanessa back if Kingpin was willing to fund his escapades, fund his desire to clone various people for his own personal reasons. But this was a funny thing because, again, myself and Joel were talking about this, and when the Kingpin meets his wife, where almost everybody else would be excited to see their loved ones come back from the dead, instead, the Kingpin breaks Vanessa's neck and says, "That's not my wife. This is an abomination." Not only that, he says that because of the fact that Jackal would dare to clone Vanessa, that he's defiled her memory, and that Jackal has earned an enemy in the form of Kingpin. Now, what's also cool about this is that because the Jackal has been cloning people, he effectively has those clones at his disposal, and the result is that he calls in Rhino. Now, of course, with Rhino's superior strength, he's easily able to take on Kingpin, and of course, with the two of them fighting one another, we actually pick up with Spider-Man joining the fray. Now, where Spider-Man's able to hold them off, where Spider-Man's able to basically send Rhino running to remove him from the situation, the fact remains that Kingpin survived, and Kingpin makes his escape, but what he says is that his main focus here is Jackal. That Jackal created the most offensive instance of, angering Kingpin by cloning his wife and defiling her memory, or I guess cloning his dead wife and defiling her memory. And so his goal is to basically track down Jackal, but if for whatever reason Kingpin dies in the process, he'll have Spider-Man do his bidding for him. Now, from here, this is really just kind of Dan Slott tying up loose ends, sort of giving us an instance of what direction things may go in, of the idea of this clone conspiracy story that's coming up. And so the thing about this segment of the story is kind of an epilogue. But again, this just basically deals with the idea that there are various people out there who are being cloned by the Jackal. Of course, we know that Gwen Stacy, the original Gwen Stacy, had been brought back to life by Jackal, and that was part of Marvel's Free Comic Book Day. For those of you guys who were curious, when Dead No More was originally announced, you'll probably probably have noticed, and we talked about it on the weekly poll, a lot of people were saying, well, now Gwen Stacy's going to come back to life. Gwen Stacy is going to be the new love interest of Peter Parker due to the fact that Mary Jane's kind of been ushered out and she's with Tony Stark. And this really seems to be the case. It looks like Dan Slott's kind of setting the stage for a return to the status quo before the Mary Jane Watson era, with Gwen Stacy being the love interest of Peter Parker. Now, whether he actually does this is something that we'll have to wait and see. But for right now, it's just kind of a tour of everything that's going on. We of course see May Parker, I guess Mae Jameson now, Aunt May, spending time with J. Jonah Jameson Sr., Peter Parker accepting the fact that some individuals may die, but by virtue of the knowledge that he has with regards to those cloned organs, that it's possible to bring them back to life, or at the very least, keep them alive. It kind of weighs on his mind, but we also see Peter Parker dealing with this idea that because a person was cloned, or because the life of his employee was saved, that he recognized him as a potential threat, even though he didn't seem to be a threat. And so as this begins to sort of wrap up, it looks as though J. Jonah Jameson Sr. may end up dying. But in the end, we don't really know what direction this will go in until we officially pick up with the Clone Saga story. But again, this is one of the reasons why, for those of you guys who are curious, this is one of the reasons why a lot of people are basically making the case that it seems as though Dan Slott is kind of retelling this original Clone Saga story, that Dan Slott is going back to the roots of Spider-Man clones, of Peter Parker clones, basically. And so again, as this story comes to an end, we basically come to the realization of the fact that J. Jonah Jameson Sr. has died. And so it seems as if the idea that if clones are going to start taking over, this will most likely be a byproduct of something that Peter Parker has done himself, that in his effort to grant his Aunt May the happiness she deserves, that he's going to go about and clone J. Jonah Jameson Sr., which will in turn lead to a whole plethora of problems in and of themselves.
What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and it occurred to me recently that we never finished Dan Slott's run on Spider-Man. Now, for those of you guys who don't know what that means, Dan Slott had a very lengthy run on Spider-Man. It started with Big Time, which is where I usually always tell people to start whenever it is that they want to start reading Spider-Man. It goes into stuff like Spider Island and a lot of the stories that you've heard of over the years, and then it went into all new, all different Marvel, it went into Superior Spider-Man, all kinds of different things. So here's what we're going to do with this video. We're going to take the first comic, we're going to break it off, we're going to do some retreading ground on things that we've already done because it's been so long, and then we're going to probably do the other 4 comics by themselves, right? Because Clone Conspiracy is a 5-issue series, right? 5-issue mini-series. This whole thing basically comes after Before Dead No More. And Before Dead No More was basically a story that was written by Dan Slott, where by some strange way, all these different people who had died over the life of Spider-Man, not everyone who had died, but a lot of these people who had died over the course of Peter Parker's life as Spider-Man had started popping up. And it basically turned out that it was Miles Warren, the Jackal, who was basically doing it. Now, one of the big moments that came from this came with the return of Vanessa, who was the wife of the Kingpin, who had long since been dead. Kingpin picked up right off the bat that it was not his Vanessa, and he basically killed the clone. But Miles Warren had basically been resurrecting people or cloning people and then passing them off as the originals, right? So what this does is this initially picks up with the death of J. Jameson Sr. Now, J. Jameson Sr., of course, as you imagine, is the father of J. Jonah Jameson, the guy that's always making those news scenes and hates Spider-Man. In more recent years, J. Jonah Jameson has actually become an ally of Spider-Man, which took place during Dan Slott's run. It was a huge change of pace for the character. But J. Jameson Sr. had actually married Aunt May, right? So he was Peter Parker's stepdad by all standards of measurement, and a long and strong relationship had formed between the two. And it was cool, right? It was a pretty interesting change. But one of the things that goes on here is that for J. Jameson Sr., he was actually dying of natural causes. There wasn't really anything Peter Parker had done that had led to him dying. He hadn't sustained any kind of mortal injuries, and it was collateral damage in a fight between like Peter Parker and Dr. Octopus. It was basically just old age. And for Peter Parker, it still hits him just the same. And the reason why is because for the second time in his life, he's standing next to his Aunt May, helping her grieve over the loss of a husband. Once was bad enough. And again, the death of Uncle Ben was probably the single most important death in the history of the Spider-Man mythos, because it taught him the price to be paid for doing nothing when you could do something. And so having to sit next to Aunt May and relive this entire experience is kind of crushing for Peter. Now, I don't mean to say this is all about him, right? Peter's a narcissist. I don't really mean to say that. It's a crushing experience to have to endure that, because this was yet another instance when Peter could have done something that would have saved the life of J. Jameson Sr. And of course, this leads to his son, J. Jonah, freaking out on Peter Parker and losing it on him. And the reason why is because he says, like, you were the one who talked my father and your Aunt May out of the treatments that could have saved his life. Like, it's because of you that he's dead. He
could have lived had he undergone those treatments. Now, all this really begins to kind of get fleshed out, and it's explained to us by way of a character named Anna Maria Marconi. Now, for people who are familiar with our coverage of the Spider-Man run by Dan Slott, or those of you guys who have read it, you guys know who Anna Marconi is. For those of you guys who don't know, Anna Maria Marconi knows Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And the reason for this all goes back to Superior Spider-Man, right? So Superior Spider-Man was basically a story Dan Slott wrote where you ended up learning over the course of a pretty lengthy period of time that one, Dr. Octopus's body was breaking down due to all the experiments he'd done on himself and just the overall toll that his actions had taken on his physical form. And so what he intended to do was continue his survival by, in effect, taking his consciousness and putting it in the body of Peter Parker. And that's where you get Superior Spider-Man. Now, during that time, it was really kind of a redemption story for Doc Ock, because up to that point, he had a few different moments here and there where he had like saved the life of Peter Parker or something like that, or it helped Peter Parker with some kind of science or something along those lines. But by and large, he was always still a villain in general. What Superior Spider-Man did is it changed a few things. One, it really introduced to us the idea that Peter Parker had been pulling his punches all those times. Like literally, there's one point where Dr. Octopus faces off against a scorpion and punches his jaw off of his face and realizes, holy cow, Peter Parker's been like holding, like he's been pulling his punches all the time. He could have killed us at any point in time. It's amazing that he didn't. The other part of it is that because Dr. Octopus or Superior Spider-Man came across Anna Marconi, she was the one that actually kind of helped him to redeem himself, right? To help him realize there's more to life than just like robbing banks or trying to kill Spider-Man or something along those lines. And so because of Anna Marconi's moral influence on Dr. Octopus, he actually started becoming a superhero. And so one of the things that he did is he expanded the technology that Peter Parker used, as minor as it was, to help to really make him a more effective Spider-Man. Now, it was really done for Doc Ock himself as Superior Spider-Man because his thought was, I can't be everywhere at once, but I can develop little spider bots that can be everywhere at once and alert me of anything that's going on. And if it doesn't require my attention, I can notify the cops. The other thing that happened here is he basically started developing Parker Industries. And Parker Industries was kind of a think tank, a continuation of what was called Horizon Labs, which was the think tank that Peter Parker was originally part of, just a great big huge collection of geniuses. And then as Superior Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus developed Parker Industries to be a kind of expansive, almost worldwide organization that could basically better humanity, right? It was just a huge change of pace. The big thing about this is that Anna Marconi, if I remember correctly, didn't know that Dr. Octopus was in the body of Peter Parker. She just thought it was Peter Parker, right? She didn't really know the difference. Ultimately, when Peter got his body back, there was a huge amount of confusion going on with Anna Marconi because of how he was acting, because she was asking him about things that Peter Parker didn't have any recollection of, because it was Dr. Octopus controlling his body instead of Peter. And so ultimately, Peter had to come clean, and he had to tell her, okay, look, here's everything that went on. That guy was not actually me. It was a guy who was in control of my body. I'm Peter Parker. Yes, I'm Spider-Man, yada, yada, yada. And that's how she ended up finding out his identity, right? So it was a really, really good story. But the reason why Peter here is focusing on the fact that he could have saved J. Jameson Sr. is because there came a point during his illness when J. Jameson Sr. was approached by a company called New You Technologies. Now, the idea behind this was that at a previous point in time, there was a great big huge explosion, right? That, you know, this great big huge thing that took place out in Oklahoma, and that one of the workers, well, really it was at a Parker Industries plant, but one of the workers named Jerry Salteris was injured. And so New You Technologies approached him and his family with the possibility of basically giving him the kind of transplants and things he needed in order to survive, which they went with. The problem was, as soon as the experiment was done and Peter met with Jerry Salteris, because he was a member of Parker Industries, right, an employee of the company, Peter went to go shake his hand and his spider sense went crazy. Peter didn't know what it meant. He had no idea what it meant. He just knew that something was wrong. And based on that flimsy piece of evidence at that moment in time, he used that as a reason to talk J. Jameson Sr. and Aunt May out of New You Technologies, just because of the fact that it was in effect his own hunch, right? It was his gut telling him something was wrong. And that's kind of a big thing to go on, right? Especially with somebody like Peter. Now, granted, there is a measure of acceptance there that Peter kind of looks at that and says, okay, my spider sense has never done me wrong. So even if I don't know exactly what's wrong, I know something is wrong. This Jerry Salteris guy is not the guy I know. There's something going on here with this guy. And basically by kind of extrapolating that out, he could look at it and say, if J. Jameson goes through this whole procedure, I don't know what's going to happen to him afterwards. He'll probably recover, but then something's going to be wrong. Something bad is going to happen. I just don't know what it is. And so we ultimately talked them out of it. Now, the biggest issue that Peter has here, and this is really where he screwed up, he didn't really tell them why. He didn't really give them all the information information that they needed to make an informed decision. It was just, Aunt May, J. Jameson Sr., you can't do this procedure because we don't really know a whole lot about their science. You have to just trust me on this. And in reality, asking somebody to put their life on the line and really just kind of going on the idea that they assume that you're giving them all the information, that's pretty shady, right? It's kind of a shady thing for Peter Parker to do. And that's why a lot of this guilt is weighing on his head, because he just didn't do everything he was supposed to. And so at this point, he's like, okay, let's kind of go back to New You and let's investigate this a little bit more. So what he ends up doing is going back to Edmond, Oklahoma and visiting with Jerry Saltaris' wife. The problem is Jerry's not there, right? Jerry is just kind of vanished. And when the question's why, like, you know, what's going on here, then basically his wife ends up showing him a kind of a video clip. And essentially it's just one of these things where he's talking about how he's setting up a camp and all that kind of good stuff. And then he has what are in effect these kind of illness moments, right? These moments where he experiences a lot of pain and he's like, it'll pass, it'll be fine, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And when the question's asked of Peter, what's going on here, Peter says it's cellular degradation, right? His cells are basically breaking down. And he's like, I think I know what's going on here. And so at that point, he basically makes a promise that he can't keep. And that's one of the cool things about the way that Dan Slott handles Spider-Man, right? When it comes to Peter Parker, what made him so popular over the years in Marvel Comics was the relatability factor, right? The fact that he's just like a young kid who's down on his luck, right? The Parker luck, the fact that he can never really seem to catch a break, seemingly everything that can go wrong does go wrong. The reality is when it comes to Peter, the emotional, empathetic side of him always seemed to kind of get the better of him. And he would always kind of find himself in these predicaments where he would essentially make promises that he couldn't keep. And that's one of the things that he does here, right? He tells this woman, you know, he tells Jerry Saltaris' wife, we'll get your husband back and everything's gonna be okay. But he can't make that promise because he's not holding all the cards. He doesn't know everything that's going on here. And even Anna calls it on that. She's like, look, man, like I understand where you're coming from. I understand you want to do the good thing. You want to be the good CEO who runs this company and cares about his people, and that's fine, but you can't make promises that you cannot keep, right? You don't know everything that's going on here. But one of the things that Peter kind of has is an ace up his sleeve, or what he had done is when his spider sense initially went off after meeting Jerry Saltaris, he hit him with a spider tracker, right? Which is actually one of the pieces of technology that Dr. Octopus had developed when he was Superior Spider-Man. But he hits him with a spider tracker and then uses that to track his location. And while Anna Marconi and the other members of Horizon are basically working on understanding the medicine that Jerry was taking, breaking it down on the cellular level and understanding what it's actually made of, Peter is breaking into New You to basically find Jerry. The problem is that once he gets in here, he realizes this is all just like a giant lab, right? He literally gets to like one of these tanks and it looks like the eyes move for a second, but the tracking device leads him to this location. The problem is it's all just nervous system, right? It's literally just a body of nerves. There's no muscle, there's no sinew, no bone, no none of that stuff except for eyeballs. And the eyeballs actually look like they move for a second, which in all reality, if a person was stuck in this condition, they'd have to be experiencing pain beyond imagining, right? It would have either that or the nerves are basically are you know, muted. The pain in the nerves is muted and he just doesn't feel anything. The problem is that as he's investigating, then suddenly it's like this guy walks in and Peter's like, what in the heck? And he's like, oh my God, it's Miles Warren. And as soon as Peter realizes it's Miles Warren, he's like, it's a clone thing. Now, here's the reason why Peter realizes that. Back in the 1990s, Marvel had this genius idea that actually turned out to be a 3-year-long unmitigated disaster that was called the Clone Saga. And you talk to anybody who knows anything about Spider-Man, and they will tell you that story was bad and Marvel should feel bad. The idea behind it was fantastic, that Miles Warren basically created clones of Peter Parker as a means to kind of eliminate Peter, replace him with somebody else. And for us as the reader, and even for Peter himself, he didn't know if he was the clone. He didn't know if Ben Reilly was the actual Spider-Man or if Kane was the actual Spider-Man. There was no real way to know. The problem is it ballooned up from what should have just been like a 6-issue story into a 3-year-long, over 100-issue story arc that was 90% unnecessary and full of nonsense. But where Miles Warren exists, a clone problem has to exist somewhere near it, right? That's always been the Jackal's thing ever since the events of the original Clone Saga. And so because of that, Peter's like, okay, this is obviously some kind of clone thing, right? Like he's like, oh, I'm gonna tear your heart out, right? Like Peter gets wildly frustrated, and not necessarily because of the fact that the Jackal might be cloning Peter. That's not part of it. It's because when the Jackal gets involved in stuff like this, he doesn't care who he hurts. It doesn't matter who he involves here, right? It's just as long as he can do whatever it is that he needs to do, right? It's messing with people's lives, which is a far more extreme action than like robbing a bank or something like that. As far as Peter's concerned, based on his moral compass, tearing a family apart is way worse than stealing $1 million from a bank that's insured and will basically be given back, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it sucks that they did it, but it's really more the crime, the action they committed, they're arrested for, not because people feel bad for the banks, right? That's not really what's going on. Now, Now, of course, Miles Warren calls in security, and then you're basically met by the Rhino and the new Electro. So as part of this whole lead up to Before Dead No More, one of the things that had happened is that a former girlfriend had actually been brought back by New U Technologies, who was basically somebody Max Dillon had actually killed by accident. Now, when she was brought back, she had actually kissed Electro and basically siphoned off all of his electrical power and killed him in the process, and basically absorbed his abilities. So she became the new Electro. It was kind of cool. It was pretty interesting. Marvel never did anything with it that mattered, but it was kind of interesting. But of course, it's one of those things where Peter's like, wait a minute, so you're a new Electro? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, and Rhino's kind of an idiot. So it's like, all right, I know how to solve this problem. So while Peter's ducking and dodging, he ends up basically going behind or going to a wall that, of course, was a barrier between an enormous amount of water and the facility itself, rips it open, like ends up basically, dumping the water supply into this place. And of course, water's a perfect current for electricity, ends up taking out Electro and Rhino. Now, it's one of the funny things here, because if this was Max Dillon, he would have been like, nope, and he would have dodged out of the way because he would have seen it coming. But it's one of the things that Peter says is like, that's the great thing about the new Electro. You have no idea about any of the old tricks, and Rhino wasn't going to stop me because he's a moron. So it's it's one of those funny things, because from there, with them out of the way, Peter basically starts making his way through the new use facility, trying to find Miles Warren, only to be met with Gwen Stacy. And this blew my mind when this happened, because my initial thought was, okay, so this is obviously a clone, right? It's obviously a clone that's going on here, but here's the kicker. Whenever Peter comes across these clones, it sets his spider sense off. With Gwen Stacy, it doesn't. And so what it looks like is that it is actually Gwen Stacy. That's the thought, right? It is really Gwen Stacy, which is a huge deal. Why? Because Gwen Stacy was the first real girlfriend that Peter Parker had. Technically, there was Betty Brant, but they were more knocking boots, right? Friends with benefits, if you really want to call it that. Gwen Stacy was the first real love of Peter Parker, right? Like in love, head over heels, his and hers towels, sharing stuff, sharing the bathroom, right? She's bringing her toothbrush and toothpaste over and a few changes of clothes, right? Like, we're in it now. Like that was Gwen Stacy, right? That was Gwen Stacy for Peter Parker. The crazy thing about this is Gwen Stacy died, right? 1971, written by Jerry Conway, the night Gwen Stacy died. That was a story that changed Peter Parker entirely, right? Because one of the things, the idea of Uncle Ben dying was significant because it taught Peter, with great power must come great responsibility, right? The lessons of his Uncle Ben rang true. With the death of Gwen Stacy, it taught Peter Parker he can't be reckless. That was so important. That was a wildly important thing, because depending on who you talk to, and even the comic itself is a little murky, right? Like Gwen Stacy falls off the bridge, Peter Parker shoots his webbing into her foot. You hear this, like literally it just says like crack. So the indication is that Peter Parker broke her neck by shooting his webbing into her foot. This just like the jerk snapped her neck. But then the Green Goblin's like, she was already dead before you got here. So it's kind of murky, right? You don't really know if Peter Parker was the one who got Gwen Stacy killed, or if the Green Goblin had already killed her. But regardless of the situation, the death of Gwen Stacy taught Peter Parker you cannot be reckless with your powers. And so that was huge, because following that, of course, Mary Jane Watson came into the mix, and the two of them ended up forming a relationship. But the idea of Gwen Stacy being here is nuts, because it totally takes Peter Parker by surprise. And that matters because immediately his spider sense goes off. And he's like, okay, my spider sense is not related to her, because if it was, it would have already been going off. The problem is he doesn't catch it. Why? Because he's clunked over the head with the tentacles of Dr. Octopus, who has officially returned to Marvel Comics. Someday love will find you, break those chains that bind you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are basically finishing up Clone Conspiracy, right? I think we did the last video, and we're like, you know what? Instead of dragging this on for another week, let's just axe it right now. Let's just get it done and out of the way, right? So we can kind of move on to the really cool stories, like when the Green Goblin became Carnage. Yes, the Green Goblin became Carnage in Marvel Comics, and it was amazing. Okay, so we are opening things up here with basically a Spider-Man just fleeing for his life, being chased by what are in effect zombies, only for us to find out this is Scarlet Spider, i.e. Kane. Now, who is Kane? Okay, so Kane, as we talked about in the last video, appeared in what was the original Clone Saga, but unlike Ben Reilly, who was more in line with like the life philosophies of Peter Parker, right? Like not killing if he doesn't have to, Kane was a dick. This guy was like the Punisher, man. This dude would would kill people with no real reservation, right? This guy was pretty hardcore. And really, if I'm being honest, I think it's one of the things that always kept him popular in Marvel Comics. He was an answer to the question, what if Spider-Man became the Punisher, right? In a lot of ways he was. Maybe not necessarily as like horrible as the Punisher, especially if you read Punisher Max, right? We need to get back on that when we finish Invincible over at Patreon, because God, man, you know, this is one of those things where Kane was always kind of an anti-hero type Spider-Man, right? And people love that. The problem is he's kind of running through this strange universe where everything's popping off, only for him to wake up and kind of be met with quote unquote their guest, who of course is looking for their pills. Now, as far as the pills go, that'll be explained here in a minute. Instead, what we do is we actually switch back over to Peter Parker inside the New U facility, of course, being attacked by Dr. Octopus and Gwen Stacy. Now, the biggest issue here is what's going on with Gwen Stacy and what's going on with Dr. Octopus. The Dr. Octopus has in effect returned. We're not given a definitive answer in terms of how he's actually been able to do it, but one of the things here is that he recalls everything. And so when Peter Parker looks at this from the perspective of the fact that Dr. Octopus may very well be a clone, in his mind, his knowledge of clones goes back to the Clone Saga, where they have kind of a limited memory because they're duplicates of a particular person, but they don't really know the kind of ins and outs of what their life should be, in the sense that Dr. Octopus, if he is a clone, would have limited memory because there's no way Jackal could know everything about the life and times of Dr. Octopus, right? Duplicating genetic memory is a virtually impossible thing to do. And so because of that, he's kind of like, okay, there's something off here, right? Because when he challenges the knowledge of Dr. Octopus, he says, no, I remember everything from the time that I took over your body in Superior Spider-Man to the time that you told me you were from my future in Spider-Verse, and I learned you were eventually going to get your body back, right? To the point that I eventually died and then took over the body of a computer system using technology from the future in Marvel 2099, right? The home reality of Miguel O'Hara, Spider-Man 2099, right? Using that technology, developing a body for myself, right? You know, the living brain. He's like, I remember everything, right? I am Dr. Octopus. Like, I am the Otto Octavius that you know. The problem is, even with this, it kind of stretches the limits of credulity, because he's like, I don't know how in the world you could possibly be back. Enter Miles Warren, the Jackal. The crazy thing about this is it looks like there's three of them, right? There's literally the Jackal who's kind of running the show, and then there's two other versions of Miles Warren, which is kind of wild, right? It's kind of a crazy thing. But with Gwen Stacy able to kind of talk Peter Parker down a little bit, then it turns into, okay, let's find out what's actually going on here, right? And so what we're really given here, the way that the Jackal presents this to Peter is, it's not really one of these things where the Jackal's looking to clone people for the sake of just like messing up people's lives or causing problems. He's actually looking to do some genuine good in the world. One of the first things he does here, which is probably the wrong thing to do, is he basically presents Spider-Man with all the villains who have died at the hands of Peter Parker, or by virtue of Peter Parker's actions, right? But all these different villains who have been killed over the years. And it's kind of nuts because he's kind of like, why in the world would you bring all these guys back? Like, you know, like Peter Parker immediately expects a fight, right? Like he's immediately expecting a fight to break out. And it's just kind of like, okay, all right, let's do this, right? Let's do this right now. And of course, they're kind of like, look, man, we're not really here to fight, you know, we're not really here to cause problems, man. Like, we're just kind of here. We're just kind of glad, you know, that Jackal brought us back. Why are you trying to start stuff, man? That's basically their response. Right now, in the middle of this whole thing, when the Jackal basically reveals that because of the fact that they've been brought back as clones, in order to keep the villains from just running out amok in the world and just causing all kinds of problems, that they basically have to pop pills in order to keep their bodies from breaking down. The way Jackal describes it, they're on a kind of chemical leash. But so long as Jackal is the sole person that holds their pills, they have to come to him, which means they have to do whatever he says. And in this instance, he's saying, don't go tear up the world, right? Just basically, you know, hang out around here and just do what I tell you to. But in the middle of this whole thing, everything pops off, and immediately Captain Stacy, the father of Gwen Stacy, is like, okay, you thought of every single last detail, right? And Miles Warren is like, yes. And he's like, here's the problem, man. That's not my daughter, Gwen Stacy. I know my daughter, Gwen Stacy, anywhere. That's not her. What have you done with her? Only for us to find out it's Spider-Gwen, man. What a great change, right? It's Spider-Gwen, right? Gwen Stacy from Earth 65, who basically gained the powers of a spider instead of Peter Parker. It's amazing. Spider-Gwen's a character who should never have been popular in the first place, right? Here's the funny thing about this. Spider-Gwen gained popularity not because of her stories, right? Her story was Edge of Spider-Verse. It was kind of cool, right? Not a whole lot going. What made her popular was the costume. That's what made her popular, right? Like her spider suit. It made her like one of the most popular things ever. After that, like she was cosplayed everywhere. You guys remember that when Spider-Gwen first came out in Edge of Spider-Verse? And you went to like New York Comic Con and San Diego and Emerald City and C2E2, and like everybody was cosplaying as Spider-Gwen. That's what made her popular, right? Now, her stories are great, but it was the art that really set her off and made her into a really cool character. Of course, she's basically here. Peter Parker's like, oh, awesome, cool. The last time we teamed up, we were fighting the Inheritors, but she's basically a good guy. Let's get out of here. So they basically escape. The Lizards sent after them, and then we basically pick up with Kane, only to find out that he's actually the one that has the cloned Gwen Stacy, the one that was brought back by Miles Warren. Of course, he's got her all tied up and everything, but he reveals, and when the question's asked, why aren't you bringing in Peter Parker on all this, right? I mean, if Spider-Man is the hero here, and you and Spider-Gwen are basically working together, she's, well, at least was, basically pretending to be Spider-Gwen at the New U facility to gain information, why aren't you guys telling Peter Parker about this? And he says, because we've seen this whole thing happen, right? This whole clone conspiracy, we've seen all this happen, we've seen all of it play out in different universes across the multiverse, and it all ends the same way. Peter Parker allies himself with the Jackal, New U and Parker Industries go global, they end up unleashing what is in effect the carry-on virus, and they basically kill the world. And that's kind of the nuts thing here, right? Now, a lot of you guys are probably asking, what in the hell is the carry-on virus? Okay, so what you end up learning here is that the carry-on virus, and honestly, there's been like 5 different versions of the virus. Originally, Miles Warren was an employee or a guy who worked for the High Evolutionary, who's basically a guy that literally uses evolution to just speed up the process of growing life and things like that. He's super smart, right? Like Herbert Wyndham's super smart. He's capable of all kinds of cool stuff. He's usually a villain. Sometimes he's a hero, right? It really kind of depends. But the first carry-on virus, like pretty much all the other versions that came after, while it did have different origins in terms of who created it or how it was synthesized or what have you, it all basically serves the same purpose. It turns people into effect living corpses. Now, how it works here is a little bit different than what you've seen in different carry-on viruses over the years in Marvel Comics, but basically the carry-on virus is the result of New U and Peter Parker working together, allowing the whole thing to kind of spread across the world and then basically killing all life on that world. Now, the idea of cellular degradation, it all kind of starts out as basically people who were clones. They eventually become carriers, their bodies break down, but during the cellular degradation process, they become infectious and they infect other people, and those other people end up becoming carry-ons. Now, ultimately, the entire process will break down, right? It'll all basically end and the world will basically die, but it's one of these things where Spider-Man basically kills the world in all these different universes that Kane and Spider-Gwen have been in, which is why they're not bringing him in, because their fear is if they tell him what's going on, that he'll ultimately end up siding with New U Technologies, or it might send him on the path of doing it and basically solidify the end of the world in the main Marvel universe, right? So what they end up doing is basically calling a woman by the name of Chief Anderson, right? Chief Anderson kind of working with the cops, the one that's handling all the New U stuff, and she's like, cool, we'll respond, only for us to find out she's actually part of New U. She's popping the pills to keep her cells from breaking down. She's a clone. And so what you end up doing is picking up with the Jackal back at New U headquarters as they kind of transition and he kind of shows Peter Parker what's going on. There is this thing called like the ultimate prototype, right? This kind of ultimate clone body that they don't really do anything with, to be honest. You don't really see much of it play out in this particular story, but it's one of these things where you have like Spider-Gwen, you've got Peter Parker trying to figure out what's going on, trying to meet with Kane, only to find out that Horizon University is under attack. They get there, but along the way, Peter keeps asking, you know, Spider-Gwen, what's going on here? How come you guys never brought me in? And she keeps dodging the question. She won't give him a definitive answer. And so finally, she dumps it to him, right? Because she knows Peter Parker well enough to know that he's gonna stop asking and he's gonna start demanding, right? He's gonna start getting pissed off. And so her response is, okay, look, here's the deal, man. Like, here's what happened. Basically, everything that I just told you guys with regards to Kane. That's basically what she says. And the response of Peter is, no, that's never gonna happen, right? But the problem is, she says, like, the Jackal in every one of these universes always finds a way. He always finds a way to basically get you to switch to his side. But in the midst of all this, in the aftermath of basically Electro, Rhino showing up to Horizon University, attacking everything, snatching up the cloned Gwen Stacy, bringing her back, the response is, okay, we have to launch a strike against New U. And they're met by the arrival of the Kingpin. Now, the whole reason why the Kingpin's here is because what had happened prior to this, during the events of Before Dead No More, is you ended up learning that the Jackal had approached the Kingpin and basically looked to have him work directly with the Jackal because of the Kingpin's resources. And he had done this, or at least tried to get this to happen, by basically bringing back Vanessa, right? The long dead wife of Wilson Fisk. Wilson Fisk immediately killed the clone and was like, you are now my mortal enemy. I will do everything I can to destroy you. Now, the reason why the Jackal did this is because the Jackal, the smartest thing he could have done here is exactly what he did do. When he basically started going through and kind of approaching people who were in high positions of power, government officials, members of the press, right? What you would normally expect billionaires to do and kind of buying off these different members of society, the Jackal had actually done that by using what was in effect emotional blackmail, by approaching these guys and basically saying, here's the deal, I will resurrect your loved one, right? I will bring your loved one back to you, or I will do this for you, or do that for you, or something along those lines, but you will owe me, right? And that's how he basically ended up developing all these people in powerful positions that could essentially make things happen for him. Now, the funny thing about this is that this kind of revelation to a degree with regards to Peter Parker hasn't necessarily come yet. Instead, you end up having Peter meeting with the Jackal, or at least intercepting a meeting between the Jackal and a few guys based on information given to him by the Kingpin. And when he arrives on the scene, a fight breaks out. The funny thing about this is the Jackal's able to outmaneuver and basically evade Peter Parker in seemingly every way. In fact, they're fighting at a dead even keel. And it's kind of nuts because Peter's like, no, something isn't right here, right? Like you're not the Miles Warren that I remember, right? The Jackal was, I mean, he was capable, but he was never on my level in terms of speed, durability, being able to punch me that hard. He was never ever on this level. Who are you really? And that's when the Jackal removes his helmet, and it's Ben Reilly. It's Ben Reilly Spider-Man. It's the other clone of Peter Parker. Now this is the crazy thing, right? This is a crazy thing, because while we're not explicitly told in this story how it happened, here's how Ben Reilly ends up becoming basically the Jackal, ends up leading the whole thing, right? So the idea here is that because Ben Reilly was one of the clones of Peter Parker created by Miles Warren back during the original Clone Saga, that Miles Warren was kind of up to his old tricks again, right? Cloning people, different things like that. What he ended up doing was resurrecting, or basically cloning Ben Reilly, but his cells would break down at a rapid pace because he was trying to find a more effective way to develop clone bodies. And so essentially Ben Reilly was cloned and died over and over and over and over again. And so once Ben Reilly had basically become stabilized, Ben Reilly actually broke free and then took over and essentially knocked Miles Warren unconscious, and then cloned the Jackal, and then basically screwed with his mind the same way Jackal screwed with Ben Reilly's mind back during the original Clone Saga, and convinced both versions of Miles Warren that they actually work for him, that he's the one running the show. He was able to kind of modify their memories a little bit and different things like that, but that's why Miles Warren is basically not actually running anything. It's Ben Reilly. Now, the fact that Ben Reilly and them also have Kane at their disposal, all that kind of stuff going on, they're basically kind of doing their own thing, right? Kind of going forward and so on. But with Peter Parker kind of realizing, okay, this is Ben Reilly, he gets a bit of a reprieve. And a lot of this is really because of the fact that Peter wants to know what's actually going on, because Ben Reilly was very similar to himself. You know, Ben Reilly died in the arms of Peter Parker, right? Like he literally turned to dust and faded away. And so with these guys, it's one of these things where it's kind of like, okay, look, you're not a normal villain. It's one of these things where he's kind of like, I'm genuinely curious what's going on here. Like I genuinely want to know what's happening. And so what ends up taking place here is that where Ben Reilly initially introduced Peter Parker to the underground, all the different villains that have been brought back, instead, what he actually ends up doing here is bringing him to a place called the Haven. Basically, all these people who have been brought back, you know, kind of there's the villain group, but this is basically kind of home for everybody who's been resurrected. And it's one of these things where he's like, I brought back Kirk Connor's wife and son, right? I've brought back a lot of the people that you know who have died. I brought back J. Jonah Jameson's wife. I'm not here for the purpose of just conquering the world by using subterfuge and things like that. I'm legitimately trying to do a good thing. Now, Peter's, you know, really his huge reluctance to this is no, like I can't really get on board with this. And the crazy thing is the only reason Peter's even here is, yes, one part of it has to do with loyalty to the idea of Ben Reilly, but also because Ben said, we can bring back Uncle Ben. We can resurrect Uncle Ben from the dead, right? We can clone him and bring him back, and you can have him back in your life. We can even bring back the guy who killed Uncle Ben, so you can smack him around a little bit if you want to, right? But he's like, you know, we can make the world right again. The funny thing about this is Peter, you know, after seeing all this, and it's really more of his desire to just find out how deep it goes, right? It's more of like a recon mission than actually siding with Ben Reilly. If anything, he was just pretending. He's just like, no, you're not going to bring back Uncle Ben. And he's like, why wouldn't I bring back Uncle Ben? I have the technology to do it. He was like, if you were going to, you would have, because you are me. And Uncle Ben means as much to you as he does to me, right? So if you were going to bring him back, it would have been one of the first things you did. And you would have known, and like knowing me as you know me, you would have known Uncle Ben would have been the person to bring back, not Gwen Stacy. Because while it is cool to see her again, Uncle Ben's return could get me to do almost anything. He's like, but at the end of the day, I know why you wouldn't do it, because Uncle Ben would look at you the way that Uncle Ben only could and tell you you're wrong. Yes, you have the means to do it, but you don't have any responsibility here. And with great power must come great responsibility. Standing in the face of Ben Reilly like that and just being like, I was never going to be a part of this, right? I was never going to join you on this. I just wanted to see how deep it goes. Kind of revealing this here, Ben Reilly realizes that Peter Parker is never going to join his side. And so in response, Ben Reilly's like, kill him. And everybody goes after Spider-Man, right? Everybody starts attacking him. And that's the crazy thing, because at that point, Hobie Brown, while he is technically a clone and he is kind of under the service of the Jackal, he still has a measure of free will, right? It's not really mental control so much as it is, you got to take my pills, otherwise you're going to die. So as a result of that, Hobie Brown, the Prowler, who of course was basically not really the the sidekick, well, kind of the sidekick of Spider-Man at one point in time, ends up helping him kind of face off against the various villains. And then you end up having Jackal, who basically leaves and goes to speak with Anna Marconi, and goes to speak with like Electro and Dr. Octopus and those guys. Now, one thing to keep in mind, Anna Marconi's not sided with the Jackal. She was basically brought here, right, against her will. But it's one of these things where you basically have her in a kind of revelation with Dr. Octopus, where as much as she despises him now because of the fact that he's a villain, that he realized, okay, so whenever any of the clones step outside the facility of New You, they start breaking down at a much faster pace. Why? Because there's some kind of a radio signal out there that basically breaks them down, right? Maybe it's FM radio, maybe it's AM radio, maybe it's just some kind of you know, part of the light spectrum. Whatever it happens to be, it forces them to break down faster, which is why they break down slower when they're here. And he's like, so if there is a radio signal out there that speeds up the breakdown process, then there's got to be a signal that slows it down, right? That could almost bring it to an end. And so that's when the two of them are kind of talking, and they're like, okay, Anna Marconi's like, I figured it out, right? When Miles Warren's here, she's like, I figured out how to stop the entire breakdown process to completely end it. Now, in response to this, the Jackal's like, if you give me that information, because Marconi's like, she's not readily going to give it to him. When he's like, if you give me this information, I will give you this ultimate clone body, right? We'll put you in a body that's not diminutive, right? That's rid of any defects, things like that. Now, one of the best things about Anna Marconi is she's like, I don't want that garbage. She was always like a really confident woman, right? Highly intelligent, highly confident, and didn't really need to like feel satisfied, right? I mean, she had basically been satisfied with herself. She's like, I know what I'm capable of. I know what I'm about. I don't need to be in a body of a quote unquote big person in order to feel like I'm making an impact on the world. I'm literally smarter than you are, right? So if anything, you need to get on my level, bro. Good for you, girl, right? Good for you. But nonetheless, because of the fact that the Jackal makes this offer to Anna, it pisses off Dr. Octopus, who immediately goes to attack him, and then he realizes that the Jackal is not actually Miles Warren, that it's Ben Reilly, because of the fact that his spider sense alerts him and allows him to react proactively to the tentacles of Dr. Octopus. And so he's like, okay, that's when it all starts popping off, because while everything's going on, right? Spider-Gwen shows up, she's trying to rescue Kane, she's kind of a distraction. Dr. Octopus is like, no, we're destroying everything that you care about. And so he ends up amplifying the signal that speeds up the cellular degradation of the clones throughout the entirety of the New You facility, and literally all these clones start dying and breaking down. The problem with this is how it begins. That when a person physically touches somebody who is in possession of the carry-on virus, that they basically become a carrier themselves, right? They become infected by it. It's not like a zombie infection where you have to be bitten. All you have to do is be touched, and that's the end of it, right? That's enough of it. That's how Kane ended up looking the way that he does, is because in one of these alternate realities, when he was looking to escape from the carry-on plague as it was spreading throughout that world, he was just touched by somebody with the carry-on virus, right? Now, the spider abilities, as healing factor, that kind of thing, kind of helps keep it at bay. And even then, he has to kind of keep himself doped up in order to keep the virus from completely overtaking his body. But this is how it spreads. The biggest problem with this is that the signal is basically amplified across the world. And so because of that, you know, with the Jackal using his ability to take what Dr. Octopus has done and spread it across the world, he knows that all these people who are clones are going to start breaking down, and they're all basically going to start dying, and people are going to start touching them, and they're going to turn into carry-ons themselves. And as crazy as this idea is, the whole purpose of Jackal is to basically kill the world and then recreate it in a day, right? Which he could feasibly do. Now, the most likely scenario here is it wouldn't play out that way, because that's what he tried to do in other universes, and it never worked the same way, right? It never played out the way that they wanted it to. It basically just led to the carry-on infection running rampant throughout the planet, and there was no real discernible way to stop it. And so because of that, Peter's kind of like, okay, right? Spider-Man's like, all right, I'll do what I can, but at the end of the day, he's just got to watch all these people kind of break down and die. There's not really a whole lot he can do here, right? Not much aid he can offer. But instead, what ends up happening is that he's like, okay, Anna Marconi's a person I got to talk to. I need to get to her so we can figure out a solution here. Gwen Stacy, despite the fact that she's basically breaking down, after being told by her father, Captain Stacy, look, Peter's a good guy, right? Peter has always been a great guy. You have to help him however it is that he needs help. And ultimately, it's really the dying thing that Gwen Stacy does, is get Peter Parker to safety. And she also ends up shutting one of the doors and then basically, you know, killing a bunch of the villains that are clones in order to buy Peter Parker time. So she literally sacrifices her life against like the Hobgoblin and Jack-o'-lantern and the Green Goblin. She kills them all just to basically save Peter Parker, which is kind of nuts. And Peter Parker, along with Spider-Gwen and Kane, all end up kind of banding together a little bit. Right now, at that point, Peter finds Jackal and immediately goes to attack Ben Reilly. But in the middle of all all that, Anna Marconi's like, no, we don't need you fighting Jackal, right? We don't need you fighting Ben Reilly. Dr. Octopus can handle him, right? He's fought you a zillion times before. Ben Reilly's really no different than you, except he doesn't really have any web shooters. So at the end of the day, Dr. Octopus can handle him. I need your brain. And that's when Peter realizes you found a way to reverse the signal. And so what ends up happening here is, because of the fact that Parker Industries is essentially just this giant worldwide corporation that makes Peter Parker richer than Tony Stark, one of the things they developed was webware, right? Which is essentially a Marvel Comics equivalent to like iPhones, iWatches, all that kind of stuff, right? Apple products. That's really what Parker Industries is in a lot of ways. They have a more expansive reach than Apple does, right? They're not just a technology corporation that delves in like computer technology, and that's basically it. They've got a much larger reach than that. Unlike Apple, they actually care about people. So the important thing here is that Peter basically ends up really traveling to the news station where J. Jonah Jameson was at, which was hijacked by the Jackal in order to broadcast this signal across the world and kind of speed up this cellular degradation, right? Because it's one of these things where, again, when you touch somebody with the carry-on virus, you're infected by it and your cells start breaking down. So at this point, it's not really a matter of saving clones. I mean, they kind of can, but it's really more of just saving everybody else. And so using the technology of webware and basically sending out the reverse signal, which essentially slows down and eliminates cellular breakdown, they're basically able to save pretty much everybody out there. Any clone or anybody who is who's been touched by a carry-on, who's not breaking down, or who's only just started breaking down, essentially survives. For a lot of them out there, they're dead, right? There's not really a whole lot that they can do here. Everybody's kind of gone. The other big thing is that Dr. Octopus actually ends up just wrecking the entirety of the facility while he's fighting Ben Reilly, and just has like this whole lash out moment, right? He's like, you know, like what you've done here almost cost my Anna her life, right? This is huge because it's a testament to how much Dr. Octopus loved Anna Marconi, right? How much he cared about her, that he's like, okay, like I'm destroying it all, right? I mean, in the end, he is also kind of breaking down himself. And so he's like, okay, he basically like crushes, destroys the whole thing. It all basically explodes. And he's like, melt with me. And it's just like, that's it, right? It basically ends up, he ends up taking out Ben Reilly and himself in the process, so that all that's left is basically just the little ashes and remains of Dr. Octopus, and Ben Reilly's basically gone, right? All the clones are essentially eliminated here. And so what you end up getting here is this revelation from a woman by the name of Dr. Clarkson, and who basically ends up bringing in like Spider-Man and Anna and Kane and all these different guys, and basically says, look, like here's the thing that was going on, right? Like I thought that Ben Reilly was actually doing some good work, right? I didn't realize that he really had aspirations for doing villainous stuff, despite the fact that Jackal has historically been a villain of Peter Parker. Common sense, people, it's time to use it. But she's like, we thought he was actually doing good things, right? But what she says here is that not everybody out there that had basically been killed was brought back as a clone under the Jackal. For some of them, we were actually able to restore them a little bit, right? You know, procedures, different things like that. We were able to kind of bring them back. Not everybody. And the cloning procedure was used really more by Ben Reilly to solidify a position of power, even if he didn't want to openly admit it, right? But she's like, some of the people we were able to bring back, not a whole lot of significant people here. Jerry Saltaris is one of them. But one thing I will say, do not forget about that ultimate clone body, because it has not been destroyed and it will return in a really cool way. Did you guys see the trailer for Spider-Man 2, like the new Spider-Man game? Here's a funny thing. I was under the impression, I don't know why I thought this, but I felt like Spider-Man Miles Morales was basically Spider-Man 2. And then like at the PlayStation announcement, right, the whole PlayStation event, they're like, Spider-Man 2 is gonna have Miles Morales and Spider-Man facing off against Venom. And I was like, what? And then I started thinking, I was like, yeah, I guess it wasn't really called Spider-Man 2. I guess it was just Spider-Man Miles Morales. That's awesome, right? So I'm really excited about that game. Like I am so hyped about that game. So having said that, we are continuing on with The Amazing Spider-Man, Dan Slott's run. We're finally finishing this after like 2 years. And this is the Osborn identity, right? This is the return of Norman Osborn. Now, here's the funny thing about this, is this whole thing picks up basically with like a big, you know, drug run, a big drug trade that's taking place here, right? Now, one of the things to keep in mind, this is one of the things to remember, is that part of the reason why Spider-Man is here in Delvadia is that while it is a foreign country, Parker Industries is basically kind of a global initiative. So while Peter Parker Parker is still kind of the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he still deals with threats that are credible that have impacts on New York City and America itself when things go on abroad. The other reason for why he's here is he's hunting Norman Osborn. Now we'll get to that here in a second, but the important thing is while they're there, there's two things happening at the same time. The first is that you basically have Spider-Man and you have Bobby Morris, right? Like Mockingbird, a lot of you guys know her. She's a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent because again, Parker Industries, especially Spider-Man himself, kind of has a loose affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the sense that like they're kind of working together. Not all the time, but him and Mockingbird kind of have a thing going on, and we'll actually see where that leads to as we continue to cover Dan Slott's stories. But in this instance, you've got them who are basically here trying to hunt Norman Osborn at the same time dealing with this big drug trade because this is where this road has basically led them. And then you've also got somebody else here. And the funny thing is that while there are like armed guards that are standing outside this drug den where things are going down, that this person who's basically cloaked ends up taking these guys out. Now, here's the important thing about this. The spider tracker software, the spider bots of Peter Parker, as they were developed by Dr. Octopus during the Superior Spider-Man storyline, are highly capable, and they can detect pretty much anybody anywhere within a general vicinity, regardless of how well they're hidden. This particular person knows how to overcome that stuff, which means it tells us right off the bat, this particular person is very adept when it comes to using different forms of tech. And so ultimately, because of the fact that these guards are taken out by this invisible person, that there is a little bit of indication as far as Mockingbird and them go that like, hey, like, was there somebody there? Like, I thought this whole area was clear. And the response of Peter is no, the bots say the area is clear, the whole place is clear, there's nobody there, right? So again, able to overcome Peter's abilities. Now, the other part about this is that you've got Nick Fury who's kind of watching things, at least from the direction of where S.H.I.E.L.D. is coming from, and he's also kind of feeding Peter Parker information, right? Because as capable as Bobby Morris is as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, at the end of the day, having Nick Fury as kind of the eye in the sky really helps things out immensely, right? Because Nick Fury is highly capable. I mean, he is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? So he has that position for a reason. Now, the question as to how it is they managed to find Norman Osborn, why they're hunting Norman Osborn, and what's going on with this character, let's go ahead and answer this. So the idea is that if you guys recall in our last video where we did the clone conspiracy and that Kingpin gave Peter Parker information that would lead him to the location of the Jackal, that Kingpin's initial response is that in doing this, you're gonna owe me a favor. And the response of Peter was no. The Jackal basically initiated a personal assault on you by resurrecting your dead wife and presenting her to you as what he thought was a peace offering. You took that as a high level of offense. So you want the Jackal destroyed probably more than I do. So I'm gonna take this information, I'm gonna bring down the Jackal, but you, Kingpin, are gonna owe me a favor. And ultimately, Kingpin's a man of his word. That's one of the things to understand. Kingpin's brutal, right? Kingpin, Wilson Fisk, is brutal, he's intense, he will kill whoever he needs to kill. I mean, this guy has almost no morality whatsoever when it comes to dealing with anybody who is a threat to his empire. However, he is an honorable man, and I know those two things seem to run in contradiction with each other. How can you be amoral and be honorable at the same time? It's just kind of the nature of Kingpin, but he is an honorable guy. When he makes a promise to you, he will keep it. It doesn't mean he won't kill you after, but he will keep it. And so he made this promise to Peter, fine, I will owe you a favor. And so what he does is he presents him with information that will say this will not give you the exact location, but it will get you on the trail to Norman Osborn. Now, the reason why this is so important is because at the end of Superior Spider-Man, the Superior Spider-Man had basically cured Norman Osborn of his Green Goblin persona, right? Wiped the slate clean. It was a way for Dan Slott to kind of get rid of all that stuff and then just sort of start over, kind of write the story in a different direction, which worked. It was really, really cool. But in effect, Norman Osborn was no longer bound by the insanity that came with the Green Goblin persona. The belief of Superior Spider-Man was that with that being done, Norman Osborn would no longer be a credible threat. The funny thing is he's actually more dangerous now than he was when he was the Green Goblin. And so the crazy thing is that getting on the trail, they ultimately end up realizing, yep, this is Norman Osborn's location when they come across the Goblin Army. Now, the Goblin Army was in effect the army of Norman Osborn, right? I mean, it makes sense. It was one of these things that Marvel was toying with at the time where it was kind of like what if Green Goblin had his own variation of like the Joker serum, right? And that instead of making people crazy and they basically laugh themselves to death, they end up becoming his henchmen, right? What if it worked that way? That was the whole thing about the Goblin serum, right? The Goblin formula, if you want to call it that. But at the end of the day, of course, finding these guys here, they're kind of like, yep, we're in the right spot, right? We're in the right location. Now, ultimately, this invisible person is basically planting charges outside of what is in effect this kind of base of operations for the Goblin Army. And when a couple of unsuspecting people, right, who just kind of wander over, right, curiosity killed the cat, they're kind of curious about what's going on, when they walk over and they're like, what in the world is this? And then one of them's like, hey, go grab that thing and bring it over to me. This person's like, no, nobody touched these things, right? And even go so far as to shoot in the air to distract anybody, right? To get everybody just kind of running away. And so picking back up with Spider-Man, Mockingbird, and all these guys, they end up coming across the guy who's basically kind of running the show here, and I hope I'm getting this pronounced correctly. I believe I am. El Fasoquero, I think is how you pronounce this. So this guy is basically the one who's running the show here and just kind of shooting everything up, right? Just kind of going nuts. Apparently it stands for the Warthog, I guess. Whatever the case is, this guy is kind of the main boss in this part of the world, or this part of the country. And so essentially, while this whole big battle is going on, Spider-Man looks at this guy and immediately believes he's Norman Osborn, right? It's like all arrows point to the fact that this guy is Osborn. We'll talk about what those arrows are here in a second. But before anybody can really do anything, this invisible person topside basically detonates these charges and blows up the entire area. And so this essentially leads to the Warthog, if you want to call him that, basically disappearing, right? Just bailing, getting out as fast as he possibly can. Spider-Man and Mockingbird have to bail as well, but Spider-Man chases after this guy, right? He immediately goes after who he thinks is Osborn and manages to like literally chase him down, right? Manages to track this guy down and then capture him, right? Now, the biggest issue about this is while Spider-Man is convinced this guy is Osborn, when they wash out through the sewer drain, they end up out in the muck, right? In the garbage pit. He's like, both of you are crazy. I am not Norman Osborn. And then once you switch over to S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ, it's confirmed, right? This guy's fingerprints, his voice, his face, he's not Norman Osborn, right? None of this really makes sense. And so it almost kind of looks like Peter Parker's basically losing his mind. At that point, you switch over to the Countess of Delvadia and you find out that Norman Osborn is alive. And Norman Osborn looks like this guy. And the reason why, and this is actually a genius maneuver, what Norman Osborn has been doing to both discredit Spider-Man as well as throw him off his trail is Osborn has actually been having facial reconstructive surgery to replace his face with criminals from the criminal underworld across the world itself, and just with people in general. It's what keeps Spider-Man from being aware of the fact that he's alive or being able to tangibly locate Norman Osborn. And it's one of the smartest things that a person could have possibly done, because you got to think, if Parker Industries is a global industry, right? They've got all kinds of tech and resources at their disposal. You have to assume facial recognition has to be one of those. Vocal recognition has to be one of those, right? All that has to kind of fit in. And that while Norman Osborn still maintains the same voice, walking around with a different face and just not really saying anything to anybody, or if he does, that he can kind of talk low enough or talk in a place where any kind of Parker vocal recognition wouldn't pick him up. It is a little kind of conspiracy theory, but when you're a major villain trying to escape a major superhero, it kind of makes sense that you would go to those lengths. And so in the aftermath of this, you end up learning that what Peter Parker's been doing has actually been using Parker Industries different, meetings or different charitable events and things like that, hosting them in different locations based on where the perceived location of Norman Osborn is, and then using that as a means to investigate. And it kind of makes sense. I mean, at the same time though, it's also kind of a terrible idea, because if every time Spider-Man shows up, a Parker Industries charity event happens to be going on at the same time, somebody somewhere is going to put two and two together and say, why is it that Spider-Man's always in the same location where there is a Parker Industries charity event? This dog don't bark, man, right? Somebody is gonna have enough sense to know what's going on. And so at the end of the day, they all end up kind of going through it, right? They're heading to Hong Kong, essentially. But before they do, Peter Parker kind of deviates for a second, ends up going to hang out with Aunt May. A lot of that's just because of Dan Slott kind of telling the story involving the extended, cast members of the Spider-Man comics themselves, which it is kind of cool, right? Seeing Peter Parker hang out with Aunt May, he hasn't really seen her for a little while. Harry Osborn, of course, and Betty Brant have a kid. For those of you guys who don't know who Betty Brant is, she was the first girlfriend of Peter Parker. His first real true love was Gwen Stacy, right? After that, it was Mary Jane Watson. But ultimately, he kind of brings them all along. He's like, hey, everybody, let's go. Let's all go to Hong Kong, right? One, because of the fact Aunt May's basically in charge of like the Uncle Ben Charity Foundation, right? Harry Osborn has his role in Parker Industries. So is it being a kind of big, huge charity event, they all kind of need to be there anyway. But hey, who's never looking for a good excuse to go to Hong Kong and just hang out? I'd go there for the food. Not even gonna lie, right? The food would be like my main motivation for going to Hong Kong. I love Chinese food. But having said that, once they get there, of course, they start going through and investigating, kind of looking through everything, so on and so forth. Their trail kind of, again, leads them on this path of finding out where, or at least sort of, hopefully locating where they believe Norman Osborn is. The problem with this is that, again, Norman Osborn seems to kind of be using this identity of El Fasoquero. Now, again, the big issue with this is that Peter Parker and them believe that Norman Osborn is this guy, which temporarily he is. They don't know that Norman Osborn is using facial reconstructive surgery. And so in their mind, there have been 5 sightings of this guy across the world, and they're basically hunting all of them down. What's keeping Norman Osborn ahead of Peter Parker is that by the time they get to the point where they realize that this El Fasokero is just an identity used by Norman Osborn, he's already on to his 2nd, 3rd, 4th identity. So they'll always be 3, 4, 5 steps behind him in terms of trying to track him down. Again, that's the genius of all this. That's what makes Norman Osborn so incredibly good here. And so ultimately, once they end up grabbing one of these henchmen, they find some, some pumpkin bombs, and like, okay, basically everything here, right? These goblin gliders and all this stuff, this all screams of Norman Osborn, right? So tell me where this guy is at. And ultimately, he's not initially dumping the information, and then things start to get kind of heavy-handed, right? Like Mockingbird's kind of like, hey, I mean, look, we could kill you, just know, we could kill you, right? And nobody would know. I mean, nobody would know that you're dead, right? You'd just be at the bottom of the water somewhere, or maybe we just put you in the cement wall and cover it up. Obviously, they're not going to do that. But when you're a henchman in the criminal underworld, hell, anything's possible. And people that you thought were good guys turn out to be bad guys, right? Because there's anti-heroes that do terrible things all the time, the Punisher being an example of that. And so the fear of this is enough to get this guy talking. And he basically dumps and says, okay, look, there's supposed to be like a great big huge event going on, right? Where they're basically going to be showcasing like all these weapons and things like that. And it's all going to be done kind of underground as part of the Uncle Ben Foundation, right? Like it's going to be part of that event. They're using the Uncle Ben Foundation as a guise to showcase this stuff, which is a pretty crappy thing to do, which again kind of sends Peter Parker into disarray, because for him it's just a personal offense, right? Disrespecting the memory of his Uncle Ben. Now, while that goes on, you have Norman Osborn with a fake face who looks over at basically Aunt May, and it's kind of like, huh, what are the chances that I could have a face-to-face conversation with someone? She'd never recognize me, but let's go talk to her, right? Let's go kind of see what's going on. Now, behind the eyes of Norman Osborn, the wheels are turning, and that if Aunt May is here, of course he knows Parker's here, because remember, Norman Osborn knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. More so than that, depending on how things go down, he can use Aunt May, right? Kidnap her, something like that, hold her for ransom, whatever the case happens to be, because he knows Spider-Man will do anything to save the life of Aunt May. The problem is that as he gets closer, suddenly you've got Betty Brant, who refers to herself as Betty Lyman. Suddenly you've got Harry Osborn, who says, hey, like my last name's not Osborn anymore. My last name is Lyman, right? Harry Lyman. And that's when Norman realizes his son is there, right? Not only is his son's wife and his son's kid, right? So he's kind of like, wow, okay, so after everything I handed you, you changed your name to your mother's last name. Now, here's the reason why this is so important to Norman Osborn, right? And it's one of the things we've probably never really talked about over the course of the various videos that we've done about his character. Norman Osborn, depending on how you look at it, was either a great father or a terrible father. He was a great father insofar as he ensured that Harry Osborn never wanted for anything. He always had a great education. He always had whatever he needed to succeed in the world. He was a bad father in the sense that he was never there emotionally for his son. He was never really there in a supportive capacity beyond simply just giving him things. And so because of that stuff, it created a kind of rift between Harry and Norman. And in fact, Harry Osborn, being tired of being ignored by his father, switched the chemicals in an experiment his father was conducting, which is what led to Norman becoming the Green Goblin in the first place. So literally, Harry turned his father into the Green Goblin. That kind of guilt went on for years regarding Harry once he learned the Green Goblin's true identity, and in fact is one of the reasons why Harry ended up adopting the Green Goblin moniker himself. But the important thing here is that the relationship between the two is exceedingly tenuous, but for the most part, Norman looks at his son and says, I gave you everything, right? And this is how you repay me, by changing your last name, by casting aside your birthright. But at the end of the day, while all that's going on, this invisible person is yet again returned, standing on a rooftop, and they were basically looking to do the exact same thing that Peter Parker and Mockingbird were doing, which was locate Norman Osborn and find a way to take this guy out. Now, granted, this person on the rooftop would do it with violence, right? Like executing the guy from, a block away. Spider-Man and Mockingbird are not looking to kill him. They're looking to snatch him up and then basically throw him in jail, right? That's really all they're really looking for here, or at least to find some way to tie the criminal actions he's been engaged in to Norman himself and then use that to throw him in jail. And so ultimately, Spider-Man gets the upper hand on this invisible person, manages to take her out, and then uses his sonic webbing, right, his electrical web tech to basically take out the stealth tech, and then we end up finding out that it's Silver Sable. Now, I know some of you guys would be like, Silver Sable? Really? Like the most lackluster unmasking ever, right? Like the whole Scooby-Doo gang catches up and they rip off the mask and they're just like a random person, right? And it's just, I get that it might be a little lackluster here, but here's the thing. Silver Sable was believed to have been dead. And in fact, the way the story arc with her playing out was that she was supposedly like died in the collapse of a building. You actually end up finding out that somebody called the Foreigner had basically given her a android body to kind of operate as her double out there in the field. So she is very much alive. She's just kind of recovering from all of her injuries. So that's why her android version is more or less here at the moment. The reason why she's here is that she's an information broker, right? That's what makes Silver Sable so significant. She's a person that brokers information and can basically get you anything you need to know on seemingly anybody. She's very similar to the heroes for hire, right? Misty Knight, Colleen Wing, Shang-Chi, those guys, but she's just a lot more capable. And a lot of that's because she's been around for much, much longer, and she's been operating on a much larger scale for much longer. So she's got contacts all over the world, right? She knows pretty much everything going on in the world at any particular point in time because she can just get that information from somebody. And so the ultimate thing behind this is that in the midst of all this chaos, when Spider-Man attacks Silver Sable and the gunshot goes off, people start fleeing for their lives. Norman Osborn appears to Harry Osborn, but it really just does it for the purpose of saying like, yes, I'm alive, right? I'm alive and I'm here, right? I mean, obviously his face is different, but Harry picks up on his voice, right? And it's really just one of these things to say, I'm very much alive. I'm not dead. You just need to know that, son. And then immediately takes off to basically launch his weapons presentation, or at least his tech presentation to all these different guys. Now, the crazy thing about this is that, of course, this basically leads to an alliance between Silver Sable and Mockingbird and Spider-Man. The biggest problem that you have here is what's going on right now is in effect like a giant fight. Essentially, Spider-Man is not a person who has like political asylum, right? Like he's not supposed to be here. So launching an attack against anybody in Hong Kong, being an American citizen, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s immediately like, we can't be here, right? We cannot be a part of this. Like S.H.I.E.L.D. is, at the end of the day, a US government organization. And so if Mockingbird is there, who is a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, alongside Spider-Man, launching a strike against somebody like Norman Osborn, who most likely has found a way to gain Chinese citizenship, even if it's only under false pretenses, then what it looks like is the United States government by way of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a superhero are launching an attack against a Chinese citizen in Hong Kong. That is a international rights disaster, right? It's the last thing anybody needs. Stuff like this is how wars get started. And so immediately Nick Fury's like, Bobby Morse, we can have nothing to do with this. Back out, right? Get out of here. And ultimately she ends up falling back, right? Because it's a direct order from S.H.I.E.L.D. If she had said no to this and he would have said, fine, right? You're disavowed. He would have cut her off. And if anybody came asking any questions like, why was Bobby Morse a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in Hong Kong with Spider-Man fighting a Chinese citizen, regardless of whether it's Norman Osborn or not? The response of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be, we told her not to. And as soon as she went with it anyway, she stopped becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Do with her whatever you want to, right? She's not our problem anymore. They would cut her off, right? They would basically leave her out to dry. And so, of course, again, this kind of leads to this sort of alliance, whereas Peter Parker and Silver Sable, who continue on this path, going across and really attacking and trying to find a way to capture Norman Osborn. Now, while that's happening, that's when Norman Osborn basically kicks off the stream, right? Now, the stream was only given to a select few people, and it was kind of an access code or website on a bit of a business card. And so, of course, Harry Osborn took one from one of the crazy dictators that were out there. And so you have Norman Osborn kind of putting on this show for everybody in terms of here's what our technology is able to do, right? Spider-Man and Silver Sable chasing after him was designed to lead them into a trap. The whole point was like literally he takes off, he ends up coming down, and they follow him right to where they're supposed to be. And when that goes down, the whole perception is that as far as they're concerned, that it was a demonstration of like the Goblin Glider, right? The next generation of like the Goblin Glider. So you can fly around and it's got weapons and different things like that, right? Pumpkin bombs and so on. And it seems very just kind of hackneyed, right? Where it's just one of these things where Peter's like, I mean, look, man, like this is your weapons show, right? Like Goblin Gliders and pumpkin bombs. And the response of Norman is no. That was never what we were showing. Like we're not presenting gliders, things you could sit on and fly. That's not what we're showcasing here. And then you have the Countess who steps in. And again, we don't really know a whole lot about her, but we'll learn about her here in a minute. She steps in and she says, no. What we're here to display is the Kingslayer Mark I. Literally this enormous mech suit. You end up having this really interesting fight going on between like Peter Parker, Silver Sable, like the Kingslayer Mark I, and ultimately they're able to take it out, right? Like ultimately they're able to destroy this thing using a combination of Parker technology, you know, EMP, all that kind of stuff, shock tech and all that kind of stuff. What you would basically expect. I mean, it literally happens over the course of like 2 pages, right? It's literally like one page they're fighting it, the next page they've won. Like it's not a great big huge long drawn out battle between this thing, but you end up getting a bit of a background here. And what you end up learning, and the reason why Silver Sable is here, is because the Countess is basically a person who is operating out of a place called Symkaria. And Symkaria is a nation where, of course, as most people who are familiar with Silver Sable know, that that's where she comes from. What the Countess had done was allied herself with Norman Osborn and then basically subjugate the population and turn the entire country of Symkaria into what is in effect a weapons manufacturing plant, right? Literally everybody there just builds weapons. That's all they do. And the purpose comes twofold. One is so Norman Osborn can build up its presence in the criminal underworld scene, because as we know, the biggest motivation of Norman Osborn over the course of his life prior to becoming the Green Goblin was to rule the criminal underworld. After becoming the Green Goblin, it was killing Spider-Man and then ruling the criminal underworld. And so kind of regaining his bearings, sort of going back to basics in that way, it was basically Norman Osborn working alongside the Countess to build up all these weapons and then sell them off to the highest bidders to make himself kind of the guy that people go to whenever they need a way to fight off some kind of enemy force, or to conquer a country, or to maintain their control over a country. The second thing that's going on here is that Norman Osborn is basically creating an entire goblin army in Symkaria, right? Like literally flying these fumes over the whole city and creating an enormous goblin army. And so the response, and really what kind of goes on here, is you basically have Harry Osborn, you've got Aunt May, who's brought in by S.H.I.E.L.D., right? You've literally got like Bobby Morris, who's talking to Nick Fury, and it's kind of like, look, I get that we're not necessarily supposed to be there, but you guys have to understand what Norman Osborn is doing out here is, one, a violation of human rights. So who knows how many human rights laws he's broken, and two, he's going to become a massive, credible threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. And so ultimately Bobby Morris ends up going on this mission. Now the problem with this is that it's not sanctioned. Nick Fury's still not behind this. He's like, no, like we're not getting involved there. And so quite literally Bobby Morris basically forms her own kind of small band team, right? Which is pretty cool, right? I mean, they basically call it the Wild Pack, but nonetheless, the thing about this is she's like, I resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D. She's like, this is something that's more important, right? I can't just idly sit by and let this happen. More so than that, Bobby Morris has grown to care about Peter Parker, right? She, dare I say, she kind of loves him, right? She believes in him, right? And it's one of those things where literally Spider-Man's talking to her and he's like, thanks for doing this, I owe you one. And she's like, well, I've worked with you long enough to know whatever you're doing here, you're doing it for the right reasons. And he's like, oh, you believe in me. You know, she's like, okay, now you're making it weird. But obviously there's a kind of romance blending between the two, right? Obviously there's feelings developing there. And so launching and, you know, kind of making their move into Symkaria, one of the other things that's happened too is that Norman Osborn has kind of gotten back his original face. The big problem with this is that he's all kind of grotesque looking. And the reason why, as it's explained to the Doctor, who he ultimately turns into one of his goblin members because he doesn't have a use for him anymore, is that the human face can only go through so many surgeries in such a short amount of time, and the muscles don't quite have a chance to recover. So in effect, Norman Osborn has screwed up the muscles in his face, and that's why his face looks all screwed up. And so because of that, he's kind of grotesque and twisted. And when Spider-Man, Silver Sable, Mockingbird, when Wild Pack, when they all get into Symkaria, they end up going against these Kingslayer Mark 1s as well as the entire goblin army, which is kind of nuts. Now, a combination of Spider Tech, Silver Sable basically getting back here and actually kind of returning to being a champion of the people and freeing her people from the clutches of the Countess, it all sort of comes together and it sees them literally just crushing this goblin army. Now, the big difference here between the goblin army as it previously existed and the goblin army as it exists now is that in years past, again, when the goblin army initially showed up, it was people in suits, right? It was people who were dressed up, people who were designed to look like goblins. What Osborn's done here is he's physically changed the appearance of people to look like goblins, like quite literally changed their physiology to turn them into actual goblins. And that's what sort of sends Peter Parker up the wall, because he's like, my God, like you literally screwed these people up. Like, what have you done? And that's when Osborn kind of reveals that the goblin serum was always his greatest invention. And then what he intends to do is quite literally put this goblin serum in a nuke, fire it into the atmosphere, and then basically create a world of goblins, right? Like his own personal goblin army, which of course, as we know, can't stand for that. And so once this happens, right, with a nuke basically being launched into the air, right, a missile flying out there somewhere, it's all hands on deck, right? So this really becomes kind of the crisis moment here. So it really kind of boils down to a combination of Silver Sable facing off against the Countess, right, to basically be the one to rule Symkaria, which this has whatever symbology and whatever meaning you really want to assign to it. It's not really all that important. The real meat and potatoes of this comes down with Peter Parker facing off against Norman Osborn. Now, that's one of the things to keep in mind, is that historically speaking, when it came to the Goblin formula under Superior Spider-Man, that the way it was done Norman Osborn cannot become the Green Goblin anymore. The Goblin serum doesn't work on him anymore. And that's exactly what happens here. That where he tries to inject himself with his newest strain of the Goblin formula, it doesn't work, right? Nothing works. That he basically can't defeat Peter Parker the way that he traditionally would. More so than that, the kind of gas that he emits around Spider-Man basically robs him of his spider sense. The other part of that is that he intends to kind of boil this down to really more of a one-on-one fight, right? That by robbing Spider-Man of his spider sense and then in turn using what is essentially a kind of EMP to rob him of any of the tech built into his suit, that is just a knockdown, drag-out fight between two guys. It's even in the playing field. And this is a pretty significant moment here, because the truth is, and while this really could have been more of like a big event, I'm kind of glad that it was confined down to just being a singular story involving Norman Osborn, that this is basically Peter Parker facing off against Norman as they are, right? There's no web shooters, no none of that stuff, right? It's simply just Peter Parker the guy where his powers are seemingly gone, and then Norman Osborn is just a guy, right? So they are 100% on an even keel here. For Peter Parker, it's personal, right? Norman Osborn is synonymous with the death of Gwen Stacy. And so in a lot of ways, defeating him, like finally taking him out, is a way to kind of avenge Gwen Stacy herself. And so the fight like literally leads out into the snow on the side of a mountain. I mean, this is just a hardcore fight between these guys. Now, the big problem here is that, again, while all this is going on, the missile is firing, right? The missiles are flying, right? I mean, they're just out there. And Norman Osborn is getting the upper hand on Peter Parker. Now, that's one of the funny things about this, and it's one of the things that Dan Slott kind of plays with, and it's one of the things that not every Spider-Man fan was receptive to, right? What this does is put forward this idea that without his proportional strength of a spider, without his web shooters and his enhanced agility, Peter Parker's useless. There's nothing he can do, right? He has no real skills whatsoever. This flies in the face of the fact that Peter Parker learned his martial art, the way of the spider, right? Like he literally learned a martial art style taught to him by Shang-Chi, and that Norman Osborn doesn't really have a particular martial art, right? He's not really fighting using Kung Fu or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's not like he was trained at the hands of the Gracies, right? It's just one of these things where he's just a guy and him and Peter Parker are involved in a bare knuckle fight. A lot of Spider-Man fans looked at this and said, no, this fight never should have happened this way, right? It should have been Peter Parker just overpowering this guy, even if he only had just, you know, standard strength of like of an adult. He has a martial arts style. He should know how to overcome, counter this guy's moves. Now, in the midst of all this, essentially the missile suddenly stops, right? The missile is basically caught by what was, you know, the friends of Spider-Man, right? Mockingbird and those guys basically bring it to a halt. You know, they end up catching it, right? So it essentially gets deactivated and the formula never gets spread. In that momentary distraction, Peter Parker gets the upper hand on Norman Osborn. And again, the fight kind of continues on. That's one of the things that I liked about this. It wasn't really one of those small little kind of like, well, it's a momentary distraction and then it's like one punch, done, right? And then he's like, let's get back to the fray. It's not like that, right? It's a momentary distraction, gives Peter Parker the upper hand, and then they're right back into it again. Now, in the midst of all that, then it's also like the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Now, when that happens, when Peter Parker's distracted, Norman Osborn bails, right? He takes that moment and just gets out as fast as he possibly can, right? He just runs because he knows that if he stays here and he fights Spider-Man, that the fight is going to go on long enough to where neither one of them is really going to win. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forces are going to show up, they're going to snatch up Norman, and Norman's going to be taken to jail. The smartest thing for him to do is bail out. The other part of this is Nick Fury's like, look, I applaud your all's desire to do the right thing, but let's be honest here, right? By coming into Symkaria, which was rightfully ruled by the Countess, and having Norman Osborn as her aide, by defeating her, you've basically toppled a government, and S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot be a part of this, right? It will not be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. helps Spider-Man topple a lawfully run government, right? A lawfully recognized government. No, we're not helping you overthrow foreign powers. So he's like, S.H.I.E.L.D. wants nothing to do with this. He's like, so from here on out, S.H.I.E.L.D. has nothing to do with you, Spider-Man. We are completely and totally severing ties with Parker Industries, right? You guys are cut off. We are no longer in bed with each other, which is kind of a smart move, to be honest with you guys. But Parker Industries comes in, of course, provides resources, different things like that to help these guys out. But the other follow-up to this, and what really kind of comes out of this and really leads into the return of the Green Goblin, is Norman Osborn reflects back on his fight with Peter Parker, all these various schemes that he's been involved in, and comes to this realization that the only time he ever came close to defeating and even killing Spider-Man is when he was the Green Goblin. And so in his mind, he has to find some way to get the Goblin formula back. The funny thing about this is Norman's going to go to some pretty desperate measures to make that happen. The problem is, once it does happen, how it becomes deadlier, really worse than he ever was, right? Just this really twisted and sadistic version of his character, probably leading into one of the greatest stories that Marvel's ever written involving the Green Goblin. Okay, so we are jumping into our first story of Marvel Legacy, which, is appropriate that it's Amazing Spider-Man. Spider-Man, dude, it's interesting to me when it comes to comic books because, honestly, I would consider Spider-Man to be like the third most popular superhero in existence, who's, basically falls behind like Superman is number 1 and Batman is number 2. But Spider-Man is like the face of Marvel. And so it's so interesting because it's like the character from Marvel Comics that everybody knows. It's really kind of wild here. But there is a lot of history here. There is a lot of stuff that goes into this in terms of the Spider-Man legacy, things like that. Now, as I've always stated, I am not the expert on Spider-Man. Sal with Comic Pop knows probably more about comics than I'll ever know, but he certainly knows more about Spider-Man than I'll ever know. So it's kind of crazy. But with this whole thing, it is really interesting because this really comes as the aftermath to Secret Empire. Remember, when it comes to Marvel Legacy, it's sort of like Marvel's DC Rebirth in a lot of different ways. You had the Marvel Legacy one-shot, you had the Generations tie-ins, and all the Generations tie-ins were designed to do was basically tell us what happened in Secret Empire when Captain America wiped everybody away from existence using the Cosmic Cube. The Generation stories is what they were doing. Marvel Legacy number 1 is basically what sets everything in motion in terms of the Marvel Legacy line of stories. And so this basically comes out of Secret Empire and all the things that took place from All New, All Different Marvel up until this point. Now, for the character of Mockingbird, for the character of Bobby Morse, essentially what happened with her, she was just a long-time member of the Marvel community who just kind of had minor roles here and there. She was part of the Avengers for a little while, she was involved in S.H.I.E.L.D., and that was really about it. I think one of the biggest moments with her character came in All New, All Different Amazing Spider-Man. Part of it was because of the fact that she and Peter Parker worked together so often, but also because of the fact that she was introduced, or at least kind of brought in, as a new love interest for Peter Parker. But one thing to keep in mind, and even one of the things that's talked about here, is that he's basically just kind of crashing with her. He's basically hanging out with her, just because of the fact that he doesn't really have a home of his own. And this all comes out of Secret Empire, the collapse of Parker Industries. Now, for those of you guys who are getting into Marvel Legacy, or really getting into Marvel for the very first time, by way of Marvel Legacy, Parker Industries was basically a concept that was launched by Dr. Octopus when he took over the body of Peter Parker. And again, that's all in the Amazing Spider-Man playlist. You're welcome to go back and watch it all. But the whole idea here was that there was basically a point where Dr. Octopus was dying. And in order to keep himself alive, he had devised a sort of device of sorts that would allow him to basically take over the mind of Peter Parker. Now, over the course of the Amazing Spider-Man line of stories, running up to like Suicide Run and different things like that, it was essentially Dr. Octopus finally taking over the body of Peter in its totality, or at least that seemed to be the case. Peter was residing in the background, but he didn't really have any control anymore. One of the things that Dr. Octopus had done was basically begin the process of sort of building up this massive legacy. In the mind of Dr. Octopus, he was going to stay in the body of Peter Parker forever until, the body of Peter Parker died. And so in order to ensure that he made the most of the experience, he began basically putting his mind to task and developing a litany of different things. Now, a lot of this was just various technological gadgets that would make his life easier as Spider-Man, but the biggest part of it was Parker Industries. And Parker Industries, eventually just kind of became this massive conglomerate. Now, the problem with this is we don't really know how. We basically had Parker Industries being formed by Dr. Octopus. It was a very fledgling thing. And then we skipped ahead 8 months and suddenly it was this massive conglomerate and there was no real explanation in terms of how it got there. But the idea was that with Peter Parker getting his body back, he was basically running Parker Industries as the CEO. The problem with this was that with Dr. Octopus having been defeated, having been cast out of Peter's body, he basically resigned himself to the body of a machine, kind of lying in wait, waiting for his chance to strike again. And so what ended up happening is during All New, All Different Amazing Spider-Man, running up to a story called Clone Conspiracy, Dr. Octopus remained in the background. And because Clone Conspiracy was basically a story that dealt with the return of Ben Reilly, who was basically cloning all these different people who had died over the course of Peter's life, Dr. Octopus created a new body for himself. And when he did, he returned as Superior Spider-Man. And so what ended up happening is this went directly into Secret Empire, and it basically led to Dr. Octopus and Peter Parker fighting, Peter Parker realizing there was no way to defeat Dr. Octopus, or at least keep Parker Industries, with the exception of hitting a doomsday button. And so what he basically did was destroy Parker Industries. He basically implanted a sort of virus that went out to all the webware technology they had, everything that everybody owned, phones, tablets, and basically just destroyed everything. And so Parker Industries stock just absolutely crumbled. The company was virtually worthless, and this left Peter Parker back where he was before it all started, essentially being broke again. And so what this story is designed to do is sort of bring us back to that familiarity, bring us back to the Peter Parker that we remember, and basically take him back to the guy who's barely making ends meet. A lot of people wanted to see Peter as the struggling kid. That was just kind of a mainstay of his character. Peter Parker was Spider-Man. He'd go out, he'd save the day. He was one of the smartest men on the planet, but when the mask came off and the costume went into the closet, he was a guy who was barely able to pay rent. It really humanized his character in a lot of ways. And so bringing it back to these things, basically having him in a situation where Bobby Morse has a refrigerator full of food and all of it's says this is not Peter Parker's. You cannot eat any of this. It's pretty intriguing. Now from here we switch over to Harry Osborn, and one thing to keep in mind is Harry Osborn has a very long, very tenuous, and in a lot of ways very tangled history in Marvel. Of course, as the son of Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, Harry Osborn became the Green Goblin somewhere along the line, but his path has largely been one of redemption in Marvel in recent years, in the sense that he's basically trying to go back to being a good guy. He's basically returned to being one of Peter Parker's closest friends. And so in this instance, what he's actually done is gotten back together with a girl named Liz Allen. But Liz Allen was basically a longtime member of the Spider-Man family. And when I say the Spider-Man family, I'm referring to people who were there at the beginning of the Spider-Man comics. Gwen Stacy, Mary Jane Watson, Harry Osborn, Norman Osborn, people who have been around there since the beginning, who have been in Marvel Comics, you know, for almost 60 years, 70 years, and have all been a part of this Spider-Man mythos. Their roles have changed, but at the end of the day, they're still there. This whole idea with Harry is that he's basically operating as the kind of guy who's essentially picking up the pieces. Where Peter Parker was the former CEO and where he's basically just sort of collapsed into himself, Harry Osborn is the one that's doing what Peter Parker should be doing, in the sense that Harry Osborn's basically organizing for the sale of various assets of Parker Industries in an effort to basically satisfy the various lawsuits that have been filed against him. But the other half of this is that with Peter, it's dealing more with the public backlash as opposed to anything else. Because of the fact that he used to work at the Daily Bugle, and because Robbie Robertson was one of the long-standing members who was always in Peter's corner, when this situation unfolds, Peter's reading all these articles from the Daily Bugle where they're basically lambasting him, calling him a failure, saying he's a guy that just collapsed in on himself. For him, it's almost a personal violation considering that him and Robbie Robertson were friends for so long. But one thing to keep in mind is that with Robbie Robertson, he was always the middle of the ground guy. It was always, let's tell the story with the facts, let's not put a slant on it. And so because of this, with Peter Parker showing up and saying, why are you creating, why are you writing all these articles about me? Robbie Robertson's response is, because it's true. Because you were a guy who was in no position to run a multi-billion-dollar industry. You didn't go to college and major in business management. It was just kind of given to you. And you did what almost anybody does when they get something they don't earn. They squander it in its entirety. And so because of this, Peter's response, and that's kind of the interesting thing, Peter's response behind the scenes is he was doing everything that was right. And that's why the story is so cool, because it gives us these sort of different perspectives in terms of how all this unfolds. In Peter's mind, he destroyed Parker Industries in order to keep it from falling into the hands of Dr. Octopus, who would have done God knows what with it. With Robbie Robertson, all he sees is the front side. Peter Parker was running a corporation. Peter Parker wasn't ready for it. Peter Parker ran it to the ground. End of story. And so it's kind of interesting, with regards to these two diametrically opposing views on the same thing coming from two different perspectives. But the way that Peter basically hits home with Robbie Robertson and the idea that he could go back to work at the Daily Bugle is when one of their guys is going through their whole science section and basically typing up an article that the average person wouldn't even begin to be able to understand. Peter's response is, no, here's what you have to do, here's what you have to say, and here's the way that you do it in an easy to understand way. Robbie Robertson immediately picks that up, and it just kind of occurs to him, this is the job for Peter Parker. And so at this point, we kind of continue the idea of this aftermath. Peter Parker walking to the streets, Peter Parker basically being mobbed by people who were angry, and rightfully so, because Parker Industries employed millions of people. Not only that, there were millions and millions of other people who used, Parker Industries products. Now, some of this was people who basically had stock in the company, who lost a lot of money when it went under. And so in light of this, these people who are freaking out are coming from different perspectives. For other people, it's something as small as the idea that all their wedding photos were basically backed up to the Parker Industries cloud, and they're all gone now. Moments in time that they will never get back are gone forever. So the collapse of Parker Industries impacts the general public in a variety of ways, financially, emotionally, with regards to their own personal histories, different things like that. It's a pretty big deal, and it's pretty massive. And so in order to cheer him up, what ends up happening is Bobby Morse actually grabs him and says, let's just go out on the town. Let's just go out and have some fun, and let's just kind of be superheroes for the night. And this is cool. This is really interesting. It's one of the things that I like about this. When you read or when you think about Amazing Spider-Man Legacy, your first thought is, okay, we're going to jump right into it. We're going to start a story. There's going to be all these things going on, and Peter Parker's going to be Spider-Man. But that was one of the big mistakes of like all new, all different Marvel. It was immediately jumping in and then just setting everything up for some great big huge story, jumping into the middle of a story. When it comes to characters, people need to be eased in, especially with somebody like Spider-Man, who's wildly popular, but has such a convoluted history. And that's why this is cool. It's getting back to familiarity. It's getting back to that history that people are so familiar with. That's why I would say Amazing Spider-Man Legacy is probably a shot in the nostalgia for a lot of people who have been reading Spider-Man for a very, very long time, because they're seeing all these callbacks to stories that they read 20 years ago, 25 years ago, maybe even 30 years ago if they're old enough to have been reading that long. But the other half of this is the public perception of Spider-Man versus Peter Parker, where a lot of people associate Spider-Man with Peter Parker because of the fact that under Parker Industries, Industries, Spider-Man was the bodyguard of Peter, people also recognize that he is a hero. And it's one of those things where they just kind of give him a pass. Where the anger is there, where the irritation is there, Spider-Man swinging in, saving the day, he's doing what he's always done. And that's why it's cool. Again, the return to this whole familiar thing. And so following this, we basically pick up in the aftermath, which is to say Peter basically sitting down alongside Norman Osborn, the various people who have filed lawsuits against him, people who were employees, people who bought Parker Industries products, and essentially issuing an apology. The crazy thing about this is that an apology from a former CEO who in the public eye tanked the company and cost people boatloads of money and personal items, personal backups, does little to console their emotions, to console their anger and their irritation. And so while Peter Parker is just like them, just the average person trying to make their way in the world, at the end of the day, they're angry and they want to vent that anger at someone, rightfully so or unrightfully so. But regardless of the circumstance, while Peter Parker walks out of this meeting, there's people who are picketing, people who are protesting, the whole 9 yards, he just really kind of bails out and he just really sort of takes off. Now at this point, we switch over to a guy named Clayton Cole. Clayton Cole was basically a guy who's just a super genius. But the funny thing about this is that where he was a villain that kind of appeared periodically in the realm of Marvel Comics and the Spider-Man stories, during the events of Civil War II, when you had the Inhuman Ulysses who had these glimpses of the future, his idea was basically he saw a future where Clayton Cole would attack Peter Parker. It wasn't the biggest thing in the world, it wasn't a world-shattering event, but Peter Parker, realizing this was the case, decided to give Clayton Cole a second chance, see if he could steer him away from this path where he becomes a villain, not by locking him up, but by giving him a chance to express his creative juices in terms of, his scientific prowess. The problem with this is that with the collapse of Parker Industries, everything Parker Industries owned, as well, including the Baxter building where they took up residence, is being liquidated, it's being sold. And so in the mind of Clayton, he's basically organizing this massive attempt to break into the Baxter building, steal everything that belongs to them, and then sell it, which is not necessarily wrong. Now, under the contract that, Clayton Cole signed working for Parker Industries, anything he creates is the property of the company. So technically speaking, the company's selling off its own assets, but the company was made successful by the people who built it. And so if you're Clayton Cole and you're sitting down and you realize everything Parker Industries owns is being sold off, including the things that you created, while you weren't responsible for the destruction of Parker Industries, at the end of the day, the things you created, the things that are part of who you are, your heart and soul, so to speak, it's just kind of being sold off to the highest bidder because the person who owned the company screwed up. So again, a lot of personal emotions in this. Because this is also the Baxter building, Johnny Storm steps in. Remember, following the events of Secret Wars and the launch of All New, All Different Marvel, Susan Storm, Reed Richards, Franklin Richards, Valeria Richards, the Fantastic Four, at least half the team as we knew them, was basically gone. They were nowhere to be found. The idea of Peter Parker, as under Parker Industries, buying the Baxter building was to basically erect a statue within the building of the Fantastic Four, to simply say, no one will be able to buy this building now. So when the Fantastic Four come back, I'll just give it to them. It'll be a way to basically have a keepsake for the team. Johnny Storm loved this idea, but now the tables have turned. The worst fears of Johnny Storm are beginning to come true. When the Parker Industries assets are being liquidated, the building's being sold to some condo guy who's basically just going to put a whole bunch of high-rise condos in there. It pisses off Johnny Storm because his family legacy is being sold off. So again, the aftermath, personal conflicts. And so what this does is it basically leads to Harry Osborn pointing out the fact that Clayton Cole's breaking in and they're going to just steal all the stuff, which is kind of interesting because what they end up doing is basically activating a device that has the ability to wipe out a city block if it reaches full charge. So basically it kind of brings together Johnny Storm and Clayton Cole and Spider-Man in order to essentially keep this from happening. Some of the criminals are basically wrapped up. Clayton Cole ends up making his escape at the end of it all. But again, this is all just kind of fallout. This is all aftermath. Harry Osborn gets tired of this game. He basically walks. What we end up having is Robbie Robertson offering Peter Parker a job, but not as a photographer. It's a return to familiarity, but it's also some new things. And that's the nature of doing these sort of soft reboots. Remember, Marvel never does hard reboots. Marvel never resets everything back to square one. In this scenario, this soft reboot of sorts, this kind of revitalization, reshuffling, setting everything back to rights, it does have Peter Parker going back to his job at the Daily Bugle, but really for a guy who ran a company who helped to develop some of these extremely advanced devices, having him be a photographer would almost seem like a waste, but having him work in the science division, basically publishing articles, is actually pretty cool. So of course, once he takes this job, he ends up talking to Bobby Morse, who's basically landed a job at a place called Humanitech Robotics. Now, as far as I'm aware, Humanitech and Xander Zinn, these are new characters that have basically been thrown in. What ends up happening here is that with, Peter calling Bobby Morse and her basically telling him, look, I have the ability to get you an interview with the hottest tech company that's creating legitimate artificial intelligence, it's interesting because once Peter Parker grabs his crew and they head to Humanitech, what Peter Parker ends up realizing is that all these robots that basically are functioning under the mantle of AI are all using brain patterns. And so it's intriguing because for Peter, it's kind of like, all right, where are these brain patterns coming from? And of course, once one of the guys tries
to open it up, his spider sense kicks off, Peter tries to hold the thing together, and when they're basically kicked out of the facility, Peter and Bobby Morse visit it later on that night. In the middle of investigating this whole thing, all these robots begin to start activating, only for Xander Zen to basically make his presence known and to say, if you break these things open, not only will you destroy the entire company that's been built here, everything that we've established, but you're also going to unleash a supervillain that neither of you could really hope to handle on your own. And so once they start going through and basically breaking out all these silicon matrices, they basically serve the purpose as the brain of sorts for these robots. What we end up finding out here is that inside of all these robots is a character named Quicksand. Now, a little bit of history here. When it comes to the character of Quicksand, she appeared back in Thor issue number 392. I want to say that's the case. I'm fuzzy on this. I am not 100% sure this is the case. Anyway, she's been around for a really long time. But Quicksand is basically a character where we don't really know who she is, but she's basically an answer to Sandman, to William Baker, who appeared in Amazing Spider-Man number 4. Sal over Comment Pop, tell me if I'm wrong or not. But the whole idea behind this is that with Sandman kind of standing as one of the really popular villains of the Spider-Man landscape, and because a lot of Spider-Man's rogues gallery is so iconic, because Thor was not the highest selling title that Marvel had at the time, Marvel's desire really for a lot of people who were not the X-Men or Spider-Man, their idea was to grab a lot of the villains who existed in relation to those characters, kind of rework them, and then throw them into other characters' books, and then basically give us those characters in that form. So for the character of Quicksand, she's not really composed of sand. She basically kind of manipulates particles, or at least is able to transform her body into something that's akin to sand. But regardless of the scenario, the cool thing about this is that she was basically grabbed by Xander Zen and essentially thrown into all these different devices, all these different robots. And it kind of works because she's essentially a hive mind composed of all these different, molecular particles akin to sand. And so because of this, what it means is she could basically be broken down into little pieces, and each one is conscious in and of itself, but it's all part of a hive mind. She was basically enslaved by Xander Zen and forced to be the AI that would allow all these robots to function and do their own thing. Now, of course, again, not a great big huge thing. And we know this because of the fact that where she goes to attack, Xander Zen, Spider-Man steps in, says, no, you can't go around attacking people like that. You got to let them go. Do this for me. We'll call it even. And so as a result, she basically says, okay, fine, I owe you this. She ends up taking off, and Xander Zen basically bails out as well. But again, that's the cool thing about all this. It's not designed to set the stage for these great big huge events. It's basically designed to sort of give us a return to familiarity for the character of Spider-Man. And so with this story, once everything winds down, the article that's written based on Humanitech, the rise and fall of the company, what it was that they were really doing behind the scenes in terms of what they were capable of, how their whole AI worked with regards to Quicksand, the whole 9 yards. The funny thing about this is that this is business as usual. It's not some grand, great big huge thing and everybody pats Peter on the back and says, good job, man, take the next couple months off, you've earned it. Instead, it's, what do you have for me next week? It's back to the way things always were. It's back to Peter Parker, back to business, back to the character that we're familiar with.
What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back. I'm back from my little vacation out to Cincinnati and Lexington, Kentucky to see my sister for her birthday, which was really, really cool. So let's record some audio and cover some stories. So we're picking back up again with Spider-Man. Honestly, I want to kind of get to the end of Worldwide, and then we might go into Nick Spencer's run. Honestly, I love Nick Spencer's Spider-Man run. It's one of my secret favorite comics that I read that I just don't really cover here on the channel, which as a comic book YouTuber, you need those, right? You need the stories that you just don't cover. You just read them for the sake of your own personal enjoyment. Otherwise, it feels like it stops being enjoyable. Having said that, there's a couple things to know here. I had been hunting through my YouTube channel because I was so sure that we covered the Fall of Parker storyline, which is part of Marvel Legacy, and it turned out that we did, right? So the big thing to really come out of the Fall of Parker was basically the collapse of Parker Industries, right? The last video that we did, Peter Parker was the CEO of just like this massive Parker Industries corporation, which had initially been launched by Superior Spider-Man when Dr. Octopus was in the body of Peter Parker. And that going into all new, all different Marvel, Peter had gotten his body back and was now the CEO. This all basically concluded in the Secret Empire event, which we might add to the Spider-Man playlist just to kind of make it make sense as far as transitioning goes. Otherwise, you just kind of jump and like there's all these huge changes. The idea behind this was that because Captain America's history had been changed by the Red Skull using a cosmic cube to make Captain America into a Hydra agent, that the biggest concern, or one of the big concerns, is that given everything he'd done as a kind of focal point of the superhero community, knowing everybody's weaknesses and so on, is that by blocking superheroes from getting to Earth, right, the heavy hitters like Carol Danvers or Hyperion or anybody like that, keeping them out of the fray, and then basically conquering North America, if he got his hands on Parker Industries tech, that it would have allowed him to expand his reach in a way that just simply wasn't possible at the time, and then ultimately conquer the world most likely. And so in order to prevent that from happening, Peter Parker quite literally torched his own company. He basically ended up tanking Parker Industries, destroyed all his technology and everything to make sure Captain America couldn't get his hands on it. The good side of this is that it saved countless people from the crazy machinations of Captain America. The downside is that it killed Parker Industries as a company, and Peter Parker screwed over a lot of folks, right? A lot of people got left hanging. People's entire pensions were tied up in Parker Industries. People had investments, people worked for the company. So millions and millions of people in one form or another across the world basically lost everything as a result of Peter destroying his own company. And so that's why at this point in the Spider-Man mythos under Dan Slott's run, it's an opposite of what it used to be. That Spider-Man was always kind of considered the menace by, like, you know, the Daily Bugle, and that Peter Parker was like the kid who was just kind of there and doing some cool stuff, and people more or less liked him. It was the opposite, that Peter Parker was considered the menace and Spider-Man was hailed as the hero, right? So it offered a kind of cool psychological take on the nature of Spider-Man, in the sense that Peter had to contend with the idea that people hated him as a person, but they loved Spider-Man. But one of the big things that goes on here is that you actually end up having this kind of scenario where you're introduced to something that's basically called the lockbox. Now, the lockbox is kind of a submersible. It's almost like the Raft in Marvel Comics. Those of you guys who don't know, the Raft is a prison for superpowered villains, right? The lockbox is a kind of prison or a holding place for super powerful artifacts, right? So things like the Casket of Ancient Winners and so on and so forth. The big kicker behind all this is that those individuals who grab, or who are basically kind of sent out to grab these artifacts that are basically taken to the lockbox, are not necessarily told what they are. And a lot of this is done for the purpose of making sure that, like, their desires don't really get the better of them, because it's kind of a 50-50 guess, right? And in all honesty, it's one half dependent on the loyalty of the people who work there, that they don't ask questions, and they do that because they're told to, and the other half, fear. They're afraid that what they might do is open the box and unleash a deadly plague across the whole world and kill everybody. And so because of this, what you actually end up having is a couple people named Crane and Coleman. And what ends up going on is that as Crane and Coleman are bringing this artifact into the lockbox, suddenly, like, they start getting these kind of fluctuations from a device that's held in a containment cell that's known as Containment Cell 12. Now, this turns out to be the Zodiac Key. This is not an overly important thing. And that's one of the things we're going to kind of do here is there's not a lot of stuff that's super important here. It's more of like what happens at the back of the stories, and you'll see why that's so important as we get to it. But the Zodiac Key was basically a device that has existed for a long time in Marvel Comics. It originally hailed from a place called the Ankh dimension, which was basically a dimension where the key itself kind of existed to maintain the conflict between good and evil. It eventually arrived on Earth, and it's been used by various people, but it kind of has a mind of its own, right? So if you're a person who picks up the Zodiac Key and you're like, I want to end all conflict between good and evil, and I want the world to be a utopia, the key will leave you, right? And it'll go to somebody else, because the desire of the key is to instigate conflict. It's basically social media in a physical form. And so because of that, the key itself was at one point really possessed by a guy named Vernon Fury, who of course is basically descended from the original Nick Fury. He was a guy that operated under the mantle of Scorpio. We covered that in the early Spider-Man runs from All New, All Different Marvel by Dan Slott. The important thing is he was basically pushed into a vault by Peter Parker, which was essentially the Zodiac Vault. He gained a year's worth of knowledge about all the things that are going to happen within a year in the future, and then basically is being freed from the vault at the moment, right? So it's not an important thing. Like, a great big huge fight ensues between Peter and Vernon, and then basically Vernon's arrested, right? I mean, there's not a whole lot to go there. I mean, the meat and potatoes of this, right? Like the real important thing about this is that Vernon is really intending to use like the satellite systems of the world to essentially dump the world's secrets out there for everybody to see, because what it'll do is that'll create conflict, right? People realizing like their best friend's been sleeping with their wife, right? Or like people realizing their boss is like cheating them out of pay or something along those lines, whatever the case happens to be, right? But like all the secrets that everybody has around the world, which are largely kept in the digital space, are going to be dumped out there for the world to see. The important thing about all this, the most important thing here is Coleman and Crane, because while they're all kind of there, while they're inside the lockbox, they're actually on a mission of their own, traveling from one location to the next, trying to access a particular cell. And the big thing is that as they come across different soldiers of the lockbox, lockbox, they basically kill them, right? They spray them down. And it's just like, you know, we're here for a mission of our own. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is because when they're confronted by the leader of the lockbox, it's like, why are you doing this? Like your whole background was checked multiple times. And their response is, but here's the thing, we work for a guy who pays more than you do. So sure, we have a clean background, you just didn't pay enough money, right? That's the thing about hired guns, right? Like their loyalty is to whoever pays the most. That's the dangerous game you play. So if you're a government worker, as anybody says, the government pays cheap. And so when you buy cheap, you get cheap. And that's basically how things went down here. Now, as for Vernon himself, of course, Spider-Man traces him down or locates him at Big Ben, which was a place where previously his organization had basically created a kind of resonance device that the key could tap into and then use that to access the satellites, right? So it's like, if the satellites speak French and the Zodiac speaks Spanish, this whole Big Ben key system is a translator, is basically what it is. And so Peter Parker is really unable to get it out, but then comes to this realization that previously the key responded to Vernon because he needed it, right? That the key and Vernon are kind of in tune with each other because Vernon basically stands the best possible chance of allowing the key to achieve its goal, which is basically creating conflict and all kinds of massive issues, right? This massive battle between good and evil on a physical and even a philosophical level. And so the key responds to him. And so what Peter Parker does is pretty shady here. Peter Parker knocks this guy out of Big Ben. Literally sends this guy like flying through the glass on the front plate, and Vernon's just falling to his death. The key leaves its position and responds to Vernon, which of course prevents the key from being able to access the satellite systems, dumping their information into the world. And then in turn, of course, Vernon's basically snatched up by a combination of Mockingbird and the cops, right? You know, he's knocked unconscious and he's taken to jail. And that's the end of that, right? That's what a lot of this stuff is. And so what you end up finding out here is the mission that Coleman and Crane were sent on was paid for by Norman Osborn. And what he was trying to do and what he's been trying to do is find a way to become the Green Goblin again. Ever since he was given the cure to the Goblin formula during Superior Spider-Man and lost his ability to become the Green Goblin, it's like a drug addiction, right? He's always trying to find a way back, always trying to get this Goblin back because it's just part and parcel to who he is. And so ultimately you end up finding out the artifact that Coleman and Crane had attained was a portion of the Carnage symbiote. That what Norman Osborn's trying to do is regain his ability to become the Green Goblin by merging with Carnage. Now, a lot of the reason for this is because in the eyes of Norman Osborn, Carnage represents just chaos in the most visceral way, right? Just chaos and pandemonium. And in a lot of ways, Carnage and the Green Goblin were very similar in terms of their personalities, right? That they were basically insane. They love to inflict harm, so on and so forth. The big difference between Carnage and Green Goblin is Green Goblin's insanity and his motivations to, you know, commit all kinds of heinous crimes were usually targeted towards Spider-Man. With Carnage, it's everybody, right? Like, it's just like if he could drive the world into total insanity and kill everybody there, then he would, right? There's no real instance where Carnage hates Spider-Man in particular. He more often than not was a Spider-Man villain, but that's because he gained his original prominence fighting Spider-Man and Venom. The reason why Carnage is so prominent now is because he's not just a Spider-Man villain anymore. That he's one of these guys where he could pop up and face off against virtually anybody, and any number of things could happen. It's one of the things that makes him so cool. But again, there's a few other things that go on here. The important thing is that with Norman Osborn in possession of the Carnage symbiote, this is one of those instances where it's the monkey's paw, right? Be careful what you wish for, you just might get it. And that's exactly what happens here. Norman Osborn does not understand the very nature of what the Carnage symbiote represents. And a lot of that's because he hasn't had any real dealings with it before. If this was Peter Parker who was here and Norman Osborn was getting ready to bond to the Carnage symbiote, Peter Parker would say, do not do that. You don't know what, like, you have no idea what you're getting into bonding to the Carnage symbiote. But at the end of the day, Norman Osborn sees the symbiote as something that can be dominated, something that can be controlled. And the reason why is his only real understanding about the symbiotes comes from Venom. But Venom and Carnage are distinctly different. That the Venom symbiote is a symbiote that bonds itself to Eddie Brock, and they kind of work in unison because initially they both had a hatred for Peter Parker. A lot of that's changed over the years in terms of the role that Venom has played with regards to how it views itself, how it views Peter, the fact that in like the current day and age, Eddie Brock is actually a good guy, but the Carnage symbiote's a whole different beast. That the Carnage symbiote has a will of its own in a far more intense way than Venom does. And that's why as soon as the symbiote starts to bond itself to Norman Osborn's like, no, like, he doesn't want to have anything to do with it. He's like, I want an empire, right? I want to rule things. And Carnage's like, no, we're gonna kill everybody, right? Like literally the will of Carnage dominates the will of Norman Osborn to the point that Norman Osborn is almost a passenger seat in his own life with the Carnage symbiote in possession of him. And that's what makes things so crazy, is because the power of Carnage in comparison to what Norman Osborn is used to, it's on a whole different level, right? That the Green Goblin did kind of have its own personality to a degree. There was actually a point where the Green Goblin and Norman Osborn were two distinctly different people, but even the personal drives and motivations of the Green Goblin as its own entity were nothing on par with regards to what Carnage has insofar as having a will of its own and being able to dominate the will of others. But that's one of the things that makes Norman Osborn so unique, is because even in the most insane situations, in this part like this, where he would normally be completely and totally overcome by the will of Carnage, Norman Osborn is nothing if not a master manipulator. And depending on who you're talking to, you could even consider him a demagogue. But the important thing here is that where Carnage just ends up killing Coleman and Crane, the response of Norman Osborn is, I can give you more of this. I can give you more of this desire, of this satisfaction that comes with just destroying people, right? Killing them, so on and so forth. And so Carnage is like, yes, give me more. I want more of this, right? I miss this feeling of taking lives and so on. And that's when Norman says, okay, fine, I will give you that, but only on one condition. I am in the driver's seat. I'm the one who's in control. Show me you understand. And the Carnage symbiote responds by saying like, I understand. And Norman's like, okay, cool. And that's what kind of brings Norman back in control, because the response of this is like, you know what? Let's try something else, right? Let's try something that we haven't done before. Let's try something interesting. He says, we can be greater than this. Yes, I have this Carnage symbiote, which is more than enough to take out Peter Parker, but what if we switch things up, right? I can become the Goblin again. I can become something more. We can become something more. And so what he ends up doing is basically breaking out the Goblin formula that he kept on him, right? Remember, he got that formula back. He has a Goblin formula on him, and then in turn consumes it. And so what you're going to end up having here is the Green Goblin and Carnage merging into a singular being, and things get crazy. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we're here. We're at the conclusion of Dan Slott's Spider-Man run. Yes, this run that we've been covering for years here on Comics Explained, kind of off and on, infrequently. But the whole run will basically be done. So we'll probably combine this whole thing into a full story, and I don't even want to know how long that video is going to be, man. It's probably going to be longer than like 8 hours, right? I mean, it's just going to be a colossal video. But having said that, what this does is it initially picks up with Norman Osborn basically in this old room, right? This old kind of home for himself, right? The old Osborn residence, and just talking to somebody that we can't really see, right? Now, following that, what you actually end up doing is picking up 4 hours beforehand in the apartment of Mary Jane Watson, where Peter Parker and Mary Jane are making out. Now, this is something Dan Slott's kind of been a dick about over the course of his run. One of the big things that Spider-Man fans hated, we've talked about this before, and it's like the one thing Spider-Man fans can just never get past, is the dissolution of Mary Jane Watson and Spider-Man, their whole relationship, their whole marriage and everything, coming in the aftermath or as part of Spider-Man One More Day. And something that we're going to do once we get closer to the release of the movie, we're going to remaster One More Day, and then we're going to cover Brand New Day, and then One Moment in Time, right? We're going to kind of do that trilogy of a story, one of the most reviled trilogies in the history of the Spider-Man mythos, and we're going to cover it. But one of the things that Dan Slott had constantly done was tease this idea that maybe Spider-Man and Mary Jane Watson will get back together, but they never really did. And in fact, this is the closest that we ever really got, where they were kind of in a relationship, but ultimately it gets shut down. And the reason why is because from Mary Jane Watson's perspective, kind of recalling her history and the whole idea with Peter Parker and Spider-Man and all that kind of stuff, that it's one of these things where she says, like, at the end of the day, the world needs Spider-Man more than I need you, right? Or more than you need me. And I can't have both. I can't have you all to myself because you have to be Spider-Man. You're going to put your life in danger. There are times when I'm going to be worried about you. There are times when I'm going to be in danger because of the fact that villains are going to find out that you and I are together. And so because of all those things, ultimately she just kind of ends up shooting the idea down. And I wouldn't go as far as to say Peter Parker's, you know, a fan of it, but I will go as far as to say that Peter Parker's kind of like, I guess he understands it, right? And so sort of goes forward and does his own thing. And so following that, what you actually end up getting here is, again, kind of switching back to Norman Osborn, this whole thing where as he's talking and as he's kind of going on, the whole drive of Norman Osborn has been to figure out who Spider-Man is. Now, one thing I want to point out, and something that we covered in our video on Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin Explained, is that Norman Osborn did at one point know that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. Ultimately, Marvel undid that because, in truth, they just kind of found it to be more reasonable to believe that Norman Osborn didn't know that Spider-Man was Peter Parker. And indeed, it actually made for more compelling stories, because with something like that, once an identity of a superhero is known to a villain, and the whole shtick of that superhero is that no one's supposed to know who his identity is, the most logical course of action is for that villain to attack that superhero's personal family. And you can only tell that story so many times before people get tired of it. And so instead instead of making that a main caveat to the Spider-Man mythos, Marvel just nixed it and was just like, nope, we're not playing that game at all, right? So ultimately it just kind of went away. And so at the moment, Norman Osborn does not know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, but he's trying to figure it out. And he's been tracing off all these routes, right? Like Horizon Labs and Max Modell, where Peter Parker served as part of that think tank for a while, that you had Liz Allen, who was at one point the wife of Harry Osborn, and basically the mother of Normie Osborn, that she basically merged what was Horizon Labs, her own company, and Oscorp into what we now call Alchemax, right? She's a supremely important and intelligent person, but trying to like trace all these routes and trying to figure out what in the world is going on here. Now, of course, there is a point in time when Phil Urich, the son of Ben Urich, the really more interesting reporter, not a super interesting plot point here, but basically the guy who's the current iteration of the Hobgoblin, really the Hobgoblin King, ultimately is defeated by Norman Osborn, right? It was kind of a cool little thing, like, I guess, you know, whatever. Norman Osborn versus the Goblin King. Doesn't really matter all that much. Norman Osborn defeats him, kind of calls it a day. But then after that, it's back to business. And as he goes through and kind of continues talking to this unnamed person, that what you end up having is him basically taking back his Green Goblin uniform. Now, as we know, the Goblin formula in the bloodstream of Norman Osborn had been removed, and it has been for quite some time. That was done by Peter Parker. So Norman Osborn being able to actually transform into the Green Goblin is gone. But if you guys remember the previous story that we did, the whole thing was that Norman Osborn had basically bonded himself to the Carnage symbiote, and then had used that as kind of a backdoor method of regaining the ability to turn into some variation of the Green Goblin. But as he's doing this person talking to him basically says like he'll never be able to defeat Spider-Man, right? Like he says like, I do know who Spider-Man is. You're never going to beat him, right? You're never going to be able to defeat this guy. The Green Goblin's a loser. You always have, you always will be. You've done everything you could to defeat this guy. You even threw his girl off a bridge. And that's when it clicks. That's when Norman Osborn's like, wait a minute, I threw his girl off. Oh my God, Spider-Man is Peter Parker. And that's like when he finally figures it out. And then you end up finding out this unnamed person he's talking to is J. Jonah Jameson. That J. Jonah Jameson inadvertently spilled the beans that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And so following that, you pick back up at the Daily Bugle. Now, Peter Parker had been rehired at the Daily Bugle, right? Kind of a way for Dan Slott to sort of bring things back to the way they were when he initially started his run, and even before he started his run, right? It's just one of those things where the more things change, the more they stay the same. And so while you have Peter Parker kind of doing his thing and talking to everybody and sort of heading like the science division of the Daily Bugle and all that kind of stuff, suddenly, wow, in comes the Green Goblin, right? Just smashes into this place and just starts ripping everything up, and then tells Peter Parker, knowing he's Spider-Man, get Spider-Man here in 60 seconds or less, or I'm gonna kill everybody, right? And so at that point, Peter Parker does the only thing he can do, which is, quote unquote, he goes and he gets Spider-Man, right? He goes and grabs Spider-Man and brings it back. Now, while all that's going on, J. Jonah Jameson, and it's kind of gonna be a little bit of a background plot here, is basically struggling with the idea that he is the one that spilled the beans on Spider-Man's true identity, right? So basically, everything that happens from this point going forward, J. Jonah Jameson takes as basically being his fault. And that was really more Dan Slott's kind of testament to the character evolution of J. Jonah Jameson, which had been going on for quite some time, even before Dan Slott took over as writer. But the idea of J. Jonah Jameson moving away from just being this guy who ran the Daily Bugle, was basically always a dick to Peter Parker, ultimately ended up firing him, things like that, who was always just kind of a huge jerk. A lot of that changed. And one of the things that you saw was that he became a little more tender to Peter Parker, and even to Spider-Man, a little more lenient, less just kind of like, this guy's a menace and he sucks and I hate him and we're just gonna publish really crappy things about him, right? That he actually gained a lot of respect for Spider-Man. A lot of that was predicated on the kind of things that Spider-Man done, even going so far as to save Jonah Jameson's life on multiple occasions. And so because of that, of course, this kind of fight breaks out between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, but then you also end up having Flash Thompson as Agent Anti-Venom, who's a part of this as well. Now, his involvement here is largely due to the fact that the Hobgoblin had stolen technology that belonged to Alchemax. And so tracing down the Hobgoblin inevitably led him to where the Hobgoblin was defeated by Norman Osborn, which leads him to where J. Jonah Jameson is, which of course, he ends up freeing J. Jonah Jameson. And so that's when things kind of get a little bit crazy, is because what you end up having is switching over to Harry Osborn. One of his guys comes running in and says, look, like Norman Osborn's back in town, right? Your dad's back. As soon as that happens, their nanny basically snatches the kids up and then tranquilizes everybody and then leaves, right? But the initial fight between Spider-Man and Green Goblin Goblin is exactly what you would expect, right? There is a point where Green Goblin uses like some technology of fluidic to basically try to blow the whole place up. And ultimately, you know, Spider-Man basically ends up saving everybody from the explosion. I mean, there's a bunch of debris, right? And some people are injured, but nobody's killed, which is really the main goal here. And then Peter Parker confronts Green Goblin when he basically seems to be impaled on a giant piece of this building. The crazy thing is that Peter Parker does what Peter Parker always does, which is, man, I wish there was a way to save you, always kind of being the good guy, that sort of thing. And that's when Norman Osborn reveals that he's actually bonded to the Carnage symbiote. Now, this is cool. And I gotta say, like, at the time that this came out, even though we didn't really cover it, it was amazing. Like the idea of like the Green Goblin becoming Carnage was nuts. And it was one of those things, it had never occurred to me before, right? Like the idea of the Green Goblin taking the Carnage symbiote and bonding it to himself. One, because the Green Goblin was largely believed to have just been a thing of the past, right? It made sense. Norman Osborn hadn't been relevant in years. There were other more compelling villains and even just general characters in the Spider-Man mythos that had been written by Dan Slott. So by all standards of measurement, if Norman Osborn as the Green Goblin never came back, you probably wouldn't miss him because there was just so much going on in Dan Slott's run. You didn't really spare a second thought for the fact that Norman Osborn was gone. But having Osborn return and then like he has the Carnage symbiote, he's literally firing off what would normally be pumpkin bombs, but they're like Carnage bombs that actually physically latch onto things as opposed to just landing in the general vicinity and exploding. It's awesome, right? It's one of the cool things. Now, the other part about this, and I love the way that Dan Slott played this, Peter Parker realizes right off the bat, he's no match for this, right? He's no match for the Red Goblin, right? And immediately just kind of like, I gotta go, right? Like it's kind of like, I gotta run, I gotta flee, I gotta do something, I gotta grab my bearings. That's why he basically stays in hiding, right? Because within the span of about 30 seconds, the Red Goblin overpowered Spider-Man to the point that like he's basically in shambles, right? Like his legs ripped to pieces where that bomb blew up on him and all that kind of stuff. And that's when he tells him, I don't ever want to see you operating as Spider-Man again, right? Like if I see a web, if I see anything that indicates that you are Spider-Man, I'm gonna kill everybody you know because I know who you are. And there's nowhere you can take them. There's nowhere you can put them where I won't be able to find them. And that makes sense. Remember, the resources of Norman Osborn as he's been bidding his return have expanded greatly. That's one of the reasons why Dan Slott gave us those stories where Norman Osborn had contacts in like Asia and South Africa and was part of like these great big huge, you know, underground movements that were looking to consolidate power in different ways. He was kind of an information broker. By operating on a global scale, it allowed Norman Osborn to gain global contacts. And Peter Parker realizes this. He realizes that when Norman Osborn says, I will find you no matter where you go in the world, it's not a bluff, that he actually will be able to using his contacts and he'll kill everybody that Peter Parker cares about. And so that's when Peter Parker kind of says, okay, fine, deal, right? And he makes a deal and just leaves the role of being Spider-Man seemingly forever. Of course, as we know, until ultimately Norman Osborn is defeated. And so in his stead, what he does here is really genius. And I love the way that Norman Osborn played this. What you end up getting is basically a kind of coming together of the superhero community who are basically keeping an eye on the various members of Spider-Man's family, but it's largely just people Spider-Man knows and is intimately familiar with. I don't mean just like, you know, like they're kissing and stuff like that. I mean like intimately familiar with in the sense that like they're exceedingly close, right? So like Miles Morales, you have Silk, right? Silk, of course, being one of the characters that was created as part of like the End of the Spider-Verse storyline, somebody that has kind of, well, she has an intimate relationship with Peter Parker. They were banging like rabbits when she first showed up, right? You guys remember that? They couldn't stop banging, man. Like it was crazy. It was hilarious. Flash Thompson, Agent Anti-Venom, is here. Of course, he ended up rescuing J. Jonah Jameson, but it's also kind of a few cool things that you see going on because ultimately J. Jonah Jameson actually contacts Peter Parker and Peter Parker just kind of like, he knows my identity, right? And the response of Jameson is, yes, I know. I inadvertently told him. He had me tied up and I basically said that he threw your girlfriend, Gwen Stacy, off the bridge. And that's when he realized what was going on. At that moment, Peter Parker hangs up. Now, one thing to know, it's not as though Peter Parker absolutely despises J. Jonah Jameson because of this. He does recognize the nature of nuance, right? That sometimes people just end up letting things slip. The difference here, though, is that he expected better of J. Jonah Jameson, right? He expected that if his identity was going to be leaked, it wouldn't come from somebody like J. Jonah Jameson being sloppy, spouting off at the mouth, and revealing the wrong kind of information. And so following that, you actually end up picking up with the nanny of Liz Allen and Harry Osborn's kids, of course, snatching them up and is basically on the run. Ultimately, she's caught up to by Liz Allen, of course, when you're the head of Alchemax, right? One of the single biggest corporations in the world, you're gonna be found. Like, you're gonna be able to find people, right? That's just the way that it is. And then, of course, the Red Goblin shows up and attacks them all. And that's when you end up finding out here that the nanny of Harry Osborn and Liz Allen's kids is actually Norman Osborn's, at least believed to have been long dead wife, right? Harry Osborn's mom. It's a crazy thing. She was believed to have been dead for a long long time. In fact, that was the major focal point behind the relationship between Harry and Norman in the early days of Marvel Comics, or at least the early days of Norman Osborn's appearances, right? That he constantly pushed his son, that he, in a lot of ways, he kind of abandoned being a true father figure in terms of being like emotionally supportive of his son, and instead just gave him things. And so it's one of those things where not really having a nurturing hand in his life, in a lot of ways, is what led Harry Osborn to, one, resent his father, and two, to fall down the path of actually becoming the Green Goblin himself after Norman Osborn was seemingly killed. The idea was that because Norman Osborn was just so dark and so sadistic, because he was so twisted, that she actually faked her death and it kind of snuck her way back ever since. And it sort of makes sense, right? This was one of those things that was met with kind of a mixed reaction by comic fans, but he could, she couldn't just show up, right, and just be like, Harry, I'm your mom. Can I watch your kids? I don't want to be a mom again. You would expect the kind of visceral reaction that most any of us would have, which is, where have you been all this time? Why would I trust you, right? I mean, having her kind of sneak her way back in, sort of snake her way back in, and then having the revelation sort of coming out in this same capacity is pretty shocking. The most disappointing thing about this is that this comes at the very end of Dan Slott's run. You're not going to see much coming out of this. It's one of these things that Dan Slott developed, presumably with the intention of possibly building on it later in the sense of somebody else using that, but ultimately it didn't become like a major focal point. It kind of did, but not really. And so one of the things that happens here is you actually end up having all these different members of kind of Spider-Man's inner circle who all basically arrive here with the intention of facing off against the Red Goblin and defeating him, and all of them are defeated, right? Every single one of them, including Flash Thompson, Agent Anti-Venom, right? The Red Goblin overpowers them all, and he almost goes in to kill Flash Thompson, but then ultimately lets him leave. And so following that, he ends up actually snatching up Normie Osborn, right? Basically his grandson, and then basically turning him into what is in effect a Carnage Goblin, right? Kind of turning him into a facsimile of himself, and the two of them sort of go forward from there. Now, the motivation behind that is thin at best, right? That's one of the things that was really disappointing about this, is that what you end up learning here is the goal of Norman Osborn as the Carnage symbiote is to basically retake his empire. And I understand where Dan Slott was coming from, because the whole motivation of Norman Osborn in the early days of his appearances was to basically acquire a huge amount of wealth and influence, right? To basically live at kind of the top of the criminal underworld, and even in this instance, at kind of the top of the corporate world, and then just kind of control everything from there. The reality of this, though, is we're long since past such simple plot points when it comes to villains and heroes and things like that. It's interesting to see, but people in this day and age, when they read comics, kind of want a little bit more, right? The idea of like a villain doing what they do because they just want to acquire wealth or power, that's something that you normally see with like a B-list villain. That's not really something that you expect from Norman Osborn, even if that was the basis behind his character in the early days. The biggest issue that you have here is what would be the role of Norman Osborn in this era. And so that's one of the reasons why Dan Slott largely seems to have gone with that whole decision. Now, of course, Peter Parker ends up kind of staying behind and basically helping like Miles Morales and Cindy Moon and Flash Thompson and all these guys, right? Johnny Storm of the Fantastic Four, of course, one of his personal friends, helping them all out. And that's when you also get a little revelation here in the sense that like traditional powers, as they're normally used against symbiotes, right? Fire and sound, they don't work. Not in the same capacity that they normally do, right? If this was Cletus Cassidy as Carnage, any one of those things would work, right? You'd be able to blast him with sonics, you'd be able to set him on fire, and you could overpower the symbiote and then actually try to push it back into Cletus Cassidy, right? Because the Carnage symbiote can't really be removed from Cletus since it's bond to his bloodstream. But here with the Red Goblin, it doesn't work that way. He's basically immune to most any weakness that symbiotes normally have. Now, one of the things you actually get here, and is kind of a genius moment from J. Jonah Jameson, is he sits down in his apartment, he's like, okay, so like obviously Norman Osborn's running around as a Green Goblin with a Carnage symbiote. Okay, what symbiote out there could defeat Carnage? And that's when it dawns on him, okay, so it's definitely gotta be Venom. But like, how do I find Eddie Brock? Like, I mean, Eddie Brock isn't a guy that you call up, right? I mean, it doesn't really work that way, but then it turns out he is. And the reason why, and one of the funniest things ever, the reason why is because Eddie Brock is basically running the same scam that Spider-Man ran, where Peter Parker would take pictures of himself as Spider-Man and then sell them to the Daily Bugle. Basically, Eddie Brock's doing the same thing with Venom. It's pretty amazing when you think about it. Like, it's not the worst idea, right? Not the worst idea at all. I mean, it worked for Peter Parker, stands to reason it would work for Eddie Brock, and it does, right? It actually does. In fact, he works at a newspaper called The Fact Sheet. It's kind of nowhere near as big as the Daily Bugle, but he's still basically doing the same thing. Not only that, Eddie Brock is calling himself Mr. Sim, right? So obviously Eddie Brock is one of the least imaginative people you could ever imagine. And honestly, it's always kind of been that way. Even now, I mean, I love Eddie Brock. Don't get me wrong. I love Eddie Brock. Absolutely love Eddie Brock. But he's never really had any imagination. And so what ends up happening here is that J. Jonah Jameson actually gets a hold of Eddie Brock and says, hey man, like the Carnage symbiote has bonded itself to the Green Goblin, or at least Norman Osborn welcomed the transition. And now like things are popping off. We need you to help. And what ends up actually happening here is you switch over to Stark Tower where Mary Jane Watson's kind of doing her thing. And you actually end up having the Venom symbiote kind of going after her. Not really intentionally, it's more to gain information. And so what you end up getting here is basically this kind of fight between the Red Goblin and Venom. And this is cool, man. Like it's one of the cool things, right? This story was really kind of the swan song of Dan Slott, right? Like, hey guys, have you ever wanted to see what would happen if like the Carnage symbiote bonded itself to the Green Goblin and then fought like Venom and Miles Morales and Spider-Man and like everybody else in the Spider-Man mythos? Well, you can see it right now, right? That was basically his whole thing. And it was cool, right? It was awesome. Of course, as you would expect, Norman Osborn overpowers Venom, and it actually leads to Spider-Man and Venom teaming up to face off against the Red Goblin. But again, while they are able to hold their own to a degree, at the end of the day, the power of the Red Goblin is just too much. He's far more powerful than either Green Goblin or Carnage by themselves, and is able to overpower both. Now, the funny thing about this is this has huge callbacks to Maximum Carnage, right? It's got massive callbacks to Maximum Carnage. I know a lot of you guys are pretty OG. We covered Maximum Carnage, but like, do you guys remember what it was like reading that story when it came out? It was amazing. Watching Carnage just like wreck Venom and Spider-Man at the same time, it was pretty cool. But on top of that, what you end up realizing here is that ultimately Eddie Brock and Spider-Man teaming up, it just kind of won't work. It's actually Eddie Brock who realizes that, right? Where he's like, you and I teaming up together, it's just not gonna work, right? I mean, this guy is not Carnage. He's not Cletus Cassidy. He's not the guy that we're familiar with. We need to basically be greater than the sum of their parts. And so what he actually ends up doing is giving his Venom symbiote back to Peter Parker, and Peter Parker goes back to being Venom again. Which I absolutely loved, right? J. Jonah Jameson digs out one of his old spider slayers, right? And then basically uses like the ability to remote control it to try to send it out and take out the Red Goblin, which of course doesn't work, right? I mean, like he literally just gets crushed. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, nobody ever expected that to succeed. It's kind of the funny thing. J. Jonah Jameson's trying his best, right? I mean, you can't help but feel bad for the guy, right? I mean, he's doing his best. He's doing what he can. He can't do much, but the fact that he's even trying, I think speaks volumes to the evolution of J. Jonah Jameson. But Peter Parker in possession of the Venom symbiote and then facing off against Red Goblin is really, really cool here, because it kind of turns into a bit of a cat and mouse game, right? Peter Parker's standard powers are basically augmented given the Venom symbiote, right? Increased strength, increased speed, increased agility. So it makes him much, much closer to the Red Goblin. And in fact, it seems as though he gains the upper hand. And so one of the things that Red Goblin does here is he says, when I attacked everybody that you knew, right? Like your Aunt May, when I attacked Cindy Moon, when I attacked all these different people, what I did is I basically planted in them these little barbs, and these little barbs will basically give me control over them, right? So this is kind of the early stages, or really sort of the early indications of where it is that Donny Cates at least began to develop the idea of Carnage basically taking over people in their entirety. This had happened before. That's something that I do want to point out here. It's not the first time we ever saw Carnage basically taking over people, but it is cool to see it happen in this way when it's the personal family members of Peter Parker. And so Peter Parker actually ends up deviating off course, basically stops following Red Goblin, of course, with the intention of basically trying to save his various family members. And that's when you end up having Flash Thompson, who basically reveals, as Agent Anti-Venom, that's what I was doing when I was running around to each of these individual people. I was removing the barbs from them, right? Like, I'm Agent Anti-Venom, like I literally cure symbiotes. That's kind of my thing, right? Like I cure impurities, that sort of thing. And so ultimately the two of them actually team up to face off against Red Goblin. And the reason why here is because if Spider-Man wants to stand the best possible chance of defeating the Red Goblin, he's gonna need like Flash Thompson to pull this off, right? He's gonna need this guy to do it. He's gonna absolutely need Flash Thompson and Agent Anti-Venom. And that's kind of the funny thing, right? Peter Parker teaming up with his high school bully to defeat Norman Osborn. Kind of crazy. The funny thing about this though, and what makes this wild, is that because of the fact that Norman Osborn has this Green Goblin tech in addition to his symbiote, and because of the fact that as the Red Goblin, he's immune to the normal weaknesses of a symbiote, that means things like electricity, fire, all that kind of stuff, he can use, right? And so actually what he ends up doing is attacking Flash Thompson and basically just shocking the absolute life out of this guy, and basically electrocutes him to the point where he basically kills Flash Thompson. Now, when that happens, the death of Flash Thompson here, this was nuts, right? This is one of the things that made this story so crazy, is because it's like, oh my God, the Red Goblin just killed Flash Thompson, right? He just killed Agent Anti-Venom. This is where Agent Anti-Venom died. And it's one of the things that we talked about during the events of King in Black, where Flash Thompson came back, right? Where he ended up returning during that event. That's one of the things that made it so cool, because remember guys, people loved Flash Thompson as Agent Venom and Agent Anti-Venom. People thought it was just one of the coolest developments for his character ever. And even to this day, people talk about how great that was. And so having this whole thing go down here, Peter Parker lashes out. And when he does, his symbiote begins to gain the better of him. Of course, he's able to kind of retake himself, kind of regain his bearings. He stops becoming that kind of twisted, sadistic version of Venom and just sort of goes back to being Peter Parker in control of his own symbiote suit. But at this point, now it's become a much more personal vendetta, because what this really establishes here is that when you have Red Goblin show up and some guys dressed up as Spider-Man is like, man, why are you on my spot, right? Like, you got to go work in some other spot, that he kills this guy, right? And that's when Peter Parker kind of realizes this guy has no remorse whatsoever. Now, the crazy thing is Peter already kind of knew this, right? I mean, it's the Carnage symbiote, which already loves inflicting as much harm as it possibly can, combined with the sociopathic nature of Norman Osborn. I mean, it was a recipe for just as much destruction as you could possibly imagine. And so because of the fact that Peter Parker doesn't, seems to be on this idea that if they keep fighting in their normal forms, more people will die, what he actually ends up doing is manipulating Norman Osborn and saying, look, like, I mean, we can keep on fighting like this, and sure, you'll overpower me and you'll kill me, but here's the problem, man. Everybody's gonna say it's because of Carnage. You never beat me because it was actually you. Nobody will ever say Green Goblin defeated Spider-Man. Nobody will ever say Green Goblin killed Spider-Man. What they'll say is Carnage defeated Spider-Man. Is that really what you want? Do you really want your Carnage symbiote to be the one that gets all the credit for this crazy deed that you managed to pull off? That Cletus Cassidy is the one who killed Spider-Man? And that's what kind of drives Norman Osborn to basically seize control of himself and actually cast the symbiote off. More so than that, Spider-Man does the exact same thing. Now, this was cool, right? And we kind of knew it was going in this direction. It's the classic fight, Spider-Man versus the Green Goblin. Now, this is kind of a follow-up to the fight that we saw before, but the fight that we saw before was Spider-Man versus just Norman Osborn. Having Spider-Man fight the Green Goblin here, there is so much history and so much rage and anger that goes into this fight, right? Because remember, guys, Green Goblin is kind of the amalgamation of everything that represents Spider-Man losing things that are important to him, right? In this fight, he talks about how Uncle Ben had died, and the death of Uncle Ben basically taught him about what it meant to be courageous. It meant that if you have the power to do something, you have the responsibility to do that thing. He talks about the nature of sacrifice, and he talks about life, right? The idea that Norman Osborn had taken Gwen Stacy away from Spider-Man, right? And that's one of the most important things. We've mentioned that before, right? The death of Uncle Ben taught Spider-Man that if he can act, he has the responsibility to act. But the death of Gwen Stacy, I would say, was more important than the death of Uncle Ben, because it taught Spider-Man he can't be reckless, that he has to be careful with the power that he has. It's one thing to be a superhero and to just be a heroic person who does heroic things, but you have to understand nuance. You have to understand what it means to be a hero in relation to those who are weaker than you, and how to handle those kinds of things. Not only that, he reflects on friends, he reflects on family, he reflects on the fact that this fight he has with the Green Goblin and overpowering and defeating Green Goblin is not just Peter Parker fighting for himself. It's Peter Parker fighting for everyone he cares about, for everybody who's important to him, both people who are dead and people who are alive. That he's surrounded by people who in one form or another have improved and shaped his life in a way that have made him better. And so as a result of that, when he overpowers the Green Goblin, the Green Goblin calls out for the Carnage symbiote. And that's when it dawns on Peter Parker, the Carnage symbiote it's just a symbiote now. It's just by itself. It's not bonded to the Goblin formula, so it has all the weaknesses that the symbiote normally has. He's like, okay, I need fire. Where can I find fire? And then he looks around, he's like, I can find fire everywhere. Everything's on fire. So he just starts grabbing things and just smashing them into the symbiote and basically trying to destroy the Carnage symbiote, which he seemingly successfully does. Not only that, one of the crazy things that happens here is that as that's going on with Spider-Man, you have J. Jonah Jameson who comes out of nowhere with a handgun with the intention of shooting Norman Osborn. Now, this is a massive moment. And the reason why is because as we've done so many times before on this channel, this breaks down into a philosophical discussion. Is Spider-Man really doing anybody any good by keeping Norman Osborn alive and handing him over to the police, right? One of the things he says as he approaches Norman Osborn is he says, Osborn, you're not fooling me with that act. You're not fooling anybody. This has to stop. And when Spider-Man approaches him and says like, what are you doing? You got to put the gun down. The response to Jameson is, I'm not stupid, Parker. I know how this works. He'll be back and he knows. He'll take someone else, Betty, Robbie, your aunt, my son, me. No, this is my fault. I have to end it, right? Kind of the culmination of this feeling that he's been experiencing, that he's the reason why Norman Osborn was able to achieve all this in the first place by figuring out the identity of Spider-Man. Now, one of the things here, and this is something to notice, J. Jonah Jameson doesn't really hesitate here. It's not one of these things where he shows kind of a moment of uncertainty, right? He's just like, this is my fault. I have to end it. Bow, right, goes to pull the trigger. Now Spider-Man jumps in front of it and actually saves the life of Norman Osborn. This in turn is a reflection of what Peter Parker truly stands for. And even J. Jonah Jameson asked him that. He's like, why would you do that? In response to Peter is, because I could. And that meant that I had to. Because with great power, there must also come great responsibility to everyone, even the worst of us. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is because in reality, Norman Osborn kind of needed to die. Now, what ends up happening here with Norman Osborn's life being saved, you get this crazy scenario, right? The guy's basically locked up in Ravencroft Asylum, right? Just sort of locked away. But one of the things that happens here is Peter Parker as Spider-Man goes to visit Norman Osborn. And this is really more of just kind of checking up and seeing, has he spilled the beans on who I am? Has he told anybody who I am? The real question you have to ask here is, he's in an asylum. Even if he did, would anybody actually believe him? But he asked him, he was like, okay, like, how are we gonna play this, right? You know my identity, you know what's going on, how are we gonna play this? And ultimately, he's just kind of like, I know who you are, right? You're the world's biggest screw up, that kind of a thing. He's like, you're Norman Osborn. And Peter's like, what? Okay, so who are you again? And that's when Norman Osborn responds, I'm Cletus Cassidy. And so in essence, the personality, really the kind of the mental imprint of Cletus Cassidy seems to have just basically bonded itself to Norman Osborn. In effect, by Norman Osborn having the Goblin formula and then also combining that with the Carnage symbiote, it basically made him insane. He's completely and totally lost his mind. Right now, this was basically the idea of Dan Slott kind of writing it out, right? And saying, okay, so like this is where the Green Goblin stands now. Right, Green Goblin is absolutely insane. It's sort of closing off this loop, but also leaving a bit of a way out in case somebody wants to bring Norman Osborn back. It's pretty easy to cure somebody of insanity in Marvel Comics. So it can kind of go either way. Either he stays in Ravencroft Asylum, and as far as we're aware, in terms of Marvel publishing, we don't see him for 20 years. Or it could be that Nick Spencer brings him back in like 10 issues, and he's cured of his insanity, and he just kind of goes about and does his normal thing, returns as quote unquote the Green Goblin. The other thing about this is that there is an effort to basically remove the Carnage symbiote from Normie, and to a degree it seems to work, that the symbiote is basically siphoned off of him and basically destroyed in the process. Of course, you end up learning there are remnants of the symbiote still there, right? So that's kind of a thing where it's a potential plot thread that could be used at a future point in time. And then of course you pick up with this idea of really this kind of funeral for Flash Thompson, where everybody sort of says their goodbyes. And it's one of the things that Peter kind of muses on. He actually gives this really amazing speech, right? Given the history, the fact that Flash Thompson ridiculed and bullied Peter Parker so often when they were in high school, he says, hey Flash man, always so cool. This guy, he knew a waltz from a cha-cha. Who am I kidding? You were a bully. You were my bully. When I think of all the lockers that you shoved me into, but here's this thing, right? Bullies don't come out of nowhere. Someone always hurt them first. Didn't find that out about you until years later. And then he says, then one day, everything changed. You told me that you found a hero to look up to, and you started a life of service, helped your fellow man, saved so many lives, protecting others in ways people will never know. You became a man that we're all so proud of. And me, I found myself to be a bit of a bully now and then, making fun of others, rattling their cages, telling myself they deserved it. And he says, I want you to know that I want to change. Because of you, Flash Thompson, I hope you can be proud of me. I know you're my friend, but there's something I never told you. I'm your #1 fan. You're the hero that I look up to. And that's a huge statement coming from Peter Parker, given the kind of history they have together. But following that, right, you know, I mean, you basically have business as usual, right? Things pop off, Peter Parker races off, he's like, I gotta go be Spider-Man, you know, and you know, you have J. Jonah Jameson, he's like, Parker, you know, and that kind of a thing, and then it's back to Spider-Man being Spider-Man. But with that being said, guys, this is the end. We're completely done with Dan Slott's Spider-Man run. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments section. We are going to make a full story video out of all of this because it's just been one crazy and fun adventure, but we finally finished it. With that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. Thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace.